Chapter 1I. The Great Shaman shall never emerge from th blood pool. Pangu, the primordial being, opened the heavens and thirth before passing away. After his death, he cessant set transformed in myriad forms of life. Following the catastrophic conflict between dragons and phoenixes, two clan soft shamans and like he's merged. Beneath the towering Mount Buzz, Julius the ancestral ground of Teshaman clan, Asak red blood pulsating rhythmically with the vibrant crims nof primal blood. Waves off potent life energy Europe ted from the blood pool, manifest engine a berillion seth that's been ed miles, a testament to the psycho fly fan death. Surrounding the blood pool stewed, that well the ancestral shamans, their faces brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, the blood pool erupted violently, and a colossal figure wielding gay ceremony a la Kemerjed from its. Ha ha ha, splendid, your bloodline is exceptionally pure henceforth, you shall be known as Shingtian. From Thismit, Missamang clan shall finally begin to flourish. A millennium passed, on Danather great shaman was born. Excellent, you shall be called Kwafu. Another millennium elapsed. You will benham day. 100,000 years flowed by like yiver. Each time you great shaman emerged from the blood pool, either routed away Vavman or development for the shaman clan. Yet, in the deepest recesses of that blood pool, an awareness lingered. His name was Wushin, hailing from Anatherium. He was the true first great shaman to be born from the blood pool, aside from the ancestral shamans. However, upon awakening within the blood pool, Wushin quickly recognized the peril soft primordial world. Thus, he resolutely is never to leave the blood pool. The shamancer is still too young they have an idea how to yep water soft this primordial realm run, he reflected. If I'd not forged my defenses the utmost, stepping out Sid would mean death. Observing Theager shaman sass the blood pool, Wushin changed with a heavy sigh. Outside, their joyous lautiro of the ancestral shaman sickoed faintly. Our clan hassle reedy bur the Davira hundred reach shamans, and new shamanic hynera beginning to emerge. May the divine pan gubblishusar population thrives. Then, Wushin here dagent le voiceres onered in are the pool. What oest hat chilled still seems soy complete in awareness? Wushin recognizeth the voice of who too, themist lean kind-hearted off tet well the ancestral shamans. Over the years, only she had continued to think of them. In truth, had it not been for the newly born great shamans collectively acknowledging Wushin's present saint depths of te blood pool, the Aether 11 ancestral shaman might have forgotten him entirely. Wushin paid little heed to the thoughts of the ancestral shamans, focusing instead on their relentless refinement of this physical form. Thus, another 100,000 years passed. On 80, Wushin realized that the relying solely on the blood pool for physical refinement no longer sufficed to enhance his defenses. These will not do my current defense necessary far from adequate. Further training is necessary. The blood pool cannot direct me anymore. Then I shall see my own defensive techniques. At that moment, Wushin's determination activately tint presence it within your soul. A voice resonant in his mind. Ding! Host haste met activation conditions for this system the ultimate defense system is known line. This system has been bound to the entirety of Teshaman clan. Whenever a member of Teshaman clan enhances their defenses, the host will receive a lottery opportunity. System gift package Great Sun Thunder Body. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Asmala crept upon Wushin's lips. Ah, these ways indeed of fortuitous turn of events. In the next moment, torrent soft Hundaru spiritual energy surged into Wushin's body under the system's guidance. The Great Sun Thunder Body, once cultivated, would yield Great Sun Thunder essence, renowned for its efficacy in refining flesh and tempering bones. This was precisely what Wushin required. As it was a system gift, Wushin was granted the complete mastery of Great Sun Underbody. The spiritual energy from the blood pool began to absorb in massive quantities, transform engine to Great Sun Thunder essence, which gradually refined Wushin's blood, flesh, and bones. Wushin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. These will allow me to continue enhancing my defenses. Moreover, the Great Sun Thunder essence possesses formidable resistance against various abnormal states. Thus, even if you encounter 10 golden crows, you need not fear. Once again, Wushin immersed himself in relentless cultivation. A millennium slipped be in Thebling Co Faney. Ding! Hutu has enhanced her defense Shas defense 10. One lottery opportunity gained. Wushan's eyes sparkled with delight. How to truly Luke's outform. Scheis Theo Nuho Hasselways remembered me, and the Fiersto grant me a lottery opportunity. Wushan composed himself declared, System, initiate the lottery. Ding, lottery in progress. Ding, congratulations, hast thus obtained complete 9 transformation soft heaven technique. Wushan beamed with joy. The complete 9 transformation soft heaven technique, the twas the extraordinary method cultivated by the great Penguin himself, a testamento his power. Alas, after Panquoppin the heaven sand passed away, this technique would became main complete. The 3 pure one is devised in inferior version, the 8-9 mysterious art, which paled in comparison toth 9 transformation soft heaven technique. As for the Shamanklin, their inheritance was even scarcer. Remarkable, with the complete 9 transformation soft heaven technique, Ishal cultivates Itanthony merge. I can also pass a Tontozaman thereby enhancing the defensive soft team tire lineage, granting memory opportunities for the lottery. Once more, Wushan close a desires andresm distraining. Time sped be, on Danatherseven 100,000 years past. Wushan had cultivated in the blood pool for a full million years. This time, he discovered that further cultivation within the blood pool was no longer feasible. Alas, it seems I must finally merge. Very well evident side, I can continue my cultivation. And I can impart the complete 9 transformation soft heaven techniquetamican. Resolutely Wushan stood from the bottom of the blood pool and began to ascend. Outside the blood pool, that the ancestral shamans stared in astonishment at the roiling waters. How strange today ice no tade winu can emerge from the blood pool. The Birdhoff shamans from the blood pool follow a distinct rhythm. One a great shaman would emerge over 1,000 years, while a 10 shamans would emerge over 1,000 years. At this juncture, neither great shamans nor shaman Sereduit appear. Moreover, the intensity of the blood pulse agitation is quite abnormal. When Xingtian merged, there was not such a commotion. DJing furrowed his brow, for Xingtian was no the strongest Stamangal great shamans. Is it possible that the chill disavow to emerge? At that moment, Houcher called Wushan, who had been submerged within the blood pool for a million years. Moments later, the boiling goth the blood pool reached a dight zenith. With agriat splash, the blood pool erupted as Wushan burst forth. Before the blood could have dripped from his face, Heradak cacophony of buzzing discussions surround him. I sense no energy? Why is this chilled so weak? Jurong, I told not to mention strength. This guild has just been born what Toffee's weakness? Forget about strength Luca this physique he seems rather frail. Not a worry, a hearty diet of demon kind will help him grow, is shall personal I prepare a special malaise for him. By Thewe, litus nemethis guild. At first, Wushan merely intended to listen in it alive lacater. Hahad seal disora hyla cultivating 9 transformation soft heaven technique, rendering the ancestral shaman soblavised to his true strength. As for his physique, he current lyrism bled the normal stat tofsimionu ho adjustin to read the 5th transformation of 9 transformation soft heaven technique. Each transformation altered the physica form. The 5th transformation, known as withering and returning to spring, caused an ito pure frailathian set. Yet, in this state, the physical strength wasuk that heaven in a te spiritual treasure escud not cause harm. Be thetameth of 5th transformation reached completion, the physique would revert normal. Thus, Wushan paid little heed to the ancestral shaman's remarks. Moreover, their words were clear lined with concern, which made him evenless inclined to take offense. However, upon the mention of names, Wushan could not help but interject. Minimize Wushan. Wushan? Ha ha ha, what name of Gretver? Since you wave Casanidi ourself, so be it. The first ancestral shaman, Dijiang, laughed heartily and made a decision. Wushan appeaned his mouth to object ultimately cosanato. Once that blood had been fully absorbed, Wushan stepped to toff the blood pool. He gazed at that the ancestral shamans before him, grinning widely. Ancestral shamans, behave something of great importance at O'Share. Zurong laughed heartily. You just emerged what momentous news could you possibly have it for us? Wushan twitched his lips. Indeed, the reason I remained in that blood pool for so long is that the divine penguin trusted dream tome. Chapter 2 If you can make me move, I'll consider it a loss. Pfft. Zuringand gong gong simultaneous lispradia others' faces. They glared at Tony another fiercely, then both turned to Wushan. Musselsten Saddam their faces, quivering with disbelief. What did he say? Theather ancestral shaman Sal Sao Iden their eyes, staring intently at Wushan. Intha Shamanklin, Nunetered to jest about the divine Pangu. Wushan's green-woodened with uncontainable joy. The divine penguin trusted dream tome, imparting the complete 9 transformation soft heaven technic tome, Sod Hadame Sheretz with our Clanto Ilavi Tethisham lineage. That well-the ancestral shaman stewed frozen in shock. What is this guild saying? The divine Pangian trusted Dad Dream Tohim, granting him the complete 9 transformation soft heaven technique? Erwethian S dreaming? Is this guild still a stin dreams? The Grand Shaman of Thunder, Xiangliang, slapped high sewn facet twice in disbelief. Am experiencing hallucinations? Wushan Roletices. Grand Shaman Xiangliang, I am being serious. Doi unit believe him? Theno observed closely. Wushan summoned the scripture soft 9 transformation soft heaven with his magical power. Int the spano fameriment. Billion soft mantra Saturn Ned the cavern housing the blood pool. That 12 grand shamans gazed in rapture rouse excitement at the overwhelming display of mantras. Their ie soonable to key pass with the spectacle. They had drevious like cultivate an incomplete version of 9 transformation soft heaven. Now, the full version lay before them. At a mariglance. They instinctive liar sonated with it. It truly is the 9 transformation soft heaven, and the complete version at that. By the Gracio for Father Pangu, our clan's resurgence sees within reach. That 12 grand shaman syrup teeden to exuberant shouts, appearing galmist frenzied. Yet gradually, they became entirely absorbed, involuntarily and turned into cultivation. Wushan smiled faintly, finding a corner to sit down and continue his own cultivation. Ding, defensive power enhanced Bihu 2, host defense 10. Earned a Nilatiri opportunity. Ding, defensive power enhanced Bdjiang, host defense 10. Earned a Nilatiri opportunity. Ding, defensive power enhanced Bijurong, host defense 10. Earned a Nilatiri opportunity. Ding, defensive power enhanced Bishwanming, host defense 10. Earned a Nilatiri opportunity. Ding, defensive power enhanced. As the 12 grand shamans began cultivating the complete 9 transformation soft heaven, their physical body as continuous lyrefend. Even without specific like cultivating defense, their bodily protection would steadily improve. Thus, Wushan Siduous led with the constant notifications from the system. System, lottery. Ding, congratulations, Hostas acquired indestructible divine power. Ding, congratulations, Hostas acquired unyielding thought divine power. Ding, congratulations, Hostas acquired everlasting divine power. Ding, congratulations, Hostas acquired Xiangui's guardian method. Ding, congratulations, Hostas acquired. The system's lottery provide de plethora of rewards. Some were exceedingly useful divine powers. Some were rare marka bli beneficial methods. Others swearla Cecily described. However, with a higher base number, one could obtain a substantial amount of useful rewards. Int the timeless expands off te primordial world. Int the blink of finny. 100,000 year shad post. That 12 grand shamans collectively practice ed the complete 9 transformation soft heaven. Even causing extraordinary phenomena. 400,000 years, the blood pulled not birthed in new clan members. Which caused those guarding the blood pull to grow increasingly worried. Had so methinganary? Thus, Xingtian and Theather great shamans gathered outside the cavern off the blood pool. Brother Xingtian, what is happening? Do you look dank sias lion toth the cave? Eisen senething amiss thenergenside the cave feels perfectly normal and discontinual irising. It wasn't Xing Tian Honser dei, but Quafu. Sees I Ferodis bros. But why, after all this time, hast no new clan member emerged? Quafa shrugged. Thadis Bay and Micknowledge. Before Quafu cold finishant intense. A dazzling golden light erupted from within the cavern. The golden light surged forth, illuminating the peath unyielding mountain. Anthen spreading gay crossed heat-whirring mountain. Soon, the entire primordial ski was betheating golden hues. Such an astonishing phenomenon, Immediately stirred themai tai being soft te primordial world. Countless divines incest swift literect themselves toward the ancestraland softwuckland. However, the ancestraland swears a joy dathafutoften yielding mountain, which was protected by a trace of Pangus consciousness. All divines in probing toward unyielding mountain worry met with disorientation. Some unfortunate souls, lacking sufficient strength, were even struck back, their primordial spirits collapsing. Note of ink knowing how the metai rend. In the midst of their shock, themai tai being hurriedly withdrew from their meditative estates. Soaring into the heavens stogazi toward unyielding mountain, they beheld the pillar of in. No radiated golden light 4 miles. With auspicious nagi extending vast distances. Within that golden light, a colossal figure, seemingly agient, cold be faintly discerned. Pangu, the great god? Themai tai being soft te primordial world where a left tutor lie speechless. Goodness! Was the ethereal imagery oft great god Pangu manifesting, yielding mountain? What is the yielding mountain? Itis that transformed spine oft great god Pangu, the pillar supporting the heavens. Could thys apparitions and I thither resurrection oft great god Pangu? In the Nirbi Kun Lun mountain. Upon witnessing the figure resembling great god Pangu, the 3 pure onesel trembled simultaneously. The where a manifestation soft Pangus primordial spit. As the saying goes, own breath divide desinto 3 pure ones. If Pang were a Toraviv, would it not mean 3 pure one as must merge into breath? Contemplating this possibility, the 3 pure ones exchange glances. Swert vis a blight trickling down her brows. Yet, just as the entire primordial world weighs in gulf-fed bewilderment, the extraordinary phenomenon vanished. Andy verathin greternetto tranquility. The 3 pure ones, drenched in surprise, turned their facussenward, discovering nothing gamus. Novin that transpired. With a long sagoffer leaf, the 3 purones finale exhaled deeply. It turns to tit ways a foul sealarm, yuansher wiped the finesse wheat from his brow. Taisheng shook his long beard 3 times. Iknuther wood benoisus. Tong tian role these iasath thy selder brother saf terthafact tremarks. I believe u should investigate teth unyielding mountain tozer tain what transpired. Winito determine what her theta apparition, trili signifies pangus revival. Tong tian turnetto his twa brothers. Forcing down his trembling hands. If wadonit clarifus, will weena tremining constant fear? The 3 puronis revered Pangu, taking pride in thyroid and atias 3 pure ones. Yet if Pangus revival canithi coast off their lives, they would surely object. Taisheng and Yuan Shi found Tong Tian's words quateriasonable. However, Taisheng still shu kukashed. Where a current lie attack critical jingshurai ner cultivation. Shall wait until Thisaclec includes before we visit the unyielding mountain? Athis, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both nadid in agreement. As the entire primordial world marvel at the golden light emanating from the unyielding mountain. Theblad pulkavernoth thwuklan fina limerjed from its stat of seclusion. Thetwelve grand shaman strotiforth with great strides. Ha ha ha, by the gracio for Father Pangu, our clan's resurgencies aminit. The grand shaman Dijiangla fed heartily. Theoth irrelevant grand shaman swori expression sophioi. Having successfully cultivated thetherd, transformation oft 9 transformation soft heaven. Completing the first phase off their training. Their power shadel reached the pinnacle great luo golden immortalium. Giventh grand shamans bloodline aswar inherent, lies stronger hanthos of great shamans. Priordo Wushin's introduction off cultivation methods, they were already ath great luo golden immortal level. Now, having reached the 3rd transformation oft 9 transformation soft heaven, they stoodeth the pinnacle great luo golden immortalium. In truth, they had channeled Mustafa their cultivation results into enhancing their physical strength. Conversely, Wushin Hatem barks to not complete a different path from the outset. His leperposian cultivation wasto augment this physical strength. As such, event hof ha hadel redi cultivateth the 5th transformation oft 9 transformation soft heaven. His realm remained relatively low. However, his physical strength had become remarkably formidable. The great shamans rushed forward, eager to for their congratulations, but were interrupted by Dijiang. Come, let me introduce you. This is your older brother. The first great shaman, Wushang. Daijiang pushed Tushin forward before a assembly of shamans. Xing Tianan Theather great shaman students done excellence. The first great shaman? Theonuho Hadi Yetiko Alessa his consciousness? Kud Suchabing. Actually be our older brother? Theassembly of shamans Fronedinunizan. The Wu clan was known for its exceptional anity. Yetital sowed here to a hierarchy based in strength. Xing Tian waste the strongest among the great shamans, second on Latoth grand shamans, naturally making him the great shamans. Now, with a newcomer suddenly vying for the position of leader, theater shamans naturally felt tasons of discontent. Wushan understood that with Hinthwucklan, strength dictated to drank. If he did not demonstrate his capabilities, he would undoubtedly face challenges. Thus, Wushan smiled widely. How abuthus? Xing Tian, Ishalalawiao 3 strikes. If you can make me movie evidence, Ishao can set a feed. Chapter 3. The Witch Clan. We comprehended Wu Shan's words. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The witches immediately erupted in a clamor. They were not offended by Wu Shan's audacity. On the contrary, they were exhilarated by his boldness. The Witch Clan, in its eternal struggle against heaven and earth, aspired to be the foremost among the witches beneath the ancestor which, without a hint of arrogance. How could one achieve that? Xing Tian also laughed heartily. Very well, today I shall wager with you, brother. If you win, the position of the foremost which will be yours. Wu Shan chuckled in response. Rest assured. Should you lose, I will offer you ample consolation. The crowd of witches promptly parted, with even the 12 ancestor witches offering no objection in the Witch Clan. Such occurrences were commonplace. Wu Shan stood in the center. Observing as Xing Tian raised his mighty axe, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xing Tian, do you know what constitutes the strongest offense? Xing Tian swung his massive axe, channeling all his might into a single strike. Wu Shan clasped his hands behind his back. Try your utmost, I shall remain here, unflinching and unyielding, without retaliating. Let us see if your full force proves effective. The gathering of witches erupted in excitement. Brother, you are formidable, go, Xing Tian. Without hesitation, Xing Tian bellowed. Ha! The axe, named Gone, sliced through the air with a brilliant arc, aimed at Wu Shan. Wu Shan stood motionless, not even employing his divine powers. A resounding crash echoed as Xing Tian's axe met Wu Shan's chest. Akin to striking an indomitable boulder, the clang reverberated, yet nothing further transpired. Wu Shan shook his head. Is that it? Have you not eaten? Come again. Do not let me look down upon you. Unleash your true strength. The astonishment on Xing Tian's face rapidly transformed into an intense battle spirit. Brother, be cautious. This time, Xing Tian was serious. He raised his axe high. Then, with a mystical arc reminiscent of a ram's horns, he struck down. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was stirred by this blow, emitting a storm-like shriek. This strike was the full force he had wielded when he was a golden immortal. Slaying a Tai golden immortal from the demon clan. Wu Shan, however, did not underestimate it. He activated his defensive divine abilities, the indestructible Vajra technique, the eternal unyielding technique, the thought unbreakable technique, and the Xian Gui's guarding essence. Boom! The tremendous sound reverberated, causing the surrounding witches to cover their ears. Even the 12 ancestor witches widened their eyes in astonishment. Ancestor Shiming leaped up, exclaiming, "This is impossible. If I were to take that blow from Xing Tian without retaliating, I would surely be injured." Shiming was renowned among the 12 ancestor witches for her defensive prowess. Yet even she would not dare to withstand Xing Tian's full force unflinchingly. The 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances, unable to believe their eyes. What had the Father Panga taught this child? Just how formidable was this defense? Xing Tian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. My full force strike did not even break the skin of my brother? How can this be? He glanced down at his right hand gripping the axe. Blood flowed profusely from the wounds in his palms. A bitter smile crept onto Xing Tian's face. My brother did nothing. Merely the rebound from his defense has injured me now. I can barely hold onto my weapon. Were it not for my stubborn pride, the axe would have slipped from my grasp. Wu Shan then smiled. Look, your full force strike is not the strongest attack after all. Xing Tian retracted his axe, wishing to strike again, only to find his hand temporarily incapacitated. Unless he revealed his true form, he could not fight again for 3 days. This was not a battle against an external enemy but an internal contest. He could not expose his true self in his current state. There was no way he could wield a third strike. Xing Tian let out a wry laugh. I can see that so. My brother has spent 1,000,000 years in the blood pool, truly cultivating. In that moment, Xing Tian longed to return to the blood pool, but it was impossible. Once one left the blood pool, there was no returning. Xing Tian accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, pondering what truly constituted the strongest attack in his brother's eyes. Wu Shun, with an inscrutable expression, gazed at the gathered witches. Do you all understand? Quafu clapped his hands, exclaiming, I know. The strongest attack is our clan's 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Wu Shin smiled at Quafu, but as Quafu was about to leap for joy, he rolled his eyes. Incorrect. Before the witches could inquire further, Wu Shin revealed the answer. The true strongest attack is defense, invincible defense. The witches were collectively dumbfounded. Defense is the strongest attack? What nonsense! Zhurong stepped forward. Lifting Wu Shan, you, explain yourself clearly, or I shall thrash you. Wu Shun had long prepared his explanation. He spoke without hesitation. In the past, the Father Pango triumphed over 3,000 primordial demons, yet he was ultimately defeated by the resistance of opening the heavens. Why? Because his defensive capabilities were lacking. Had the great Pango concentrated more on defense, how could he have been thwarted and perished? The witches gaped in astonishment. It seemed there was some truth to this. Wu Shan continued, the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation can summon the true form of Father Pango, with unparalleled attacking power that is invincible. However, the enemies are not foolish. If they cannot defeat the true form of Father Pango, will they not turn to attack the ancestor witches? If the defense is insufficient at that moment, what use is the formidable attack of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation? The witches' mouths hung open, growing weary from the effort of keeping them ajar, yet none dared to close them. Wu Shan's reasoning was compelling. The 12 ancestor witches nodded in agreement. Wu Shan spread his hands. In battle, it is quite simple. The one who remains alive is the victor. How does one avoid death? Through defense. As long as one possesses invincible defensive capabilities, what battle could one possibly lose? The witches nodded in perfect unison. Only then did Wu Shun reveal his trump card. The Father Pango comprehended this truth, which is why he entrusted me with the dream of 9 revolutions heavenly art to pass on to our clan, and to instruct everyone on the proper path. The 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. It made sense. The Father Pango's transmission of the 9 revolutions heavenly art to Wu Shun could not have taken 1,000,000 years. This lengthy period must have been for teaching these insights. Everyone, listen. The voice of the first ancestor witch, Di Jiang, resonated throughout the witch clan. From this day forth, all must diligently cultivate the 9 revolutions heavenly art, focusing on enhancing your defensive capabilities and honing your physical bodies. Do you understand? The entire witch clan responded in unison. Understood. In that moment, the witch clan opened the door to a new world. They comprehended. Attack? What need is there for attack? Defense is the true path. As long as their defensive capabilities were heightened, no matter what enemy approached, it would be inconsequential. From this point forward, the entire witch clan shifted their focus to enhancing their defensive prowess. Ding, detection of Xing Tian's enhancement of defensive capabilities. Host defense 10.1 lottery opportunity gained. Ding, detection of Quafu's enhancement of defensive capabilities. Host defense 10.1 lottery opportunity gained. Ding, detection of Day's enhancement of defensive capabilities. Host's defense 10.1 lottery opportunity gained. Wu Shan's gains naturally soared. Within a century, he acquired thousands of defensive divine abilities. Yet, Wu Shan was not satisfied. He was acutely aware that when the true calamity of the future arrived, his current strength would be far from sufficient. On this day, he sought out the ancestor witch of thunder, Changliang. Ancestor Changliang, the Father Pango has once again entrusted me with a dream. Chapter 4. The Father Panga has entrusted me again with a dream. During this time, Ancestor Changliang's mood was rather bleak. The entire witch clan was currently cultivating the 9 revolutions heavenly art to strengthen their defenses. However, among the 12 ancestor witches, each possessed their own divine abilities and specialties. Yet, those truly adept in defense were limited to Hutu, Xianming, Rushu, Jumong, and Gonggong. The other 2, Dijiang and Zhujuin, were versatile. The remaining Changliang, Shizi, Shebishur, Tianwu, and Zhurong specialized in offensive divine abilities. Now, forcibly transitioning to defense, their progress was naturally slow. This left Changliang and the others feeling quite disheartened. The Father Pango has entrusted you with a dream again? Upon hearing Wu Shun's words, Changliang's expression darkened. This is not good. Could it be that I am too incompetent, unable to enhance my defense, leading to the Father Panga's dissatisfaction? What shall I do? I have brought shame upon Pango, the Father God. I have embarrassed everyone. The expression on the face of the ancestor shaman Changliang grew increasingly grave. Speak. Is the Father God Pangu going to punish me? Do not hesitate to say. Whatever punishment it may be, I will accept it. Wu Shun twitched his lips. How had he not noticed before that this ancestor shaman Changliang had such a vivid imagination? Shaking his head, Wu Shun smiled broadly. Ancestor shaman Changliang, you have misunderstood. In truth, the Father God Panga discovered that your divine power is not suited for enhancing defense. Thus, he specifically sent a dream to me, instructing me to convey to you the Great Sun Thunder Body technique. This Great Sun Thunder Body is designed to strengthen thunder-based divine powers and can also enhance physical strength. Changliang's movements froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. What did you say? Wu Shun wasted no time. He projected the essential techniques of the Great Sun Thunder Body through his magical power. Upon merely glancing at it, Changliang's throat began to emit a series of sounds. Instantly, his eyes reddened, and tears flowed freely. The Father God Pango, yes, he has been so extraordinarily kind to me. I shall never betray the Father God Panga's profound kindness. If I do not master this Great Sun Thunder Body, I will end my life beneath this Mount Buzhou. After memorizing the Great Sun Thunder Body, Changliang left, weeping. This commotion left the other shamans utterly bewildered. The first ancestor shaman Daijang was dumbfounded. What is happening here? The usually most competitive Changliang is crying like this. Recently, his cultivation has not been going smoothly. Could that be the reason he has become so frantic? Goodness, this is a serious matter. Without hesitation, Daijang summoned all the other ancestor shamans still in cultivation and hurried after Changliang. We must comfort our 8th brother properly. I am not mad. I am merely moved. Upon hearing Daijang's comforting words, Changliang's face flushed. Daijang patted Changliang on the shoulder, his expression one of heartfelt elder brotherly concern and reassurance. There is no need to be so moved, as your elder brother. It is only natural for me to care for you. Changliang's face turned from red to purple. Brother, I am not moved by you. I am touched by the Father God Panga's care for me. The Father God Panga knows that my cultivation has been going poorly, and he specifically sent a dream to Wu Shang, instructing him to pass on a thunder-based technique to me. As he spoke, Changliang recounted the entire story. The ancestor shamans exchanged glances. The Father God Pangu sent another dream? How enviable! Changliang demonstrated the Great Sun Thunder Body. Immediately, all the ancestor shamans understood its significance. Not only can I cultivate it, but you, 11th brother, can also cultivate it. Changliang looked towards the ancestor shaman of lightning, Shizi. Thunder and lightning are inseparable. The Great Sun Thunder Body will have extraordinary effects for both Changliang and Shizi. A radiant light sparkled in Daijang's eyes. Excellent, splendid, 8th brother, 11th brother. Once you achieve success in your cultivation, remember to pass down the technique. Changliang and Shizi promptly nodded. The shaman clan is divided into various departments based on divine powers. The Thunder and Lightning Department is one of the largest within the shaman clan, second only to the Fire Department. The Great Sun Thunder Body enhances not only the strength of Changliang and Shizi. At that moment, Zhurong suddenly clapped his hands, creating a burst of flames. Then he turned and walked away. Gonggong hurriedly called out to him, "Where are you going?" Zhurong replied without looking back. I'm going to ask Wu Sheng when the father god Pangu sent a dream to him to teach me a fire-based technique. Meanwhile, Wu Sheng, who had just imparted the great Sun Thunder body to Changliang, received another opportunity for a lottery draw. In fact, Wu Sheng now received 1 or 2 lottery chances every day. However, not every draw yielded valuable items. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining treasure-seeking technique. Upon hearing the name of this technique, Wu Sheng initially paid it little mind. It sounded rather unremarkable and unrelated to defense. He had drawn many techniques that were mostly useless. Habitually, he glanced at the system description, preparing to continue his cultivation. Little did he know, upon looking, he was instantly taken aback. Treasure-seeking technique. Can locate treasures, spiritual roots, and opportunities across the world, and can forcibly claim possession of them. Goodness! This technique is incredibly powerful. Wu Sheng's eyes instantly brightened. Since the beginning of creation, the primordial world has endured the beast calamity, the dragon and phoenix calamity, and the Tao and demon calamity. The beast calamity was a cleansing of the remnants of chaotic demons, restoring clarity to the primordial realm. The dragon and phoenix calamity involved a struggle among innate beings, awakening the sentience of myriad beings. The Tao and demon calamity marked the division of righteousness and evil in the primordial realm. After the Tao and demon calamity, the 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West, the ancestor shamans, and the demon clan finally emerged. At this current moment, all treasures, spiritual roots, and opportunities within the primordial realm remain unclaimed. The treasure-seeking technique, seemingly ordinary, is indeed one of the top-tier techniques in the primordial realm due to its ability to forcibly claim possession. Wu Sheng promptly activated the treasure-seeking technique. Instantly, a wave of purple aura radiated from afar. A million zhong of purple aura surged towards him, intertwined with threads of golden luck. Moreover, profound mystical sounds echoed faintly. Even Wu Sheng was momentarily stunned. Looking towards the source of the purple aura, it was merely 10,000 miles from the ancestral land of the shaman clan. This is right at our doorstep, with such a strong purple aura. Along with the threads of luck, it must be a treasure related to great fortune. I must acquire this treasure. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Sheng set his mind. This significant treasure has not yet revealed any anomalies, indicating that other powerful beings in the primordial realm have not discovered it. If I do not seize it now, when will I? Without further ado, Wu Sheng dashed towards the direction of the purple aura. Just as he exited, the 12 ancestor shamans arrived at his doorstep, looking at him with puzzled expressions as he rushed out. Why is this child in such a hurry? What could he possibly want to do? This is the first time I have seen him so anxious. What on earth is going on? Changliang slapped his forehead. It must be that the father god Pango has sent another dream to this child. There must be something significant for our clan over there. Daijang clapped his hands. 8th brother makes a valid point. We should immediately follow him to see how we can assist. The 12 ancestor shamans promptly followed Wu Sheng, rushing onward. With such a commotion, how could the other shamans remain unaware? The great shamans like Xing Tian thought something serious had happened and called upon their entire clan to assemble. We must rush to support the ancestor shamans and the elder brother. We cannot allow them to be bullied by outsiders. Xing Tian raised his shield and shouted. The other shamans erupted in a chorus of support. Thus, the entire clan surged forth from their ancestral land. Chapter 5. Red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves, treasures belonging to our shaman clan. All of Wu Sheng's abilities are focused on enhancing defense. Hence, his speed is truly lacking. After running 100 miles, he was soon caught up by the 12 ancestor shamans. Wu Sheng, what are you planning to do? Did the father god Pangu send another dream to you? Daijang called out loudly. Wu Sheng turned around and was taken aback. All 12 ancestor shamans have come out? Glancing further back, goodness, the entire clan has come out? However, at this moment, there was no time to explain, so Wu Sheng pointed towards the direction filled with purple aura. Ancestor Daijang, the father god Pangu sent a dream to me. There is a treasure there that can alter the fate of our clan. The first ancestor shaman and the most esteemed shaman of the clan. Daijang cared little for other matters. He did not mind if his younger siblings surpassed him in strength one day, nor did he care if Wu Sheng was favored more by the father god Pangu. The only thing he cared about was the fate of the entire shaman clan. Upon hearing Wu Shan's words, Daijang's expression immediately became exceedingly serious. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up Wu Shan and placed him on his shoulder. Entire clan, advance. Yes, the entire clan responded in unison. With a thunderous roar, they surged forward in the direction Wu Shan indicated. In mere moments, they arrived at the location suffused with purple aura. It was a beautiful valley, adorned with picturesque scenery, melodious birdsong, and fragrant flowers. Ethereal mist rose, forming a hazy vapor. Among the mist, colorful magpies and spiritual butterflies danced gracefully. Deep within the valley, one could faintly discern the rise and fall of resplendent rays of light. However, it seemed they had arrived a moment too late. 3 Taoists stood at the valley's entrance, seemingly preparing to enter. Wu Shan narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Stop! What do you seek?" The 3 Taoists at the valley's entrance halted in unison. Turning their heads, they were equally taken aback. What is happening here? I have encountered instances of treasure theft before, but I have never witnessed such a grand spectacle for the theft of a single treasure. Wu Shan scrutinized the 3 Taoists before him. Their auras were strikingly similar, resonating with one another, clearly indicating they were of the same lineage. The foremost figure, with hair and beard as white as snow, bore a youthful visage, exuding a serene and unperturbed demeanor, neither sorrowful nor joyful. The second individual appeared to be of middle age, his face marked by an air of arrogance and authority, his gaze dismissive, as if the world held no significance in his eyes. The final figure, handsome and resolute, with sword-like brows, was the youngest of the trio, exuding an unruly spirit. Wu Shan raised an eyebrow, already harboring a vague suspicion regarding the identities of these 3 Taoists. Such evident characteristics could belong to none other than the Pangu Sanqing. However, at this moment in time, the Hongguo had yet to begin its teachings, and Nuwa had not yet created humanity. The Sanqing were still merely the Luo Jingxian. Should a confrontation arise, the 12 ancestor witches would undoubtedly match the Sanqing in strength. With confidence brimming, Wu Shan leaped down from the shoulders of Di Jiang and cleared his throat. "What brings you 3 to our valley?" The 3 Taoists were indeed the Sanqing. Upon hearing Wu Shan's words, Yuan Shi let out an indignant snort. "How laughable! You claim it as yours simply because you say so? This valley is clearly a no-man's land." Wu Shan responded with an even more disdainful snort. "The real absurdity lies with you. Go inquire. This area spanning 100,000 miles is wholly the territory of my witch clan. This valley is a sacred ground for nurturing treasures belonging to our clan. Are you 3 sneaky specters here to steal treasures?" Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, realizing they were indeed from the witch clan. "Emph, a pitiful bunch without even a primordial spirit dares to spout such nonsense here." The 12 ancestor witches, initially standing behind Wu Shan to lend him presents, were incensed at Yuan Shi's direct mockery of their entire clan. Zhurong stamped his foot, and instantly, flames soared into the sky. "What did you just say?" Before Yuan Shi could retort, Wu Shan swiftly quelled Zhurong's ire. "Zhurong ancestor witch, do not be angered. You must understand their circumstances." Zhurong, spewing sparks of fire, replied, "Understand what? He dares to insult our clan. Should I still show him understanding?" Such words were only uttered by Wu Shan. Had anyone else said them, Zhurong would have already incinerated them. Wu Shan spread his hands, remarking, "These 3 possess no physical bodies, merely wandering souls without support. They envy and resent us for our robust physiques bestowed by our father Pengyu." As he spoke, Wu Shan patted the muscles on his arms. Addressing the gathered witches behind him, "Clansfolk, reveal your physical forms. Let these 3 wandering souls see what a true body looks like, so they may envy us properly." The multitude of witches collectively paused, then burst into hearty laughter. A few spirited witches even began to strip off their garments to demonstrate to the Sanqing what it meant to possess a physical form. The Sanqing's faces turned ashen with fury. Yuan Shi, brimming with unparalleled pride, could hardly tolerate such insult. The Sanqing were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, having attained the strength of the Luo Jingxian upon their transformation. In Yuan Shi's eyes, aside from the 12 ancestor witches, the rest of the witch clan were utterly inconsequential. The figure standing at the forefront, Wu Shan, was regarded as no more than an insignificant insect. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Ignorant insect, I am Pangu Sanqing. And you dare to mock me so freely? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you may remain oblivious to your own insignificance. With that, he prepared to strike. Yet, at that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the valley. Ethereal mist surged forth, revealing a celestial pond within. In the center of this pond floated a wondrous azure lotus, a 36-petal creation lotus, dancing gracefully without wind, spinning incessantly above the pond. Wu Shun's eyes sparkled with delight. The 36-petal creation lotus. This lotus, the ultimate treasure that nurtured the great god Pangu, is a mature seed of the chaotic azure lotus. However, this creation lotus was not acknowledged by the heavenly Tao due to its lack of merit from the opening of the heavens. Thus, when it blossomed and matured, it was destined for destruction by the heavenly Tao. According to the original mandate of the heavenly Tao, the Sanqing would divide the creation lotus into 3 at the moment of its destruction. The red flower transformed into the Pangu dragon staff, obtained by Taishang. The white lotus became the 3 treasures Rui, acquired by Yuan Shi, and the green lotus leaf morphed into the Qingping sword, claimed by Tongtian. The later generations revered the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf, a testament to their original unity. However, at this moment, the decree of the heavenly Tao must be altered. That azure lotus is a gift from our father Pangu to our clan. Wu Shun pointed decisively. The 12 ancestor witches' eyes gleamed with excitement. Without further ado, they charged forward. What is bestowed by Father Pangu is rightfully ours. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi bellowed, this treasure aligns with our fates. It is destined for my 3 brothers. The instant the creation lotus appeared, the Sanqing spirits stirred. They understood that this treasure was fated for them, arranged by the heavenly Tao. This treasure must belong to us, the Sanqing. Taishang raised the exquisite Huangling Tower of Heaven and Earth to block the 12 ancestor witches. Second brother, third brother, you go seize the treasure. I shall hold them here, on the other side. Wu Shun called out, send me an ancestor witch Zhangliang over. The wind ancestor witch, Tian Wu, immediately summoned a divine wind, transporting Zhangliang and Wu Shun before the creation lotus. Now, it is your turn to act out. Wu Shun and ancestor witch Zhangliang harnessed the power of the divine wind, stepping forth to stand before the creation lotus. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi unleashed a palm strike. Insect, how dare you stand before my Pangu Sanqing? A dark, radiant light appeared as if a silken thread unfurling from Yuan Shi's palm, stirring up a maelstrom of wind and clouds for billions of miles. The waves of spiritual energy rising tumultuously. Yuan Shi unleashed 8/10 of his strength in this strike, vowing to annihilate Wu Shun and ancestor witch Zhangliang with a single blow. Chapter 6. Yuan Shi. Infuriated to the point of fainting, boom! As Yuan Shi's palm descended, the entire valley was instantly thrown into chaos. This small valley was utterly incapable of withstanding the force of an 8/10 strike from a Deluo Jinxian like Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi smirked coldly, ignorant insect, how dare you stand before my Sanqing? He had no worries about his strike destroying the creation lotus, for such a primordial treasure could only be obliterated by the power of the heavenly Tao. Thus, Yuan Shi acted without a hint of hesitation. Ignoring the swirling dust before him, he strode boldly towards the creation lotus. Second brother, be careful. Tongtian suddenly shouted a warning from behind. Yuan Shi had been entirely unprepared for this moment. And now, attempting to dodge was futile. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Yuan Shi clutched his face, staggering backward for hundreds of meters. As the dust settled, he found Wu Shun and ancestor witch Zhangliang standing unharmed. You are not dead? Yuan Shi stared in disbelief at Wu Shun and ancestor witch Zhangliang, the fiery sensation on his face prompting him to speak once more. You dare strike me? Wu Shun shrugged innocently. You practically offered your face to me just now. Ancestor witch Zhangliang laughed heartily. Well said. He brought this upon himself. Although Zhangliang was not the strongest in defense among the 12 ancestor witches, he had cultivated the 9 turns heavenly art to its second turn, rendering him impervious to Yuan Shi's 8/10 of magical power. As for Wu Shun, he had hidden behind ancestor witch Zhangliang, and the residual force from Yuan Shi's attack had no effect on him whatsoever. Yuan Shi's heart raced. He had just unleashed 8/10 of his strength, yet these two witches appeared completely unscathed. Touching his face, Yuan Shi's astonishment swiftly morphed into fury. His previously dignified visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. In an extreme display of arrogance, Yuan Shi summoned every ounce of his power, his palms crackling with thunderous light. The Sanqing's divine thunder possessed unique mystical arts, and among them, Yuan Shi held the strongest mastery over the thunder techniques. The Yuqing thunder art was immensely powerful. Chilling glint appeared in Yuan Shi's eyes. Die, boom. Thousands of frenzied thunderbolts took shape high above in the heavens, coalescing into tens of thousands of raging thunder dragons that plummeted from the sky. Each thunder dragon was hundreds of zhang wide and stretched for thousands of miles, each equivalent to a full-force strike from a Deluo Jinxian. Yuan Shi did not merely desire Wu Shan and ancestor witch Changliang's death. He sought their complete annihilation. He aimed to extinguish them, along with the entire witch clan. To dare provoke the Pangu Sanqing was a capital offense. Wu Shan glanced at the multitude of thunder dragons. Grinning widely. Thunder-based attack? How delightful! Ancestor witch Changliang unleashed the great sun thunder body. Changliang ancestor Wu nodded, summoning the great sun thunder body. His thunderous divine abilities were already on par with the three pure ones' divine thunder. At this moment, as he activated the great sun thunder body, the myriad thunder dragons could not breach his defenses. Meanwhile, Wu Shan took refuge behind Changliang ancestor Wu, enveloped in the great sun thunder essence, which formed an invisible vortex. The residual thunderous waves generated by the thunder dragon's assault on Changliang ancestor Wu were entirely consumed by this vortex. Seeing the multitude of thunder dragons completely engulfing Wu Shan and Changliang ancestor Wu, Yuan Shi could not help but smirk with satisfaction, unaware that his jade pure divine thunder had already been transformed into the great sun thunder essence within Wu Shan and Changliang ancestor Wu, augmenting their physical forms. After tens of thousands of thunder dragons descended, Wu Shan heard the notification sound from the system echoing in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host has endured 100,000 thunder-based attacks. Reward granted: thunder immunity. Thunder immunity. Immunity to all irregular thunder and electric-type attacks. On the other hand, Changliang ancestor Wu also reaped significant benefits, as the cultivation of the great sun thunder body advanced substantially. Is this it? You dare to call this an attack? Changliang ancestor Wu scoffed, dismissing the last remnants of thunder's afterglow with a wave of his hand. Unfazed and breathing steadily, he looked disdainfully at Yuan Shi. Both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were utterly dumbfounded. Tong Tian swallowed hard, realizing that even with the earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda to defend, his second brother's Jade Pure Thunder technique would exhaust him. Yet, this shaman stood without flinching, absorbing all of the Jade Pure Divine Thunder. How could this be possible? What strength does this shaman possess? Tong Tian glanced at the sword of pure qi in his hand, pondering before dispersing it why attack power would only serve to humiliate myself further. Yuan Shi, paralyzed with fear, found it hard to react. He had always held an extreme sense of pride in his eyes. The Wu clan was merely a flawed race born from the remnants of Pangu's flesh and blood, hardly worth mentioning. Were it not for the need to seize the fateful treasures today, he would not even deign to glance at the Wu clan. Yet, this very shaman completely disregarded his assault. This defense was utterly more formidable than the earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda when summoned. After all, although the pagoda's defense was unparalleled, it required immense magical power to sustain. Changliang's words stung more than the slap he had just received across his face. This is absolutely impossible. You must be secretly harnessing the power of the treasure behind you to withstand my attack. I refuse to believe your magical power can continuously rely on the treasure's strength. Yuan Shi was adamant in rejecting the reality before him. With a thunderous shout, he invoked the Jade Pure Thunder technique once more. Endless Jade Pure Divine Thunder gathered around Yuan Shi. Kill! The Divine Thunder, accompanied by Yuan Shi's murderous intent, transformed into raging waves, mountains, and ominous deathly energy, crashing towards Wu Shan and Changliang ancestor Wu from all directions. Changliang laughed heartily. Come forth with that. He opened his arms wide, eagerly welcoming the countless jade pure divine thunder. Meanwhile, the system notification in Wu Shan's mind rang out incessantly. Ding, detection of Changliang's defensive power enhancement. Host S defense 10, reward. 1 lottery draw. Yuan Shi poured all his energy into a frenzied assault, leaving himself pale and breathless. Yet, when he finally reached his limit, he found Wu Shan and Changliang ancestor Wu standing firm, with molten lava rolling beneath their feet, and scathed. Pfft. Yuan Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. Changliang ancestor Wu frowned, frustrated that the laborer assisting him in bolstering his defenses and advancing the great Sun Thunder Body's technique had halted. Why have you stopped? How can you be so lacking in endurance? Continue. Pfft. Yuan Shi coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning a sickly shade, nearly succumbing to anger from Changliang ancestor Wu's words. Observing the situation, Wu Shan finally stepped out from behind Changliang ancestor Wu, turning to face the Tao of Creation Azure Lotus. Activating the treasure-seeking technique, he deftly plucked the red flower atop it. Instantly, the flower transformed into a coiled dragon staff. He then pulled the white lotus from beneath it, which promptly morphed into a 3 treasures rui. Finally, he grasped the green lotus leaf, which coalesced into a Qingping sword. Under the influence of his divine powers, these 3 treasures, originally intertwined with the fateful destinies of the 3 pure ones, were forcibly redirected to become Wu Shan's possessions in front of Yuan Shi. Wu Shan collected the 3 treasures one by one. The red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf now belong to my Wu clan. He then rolled his eyes at Yuan Shi.Do. You really think you can scheme against the ancient 3 pure ones? Pfft. Yuan Shi's face turned a deep shade of purple, and with a third gout of blood, he raised his hand to point at Wu Shan, opening his mouth but failing to utter a word before his head tipped to the side. Rendered unconscious by Wu Shan's provocation. Chapter 7. The self-doubting Laozi witnessing Yuan Shi collapse and vomit blood. Tong Tian was taken aback and hurried forward, channeling his magical energy to Yuan Shi while also attempting to soothe him. Second brother, hold on. Changliang ancestor Wu exhaled a cloud of white vapor. Eliminate them. Wu Shan, however, waved his hand. Changliang ancestor Wu, they cannot die. They are the manifestations of the primordial spirit of our father Pango. The laws of destiny are profound. Killing them now would be detrimental to our clan. Changliang nodded in agreement. All right, I will heed your counsel. How shall we proceed? Wu Shan glanced outside, a playful smile gracing his lips. First, we bind them. Without hesitation, Changliang ancestor Wu strode forward. Upon seeing Changliang ancestor Wu advance, Tong Tian immediately condensed his qi into a sword. Resolute yet drenched in cold sweat, is this guy planning to eradicate us? Wu Shan spoke from behind Changliang. Tong Tian, for the sake of Father Pango, we can overlook your 3 pure ones transgressions against our clan this time. As long as you do not resist, I guarantee in the name of Father Pango that you will be spared. But should you choose to oppose us, do not blame us for what follows. Tong Tian felt something amiss in Wu Shan's words, yet the pressure from Changliang ancestor Wu left him no time for contemplation. Despite his belief that he could fight Changliang ancestor Wu to a draw, he sensed that it was not a hopeless battle. In fact, there was a considerable chance of victory, as the 12 ancestor shamans were merely at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the 3 pure ones had already reached the mid-stage. In a one-on-one confrontation, Changliang ancestor Wu was no match for Tong Tian. Yuan Shi's defeat stemmed from the fact that his Jade Pure Thunder technique was precisely countered by Changliang ancestor Wu. Unaware of these underlying circumstances, Yuan Shi naturally believed he was no match for Changliang. At this moment, the 3 pure ones had yet to experience the sermon at the Zishao Palace and lacked the profound understanding of the Great Tao. Their temperaments were therefore relatively immature. Tong Tian, being the most straightforward among the 3 pure ones, was easily swayed by Wu Shan's words. Gritting his teeth, Tong Tian dispelled the sword qi in his hand. Allowing Changliang ancestor Wu to bind both him and Yuan Shi, Wu Shan was not truly intent on making things difficult for Tong Tian and Yuan Shi. He merely instructed Changliang ancestor Wu to bind them and lead them outside the valley. At this moment, outside the valley, Laozi was still in a standoff with the 11 ancestor shamans, while Xing Tian and the other great shamans formed a layered encirclement with their entire clan. However, neither side engaged in combat. The ancestor shamans could not breach Laozi's defenses without employing the 12 heavenly divine array, while Laozi was limited to the earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda and similarly lacked offensive capabilities, making it impossible to penetrate the 11 ancestor shamans' defenses. Thus, both parties could only stare each other down. Laozi initially believed that as long as he could hold off the 11 ancestor shamans, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian would easily subdue Qiangliang and Wu Shun. Once they obtained the treasures, everything would be resolved. Little did he know that after the commotion in the valley subsided, he would see Qiangliang emerging, carrying the bound forms of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Wu Shun grinned at Laozi. Laozi, you now have two choices. Either leave on your own or hand over the earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. Laozi's expression stiffened. Do you intend to seize my treasure? Wu Shun scoffed. Your 3 pure ones invaded our clan's territory, coveting the treasures left to us by Father Pango. Out of respect for Father Pango, we can spare your lives. Do you not think you should pay some price? Laozi twitched his lips, eager to retort Wu Shun's words, but with his second and third brothers already captured, what could he say? At this moment, Tong Tian finally realized that Wu Shun's intentions were not merely to compel Laozi to cease hostilities, but rather to lay claim to the earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. Elder brother, do not concern yourself with us. You must flee. Then he cast a fierce glare at Wu Shun. You swore by the name of the primordial Father Pango that you would not strike against us. Wu Shun rolled his eyes. I merely said I would spare your lives. When did I ever claim I would not act against you? Tong Tian hesitated for a moment, but quickly retorted, Yet you should not attempt to seize my elder brother's treasures. Wu Shun waved his hand, adopting a righteous demeanor. What do you mean by me stealing your treasures? This is compensation, do you understand? You invaded our territory first and then attempted to plunder our treasures. Yuan Shi, even more shamelessly, inflicted harm upon me and the ancestral shaman Qiangliang. Now that you have lost, do you think you can simply walk away? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Gonggong shot a glance at Zhurong beside him. This child possesses remarkable eloquence. When did this place become our territory? Zhurong, however, grinned widely. If he says it is, then it must be. If the primordial Father Pango has given him a dream, then it is true. Shizi, the ancestral shaman, nodded in agreement. What third brother said is correct. If Wu Shang claims this is our territory, then it is. The ancestral shamans all nodded in unison. Indeed, the primordial Father Pangu entrusted this treasure to Wu Shang. Thus, this treasure, along with the land that nurtured it, belongs to our clan. Among the 3 pure ones, the most eloquent was Yuan Shi, while Tong Tian happened to be the least adept at debate. Tong Tian, though the most gifted among the 3 pure ones, had a straightforward personality and was prone to stubbornness. Consequently, he not only struggled with words but was also particularly susceptible to being misled. After Wu Shun's line of reasoning, Tong Tian fell silent for a while and then nodded. What you say does seem to hold some merit. At that moment, Laozi spat out in disbelief, staring at his foolish younger brother. Third brother, whose side are you truly on? Laozi felt a sense of despair. However, he found himself powerless. Now that his second and third brothers had fallen into the hands of the opponents, what use was it for him, as the eldest brother, to out-argue Wu Shun? The current 3 pure ones were not yet at the stage of the future Fengshen calamity, where they would ultimately turn against one another. Oh Laozi, the lives of his second and third brothers were naturally far more important than any treasure. After a deep sigh, he put away the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. He coldly regarded Wu Shun. Take it. Humph. The heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda is the foremost treasure of innate merit, formed from the essence of the Tao and the merits of Pangu's creation. Only we, the 3 pure ones, can inherit it. Anyone else who attempts to touch it shall meet their demise. The pagoda is yours now, but whether you have the life to claim it is another matter. Wu Shun snatched the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda with a playful smile, subtly activating the treasure-seeking technique. In an instant, the ownership of the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda was entirely transferred, and from its very roots, it was irrevocably claimed. Laozi felt as though a piece of his essence had been directly stripped away. His complexion instantly paled, and the backlash struck him, causing him to taste blood in his throat. He stared at Wu Shun in bewilderment. How is this possible? How could this shaman possibly take the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda? Why? Since my transformation, I have never encountered such a shocking event. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Laozi felt utterly unwell, even beginning to doubt himself. Chapter 8. I am infuriated beyond comprehension. Wu Shun looked at the utterly distraught Laozi and smiled faintly. You deem it impossible simply because you believe that only the three pure ones are the true descendants of the primordial father Pango. Yet, in truth, our clan is the rightful lineage of Pango. Laozi's complexion shifted from white to red, his facial muscles contorting. Once bearing an ethereal demeanor, he now appeared somewhat sinister. Laozi's nonchalance was not due to indifference, but rather a refusal to engage in matters outside the Tao. Thus, he held the heavenly principles and destiny in high regard, as he believed they were the ultimate truth on his path. During the Fengshan calamity, the reason he ultimately turned against Tongtian was that he felt Tongtian had violated the heavenly order. Today, it was the heavenly order that guided him to this place in search of treasure. If he were truly indifferent, why would he seek any treasure? The heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, as the foremost treasure of innate merit, symbolizes the three pure ones as the true heirs of Pengyu. In Laozi's eyes, this represented the heavenly order's designation of the three pure ones. Now, with the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda directly changing ownership, how could Laozi accept that? This was absolutely impossible. You are merely remnants of the flesh and blood of the primordial father Pango. Lacking even a primordial spirit, how do you dare claim to be the rightful heirs of Pango? The expressions of the Wu clan darkened immediately, and the 12 ancestral shamans were filled with murderous intent. Had they not known that Wu Shun had guaranteed, in the name of the primordial father Pango, that they would not kill the three pure ones this time, they would have already acted. Wu Shun rolled his eyes and held the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda aloft. Then explain why I can recognize it as mine the moment I acquire it? As he spoke, he generously tossed the pagoda back to Laozi. If you don't believe it, why not try to seize it back? Laozi instinctively reached out to catch the pagoda as it flew toward him. Yet, just as his fingers were about to touch it, a dazzling aura of yellow and black erupted from the Linglong Pagoda. Boom! The aura transformed into an impenetrable barrier, sending Laozi flying 1,000 miles away. Already unstable due to self-doubt, Laozi was struck and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. After sending Laozi flying, the Linglong Pagoda autonomously returned to Wu Shun's hand. Tongtian, beside him, was utterly dumbfounded. His elder brother had never made the Linglong Pagoda behave in such a manner. Laozi had yet to attain sainthood, unable to refine the Linglong Pagoda to perfection. But Wu Shun was different. The treasure-seeking technique rewarded by the system allowed him to forcibly recognize any treasure he obtained, regardless of its original ownership. Moreover, upon recognition, it would directly reach a state of perfection. Wu Shun turned to Laozi, who was in utter despair. Now do you concede? The heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda was originally a gift from the primordial father Pango to our clan. Zhurong, the ancestral shaman, laughed heartily. Well said. This treasure was indeed ours and was merely stolen by you. Initially, the ancestral shamans had not believed Wu Shun's claims. After all, if this treasure truly belonged to the primordial father Pango, it would be one thing if it fell into unclaimed territory, but if it already had an owner, it was difficult to comprehend. However, with the facts laid bare, the ancestral shamans began to accept Wu Shun's assertions as truth. I reckon the primordial father Pangu took pity on you and temporarily lent you our clan's treasure. Zhu Juin stated, this must have been something Pango lent to you. If it was a loan, it must be returned. The 12 ancestral shamans chimed in, causing Laozi's face to shift between white and green. Wu Shun grinned. In light of the primordial father Pangu's favor, I shall refrain from demanding compensation for the Linglong Pagoda. At last, Laozi could no longer maintain his composure and let out a loud cough, spewing blood once more. Like Yuan Shi, he fell unconscious, gazing skyward. In just this short span, Wu Shun had managed to infuriate both Laozi and Yuan Shi into unconsciousness. Wu Shun instructed Xiangliang, the ancestral shaman, to free Tongtian and Yuan Shi. Tongtian, take your two brothers and depart. Tongtian gazed at Wu Shun with a complex expression. He felt something was amiss, but could not articulate what exactly. In the end, he could only hoist his two brothers onto his back and turn to leave. Once Tong Tian had departed, Wu Xian turned to the 12 ancestral shamans, grinning widely. We have safeguarded the treasures bestowed upon us by the primordial father Pangu. The 12 ancestral shamans erupted into joyous laughter, and the remaining shamans joined in, filling the surroundings with their exuberant mirth. Upon returning to their ancestral ground, before Wu Xian could present the treasure, Di Jiang clapped him on the shoulder. The treasure entrusted to you by the primordial father Pangu should be well kept. Do not disappoint his trust. On the way back, the 12 ancestral shamans had already conspired. Since Wu Xian was favored by the primordial father Pangu, they would undoubtedly prioritize him as a key figure in the Wu clan's cultivation efforts. Treasures, of course, would be given entirely to Wu Xian. Wu Xian, not wanting to appear ungrateful, nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his residence and settling down, Wu Xian heard the system's notification. Ding! Detection shows that the host has acquired the Panga Dragon Crutch. Defense 30 and received a lottery draw. Ding! Detection shows that the host has acquired the 3 treasures Rui, Defense 30, and received a lottery draw. Ding! Detection shows that Wu Xian Grin.as expected of the treasures of the 3 pure ones. Unexpected gains indeed. But before Wu Xian could make his lottery draw, the system's notifications chimed once more. Ding! Detection shows that the host has acquired the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, Defense 100, and received a lottery draw. Ding! The extraordinary treasure, the celestial and earthly Huang Linglong Pagoda, has been detected, allowing for the extraction of the essence of the celestial and earthly Huang. Wu Xian raised an eyebrow. System, what is the purpose of this Huang essence? The extraction of Huang essence grants one of the following 3 abilities. First, the Huang Gongqi armor divine ability. Second, the Huang sword qi / divine ability. Third, the Huang reversion divine ability. Wu Xian inquired further to comprehend the nature of these 3 divine abilities. The Huang Gongqi armor divine ability serves as a defensive technique. Once activated, it harnesses the Huang essence to form an invisible armor, boasting a defensive capability comparable to that of the celestial and earthly Huang Linglong Pagoda. The Huang sword qi / divine ability is an offensive technique, conjuring sword qi from the Huang essence. The Huang reversion divine ability is a restorative technique, transforming Huang essence into primordial energy to heal injuries and replenish energy. Of the 3 divine abilities, one must be chosen. Wu Xian did not hesitate. He opted for the Huang Gongqi armor divine ability. Why concern himself with offense or healing? With enhanced defense, all problems become trivial. Subsequently, Wu Xian began to ponder a rather grave matter. This current juncture, the majority of renowned treasures in the primordial realm remain unclaimed. Now that I possess the treasure-seeking technique, would it not be a waste to refrain from seizing treasures? After a serious contemplation lasting 3 breaths, Wu Xian sought out Di Jiang, the ancestor witch. I intend to embark on a journey. Chapter 9. How can this be deemed theft? It is merely the rightful return of treasures. Wu Xian initially believed he would need to persuade Di Jiang, anticipating that after all he had accomplished, the ancestor witches would closely monitor him, potentially forbidding him from venturing out. However, to his surprise, Di Jiang readily consented. Very well, go. Just as Wu Xian was about to nod in agreement, Di Jiang added, we shall accompany you. The 11 ancestor witches nodded in unison. Wu Xian twitched his lips. Together, Zhu Rong glared. What? Are you unwilling? Wu Xian understood that the 12 ancestor witches were concerned for his safety. While touched, he also felt that summoning all 12 ancestor witches seemed somewhat excessive. Just as Wu Xian was contemplating discussing with Di Jiang the possibility of limiting the number of accompanying ancestor witches to 3 for security's sake, an astonishing phenomenon suddenly erupted across the primordial realm. A thunderous rumble resounded from the heavens above. Yet it was not the sound of thunder. Wu Xian's heart stirred. Could it be the 9 heavens roar? Has Hong Jun attained sainthood? The moment this thought crossed his mind, a tremendous pressure emanated from the 9 heavens, as if the entirety of the heavens were descending upon the world. At that instant, all beings in the primordial realm felt an overwhelming sense of reverence emanating from the depths of their essence, a profound realization of their own insignificance akin to that of ants. Wu Shen immediately summoned the celestial and earthly Huang Linglong Pagoda to shield the ancestral grounds. Coupled with the protection of Pangu's consciousness over the Wu clan's ancestral land at the foot of Mount Buzhou, the Wu clan was spared from suffering under the weight of the saintly pressure. However, that fleeting moment of pressure caused the ancestor witches to change countenance in unison. "What is this?" Zhu Juyin asked. His expression solemn. Just as Wu Shun was about to respond, a powerful and authoritative voice swept across the entirety of the primordial realm. "I am Hong Jun today. I have attained sainthood. All those fated may, in 1,000 years, journey to the 33 heavens beyond the Zhixiao Palace to receive teachings." As Hong Jun's voice echoed throughout the primordial realm, countless golden flowers descended from the 9 heavens, and the earth erupted with myriad spiritual springs. Those who came into contact with the golden flowers awakened their spiritual intelligence, while those who encountered the spiritual springs experienced a boost in their cultivation. What a magnificent emergence of a saint! The 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances, realizing for the first time just how formidable the presence of a saint could be. Yet, instead of instilling fear, this overwhelming majesty ignited within them a fierce fighting spirit. Our Pangu Father has imparted to us the complete 9 transformations of heaven's merit and bestowed upon us various treasures. How could our clan fear this saint? While the ancestor witch's fighting spirit blazed, Wu Shun's expression turned serious. "Hong Jun has attained sainthood. In 1,000 years, teachings will be dispensed at the Zhixiao Palace. By then, the 6 future Hongyuan saints will attend, along with the 3,000 renowned figures of the primordial realm. The teachings at the Zhixiao Palace will mark the dawn of a new order in the primordial realm." Yet, Wu Shen's thoughts were focused on another matter. The teachings at the Zhixiao Palace will occur in 3 sessions, each lasting 3,000 years with a 1,000-year interval in between. This implies that during those 3,000 years of teachings, all powerful beings in the primordial realm will flock to the Zhixiao Palace. Thus, treasures scattered throughout the primordial realm will be ripe for the taking. A smile crept across Wu Shen's face. "Wu Sheng, what are you contemplating?" Just as various thoughts raced through Wu Shen's mind, the gentle voice of Ho Tu ancestor which roused him from his reverie. Wu Shen took a deep breath. Having already revised his initial plans, he articulated his new intentions. "Let us wait for 1,000 years. When the teachings commence at the Zhixiao Palace and the 3,000 renowned figures depart from the primordial realm, we shall proceed to hunt for treasures." Zhu Rong, known for his forthright nature, frowned upon hearing Wu Shen's words. "To steal treasures? What kind of hero does that make? We should simply charge in." Wu Shen waved his hand. Pangu Father opened up the heavens and passed away, becoming one with all things. Everything in this primordial realm belongs to Pangu Father. As descendants of Pangu Father, reclaiming his relics cannot be deemed theft. It is merely the rightful return of treasures. The ancestor witches looked bewildered as that a valid interpretation, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Wu Shen cleared his throat and continued. "As for why we should seize the opportunity while the 3,000 renowned figures are absent, it is to minimize the shedding of blood. After all beings in the primordial realm share a connection with Pangu Father. By reducing bloodshed, we honor Pangu Father." The ancestor witches blinked in response. "You make the decisions. In that case, we shall await 1,000 years, Di Jiang ancestor which declared decisively. Even Zhu Rong ancestor which did not oppose this. Thus, everyone dispersed once more to continue their cultivation. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. The time appointed by Hong Jun arrived. On this day, countless golden flowers fell from the heavens above, and Hong Jun's voice resonated once more across the primordial realm. "You are to head to the Zhixiao Palace." As his words fell, torrents of light surged forth from all corners of the primordial realm. Those who had long remained hidden, those who roamed freely, those who were proud and arrogant, and those who sought the path. All beings, regardless of their nature, surged forth at this moment, racing towards the Zhixiao Palace in the 33 heavens. The 3,000 renowned figures of the Zhixiao Palace refer to those ultimately qualified to attend the teachings. Not merely those wishing to attend, especially not in this first instance. All who believed they had achieved significant cultivation promptly set aside their affairs to race towards the Zhixiao Palace. The opportunity to hear a saint's teachings is a monumental blessing. How could one not seize it? Leading the charge were the three Pure Ones. A millennium ago, the three Pure Ones suffered a significant setback at the hands of the Wu clan, a humiliation they carried for life. Now, with the chance to elevate their status, they could not let it pass. Following the three Pure Ones were Nuwa, Fushi, Dijun, Tai, Kuanpeng, and Hong Yun, all exerting themselves to their utmost, heedless of everything as they rushed towards the Zixiao Palace. This spectacle persisted for a decade across the primordial realm before finally subsiding. At this time, in the Wu clan's ancestral land, Wu Shun and the 12 ancestor witches finally emerged. Xing Tian, please oversee clan matters for now. Urge our kin to intensify their cultivation, understood? Di Jiang ancestor witch reiterated. This marked the first time the Wu clan's ancestral land was devoid of any ancestor witches. Xing Tian patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Di Jiang ancestor witch, I will ensure nothing goes awry within the clan. Di Jiang ancestor witch nodded in satisfaction before turning her gaze to Wu Shan. Where shall we go first? Wu Shen had already devised a plan over the past millennium. Having activated the treasure-seeking technique countless times, he had noted the approximate locations of various treasures and opportunities. Based on these locations, he had formulated a treasure-hunting route. Wu Shun grinned. Let us head to the west first. Di Jiang, the ancestral shaman, nodded slightly, his hands stretched apart as he channeled the full force of spatial divine powers. In an instant, he transported the multitude of shamans to a distance of billions of miles. As they came to a halt, Tian Wu, the ancestral shaman, invoked his divine wind, sweeping up the shamans and accelerating their journey westward. Next came the Earth Mother ancestors' earth contraction technique, Shi Zi's lightning escape, and Zhu Jiu Yin's time acceleration. This alternating operation propelled them forward, astonishingly allowing them to reach the west in merely a century. Chapter 10. I feel a bit weary, said the ancestral shaman of the west. For it was in the western realms that the great battle between Hong Jun and Luo Ho had once transpired. After Luo Ho's defeat, the entire spiritual pulse of the west was detonated. Although countless eons had since passed, the west remained incomparable to the eastern lands. The earth lay barren, the spiritual energy thin, presenting a scene of twilight, a desolate sunset in its final throes. The Earth Mother ancestor, being highly attuned to the Earth's power, felt quite uncomfortable with the Western world's desolation. She turned to Wu Shun and inquired, Do you believe that the guiding figure, Zhuan Ti, truly has hidden treasures here? I have yet to uncover anything. Wu Shun smiled gently. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin are masters of concealment. Had it not been for a dream imparted by Pango, I would be none the wiser regarding the location of such treasures. Wu Shen raised his gaze toward the distance, where a brilliant aura of metal energy shimmered. Though heavily shielded, it remained exposed before the treasure-seeking divine powers. Wu Shun pointed ahead. There, the 12 ancestral shamans grasped his intent and immediately soared forth. Soon, they arrived at the layers of barriers, beholding the magnificent Gungjin Bodhi tree that blotted out the sky. This Bodhi tree towered 1,000,000 zhang high, its canopy enveloping billions of miles, with Gungjin energy flowing between its branches. Countless beings thrived beneath the tree's protection, their spiritual light abundant, celestial clouds undulating, and profound Taoist rhythms resonating endlessly. Even from thousands of layers of barriers away, the 12 ancestral shamans could sense the inexhaustible Gungjin energy and the ceaseless flow of Taoist rhythm. The Jin ancestor, Ru Shou, stood stupefied, his large eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Gungjin essence? What a treasure! This essence is a legacy from Pango himself. It rightfully belongs to our Kin. Ru Shou's demeanor grew solemn. And the other ancestral shamans nodded in agreement, affirming, this essence is indeed ours. Di Jiang surveyed the myriad layers of barriers, his brow furrowing. It seems these barriers cannot be easily breached. Wu Shen nodded. Once we commence our assault on these barriers, Jiayin and Zhuan Ti will undoubtedly become aware. At that point, they will return with great haste, and any conflict with them would jeopardize our subsequent plans. The 12 ancestral shamans turned their gazes toward Wu Shun, seeking his counsel. Wu Shen grinned and suggested, Everyone, draw closer. He then summoned the heavenly earth profound yellow Linglong pagoda, enveloping all the ancestral shamans within it. As they leaned against the layers of barriers, a remarkable event unfolded. Those thousands of barriers stood still, as if mere decorations, allowing the shamans to pass through effortlessly. The ancestral shamans were left agape. The Linglong Pagoda possesses such an effect? Wasn't it intended for defense? Wu Shan smiled faintly. The heavenly earth profound yellow Linglong Pagoda is the first innate treasure of great virtue. It contains a vast reservoir of the merits from Pangu's creation of the world. Unless one has mastered the laws of heaven, ordinary divine powers are rendered ineffective against it. If Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti were already sanctified and possessed the laws of heaven, their barriers would still pose a challenge for the Linglong Pagoda. But presently, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti cannot obstruct it. Ah, I see, Di Zhang acknowledged, while the other ancestral shamans expressed their newfound enlightenment. With the assistance of the Linglong Pagoda, Wu Shan and the 12 ancestral shamans easily traversed the protective barriers, which had taken Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti a millennium to establish. What shall we do now? Di Zhang asked Wu Shan. Should we simply uproot this tree? Wu Shan shook his head. This Bodhi tree, nourished by the Gung Jin essence of the West, is intricately linked to this land. Should it be removed, it would wither and die. Furthermore, this Gung Jin Bodhi tree is the very essence of Zhuan-Ti. Uprooting it would alert him to our actions. Are you sure? The fortune ancestor grew anxious. The Gung Jin essence is of great use to me. Are we to simply watch it slip away? If we must confront them, then so be it. Wu Shan quickly interjected. There is no need for concern, Ru Shou. While we cannot sever or uproot this tree, you can still absorb the Gung Jin essence contained within it. Ru Shou's eyes lit up. Is that truly possible? Wu Shan grinned, gesturing toward the thousands of layers of barriers. After all, they are the ones who erected these barriers, as long as you remain under the protection of the Linglong Pagoda. Zhuan-Ti will remain oblivious to what transpires. He may sense his weakening, but will not discern the cause. Yu Shou laughed heartily, promptly sitting beneath the Bodhi tree to begin fervently absorbing the Gung Jin energy. Wu Shan then addressed the surrounding shamans. Although we cannot directly affect the Bodhi tree, we are under no obligation to refrain from taking other treasures. These belong to our kin. The ancestral shamans eagerly turned their attention to the myriad treasures sheltered by the Bodhi tree. Rushing forward without hesitation, a century passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Shan had amassed numerous opportunities for drawing lots and was prepared to conduct a thorough sweep. After several hundred draws yielding little of value, he finally acquired a noteworthy prize. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Golden Ripple Technique. Wu Shan grinned. A protective technique of the gold element. Just what I needed. He stood up and smiled at Ru Shou. Are you sure? Panga has once again entrusted me with a dream, imparting a gold-based technique. Would you care to give it a try? Ru Shou, who had been troubled by the slow absorption rate, immediately brightened. Quickly, let me see. Wu Shan transmitted the Golden Ripple Technique to Ru Shou, who erupted in joyous laughter. Pango truly understands me. This is perfect. He promptly began to cultivate the new technique. At that moment, Wu Shan received a system notification. Ding! Detecting Ru Shou's increase in defense. Host's defense 10. Gained one opportunity for a draw. The other ancestral shamans glanced over, a knowing smile gracing their lips as they resumed their own cultivation. Over the course of a century, they had gathered all the treasures within the vicinity of the Bodhi tree. Now, they awaited Ru Shou to conclude his work. Beyond the 33 heavens, the powerful beings of the wilderness raced toward the Zixiao Palace. Still en route, in truth, this initial journey to the Zixiao Palace was a test bestowed upon them by Hong Jun. Along the way, they encountered countless barriers to dismantle and dangers to evade, chaotic winds and dark lightning, each a perilous threat. Even among these powerful beings, conflicts arose. Now, after more than 200 years, they had traversed only half the distance of those who initially set out. Only half remained. At that moment, Zhuan-Ti, having just sent a demon clan powerhouse flying, raised the 7 treasures mysterious tree in his hand, sneering, "You dare to contend with me?" However, before Zhuan-Ti could finish his words, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly causing him to drop the tree. Jia-in hurriedly caught Zhuan. Junior brother, what ails you? Zhuan-Ti, equally bewildered, replied, I do not know. I suddenly feel rather weak. The surrounding powerful beings of the wilderness perked up at this, some accelerating past Jie and Zhuan Ti, while others charged forward directly. That pale-faced one seems weak. Let's eliminate him. The demon clan powerhouse, who had just been sent flying, led the charge. Chapter 11. Pango has declared, what belongs to the West is rightfully that of the shaman clan. The powerful beings of the demon race clamored loudly at this moment. The primordial beings heading towards the Zhixiao Palace had already divided into two teams. The first team had already set off far away, and it is believed that in another 100 years, they would reach the Zhixiao Palace. However, the second team was slowing down increasingly. This further stirred the ambitions of some slightly less capable but unwilling beings, who began to entertain ulterior motives. They sought to seize treasures and enhance their own power, to eliminate rivals and clear the competition. Thus, spurred on by the uproar of the demon race's powerful beings, hundreds of primordial beings surged forward. Jane clasped his hands together, radiating a brilliant aura that formed layers upon layers of barriers to block the advancing primordial beings. Upon witnessing this, Zhuan Ti gritted his teeth and once again summoned the seven-treasure mysterious tree in his hand, vigorously swinging it 3 times. The seven-treasure mysterious brush flared with light, sweeping away the rushing primordial beings. However, as soon as Zhuan Ti raised it, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his metal energy diminishing further. In truth, as the origin of the metal Bodhi, Zhuan Ti had already taken form. Even if his true Bodhi tree were to be destroyed, he would only be temporarily weakened. As long as he recuperated properly, his essence would remain unharmed. Yet, at this moment, amidst the battle and the fatigue of a long journey, all issues were magnified, resulting in such a display. The surrounding primordial beings, upon witnessing this, burst into laughter. They thought to themselves that if they could seize the treasures, they would have a chance. With the two of them in a vulnerable state, consuming them would allow for further advancement. Currently, the primordial world lacked the most basic order and morality. Everything was simply a matter of the survival of the fittest. Those with insufficient strength had no recourse for reason. The primordial beings surged forward, vowing to devour Jane and Zhuan Ti alive. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in Jane's eyes. Junior brother, take action. Having said that, he summoned a piece of innate spiritual treasure from his bosom. Zhuan Ti, gritting his teeth, also summoned another piece of innate spiritual treasure. Just as the surrounding primordial beings anticipated a grand move from them, Jane and Zhuan Ti instead collided their two innate spiritual treasures with great force. Boom! A wave of foul energy erupted from the two innate spiritual treasures, spreading like a plague towards the surrounding primordial beings. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding primordial beings dared not linger. If they were tainted by this foulness, the lightest consequence would be the complete loss of their magical power. Taking at least a decade or 8 years to recover, they were currently outside the 33 heavens, at the edge of chaos. Once stripped of their magical defenses, they would meet certain death. Thus, one by one, the primordial beings turned to flee. Seizing this opportunity, Jane and Zhuan Ti transformed into 2 streaks of rainbow light and dashed towards the Zhixiao Palace. Jane supported Zhuan Ti as they raced forward. Yet Zhuan Ti continued to spit blood, appearing utterly wretched. Junior brother, are you all right? Zhuan Ti coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. I have already memorized the appearances of those just now. Once I recover, I shall seek them out for retribution. Saying this, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, senior brother, I am fine. It is likely that one of those rascals employed some poison against me, which is why I am in this state. Now that I have shed them, I am naturally unharmed. Jane nodded, accelerating towards the Zhixiao Palace with Zhuan Ti. Behind them, the defeated primordial beings glared in frustration, their faces filled with unwillingness. The leading demon race's powerful being gritted his teeth. Let us wait at the edge of the primordial world. Once they emerge from the Zhixiao Palace, we shall eliminate them. Noticing that the surrounding primordial beings still hesitated, he immediately reminded them, do not forget how ruthless those two from the west are. We have already offended them. Once they return from listening to the Tao in the Zhixiao Palace and digest what they have learned, will there be any way for us to survive? The primordial beings suddenly realized and expressed their agreement. Thus, the hundreds of primordial beings retreated to the edge of the primordial world, preparing to lay in wait for Jane and Zhu Ti's return to ambush them. In the primordial world, the vast metal Bodhi tree now appeared sickly. All its branches bore numerous cracks, and it had lost 80% of its leaves. The remaining 20% were withered and dry. However, even in such a state, the metal Bodhi tree would not perish. Given enough time, it could still recover. For its essence had long since transformed into Zhu Ti, as long as Zhu Ti remained alive. The metal Bodhi tree would not die, no matter how weakened it became. Yet, the current condition of the metal Bodhi tree was no longer suitable for the ancestral witch Rusho to continue his cultivation. Thus, Rusho ceased his practice, as a being of the metal element. He was already among the most defensively formidable of the 12 ancestral witches. Now, having absorbed a vast amount of metal essence, he refined the golden ripple technique to a minor perfection, making his defensive power the strongest among the 12 ancestral witches. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating! Rusho laughed heartily, vigorously patting Wu Shun's shoulder. Young man, I owe you a great deal this time. Wu Shun grinned, attributing it all to the dreams bestowed by the Father God Pangu. Indeed, I am grateful for the Father God Pangu's favor. Rusho bowed 3 times in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Dezhang's admiration for Wu Shun grew with each passing moment. The Father God Pangu held this child in such high regard. The rise of the witch tribe was promising. As for the dreams from the Father God Pangu, the ancestral witches did not place much faith in them. Dezhang gazed at Wu Shun with a smile. Could it be that the Father God Pangu resides within you? Otherwise, how could he send dreams at any moment? However, this was actually for the best. Exchanging glances with his fellow brothers and sisters, Dezhang cleared his throat. Wu Shun, where do we head next? What treasures remain for us to claim in the west? Wu Shun turned his gaze further westward. Not far from the metal Bodhi tree, there lay the remnants of the ancestral vein of the west, destroyed during Luo Hu's self-detonation long ago. Mount Shumi. Though it had become dilapidated, the ancestral root of the west still existed. As long as the west thrived, this ancestral root would once again awaken. Jane and Zhu Ti only discovered this secret after attaining sainthood, leading them to relocate to Mount Iti this current moment. The ancestral root lay quietly, unknown to anyone. Wu Shun grinned, raising his hand to point towards Mount Shumi. The Father God Pangu has decreed that what belongs to the west is for the witch tribe. Let us bring the west back to its ancestral land. The 12 ancestral witches looked at each other in bewilderment. Huh. The ancestral witch Zhu Jiuying glanced around. How do we move it? Do we shatter the entire west and then carry it back? Even with the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, that would be no easy feat. Hearing Zhu Jiuyin's remarkably creative suggestion, Wu Shun chuckled. He quickly waved his hand out. Of course, we need not do that. We only need to transport the ancestral vein of the west back. Wu Shun pointed in a direction, and the 12 ancestral witches once again set off with him. On the way, Wu Shun explained to the 12 ancestral witches that during the Dao Demon calamity, in the final moment, the demon ancestor Luo Hu detonated the entire ancestral vein of the west, which had resulted in the barrenness of the west. If it were a normal ancestral vein, we would undoubtedly be unable to take it away. However, since the ancestral vein of the west had been damaged, we could easily transport it. The ancestral witch Ho-Tu, being the kindest among the 12, expressed concern. If we transport the ancestral vein of the west, won't that destroy the west? Wu Shun replied earnestly. Currently, there are no intelligent beings in the west, only countless poisonous creatures and aberrations. By removing the ancestral vein of the west, we are denying any intelligent beings the opportunity to be born here. Thus, they shall not suffer. This, indeed, is a great merit. The ancestral witch Ho-Tu blinked, feeling that something about Wu Shun's words was amiss. Yet upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing wrong. Wu Shun shrugged. Moreover, this primordial land is transformed from the body of the Father God Pangu. Given the current state of the west, it is unlikely to recover. By bringing the ancestral vein back, we are also granting it a chance to grow anew. This is the highest tribute to the Father God Pangu. The 12 ancestral witches gasped in realization. Indeed, as descendants of the Father God Pangu, how can we stand idly by and watch as the west, transformed from the Father God Pangu, languishes in despair? Yes, we must bring the ancestral vein of the west back. The metal Bodhi tree was not far from Mount Shumi. Within 2 years, the witches had arrived at Mount Shumi. Wu Shun employed his treasure-seeking technique and quickly pinpointed the location of the ancestral vein of the West. It's right here. Let's dig it up. Wu Shun pointed to a certain location. The 12 ancestor witches nodded in agreement. Chi revealed their true forms, each towering to a height of 1,000,000 zhong. The Earth Mother ancestor witch stamped her foot on the ground, causing the surrounding mountain ranges spanning billions of miles to instantly rumble and shake. The Dijiang ancestor witch swiftly drew forth 999 spatial fissures. The other ancestor witches also displayed their remarkable powers. The 12 ancestor witches worked in unison, digging for a full 300 years before finally unearthing the Western ancestral vein. As soon as the Western ancestral vein detached from Mount Shumi, it transformed into a radiant arc, attempting to escape. Upon witnessing this, Wu Shun instinctively charged forward to intercept. However, the Western ancestral vein collided headlong with Wu Shun's true form, merging seamlessly into his being. With a tremendous boom, Wu Shun was sent flying. While still suspended in mid-air, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has made contact with the Western ancestral vein. Defense 1000. You can acquire Mount Shumi. Wu Shun was taken aback. System, what does acquiring Mount Shumi mean? The system replied, the Western ancestral vein is none other than Mount Shumi. Mount Shumi is boundless and can encompass 3,000 worlds. Wu Shun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It sounded extraordinarily impressive. System, could you elaborate further? Under the system's explanation, Wu Shun finally comprehended the significance of Mount Shumi. No wonder, the Buddhist sect often speaks of the 3,000 worlds. Mount Shumi is infinite, housing myriad Buddhist realms. It turned out the Western ancestral vein was fundamentally different from that of the East. Everything in the East unfolded expansively, limitless, and boundless, while the West was compacted and folded. The West appeared to be infinitely smaller than the East, not merely due to the devastation caused by the Tao demon tribulation, but also because the Western realm was folded. Only by mastering the Western ancestral vein could one truly perceive the entirety of the Western world. With Wu Shun securing the Western ancestral vein, it was akin to excavating the entire folded Western world, aside from the most superficial layer. Wu Shun slapped his forehead in realization. No wonder the West is so desolate. It still managed to give birth to beings like Jane and Puti, who possessed the potential for sainthood. Wu Shun, be cautious. The alarmed voice of the Dijiang ancestor which jolted Wu Shun from his reverie. It suddenly struck him, oh no. I'm still suspended in mid-air. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he collided with a towering mountain, shattering it into ruins across a radius of 3,000 li. The 12 ancestor witches swiftly caught up, their faces filled with concern as they observed Wu Shun emerging from the mountain debris. What joy! Our clan is truly on the verge of great prosperity. The Earth Mother ancestor witch hurried over to touch Wu Shun's forehead. You haven't knocked your brains out, have you? The Jimeng ancestor witch quickly interjected. Let me take a look. Having flown for 300 years, you've surely muddled your mind. Wu Shun was momentarily stunned. Turning to survey his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that he had already returned to the borders of the East. What in the world? Did I really just fly for a short while? Unbeknownst to him, while the system assisted him in merging with the Western ancestral vein, it had effectively erased the passage of time. Him. It felt like mere moments, yet in truth, he had flown for over 300 years. The 12 ancestor witches had pursued him for just as long, attempting to intercept him several times, only to be thwarted by the system's power. Unaware of the circumstances, the 12 ancestor witches refrained from further attempts to block him and instead continued their pursuit. Wu Shun twitched his lips and gathered his spirits anew. Dijiang ancestor witch. I have come to understand the reason why our father Pango commanded us to excavate the Western ancestral vein. Dijiang blinked. What reason? Wu Shun eagerly relayed the truth about the Western ancestral vein and Mount Shumi. Haven't we always worried about our kin lacking a tranquil place for cultivation? Haven't we lamented the blood pool's insufficient energy to nurture new clan members? Now, with Mount Shumi, we possess 3,000 worlds. Even if they are somewhat barren, collectively they will surely suffice. The eyes of the 12 ancestor witches widened with every word Wu Shun spoke, growing increasingly astonished. By this point, they were so exhilarated that they had forgotten to breathe. Wu Shan continued, moreover, as long as our kin settle in Mount Shumi and plant the heavenly materials and treasures we have acquired, the prosperity of Mount Shumi will flourish, and the blood pool will give rise to even more clan members. The 12 ancestor witches finally took a deep breath. The surrounding millions of miles were stirred by their collective inhalation. At last, Di Jiang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, our clan's great prosperity is just around the corner. The 11 other ancestor witches echoed in unison. Our clan's great prosperity is just around the corner. After their laughter subsided, the 12 ancestor witches could no longer attend to anything else and, accompanied by Wu Shan, soared back to their ancestral land. Upon reaching Mount Shumi, they confirmed that it could indeed sustain the witch clan and nourish the blood pool. Di Jiang made a monumental decision to relocate the blood pool to Mount Shumi. The 3,000 worlds, even if barren, would undoubtedly provide far superior nourishment for the blood pool than their current territory. Thus, the witch clan truly stood on the brink of great prosperity. Chapter 13. Stripping our witch clan of its possessions? Have you no shame? Since the dawn of the witch clan, the growth of their lineage had always presented a formidable challenge. The witch clan and the monster clan had emerged simultaneously in this primordial world. Yet, whereas the witch clan had yet to surpass 3 million members, the monster clan numbered in the billions, and that was a conservative estimate. The primary reason for the witch clan's stagnation in numbers lay in the excessive spiritual energy required to birth new members from the blood pool. Although the East was fertile, nearly 99% of all beings in the primordial world resided there. The territory currently occupied by the witch clan was insufficient for natural growth. While the ancestor witches could catalyze the great witches using their own blood, and the great witches could similarly catalyze the witch folk, there existed limits to this process. After all, a single drop of blood took a millennium to produce. How could one endlessly draw from such a limited source? With the advent of Mount Shumi, however, the situation was transformed. Even if Mount Shumi was currently barren, supplying the blood pool with resources from the 3,000 worlds would undoubtedly multiply the nourishment provided compared to their present territory. Di Jiang's decision garnered unanimous support from the other ancestor witches. Consequently, Wu Shen packed the entire cavern housing the blood pool into Mount Shumi. Almost immediately after the blood pool was secured within Mount Shumi, it began to boil. A great witch and 100 witch folk simultaneously came into being. The 12 ancestor witches erupted into laughter, with the Xian Ming ancestor witch and the Earth Mother ancestor witch embracing each other in excitement. The Zhurong ancestor witch and the Gong Gong ancestor witch also joined hands in exhilaration. One by one, the ancestor witches danced with joy, while the great witches like Xing Tian were left utterly dumbfounded. So it is possible for our kin to be born at such a pace. This is truly eye-opening. Wu Shang, you have done well, splendidly well, Di Jiang remarked with satisfaction, patting Wu Shan on the shoulder. Wu Shan grinned broadly. This is all thanks to the guidance of Father Pango. Di Jiang chuckled heartily, casting a meaningful glance at Wu Shan. Indeed, do not let down Father Panga's teachings. Now, what do you think our next step should be? Wu Shan had long devised a plan. First, we should relocate the younger kin who are still establishing their foundations in the nine-turn celestial art to Mount Shumi. Retaining 1 million kin among the ancestor witches will suffice. After a brief pause, Wu Shen continued, next, we must continue seeking various treasures. The teachings at the Zixiao Palace will not conclude for another 2,000 years. We still have time. Di Jiang clapped his hands. Excellent, let us proceed accordingly. The witch clan moved with remarkable speed, and in less than a decade, the majority of their members had been relocated to Mount Shumi. Subsequently, the 12 ancestor witches, accompanied by Wu Shan, set off once more. This time, their destination was, naturally, the East. Compared to the desolate Western world, which contained only 2 significant treasures, the East was overflowing with riches. Moreover, since the East was not folded, even with the full exertion of the 12 ancestor witches, traveling from one treasure location to another would still take a minimum of 200 years. As the first 3,000 years of teachings at the Zixiao Palace approached, Wu Shen resolved to secure a particularly important treasure. Timing was crucial. That treasure was on the verge of emergence. Having made up his mind, Wu Shen directed the 12 ancestor witches to change course toward the opposite side of Mount Buzhou. Zhu Rong ancestor, which was momentarily taken aback, puzzled at Wu Sheng. There are still 300 years left until the 3,000-year mark. Are we returning to our ancestral land this early? Wu Shun shook his head. No, we are heading to a treasure site near Mount Buzhou. Zhu Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. There's a treasure near Mount Buzhou? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Wu Shun raised his hands in exasperation, his expression one of resignation. This precious treasure will not come into existence until the appointed time. Arriving too early would only lead to a fruitless wait. Would that not waste precious time that could be spent seeking other treasures? At first, Zhu Rong had not complained. It was merely a passing remark. However, upon hearing Wu Shen's words, he nodded in agreement and continued on their journey with determination. Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven, loomed ahead. Its height and grandeur were unknown even to the Wu clan residing at its base. The 12 ancestors of the Wu had circled the foot of Mount Buzhou for 200 years and still had not reached their destination. At that moment, a clear sound echoed from beyond the 33 heavens. The first sermon had concluded, and the attendees were instructed to disperse. Return in 1,000 years, came the message. Waves of radiant light began to manifest from the 33 heavens. Swiftly descending into the primordial chaos, it turned out that Hong Jun had used his supreme powers to summon all 3,000 mortal guests from the Zhixiao Palace back to their realm. Wu Shun had not anticipated such a move from Hong Jun, and his brow furrowed. Di Jiang, Ancestor Wu, we must return with haste. Di Jiang nodded silently, his entire being erupting in brilliant light. Countless ripples of spatial energy began to unfold around them. Ancestor Zhu Jiuyin also invoked the divine power of time, further accelerating their speed. While Wu Shun and the 12 ancestors raced forward with all their might, the 3,000 mortal guests from Zhixiao Palace had already returned to the primordial realm. Jie Yin and Zhu Ti were preoccupied with concerns regarding the situation in the west. Previously, while in Zhixiao Palace, they had felt little, being far removed from the primordial chaos. But upon returning, Jie Yin felt a sense of unease and promptly paid his respects to the other guests before hastening back to the west. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow. Humph, Jie Yin and Zhu Ti are quite rude. You offered them a position, yet they did not even utter a word of thanks. Taoist Hong Yun smiled amicably. Zhen Yuanzi, let it go. It is not worth making a fuss over. However, at that moment, no one knew the true significance of the 6 cushions in Zhixiao Palace. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun had been friends since their inception, so he understood his old friend's temperament well. With a resigned shake of his head, he said, I must return to Wuzhuang Temple. Will you accompany me? Hong Yun shook his head. I sense a place calling to me. A place of destiny I must investigate. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. Then be cautious in all your endeavors. With that, he turned to depart. Taoist Hong Yun, however, turned towards Mount Buzhou. Yet, he had not flown far when he noticed the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, and the Emperor Jun and Tai all heading in the same direction. The group exchanged knowing nods before accelerating toward Mount Buzhou, a century later, in the eastern part of Mount Buzhou. At a certain cliff, Taoist Hong Yun gazed upward at a vine, stretching thousands of feet, hung from the cliff, upon which 7 gourds radiated brilliant divine light. Endless Tao rhythms blossomed from the 7 gourds, enveloping the area in a haze of ethereal colors. Laozi stroked his long beard and smiled gently. My fellow Taoists, we are all of the same sect. There are 7 gourds, which is perfect for us to share. What do you think? No one opposed the idea. As the saying goes, those who see shall share. 7 gourds for 7 discoverers, the fairest division. Otherwise, should the Zhixiao Palace hold 2 more sermons, it would not bode well to turn against one another later. However, just as they prepared to approach, a beam of sword light suddenly struck before them. Though the power of this sword light was not particularly great, it carried an exceptionally pure Tao rhythm. Who dares to sneak onto our territory to steal? Do you have no shame? Upon hearing this voice, the faces of the 3 pure ones changed instantly, particularly Laozi and Yuanshi, whose expressions darkened considerably. Niuhua, Hong Yun, Emperor Jun, and Tai looked curiously toward the source of the voice. Below the cliff, 12 towering figures stood, each over 1,000,000 feet tall. Among them, one petite figure, barely a foot tall, stood on the shoulder of one of the giants. Emperor Jun and Tai, as born sovereigns of the demon race, immediately darkened their expressions upon seeing the 12 ancestors. Even though the demon court had yet to be established, the conflict between the Wu and the demons had persisted for millennia. Any meeting between the two would inevitably be fraught with tension. Nuwa, while being a member of the demon race, possessed a unique bloodline that tempered the instinctual urge to eliminate the Wu upon sight. Thus, she and Hong Yuan furrowed their brows, assessing the current situation. Wu Shan stood atop Di Jiang's shoulder, glancing at the 7 figures before him. Though these 7 had attended the sermon at Zixiao Palace, they had not had the time to digest the teachings. If a conflict were to arise, Wu Shan felt confident in the strength of the 12 ancestors. As for treasures, during the second sermon at Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun had only begun to distribute them. The 3 pure ones were currently empty-handed. Emperor Jun and Tai possessed only the Chaos Bell and the River Diagram, both of which were more defensive and auxiliary in nature. Wu Shan, meanwhile, held the Celestial, Earthly, and Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, along with the 3 treasures formed from the Creation Green Lotus, which placed him on equal footing with the Chaos Bell and the River Diagram. As for Taoist Hong Yuan and Nuwa, one was a congenial character and the other was peaceful in nature. Wu Shan was confident he could keep these 2 entertained as spectators, with his thoughts quickly organized. Wu Shan grinned and I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you 3 pure ones. You tried to steal from my home last time but failed. Now you have returned. Are you truly so shameless? Yuanshi recalled the previous incident and nearly spat blood in fury. His eyes bulged. I did not seek you out, yet you pathetic remnants dare to return? Wu Shan rolled his eyes. It seems you, a wandering spirit, wish to be beaten again today. Without waiting for Yuanshi to respond, Wu Shan turned to Emperor Jun and Tai Yi.As for the demon race. We are ready to fight whenever you are. However, Yuanshi views you as mere beasts, born from eggs. Do you dare to align yourselves with him? The expressions of Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and even Nuwa shifted dramatically. In truth, while in Zixiao Palace, Kuanpeng had been forced to yield due to Hong Yun's influence. However, it was Yuanshi's disdainful remark that had ultimately driven Kuanpeng away. Nuwa and the others had heard it clearly now. With Wu Shan bringing it up, all 3 fell into silence. The meaning was clear. They would not involve themselves in the battle between the 3 pure ones and the ancestors. Wu Shan grinned, beckoning Yuanshi with a finger. Come, let me see what progress you thieves have made. Laozi and Yuanshi's expressions darkened further, their heads adorned with flickering flowers of light. Without a word, they unleashed their power simultaneously. Tong Tian was a moment slower, but just as he began to gather his sword energy, Wu Shan had already summoned the Celestial, Earthly, and Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda to shield himself and the 12 ancestors. Upon seeing the Linglong Pagoda, Laozi's composure faltered. Had it not been for his strong will, he might have crumbled at that moment. Though he possessed the Linglong Pagoda, without his primordial spirit, he could not wield it for long. Forcing its use with sheer power would consume his energy at a rate 1,000 times greater than using his primordial spirit. Laozi gritted his teeth and declared, enough of this. He then unleashed his palm toward the 12 ancestors. Laozi was well aware of the Linglong Pagoda's formidable defense, yet its immense energy consumption posed a significant disadvantage. The Wu clan's greatest weakness was their lack of a primordial spirit. While using postnatal treasures posed little issue, the use of innate treasures would multiply their energy consumption by dozens of times. The Celestial, Earthly, and Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, a treasure of innate merit, would likely consume energy at a rate exceeding 1,000 times. With such a consumption rate, Laozi doubted he could last even a moment, let alone Wu Shan, who was merely at the golden immortal level. However, after the relentless bombardment by the 3 pure ones, Wu Shan remained utterly unaffected. Utilizing his innate spiritual treasures and supported by the system, he not only experienced no exacerbation in mana consumption but, conversely, his mana expenditure was significantly lower than the norm. Aside from its unparalleled body refining capabilities, the 9 transformations celestial technique also possessed an extraordinary effect. Its mana far surpassed that of any other cultivation method in the realm of golden immortals. Wu Shan's mana was immensely more robust than that of an average Great Luo golden immortal. Moreover, the 9 transformations celestial technique had a remarkable feature. Companions who also practiced this technique could resonate with one another. allowing them to borrow mana from each other. This effectively meant that the mana of the 12 Ancestor Witches could be utilized by Wu Shan. Although not infinite, it was sufficient to sustain the effort until the 3 Pure Ones, along with the Heavenly Sovereign Tai, were utterly exhausted. The 12 Ancestor Witches, arms crossed, watched the attacks of the 3 Pure Ones as if they were mere spectators at a monkey show. The formidable ancestor which even taunted Yuan Shi, questioning whether he dared to engage in another one-on-one duel, mocking him for his lack of endurance in their previous encounter. Yuan Shi was so enraged he nearly spat blood, yet no matter how many or how fierce the jade-clear divine thunders were, they posed no threat to Wu Shan or the 12 Ancestor Witches. The defense of the Heavenly Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Pagoda was simply too formidable. Nuwa and the others looked on. Dumbfounded. I have heard that the Heavenly Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Pagoda belongs to Laozi. Tai appeared bewildered. He had once contemplated challenging Laozi to compare the defensive strengths of the Heavenly Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Pagoda against his own Chaos Spell. How had the Linglong Pagoda fallen into the hands of the Witch Tribe? Nuwa felt an absurd sensation rising within her. When in the Zixiao Palace, the 3 Pure Ones had been immensely dominant. Particularly Yuan Shi, who had carried himself with an air of superiority, believing that apart from Pangu and the 3 Pure Ones, no one else had the right to attend lectures in the Zixiao Palace. Yet now, even the proud Yuan Shi could only rage impotently before the 12 Ancestor Witches and a great witch. Ironically, the very treasure used by the Witch Tribe was the Heavenly Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Pagoda belonging to Laozi. If it were not so inappropriate, Nuwa would have nearly burst into laughter. At that moment, the innate gourd finally matured and emerged into the world. Endless Tao rhythms transformed into flowing light, illuminating the surrounding myriad miles in a kaleidoscope of colors. Upon witnessing this, Wu Shan immediately turned and flew towards the innate gourd. With the system's assistance, he could effortlessly both summon the Linglong Pagoda and turn to seize the treasure. The 3 Pure Ones, realizing the situation, grew anxious. However, they found themselves at a loss for effective countermeasures. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth and turned to Nuwa and the other 3, saying, "We are all fellow disciples. Help us eliminate these witches, and we shall take not a single treasure from that gourd." This was a moment of utter desperation, akin to a cornered dog jumping over a wall. They would rather relinquish the treasure than see Wu Shan and the 12 Ancestor Witches perish. Chapter 15. In the name of the Father God Pango, strike with all might. Yuan Shi's words caused both Di Jun and Tai to straighten their expressions. There was no real conflict between them. Even if Yuan Shi looked down upon the Yao clan, it was merely disdain. Once the Yao clan's power increased, Yuan Shi's opinion would hold little weight. The innate gourd was evidently an exceptionally powerful treasure. If they could obtain it, their own strength would see substantial advancement. For all beings of the vast wilderness cultivating under Hongjuan's teachings, the significance of treasures, in some respects, surpassed that of innate talents. Di Jun and Tai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, simultaneously summoning their accompanying treasures, the Hichu and Luo Shu, which could manifest the innate formation. Once invoked, even without any manipulation, the formation would naturally take shape. As the Hichu and Luo Shu unfolded, the innate array spread out, instantly boosting the combat effectiveness of the 3 Pure Ones by approximately 30%. Tai also summoned his Chaos Bell, still not having assumed the title of Donghuang. Nor had he renamed the Chaos Bell as such, as the Chaos Bell resonated thrice. Each chime reverberated throughout the vast wilderness, causing the entirety of the realm to tremble. Above the 9 heavens, vast clouds and mists surged forth, and on the sun star, myriad rays of light cascaded down, bathing Tai and the Chaos Bell in a golden HUD. As Di Jun and Tai engaged, Nuwa and Hong Yun took a step back. Neither of them were fond of conflict. Their presence was merely due to curiosity about the outcome of this confrontation. After all, a treasure like the Heavenly Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Pagoda appearing in the hands of the Witch Tribe, and not even the Ancestor Witches but a great witch, piqued their interest. The addition of Di Jun and Tai caused the defenses of the Heavenly Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Pagoda to contract further. In the blink of an eye, the 12 Ancestor Witches stood shoulder to shoulder, leaving no room for maneuver. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu Shun's eyes as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, however, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has been subjected to a massive number of attacks in a short period, accumulating attack counts. Rewards available. Current progress. 100861000000. Wu Shun raised an eyebrow and discreetly communicated with Dijiang. Ancestor Witch Dijiang. Hold out a bit longer, I can use this to cultivate my divine powers. The 12 ancestor witches had long regarded Wu Shun as the hope of their tribe. Upon hearing his words, even the hottest-tempered among them, Zhu Rong, managed to suppress his fury. After all, the primary pressure now rested upon Wu Shun. The 12 ancestor witches merely needed to provide him with mana and assist in defense. Dijiang nodded in agreement, as you say. The 12 ancestor witches returned to their original forms, unleashing their divine powers in a futile yet determined defense. Yuan Shi's eyes gleamed with triumph as he thought, I shall see how long your defenses can hold against the onslaught of my blood and flesh remnants. Aware that his jade-clear divine thunders were ineffective, Yuan Shi ceased using them and instead drew upon some divine powers he had learned while listening to teachings in the Zixiao Palace. These spells were inscribed on the walls of the palace, and with Pangu and the three pure one's foundational strength, he easily mastered them. Countless swirling energy spheres transformed into unpredictable and formidable attacks, raining down upon Wu Shun and the 12 witches. The defenses of the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda began to tremble. The barrier of mysterious yellow qi flickered incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Laozi was overjoyed, thinking, he can't hold out much longer. Launch the assault. The three pure ones intensified their frenzied attacks. Dijun and Tai, however, acted with cunning, not directly engaging but merely using the Hichu, Luo Shu, and Chaos Bell to provide support. Their assistance, nonetheless, had a tremendous impact. The increasingly violent assaults struck the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. You remnants of flesh and blood dare to claim the mantle of Pangu's orthodoxy? In the distance, Hong Yun furrowed his brow, sensing that prolonged assaults without success could lead to trouble. Though Hong Yun was a kind-hearted individual, he was no fool. He had a nagging feeling that Wu Shun and the 12 ancestor witches must have some hidden trump card. Otherwise, with their defensive advantage, breaking through would be impossible against the three pure ones and Dijun and Tai. This premonition grew stronger in Hong Yun's heart. He whispered to Nuwa, Friend Nuwa, let us retreat a bit further. Nuwa, sensing the same foreboding, nodded in agreement, and together they withdrew 100,000 miles. Just as Nuwa and Hong Yun distanced themselves, a crucial system prompt finally resonated in Wu Shun's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has been attacked 1,000,000 times in a short period. Reward acquired. Thorn Divine Power. Thorn provides a 50 rebound effect against all attacks. This divine power can be applied over any defensive treasure. A playful smirk graced Wu Shun's lips as he immediately activated the Thorn Divine Power. Countless thorn spikes sprouted from the mysterious yellow barrier of the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. Laozi noticed this change and quickly called for caution. Beware of the transformation. The defenses of the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda have never exhibited such changes. However, his words did not concern Yuan Shi, who, consumed by the desire to obliterate Wu Shun and the 12 ancestor witches, paid no heed to the barrier's alterations. Hearing Laozi's warning, he merely snorted dismissively. Whatever changes it undergoes, it shall be shattered. A deluge of divine spells descended in overwhelming force. In the next instant, the attack unleashed by Yuan Shi rebounded unexpectedly. Half of the assault struck the barrier of the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, barely creating a ripple. However, the other half of the attack rebounded back, catching Yuan Shi completely off guard, leaving him defenseless and destined for misfortune. The tempestuous onslaught returned with a vengeance, sending Yuan Shi hurtling through the air. Tai swiftly summoned the Chaos Bell, shielding Yuan Shi from the subsequent attacks. Yet, as the Chaos Bell shifted from offense to defense, the pressure on Wu Shun significantly diminished. A grin spread across Wu Shun's face. Esteemed ancestors, it is time to take action. In the name of the primordial Pango, strike with all your might. The witch clan, known for their fiery tempers, was ready for battle. Even the gentlest of them, Hutu, exhibited a fierce brutality in combat. Having endured relentless assaults from the Three Pure Ones and Emperor June, the 12 ancestors had long been stifling their wrath. At last, the moment had come for them to unleash their fury. In an instant, 12 figures surged forward. Wu Shan followed closely behind the ancestor Dijiang, charging towards Tai while the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda stood as their bulwark. Among their 5 adversaries, Tai possessed the greatest individual strength, but with the Chaos Bell in his grasp, he was undoubtedly the most perilous opponent. Wu Shan was acutely aware of this, and thus called upon Ancestor Dijiang to confront Tai. The ancestors Changliang and Shizi allied with Ancestor Zhu roamed to engage Yuanshi. Ancestor Zhu Meng wielded the coiling dragon staff and joined forces with Ancestors Gonggong and Ximing to challenge Emperor Jun. Huta held the 3 treasures Rui and, alongside Ancestor Rushu, ensnared Tongtian. Ancestor Zhu Juyin brandished the Qingping sword, allying with Ancestors Shibishi and Tianwu to confront Laozi. Chapter 16. Emperor Jun and Tai. A game of leverage. The strategy for the 12 ancestors was predetermined the moment they burst forth. The 3 treasures derived from the primal lotus were intentionally distributed in such a manner that they could complement one another while also countering their foes. The capabilities of the 3 pure ones operated similarly. This was precisely why, during the later Fengshan calamity, Hongjun allowed the Western 2 saints to scheme against the 3 pure ones, ultimately leading to their division. Had the 3 pure ones remained unified, Hongjun would have had no means to deceive them into consuming the destruction of Saint's Pill. The abilities of the 3 treasures Rui were particularly effective against Tongtian, while conversely, the Qingping sword proved advantageous against Laozi. As the battle commenced, it escalated into a fierce confrontation. Upon seeing Dijiang and Wu Shan approach, Tai scoffed disdainfully, "Arrogant fools." The Chaos Bell materialized above his head. While the absolute defensive power of the Chaos Bell did not surpass that of the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, it possessed far more than mere defensive capabilities. It wielded the might to suppress chaos, distort time and space, refine yin and yang, and alter the very fabric of reality. Its mysteries were boundless, and its potential for creation was infinite. Capable of imprisoning time and suppressing space, it was one of the 3 remaining innate treasures of the primordial era. Seeing Wu Shan advance beneath the protection of the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, Tai felt a surge of contempt. Even if your defense is unparalleled, how can it compare to my Chaos Bell, which integrates both offense and defense? Tai channeled his magic, causing the bell to resonate with a thunderous chime, sending waves of rhythmic attacks cascading toward Wu Shan and Ancestor Dijiang. Wu Shan smirked, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda standing resolutely before him. In an instant, half of the attack rebounded, creating a colossal void in the sky, from which chaotic winds erupted, violently tearing apart everything in their vicinity. Tai's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that even the Chaos Bell's assault could be repelled? The heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda possessed such miraculous efficacy? He had assumed that the rebound effect was an inherent quality of the pagoda. Wu Shan grinned. Tai, when did you become a lapdog of the 3 pure ones? At the beckoning of Yuanshi. Are you truly willing to fight us to the bitter end? Wu Shan understood that if Emperor Jun and Tai fought with all their might alongside the 3 pure ones, even if he and the 12 ancestors emerged victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, both the 3 pure ones and Emperor Jun carried the weight of the heavenly Tao's destiny. To eliminate them would likely invite the interference of the heavenly Tao. The Witch Clan was not in a position to confront the heavenly Tao directly. Since they could not eradicate the threat entirely, Wu Shan had no intention of squandering time against Emperor Jun and Tai. Your Chaos Bell cannot breach my heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, nor can I breach yours. Prolonging this battle could easily take us 1,000 years. Wu Shan chuckled. A millennium from now will coincide with the second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace. Tell me, what will you lose when I cling to you then? Tai's expression soured once more. His initial resolve to assist the 3 pure ones was wavering, motivated primarily by the allure of the innate gourd. However, sacrificing the opportunity to attend the Zhixiao Palace sermon for the gourd would be a grave miscalculation. Both Emperor Jun and Tai were born as the sovereigns of the demon race, which implied greater ambitions. Those ambitions must be fulfilled through the sermon at the Zhixiao Palace, and no matter how precious the innate gourd, It was not worth sacrificing their ambitions. Upon seeing Tai's expression, Wu Shen realized he had struck a chord. He quickly added, "When you have the time, we can leisurely spar for a millennium or even 10,000 years. For now, are you truly certain you wish to risk your future for the three pure ones? For the sake of those who would demean you as lowly creatures, mere beast-like, wet-nurtured spawn?" Tai ceased the offensive of the Chaos Bell, merely shielding it above his head. "I demand half of the innate gourd. You may select first." Tai believed this to be his greatest concession. Wu Shen rolled his eyes. "Then let us continue our battle. After all, my clan has no need to attend the Zhixiao Palace for enlightenment." Di Jiang erupted into laughter, his four wings flaring wildly as countless spatial fissures surged toward Tai. These fissures were not primarily offensive. Their sole purpose was to buy time. Tai's expression darkened considerably. After several hundred exchanges, he increasingly felt that fighting with all his might was utterly futile. Moreover, Wu Shen and Di Jiang were clearly intent on dragging out the confrontation. "Very well, I shall withdraw with my brother. The innate gourd can be forsaken." Wu Shen laughed heartily. "Tai, I just offered you an opportunity, and you squandered it. Now you wish to depart? Not a chance. Unless you provide compensation, you shall remain here and miss the sermon at the Zhixiao Palace." Tai fumed in anger. The Chaos Bell erupted once more in a dazzling brilliance. Boom! The Chaos Bell collided again with the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Neither could gain the upper hand, but what vexed Tai was that half of the Chaos Bell's attacks would always rebound back, effectively striking himself. This was a source of immense frustration for Tai. Wu Shen, relishing the moment, addressed all 7 formidable beings present. "By the way, during the second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun will reveal to you the path to becoming a saint. Moreover, the sole opportunity to attain sainthood will also present itself during that second sermon." Wu Shen feigned regret, shaking his head. "Alas, my clan lacks a primordial spirit and thus cannot seize this chance. However, knowing that the 3 pure ones and Emperor Jun similarly lack this opportunity brings me great joy." The 12 ancestors burst into laughter in unison. "Well said, young one." Ancestor Zhurong, enveloped in flames, relentlessly pursued the already wounded Yuanshi. Becoming a saint was the ultimate aspiration of the 3,000 worldly guests at the Zhixiao Palace. Anyone who claimed indifference to becoming a saint must surely be of unsound mind. The Taoist Hongyuan relinquished his saint position merely out of ignorance. Had he known, even his benevolent nature would not have allowed him to step aside. Emperor Jun and Tai's faces paled, though they were inclined to doubt Wu Shen's claims. The prospect of attaining sainthood, even with a minuscule chance, could not be dismissed. Observing their reactions, Wu Shen delivered the final blow. "Indeed, the heavenly Tao has its decrees. Aside from Hongjun, there are only 7 saints. Should you miss this opportunity, it shall be forever lost." Wu Shen regarded Tai with a knowing glint. "Beneath the saints, all are mere ants." This last statement pierced through Tai's hesitation completely. "Very well, what price must I pay to allow my brother and me to depart?" 13 portions each of the crystalline essence of the Fusang tree and the solar spirit milk, Wu Shen stated. Tai instinctively prepared to scold, but before he could utter a word, Emperor Jun, communicating telepathically, informed him, "Agree to his terms. I have just deduced it using the river map and Luo book. He speaks the truth." Tai's mouth twitched. "Very well, I agree." Having spoken, Wu Shen produced the items he had promised. Upon receiving them, Wu Shen let out a sharp whistle, causing the ancestral witches of Ju Meng to immediately cease their actions. Di Jun and Tai exchanged a profound glance with Wu Shen before transforming into 2 streaks of radiant light, swiftly returning to the sun star. Only then did Wu Shen turn his gaze towards Nuwa and the Taoist Hongyuan, breaking into a broad smile. "Thank you both for refraining from intervening. Shall we discuss a business proposition?" Chapter 17. Digging a deep pit. At this moment, Nuwa and Taoist Hongyuan were utterly astounded. During Wu Shen's counterattack alongside the 12 witches, they had been left momentarily speechless. Although they suspected that Wu Shen and the 12 ancestral witches possessed some hidden strategy, the most severe outcome they could envision was the destruction of the innate gourd, leaving everyone empty-handed. However, they could never have anticipated that Wu Shen and the 12 ancestral witches would, in fact, managed to subdue the three Pure Ones along with Dijun and Tai Yi. Is worth noting that the three Pure Ones, along with Dijun and Tai Yi, were all mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortals, while the 12 ancestral witches were merely at the initial stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, and Wu Shan himself was merely a Golden Immortal. It was one thing to utilize the Tower of Heavenly Mysteries to hold their ground, but to turn the tide against them was utterly astonishing. Just as Nuwa and Daoist Hongyun braced themselves for a protracted stalemate lasting centuries, Wu Shan, with a few well-chosen words, managed to persuade Dijun and Tai Yi to retreat. Even more alarming was that he had extracted a hefty price from them. The crystal of Fusang wood, a product of absorbing the divine solar energy of the Sunstar, took 1,000,000 years to form a single piece. Wu Shan had successfully extracted 13.as for the solar spirit milk. Its value was incalculably greater, being the essence distilled from the essence of the Fusang wood crystal, requiring an astounding 100 million years to produce a single drop. The severity of this extraction was such that even Nuwa and Daoist Hongyun, as bystanders, felt a pang of regret. Upon hearing Wu Shan address them directly, both became acutely alert. Wu Shan approached the innate gourd without hesitation, collecting 7 of them while simultaneously taking the 9 heavens resting soil from beneath the gourd vines. He then tore down the vast gourd vine, tossing it towards Nuwa. "Here, this is for you. It will prove invaluable." Nuwa instinctively caught the gourd vine, and the moment it touched her hands, she sensed a profound connection. Realizing that this vine held immense significance for her future, with a puzzled expression, she looked at Wu Shan. "What is your intention?" Wu Shan smiled faintly. "A gift." Nuwa understood that she could not extract further explanation from him, yet she still offered him a warm smile in return. "Then I thank you." Wu Shan then turned his attention to Daoist Hongyun. "Beware of Kuanpeng, Dijun, Tai Yi, and their allies. They seek to harm you. Thus, after the lecture at Zixiao Palace, stay with your friend Zhen Yuanzi. Do not part ways." Daoist Hongyun's mouth fell agape in shock. You? Overwhelmed with astonishment, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Wu Shan's words seemed almost prophetic. Yet, how could one not of the sage rank traverse the river of time and witness the future? As for divination, it could only extend to beings of equivalent standing. Wu Shan was but a golden immortal. Not only Daoist Hongyun, but even Nuwa beside him widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Having just been astounded by the gourd vine incident, she, the very involved party, could only grasp its significance upon holding it herself. How had Wu Shan come to know such things? The glances exchanged between Nuwa and Daoist Hongyun towards Wu Shan became laden with caution. Could it be that an ancient being from the primordial era had come to this place masquerading as a youth? Wu Shan interrupted their wild speculations. "When I speak again at the next lecture, you will understand why. Discussing it now would offend the heavenly Tao. Of course, you may choose not to believe me." Daoist Hongyun quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, my friend. Once the matter is clear, I shall return to express my gratitude." With that, he took his leave, transforming into a streak of red light toward Jin Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple. Nuwa then cast a deep look at Wu Shan. "What do you intend to do about the 3 Pure Ones?" Wu Shan waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, I will not slay them. You need not concern yourself with their fate. I shall ensure that Laozi and Yuan Shi will eventually meet their downfall." Nuwa's eyes widened in shock. Why 2 masters would harm me? How could that be?" She refrained from voicing her thoughts further, as she recalled Wu Shan's prior warning to Daoist Hongyun. Taking a deep breath, she bowed to Wu Shan and silently departed. Wu Shan smiled faintly and turned his attention back to the 3 Pure Ones. With Dijun and Tai Yi no longer hindering them, the 3 Pure Ones were no match for the 12 ancestral witches, who had already been worn down from the prolonged conflict. Lacking substantial treasures, they were at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the already injured Yuan Shi fell unconscious from the combined assault of the ancestral witches, Shi Liang and Shizi. Wu Shan then instructed the 12 ancestral witches to cease their efforts. Laozi sighed. "Speak plainly. What price do you seek from us this time?" Wu Shan pointed at Yuan Shi. "His life, he sought ours once before, and now he must pay with his own." Laozi and Tongtian shook their heads in unison. "That is absolutely out of the question. We shall either live or die together." Wu Shan raised an eyebrow. "So, if you spare Yuan Shi's life, You will agree to all other terms? Laozi, fully aware of the trap in Wu Shun's words, could only grit his teeth and nod. Yes, Wu Shun had awaited this very response. Then, each of you from the three pure ones shall owe me a favor. Should Yuan Shi awaken and refuse to comply, this obligation will fall upon one of you. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, their brows furrowing simultaneously. What does the primordial era owe if not a favor? Yet, in the end, they had no choice but to acquiesce. As they were out of options, very well, Tong Tian, being straightforward, added, if my brother refuses, then the favor shall fall upon me. Thus, Wu Shun instructed the 12 ancestral witches to release the three pure ones. Tong Tian carried Yuan Shi on his back as he followed Laozi away. Observing the departing figures of the three pure ones, Wu Shun's lips curled into a smirked, "Ah, at last. I have dug a substantial pit. Now, I await the next lecture at Zixiao Palace." Without the favor owed by the three pure ones, he would not hesitate to seize the treasures of Fengbao Rock. After the three pure ones departed, Zhu Rong furrowed his brow in displeasure. "Wu Shang, these three have always opposed us. Why not eliminate them?" Wu Xin sighed, "I yearn to do so as well, but they cannot be slain. They are destined to become sages. To kill them now would mean defying the heavenly Tao, a risk our clan cannot afford." The 12 ancestral witches gaped in disbelief. Destined to become sages? What shall we do when they seek vengeance in the future? Gong Gong, one of the ancestral witches, expressed his concerns. Wu Shan smiled confidently. "By the time they attain sagehood, our clan will no longer fear them. The Father Pango has granted us his protection." Upon reflection, the 12 ancestral witches found great wisdom in his words and returned joyfully to the ancestral grounds of the witch clan. Chapter 18. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness upon returning to the ancestral grounds of the witch clan. Wu Shun and the 12 ancestral witches retrieved the 9 heavens resting soil. Ding, detection of host contact with 9 heavens resting soil. Defense 100.1 lottery opportunity gained. Ding, detection of host contact with innate gourd. Defense 700.1 lottery opportunity gained. Wu Shun first placed the 9 heavens soil within the Shumi mountain. This substance is refined from the primordial essence of Wu Earth, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. However, its true purpose lies in its utilization by Nuwa for the creation of humanity in the future. Wu Xin acquired it with the intention of later sharing in the merits of creation bestowed by Nuwa and Elit, as long as the 9 heavens soil is supplied with sufficient spiritual energy. It can grow autonomously. When the time comes, offering a portion to Nuwa would not be considered a loss. As for the 7 primordial gourds, they would have to remain as they are, without refinement. The full power of the primordial gourds cannot be unleashed. Yet, the witch clan lacks a primordial spirit, rendering them incapable of mastering ordinary artifact refining techniques. Nevertheless, Wu Shun remains unhurried, by nurturing the primordial gourds with the 9 heavens soil. He ensures that their spiritual essence remains intact, potentially even enhancing their power. After resolving these two matters, Wu Xin proceeded to conduct 100 draws, ultimately obtaining a set of earth-based cultivation techniques. After sharing this with the ancestor witch Hutu, Wu Shan returned to his residence to commence his cultivation. He cast a glance towards the west, and then towards the direction of the Purple Cloud's palace. Breaking into a smile, the second sermon should prove to be quite fascinating. Time swiftly passed, reaching the millennial mark. The voice of Hongjun reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. The time for the second sermon has arrived. Come to the Purple Cloud's palace. The 3,000 mortals instantly transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Purple Cloud's palace. This time, they bore the mark of the Purple Cloud's palace. Their speed was astonishing. Within mere 10 years, they arrived at the Purple Cloud's palace. All those who intended to ambush along the way found their plans thwarted. The formidable beings of the wilderness, who had aimed to ambush Jane and Juenti, were left waiting in vain. Nuwa and Fushi once again arrived at the Purple Cloud's palace. Upon their first glance, they beheld the 3 pure ones. The expressions of the 3 pure ones were far from pleasant, particularly that of Yuan Shi, whose face could only be described as ashen. When Yuan Shi's gaze fell upon Dijun and Tai Yi, a deep-seated animosity flickered in his eyes. Nuwa inwardly sighed. It seemed that Yuan Shi, esteemed as one of the three pure ones of Pangu, possessed an overly petty disposition. Could it be that the great witch's words about Laozi and Yuan Shi plotting against her were indeed rooted in this matter? Lost in thought, she suddenly observed two beams of light descending upon the square before the grand hall of the Purple Cloud's palace. Nuwa turned her head, instantly startled. The newcomers were Jane and Juanti. However, Jane's eyes were crimson, and his complexion had taken on a nearly black hue, veins of blood evident within his gaze. Juanti appeared even more exaggerated. His hair had completely unraveled, his waxy yellow face resembling gilded paper, and his entire aura was in utter disarray. Upon their arrival at the square, both immediately cast their eyes about, eventually locking onto the figure of Hongyun, who stood together with Zenyuanzi. Juanti rushed forward, exclaiming, "It must be you." The Taoist Hongyun had been particularly attentive to Wu Shan's words. With Zenyuanzi's assistance, he had deduced for nearly a millennium using the Earth Book, discovering that Wu Shan's assertions were likely true. This revelation heightened Hongyun's vigilance towards Jane and Juanti at this moment. As Juanti charged forward, Hongyun shed his previously amiable demeanor and unleashed a divine power to block Juanti. Zenyuanzi, without a moment's hesitation, summoned the Earth Book and regarded Juanti with cold disdain. "What an ungrateful and ignorant wretch from the Western faction! Why, friend, Hongyun kindly offered you a position, and you not only fail to express gratitude but seek to attack him. Do you possess no sense of shame?" Surrounding onlookers quickly encircled Jane and Juanti, pointing fingers at them. The Taoist Hongyun was known for his affability and had cultivated strong relationships with those present. Among the 3,000 mortals, not every individual could be said to be life and death allies, yet most bore no ill will towards him. Conversely, Jane and Juanti's shameless antics while vying for position had left a lasting impression on all. Witnessing the brewing conflict, it was only natural that the majority of onlookers sided with Hongyun. With a serious expression, Hongyun performed a respectful bow. "My fellow Taoists, may I ask if Hongyun has offended you in any way? Perhaps you could articulate your grievances for all to adjudicate." Juanti pointed an accusatory finger at Hongyun. "You have ruined the West and severed the ancestral roots of our lineage, completely annihilating the Western realm." Upon returning from the Purple Cloud's palace to the west, Jane and Juanti had been utterly stunned. The Bodhi tree was on the verge of withering, but what truly drove them to madness was the loss of the ancestral roots of the West. Although they had not previously realized that these roots lay not far beneath the Shumi mountain, they were at least aware of their existence. After all, without them, the West would cease to exist. Jane and Juanti had originally planned to seek them out after achieving sanctification, but upon returning to the West, they discovered that the entire realm had crumbled to dust. Previously, the West had merely been spiritually depleted. Yet now it had not only lost all spiritual energy but was also disintegrating piece by piece. Upon their return, Jane and Juanti found that the West had already collapsed by 1,000th. While this may not seem significant, it was indeed a dire situation. Jane and Juanti quickly grasped that the ancestral roots of the West had vanished, yet despite their efforts, they could not deduce who was responsible. The witch clan lacked a primordial spirit. Unless one mastered the laws, it was exceedingly difficult to deduce their actions. Furthermore, throughout the entire endeavor, Wu Shan had shrouded himself in the celestial, earthly, Xian, and yellow Linglong pagoda. In this instance, Jane and Juanti, as well as even Hongjun, who had yet to merge with the Tao, were incapable of deducing the truth. Jane and Juanti spent a millennium attempting to halt the collapse of the West. After much contemplation, the only suspect they could conceive was the Taoist Hongyun. After all, if not for his intervention, why would he have offered them positions? It must be said that Jane and Juanti's inherent coldness and sordid thoughts led them to view others through the same lens. In their minds, how could there truly be a kind-hearted individual like the Taoist Hongyun in the wilderness? "It must be a conspiracy," Juanti lamented, recounting the events in detail, insisting, "It must be you." Zenyuanzi was instantly infuriated, exclaiming, "Jane and Juanti, I have never encountered such shameless individuals as you." The Taoist Hongyun's gesture of offering a position was, in their view, a grave offense. Zenyuanzi, known for his fiery temperament, interjected, "Enough talk. Let us fight." Today, even if Hongjun himself were to blame, I shall make sure to vanquish both of you shameless wretches. Hongyun, equally enraged, could hardly contain himself. He was now utterly convinced of Wu Shun's words. Given that Jane and Juenti were such shameless beings, it was entirely reasonable to expect that they would seek his life for some future reason. With a cold snort, he added, Zenyuanzi is right. If a fight is to ensue, let it be. Do you think I fear you? Chapter 19. It is time to retrieve our treasures. As both sides prepared to clash, Nuwa stepped forward. Elders, this is the Purple Cloud's palace. To engage in combat here would be the utmost disrespect to our teacher. Upon her utterance, the tension between the two parties dissipated. Hongyun nodded towards Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, it is not that Hongyun is disrespectful, but rather that Jane and Juenti have gone too far. In truth, Nuwa stood with Hongyun, not only due to Wu Shun's previous assertions but also because she had observed everything unfold. As the saying goes, justice prevails in the hearts of the people. Nuwa took a few steps forward. Brother Juenti, you claim that Brother Hongyun has harmed the West. Pray tell, when did this occur? Juenti gritted his teeth. Naturally, it was before our first visit to the Purple Cloud's palace. Nuwa smiled lightly. How curious. At the time of our first visit to the Purple Cloud's palace, Brother Hongyun was situated right behind me, and my elder brother, It, was indeed you two who arrived much later. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Brother Hongyun to offer you positions, would there? Therefore, how could Brother Hongyun have had the time to act against the West? Juenti's momentum faltered. He and Jane were not fools. They could certainly comprehend this. In truth, they simply wished to pin the blame on Hongyun. They believed that since it did not concern them, the other mortals would not interfere. Should they escalate the matter? It was possible that Hongjun would intervene. Jane and Juenti planned to take advantage of the situation, akin to a crying child receiving candy. However, they never anticipated that Nuwa would involve herself in this matter. Juenti, with a defiant posture, insisted that they possessed other means. Zenyuanzi must also be involved. He arrived rather late as well. Zenyuanzi sneered in agreement. How about this? Hongyun and I shall swear by the heavenly principles. If we are indeed responsible for the troubles in the West, we shall perish in the heavenly tribulation on the spot. Zenyuanzi cast a cold gaze upon Jane and Juenti. But you must also swear. Had it not been for our intervention, the two of you would have perished on the spot during the heavenly tribulation. The surrounding mortals, known as the red dust guests, instantly brightened their eyes. Goodness, this Zenyuanzi is quite the fiery character. A heavenly tribulation striking down on people. How exhilarating to contemplate. Consequently, they urged Jane and Juenti to take an oath. Faced with such a demand, Jane and Juenti fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had merely intended to stir up trouble, but swearing by the heavenly laws could very well lead to their demise right here in the Purple Cloud Palace. As the situation escalated, the youthful attendant of Hongjun emerged. This was none other than the future renowned Emperor of Heaven and the Queen Mother of the Yaoqi. Esteemed friends, the Master is about to impart his teachings. He has stated that any grievances among you should be discussed upon your return to the primordial wilderness. Those who cause disturbances in the Purple Cloud Palace shall be expelled. Upon hearing this, none dared to defy the order. Thus, they entered the Purple Cloud Palace in an orderly manner. During the first lecture, Hongjun established a rule that in the subsequent 2 lectures, no one was permitted to change their seating, whether standing or sitting. Hence, all 3,000 red dust guests took their places as originally assigned. Hongjun appeared upon the platform, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside the Purple Cloud Palace, with a slight lift of his eyelids. He announced, in this lecture, I shall elucidate the method of corpse severing that I have created. In the first lecture, Hongjun merely touched upon the fundamental concepts of cultivation, clarifying the levels of cultivation for the 3,000 red dust guests. They learned that above the great Luo Golden Immortal, there existed the primordial Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, and the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, Primordial Saint. This time, he would finally address how to transcend the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and ascend to greater heights. The 3,000 red dust guests immediately cast aside all distractions, focusing intently on the teachings. Even Jane and Juenti temporarily set aside their ambitions for the West. As the second lecture commenced, Wu Shun had just concluded his seclusion, achieving the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of heavenly work. Wu Shun glanced at his body, once slender but now remarkably sturdy, even in his normal state. He stood at a height of 2 zhong. While not the tallest among the Wu, he was certainly formidable, surpassed only by Xing Tian, who towered at 3 zhong. Elder brother, you have emerged from seclusion? Wu Shun mused about Xing Tian just as he appeared before him. Clearly, Xing Tian had been timing his arrival to coincide with Wu Shun's emergence. Wu Shun smiled slightly. Xing Tian, what brings you here? The Wu tribe had always been direct in their dealings, and Xing Tian wasted no time in expressing his concerns. Elder brother, I've recently encountered some issues in my cultivation. For some reason, whenever I attempt to break through the 3rd transformation of the 9 transformations of heavenly work, I immediately fall back to the 1st transformation. This has happened thrice. There's something wrong with my cultivation? Wu Shun was taken aback, recognizing the prowess of Xing Tian, who was renowned as the mightiest Wu under the ancestral Wu. During the later Wu Yao War, he single-handedly held off the 10 great demon gods of the Yao tribe for 10 days and nights, providing the 12 ancestral Wu with the opportunity to break through the siege of Dijun and Tai, thus gaining the upper hand in the first battle against the Yao. Had this formidable warrior's cultivation of the 9 transformations of heavenly work reached such a unique level? Wu Shun pondered briefly before searching through the system. There were several rewards yet to be claimed, and he soon located what he sought, a scroll of cultivation. Patting Xing Tian on the arm, Wu Shun said, "Your 9 transformations of heavenly work is not at fault. It is simply that your aptitude differs from that of ordinary kin. I possess a scroll of cultivation that, when practiced alongside the 9 transformations, will undoubtedly prove invaluable." With that, Wu Shun projected the scroll using his magical powers. Xing Tian gaped at the projected text. The transcendence of heavenly tribulation? What kind of cultivation is this? Wu Shun grinned. This is a technique that complements the 9 transformations of heavenly work and requires 9 cycles of reincarnation to master. Only a Wu of your caliber can cultivate it. It was specifically crafted by the Father Pangur for those with your aptitude. Do you not wish to cultivate it? Upon hearing that it was designed by Pangu himself, Xing Tian nodded vigorously. Elder brother, rest assured, I shall not disappoint the Father Pangu. He then inscribed the transcendence of heavenly tribulation onto his shield, departing with great satisfaction. Wu Shun smiled knowingly. The transcendence of heavenly tribulation was an unparalleled technique of the heavenly emperor of tribulation. It remained to be seen how far Xing Tian could cultivate it. Shaking his head, Wu Shun approached the 12 ancestral Wu, clasping his fists with a smile. Esteemed ancestors, the time has come. It is time to reclaim our treasures. The 12 ancestral Wu rose in unison. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, the 12 ancestral Wu, accompanied by Wu Shun, ventured beyond the 33 heavens. Wu Shun utilized the Tower of Heavenly Yellow and Earthly Mysteries to shield the 12 ancestral Wu as they transformed into a radiant arc, shooting towards the primordial wilderness. Chapter 20. The Sun Emperor Star, which is also a territory of our Wu tribe. The journey from the primordial wilderness to the Purple Cloud Palace was fraught with peril. First, they ascended to the 9 heavens, then traversed the 33 heavens. Beyond that lay a barrier formed by the heavenly laws to protect the primordial wilderness from the encroachment of chaos. Passing through this barrier led to the treacherous chaos. However, with the Tower of Heavenly Yellow and Earthly Mysteries in their possession, this leg of the journey was merely a matter of time for Wu Shun and the 12 ancestral Wu. Young one, the direction we are heading seems to deviate from your stated destination of the Purple Cloud Palace, remarked the ancestral Wu of Dijiang, whose spatial intuition was remarkably keen. Wu Shun smiled gently. We are first heading to the Sun Emperor Star. The ancestral Wu of Zhu Jiaoyin raised an eyebrow. Why? I recall that the Sun Emperor Star is the territory of those 2 demon tribes from last time. Wu Shun waved his hand dismissively. How could it be Dijun and Taiyi's territory? The Sun Emperor Star and the Moon Star are the manifestations of Panga's eyes. They are undeniably our Wu tribe's domain. Having allowed those 2 demon tribes to occupy it for so long, it is only reasonable for us to reclaim it now. The 12 ancestral Wu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Reasonable, exceedingly reasonable. With that, the 12 ancestral Wu accelerated their pace, heading straight for the Sun Emperor Star. Time passed swiftly, and 300 years later, the 12 ancestral Wu finally reached the Sun Emperor star. The raging flames formed into immense dragons that spiraled through the air. Even from 1 billion miles away, one could sense the overwhelming and untamed nature of the entire Sun Emperor star. Zhu Rong's eyes blazed with fire. "This place is perfect for my cultivation." Wu Shan smiled slightly. "Zhu Rong, there's an even more suitable place for you to cultivate within, raising the Tower of Heavenly Yellow and Earthly Mysteries." Wu Shan and the 12 ancestral Wu flew into the depths of the Sun Emperor star. With the tower in their possession, the true fire of the sun and the pervasive Yanghua killing array across the Sun Emperor star lost their potency. As they made contact with the Yanghua killing array, a notification sounded in Wu Shan's mind. "Ding, detected host's interaction with the ancient Yanghua killing array, successful replication. Can now activate fire attribute techniques." "Ding, detected that the host has acquired the ancient Yanghua killing array, gaining Sun True Scripture." Wu Shan grinned. The Sun True Scripture, created by the Sun Saint Emperor, bore the illustrious title of Sun and Moon, ruling the world. Once mastered, it could transform one into the eternal body of the sun, powerful enough to obliterate heaven and earth. Ah, a body refinement technique? Delightful. Wu Shan smiled at Zhu Rong. "I have a particularly suitable technique for you." Zhu Rong's eyes lit up immediately. "Did the Father Panga send you a dream again?" Wu Shan grinned and replied, "Indeed." Zhu Rong, overjoyed, felt flames erupting from his body. "Then tell me quickly." Wu Shan waved his hand. "No rush. Let us discuss it once we enter." Before long, Wu Shan and the 12 ancestral Wu finally entered the inner sanctum of the Sun Emperor star. Before them lay the Fusang tree, said to be a branch of the celestial tree that absorbed the essence of the Sun Emperor star to grow to as one of the 10 innate spirit roots of the primordial wilderness. The Fusang tree appeared ordinary at first glance, yet it possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. The Yanghua killing array that enveloped the Sun Emperor star was, in fact, derived from the Fusang tree, before Wu Shan and the 12 ancestral Wu. The Fusang tree unfurled its colossal form, spanning several billion zhong, its crown eclipsing endless stars and extending throughout the Sun Emperor star. Wu Shan gazed up at the Fusang tree, its emanating Tao rhythm obscuring the sky and altering the very fabric of time and space. He pointed towards the center of the Fusang tree, where the flow of time was 1,000 times slower than that outside. "Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman, you may go there to cultivate. I shall now impart to you the fiery arts." With that, Wu Shan transmitted the true scripture of the sun to Zhu Rong. Once Zhu Rong had departed for his training, Wu Shan turned his gaze to the other ancestral shamans. "We shall remain here for a century, awaiting Zhu Rong's emergence. During this time, we can leisurely explore and seek out what treasures here rightfully belong to us." The 11 ancestral shamans shared a collective smile. "Whatever we uncover will indeed be ours." To avoid leaving any traces, Wu Shan continued to uphold the celestial tower of mysteries while moving alongside the 11 ancestral shamans. The group of shamans ventured deeper into the heart of the solar emperor star. With the treasure-seeking technique, Wu Shan effortlessly located the hidden treasury of Dijun and Tai Yi. Inside the treasury lay the countless treasures amassed by Dijun and Tai Yi over eons in the solar emperor star, including hundreds of items such as the crystallized Fusang wood and solar essence. Additionally, there were many other top-tier fiery materials like solar source stones, as well as hundreds of treasures nurtured within the solar emperor star. Alas, a barrier completely obstructed the treasury. Di Jiang examined the barrier, his brow furrowing. This barrier is exceptionally unique. Any contact with magical power will trigger an immediate alert. Should the magical force be too great, it may even self-destruct. Even if we are unharmed, we would inevitably be trapped within the solar emperor star. The Earth Mother ancestral shaman nodded in agreement, acknowledging the barrier's apparent infallibility. With the entire solar emperor star backing it, even our 12 heavenly divine array could not breach it instantaneously. The Shibi ancestral shaman expressed his dissatisfaction. Are we to gaze upon a treasure mountain yet return empty-handed? The 11 ancestral shamans turned their eyes to Wu Shan, who had already devised a plan. He approached the barrier and knocked upon it. Discovering it indeed remained unresponsive, a smile crept across his face. This barrier, even if Hong Jun were to arrive, would remain impervious to subtle manipulation. As he spoke, Wu Shan struck the barrier with a heavy punch, yet it yielded no reaction. The eyes of the 11 ancestral shamans gleamed with newfound understanding. Wu Shan grinned. This barrier exhibits no response to pure brute force. In this primordial world, aside from our kind, none emphasize physical cultivation. Thus, their various defensive seals target primarily the spiritual consciousness and magical power. The Rushu ancestral shaman laughed heartily, transforming into a towering figure. He raised his fist and struck the barrier with great force. Instantly, the barrier began to flicker wildly, yet it failed to issue any alarm. The barrier, regarding pure physical strength, not only lacked any alert response but also displayed significant deficiencies in defense. At least, when faced with the specialized physical power of the 11 ancestral shamans, its defenses were severely lacking. The 11 ancestral shamans transformed into colossal forms, swinging their fists in unison, employing only their physical might without any magical power or artifacts. The seemingly foolproof barrier erected by Dijun and Tai Yi, utilizing the power of the Solar Emperor Star, ultimately proved futile against their onslaught. Dijiang laughed heartily. Wu Shun, go retrieve our treasures. Brothers, let us search elsewhere and see what other lost treasures of our shaman clan we can uncover. The 10 ancestral shamans erupted in laughter before dispersing. Chapter 21. Our shaman clan never leaves a name for good deeds upon entering the treasury. Wu Shun was astonished to find an abundance of treasures beyond his imagination. Perhaps Dijun and Tai Yi had been overly confident in that barrier, neglecting to implement any secondary defenses within the treasury. Employing the treasure-seeking technique, Wu Shun meticulously searched the treasury and, once assured of its safety, began collecting its bounty. He prioritized the solar essence, Fusang crystals, and solar source stones, followed by all fiery celestial materials. Countless pure solar essence crystals, the quintessence of solar fire, were amassed here. Dijun and Tai Yi, prior to their transformation, instinctively began refining these essences, accumulating them over countless eons. Each solar essence crystal had the capacity to instantly replenish the magical power of a peak fire element Deluo Golden Immortal. For beings such as Dijun and Tai Yi, these crystals were crucial for survival in dire moments. However, now these treasures belonged solely to Wu Shun. He stored all the treasures within Mount Shumi, designating a world specifically for their placement. These treasures and celestial materials could significantly enhance a realm, and the fortified realm would, in turn, replenish the blood pool, thereby strengthening the shaman clan. After emptying the treasury of all its riches, Wu Shan exchanged pleasantries with Dijiang before retreating deep into the Fusang wood to cultivate. Time is irrelevant in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had passed. Ding, detection of sufficient absorption of solar essence by the host. Defense 500. Thorny divine ability upgraded to Solar Thorny. Solar Thorny. All retaliatory attacks will inflict additional damage from solar fire. Wu Shun opened his eyes, unleashing a torrent of solar fire that soared to great heights. The true scripture of the sun had reached a minor completion, significantly enhancing his physical strength. More importantly, Wu Shun's prowess had ascended to the peak of the Golden Immortal stage, requiring only a slight opportunity to advance to the Tai Yi Golden Immortal. At that juncture, he could commence the 6th transformation of the 9 turns heavenly art. Wu Shun turned his gaze toward Zhurong, who, coincidentally, was also opening his eyes to look back. Haha, not bad, young one. It seems you have reaped great rewards as well. Let us not keep the elder brothers waiting too long. With that, Wu Shan and Zhurong emerged from the Fusang wood. Due to the time distortion caused by the Fusang wood, while Wu Shun and Zhurong had cultivated for 100,000 years, outside, Dijiang and the others had waited merely a century. Dijiang glanced at Wu Shun and Zhurong, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent, both have achieved gains. He then pointed to the immense Fusang wood. Wu Shun, can you devise a way to transport this Fusang wood? The Solar Emperor Star belongs to our clan. Is there any issue in taking the tree? Unfortunately, the Fusang wood is intricately connected to the Solar Emperor Star. If we were to uproot it, even if Dijun and Tai did nothing, the Solar Emperor Star would revolt. Should it explode in a fit of rage, it would spell disaster. Wu Shan shook his head. No, it cannot be done. Dijiang expressed regret. What a pity. However, Wu Shun had more to say. It is not entirely impossible, we can do it, but not completely. Di Jiang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Wu Shun pointed to the fusong wood with a grin. We cannot move the tree itself, but we can chop off some branches and attempt to transplant them. Even if we cannot grow a new fusong wood, it would still be worthwhile. Moreover, we can strip the leaves as well. The Gonggong ancestral shaman burst out laughing, while the other ancestral shamans looked on in astonishment. Each time they thought they understood Wu Shun well enough, he would surprise them with new ideas. Chopping branches, stripping leaves. How on earth did he come up with that? The 12 ancestral shamans exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. This is a splendid idea. The 12 figures surged toward the fusong wood. After another century, every leaf of the fusong wood had been stripped, and billions of branches had been cut at this moment. The once majestic and celestial fusong wood had been rendered utterly bare. Not only the leaves were gone, but all secondary branches except for the main trunk had been severed. Had they dared to touch the main trunk, it would undoubtedly trigger an alarm. Wu Shun gazed at the stripped fusong wood and smiled faintly at the 12 ancestral shamans. You all have worked hard. With that, he retrieved a massive stone from Mount Shumi, which towered 1,000,000 feet high, and enlisted the help of the Rushu ancestral shaman to inscribe a line upon it. Western Guide Kunti passed by here for a visit. Each stroke bore the essence of Western metal, and even if Kunti were to arrive in person, she would believe it was her own inscription. Wu Shun nodded in satisfaction. Although the ancestral shamans had helped Di Jun and Tai prune the fusong wood, our shaman clan never leaves a name for our good deeds. This hollow honor shall be bestowed upon the Guide Kunti. They have always been shameless, and they will surely delight in this. The 12 ancestral shamans exchanged knowing glances before erupting into hearty laughter. After their mirth subsided, the 12 ancestral shamans, along with Wu Shun, departed the solar emperor star. Wu Shun, with 2,500 years remaining until the 3,000 time. Where shall we go now? Wu Shun waved his hand. Our shaman clan conducts itself with principles of justice and fairness. Having aided in the cleansing of the solar emperor star, how could we neglect the lunar moon star? Di Jiang gave a thumbs up to Wu Shun for his shamelessness. Thus, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft set their course towards the moon of the Tian star. Taking nearly 300 years to reach their destination, at last, the sun and moon stars emerged before the assembly of witches, in stark contrast to the restlessness of the sun emperor star. The moon star hung quietly in the primordial star domain, radiating a serene brilliance akin to a resplendent star. Boundless coldness of the Tian emanated from it, forming an exceptionally peculiar defensive formation, the Yang-Yin killing array, which was primarily offensive, and the Moonlight Illusion Array, which served as a defense. Although this array possessed no direct lethality, those unable to decipher it would become eternally lost within its confines, gradually succumbing to the erosion of Tian divine power, ultimately being digested into a part of the Moonlight Illusion Array. Unlike the Yang-Yin killing array, the Moonlight Illusion Array lacked inherent lethality. Consequently, the protective capabilities of the heavenly and earthly Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda were insufficiently comprehensive to breach it directly. It was not impossible to force one's way through, but it would undoubtedly be time-consuming. Wu Shun hastily called for a halt among the 12 ancestors of witchcraft and advanced with the Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda in tow. Indeed, upon contact, a notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Detected host's contact with the primordial Moonlight Illusion Array. Successful replication. Can now activate in-attribute techniques. Ding! Detected host acquired the primordial Moonlight Illusion Array. Can obtain. Tian True Scripture. Wu Shun nodded in satisfaction. As anticipated, the Tian and Sun must complement each other. The Tian True Scripture served as a counterpart to the Sun True Scripture, embodying the duality of yin and yang. Both wielding supreme power. Wu Shun gestured to the 12 ancestors behind him and activated the Moonlight Illusion Array for protection, effortlessly traversing the moon star's most formidable defensive formation. Moments later, Wu Shun and the 12 ancestors arrived on the Tian moon star. Chapter 22. Seeking rent from Shi He and Chang Shi on the Tian moon star. As Wu Shun and the 12 ancestors set foot upon the Tian moon star, they were immediately enveloped by the chilling Tian divine power, causing the 12 ancestors to straighten their expressions in unison in stark contrast to the ostentation of the Sun Emperor star. The Tying Moon star was silent, yet exuded an undeniable might. Perhaps even more fearsome, the powers of the Sun Emperor star were laid bare, easily countered if one could. Otherwise, they would be reduced to ashes. However, the Tying Moon star was different. The Tying divine power appeared gentle on the surface, easily withstood by any cultivator. Yet even the 12 ancestors, as formidable as they were, had to exercise extreme caution. A moment's negligence could lead to the coldness permeating their bodies, resulting in irreversible consequences. Fortunately, this predicament was easily resolved for Wu Shan and the 12 ancestors. They procured a single leaf from the Fusang tree, dividing it into 13 portions, each placing one on their person. The solar divine power contained within the Fusang leaf would counteract the chilling effects of the Tying divine power. Coupled with the immensely robust physiques of Wu Shan and the 12 ancestors, they faced no issues. With the threat of Tying divine power neutralized, the 12 ancestors had time to survey their surroundings. It was coiling ancestor Wu who first noticed the distant expanse of laurel trees, stretching across the horizon like a mountain range, suffused with endless Tying divine power and an intangible yet substantial Tao rhythm flowing within. The witches flew towards that direction and arrived before the laurel trees. Much like the Fusang tree, the laurel tree was one of the 10 primordial innate spiritual roots. However, unlike the Fusang tree, nothing produced by the laurel tree could be taken from the Tying star. Whether leaves, branches, or even crystallized essences and spiritual milk, once removed from the Tying star, they would dissipate as swiftly as ice under sunlight. Unless these items were refined directly by the user, the challenge remained insurmountable. This was the reason why, throughout the primordial world, nothing related to the Tying Moon star had ever been discovered. Wu Shan gazed at the laurel tree and shook his head, lamenting that nothing could be taken away. They could only cultivate here for a while. Just as Wu Shan intended to pass the Tying true scripture to the Shiming ancestor, 2 streaks of light suddenly shot forth from a distant palace. Who are you? Why do you trespass upon the Tying Moon star? Wu Shan turned to see 2 stunning women approaching. One slightly older, adorned with pearls and jade, exuding an elegant and ethereal aura. Her beauty both alluring and gentle. The younger one, naturally charming with a face resembling a peach blossom, her bright eyes and white teeth captivating. Wu Shan raised an eyebrow, already guessing their identities. The Tying goddesses? Shihi and Changshi. These 2 would eventually become celestial queens, with Shihi bearing 10 golden crows with Emperor Jun and having played a role in the demise of Kwa Fu. Logically, it would benefit the witch clan to eliminate them at this juncture. However, like the Sanqing and Emperor Juntai, these 2 also possess destinies capable of altering the heavenly order. Such beings, while other matters could be discussed, would certainly invite the wrath of the heavenly fate if killed prematurely, potentially bringing down heavenly tribulations upon them. Wu Shan's mind whirled, and an idea struck him. He pointed at Shihi, saying, "You are Shihi, the elder sister," and then gestured towards Changshi, "And you are Changshi, the younger sister." Since their transformation, Shihi and Changshi had never left the Tying Moon star, for the Moonlight Illusion Array served not only as a protective barrier but also as a prison. The heavenly decree dictated that only when Emperor Juntai arrived at the Tying star would the Moonlight Illusion Array be lifted. This was also why, despite Hong Jun's teachings, the 2 had never ventured forth. Fostering an insatiable curiosity about the outside world, Shihi was somewhat reserved, her character deeply influenced by the Tying divine power. One could say she was introverted, or more bluntly, a homebody. Changshi, on the other hand, was different. Had she not been confined, she would have long since ventured outside. At this moment, upon hearing Wu Shan accurately name them, Changshi's eyes widened in astonishment. "How do you know?" Wu Shan smiled faintly. "Of course I know. This Tying Moon star is transformed from the right eye of our Pangu father god of the Witch clan. This is indeed our territory. Naturally, I am aware of what transpires within our domain." Shihi and Changshi stood dumbfounded, realizing that the home in which they had been born and raised for countless ages had now been claimed by another. Even Shihi, with her gentle disposition, could not suppress her rising indignation. "Absurd. You claim this is yours? It is clearly our home." Changshi pouted, glaring at Wu Shan with displeasure. "You are a villain, trying to seize our home." Wu Shan smirked. pointing at the laurel tree. You claim this is your home, then can you command that laurel tree? The laurel tree was vastly different from the Fusang tree. Emperor Juntai could directly summon the power of the Fusang tree. But Shi and Chang Shi were unable to command the laurel tree. Shi's brows furrowed in thought. The laurel tree cannot be commanded. It embodies the consciousness of the Tying Moon Star, growing freely and unaffected by any influence. Before Shi could finish her sentence, she was jolted by a sudden tremor. Chang Shi, standing beside her, nearly leaped in disbelief. How is this possible? With a wave of Wu Shun's right hand, the massive laurel tree began to stir. A colossal branch, under Wu Shun's guidance, slowly descended from above. A drop of laurel sap condensed at the tip of the branch, which Wu Shun promptly swallowed. Smiling slightly, you see, I can command the laurel tree. This Tying Moon Star is inherently ours. The laurel tree required Tying divine power to control. However, both Tying and solar divine powers were exceptionally unique, unattainable through ordinary cultivation methods. Emperor Juntai cultivated the essence of solar fire, while Shi and Chang Shi cultivated the coldness of the Tying, but neither had attained the power of Tying and solar unity. Wu Shan, however, obtained both Tying and solar true scriptures, enabling him to cultivate the power of Tying and solar unity. The techniques granted by the system allowed Wu Shan immediate entry into this realm. Thus he possessed Tying divine power within him. Shi and Chang Shi were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to refute the situation before them. Wu Shan then pointed towards a distant, faintly visible palace known as the Guanghan Palace. Instantly, the Guanghan Palace radiated brilliance, celestial music filling the air as its gates swung wide open. Wu Shun grinned widely. "DOUC? I can command everything on this Tying Moon Star, just like the laurel tree, which is connected to all things within the Tying Moon Star. By controlling the laurel tree, I can naturally command the Guanghan Palace." Upon witnessing this, Chang Shi burst into tears. "Sister, what do we do? We are going to lose our home." Shi's face also showed signs of panic. Despite her typically composed demeanor, the sudden threat of being cast out of their home was enough to unsettle her. More importantly, both Shi and Chang Shi were merely Tai Golden Immortals, while before them stood 12 great Luo Golden Immortals. Moreover, Wu Shun had the power to control the laurel tree and the Guanghan Palace. Even if they sought refuge within its confines, it would be futile. In desperation, Shi gritted her teeth, her expression one of sorrow and indignation. "What do you intend to do?" Wu Shun flashed a grin. "Pay rent." Chapter 23. Chang Shi, I can't control myself. Rent? The two sisters looked utterly bewildered. Shi furrowed her brows. "What is rent?" Wu Shun shrugged. "You have resided on my clan's territory for many years, and judging by your current state, it seems you have nowhere else to go, and my clan has always been generous, but surely you cannot expect to occupy our grounds without some form of compensation." Shi suddenly understood. She bit her lip, realizing they were talking about benefits. "Speak. What do you want? However, I must caution you. The items from the Tying Moon Star cannot be taken directly to." Wu Shun rolled his eyes. "Miss Shi, do you not see the absurdity in your words? Everything on the Tying Moon Star belongs to my clan. Considering that you were born on the Tying Moon Star, you share some connection with us. I shall not demand compensation for what you have consumed from the Tying Moon Star thus far." Wu Shun clapped his hands, and the grand doors of the Guanghan Palace immediately shut tight. "Yet now, you propose to use what rightfully belongs to my clan as payment for your rent on our territory. Do you find that appropriate?" Shi was left speechless. Naturally introverted and not skilled in debate, she would have never argued with Wu Shun if not for the matter of their dwelling. Now, faced with Wu Shun's reasoning, she found herself at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with tears of indignation as she stared at him. Chang Shi glared at Wu Shun through gritted teeth. "I understand now. You wicked scoundrel, you wish to drive us to our doom, do you? Come on, sister, we fear you not. Let us fight." As she wiped her tears, she struck a defiant pose, a facade of bravery masking her evident fear, which was undeniably endearing. Wu Shun smiled slightly. "I know you possess nothing to offer. How about this? You each owe me one cause and effect. What say you?" The sisters prepared themselves for a fierce battle, yet Wu Shun's unexpected proposal left them momentarily stunned. After a while, Chang Shi, wary, regarded Wu Shun with eyes wide like a startled rabbit. What scheme are you plotting now? Wu Shun chuckled. The Tian Moon Star has been the territory of my clan since time immemorial. You were born there, hence, you are technically part of it. However, as sentient beings, you cannot be treated as mere objects. My clan has always been reasonable. Now that you are destitute and unable to provide anything, I ask for 2 causes and effects as rent. Is that not fair? Wu Shun turned to the 12 ancestral witches. Esteemed ancestors, do you not agree with my reasoning? The 12 ancestral witches nodded in unison, affirming that there was no more logical argument to be made. Only Hutu kept her head down, fearing her laughter might reveal her amusement to Shi He and Chang Shi. The sisters exchanged glances, both looking utterly perplexed. One was a shy homebody, while the other was a naive young girl. Neither stood a chance against Wu Shun's rhetoric, and they were quickly ensnared in his web of logic. Chang Shi blinked her star-like eyes. Sister, what he says seems to hold some truth. She felt something was amiss, but struggled to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, the sisters embraced each other, gazing at Wu Shun with pitiful expressions. All right, fine. We each owe you 1 cause and effect. Upon saying this, she quickly added, but only 1 each. After this, you cannot use any further excuses to expel us from the Guanghan Palace. Of course, we shall refrain from utilizing anything from the Tian Moon Star. Wu Shun grinned, no problem. Rest assured, my clan is always true to our word. Shi He and Chang Shi maintained stern faces, their hearts already gripped by fear of Wu Shun. Ignoring the sisters, Wu Shun turned his gaze to Xinyuan Ancestor Witch. Xinyuan Ancestor Witch, I possess a set of techniques gifted to me by the Pangu Father Deity, perfectly suited for you. The 12 ancestral witches had long ceased taking Wu Shun's words at face value, yet they cared little about the origins of these techniques. After all, Wu Shun was a member of the witch clan and its future hope. And that was sufficient. Xinyuan Ancestor Witch, one of the 2 women among the 12, was unlike the gentle and agreeable Hutu. She was rarely talkative and often silent to the point of being overlooked. When she heard Wu Shun's words, she merely nodded in response. In front of Shi He and Chang Shi, Wu Shun projected the Tian scriptures. Initially, the sisters turned away upon seeing the techniques, but Wu Shun deliberately directed the projection toward them. Unless they completely shut off their senses, they would inevitably see it. Upon glimpsing it, they became utterly entranced. The Tian scriptures held supreme allure for the sisters. Sister, this technique, sister, we mustn't look. Otherwise, our debt to him will multiply. But I can't control myself. Then we shall only glance a little, just a tiny bit. The sisters found themselves unable to resist, claiming they would only look a little, yet they ultimately became completely absorbed. Wu Shun had intended for them to see this, so he said nothing. The 12 ancestral witches were aware that Wu Shun had an agenda and paid no mind to it. After 10 days and nights, Wu Shun finished projecting the Tian techniques and pointed to the core of the laurel tree. Like the core of the Fusang tree, it possessed a time differential of 1,000 times. Xinyuan Ancestor Witch, that spot is most suitable for your cultivation. Xinyuan Ancestor Witch nodded and turned toward the core of the laurel tree. Wu Shun then looked at the still mesmerized Shi He and Chang Shi. Well, you two, how dare you sneak a peek at my clan's techniques? Do you not know this is a grave taboo in the primordial wilderness? The sisters abruptly snapped back to reality, their faces flushed. Chang Shi, both embarrassed and fearful, gazed imploringly at Wu Shun. What do you intend to do? Wu Shun huffed that of course, I shall erase your memories immediately. Chang Shi burst into tears. But I've already learned it. Even if my memory fades, my essence retains it. To Shi He and Chang Shi, the Tian scriptures, once seen, would be automatically learned. Unless one self-destructed, it was impossible to forget. Wu Shun crossed his arms. Forget? Then join my clan. Our techniques cannot be disseminated outside. Once you formally join my clan, all will be well. The sisters exchanged glances, contemplating the idea of joining the witch clan. What are you unwilling? Wu Shun placed his hands on his hips. Do you understand how precious the Tian scriptures are? This is a technique that can lead you to sainthood. Chang Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Sainthood? A saint? You must be lying. That is impossible. She bit her lip. Resembling a startled rabbit with a naive expression. Chapter 24. Completely severing the fate of Emperor Jun and Tide. Wu Shen smiled slightly. Do you not believe me? Then come, let us cultivate together. Facts will speak for themselves. He pointed to the core of the laurel tree. I intend to go there for some cultivation. Changshi's eyes widened in alarm. You won't do anything to us? Will you? Wu Shen rolled his eyes again. What could you possibly offer me? You have no treasures and no power. What could I gain from you? Rest assured, you still owe me a cause and effect. To harm you would be to harm my own interests. I am not that foolish. Shihi and Chang'e opened their mouths, but found themselves unable to counter Wu Shen's reasoning. As goddesses of the moon. It was disheartening to be deemed utterly worthless by him. Yet Wu Shen did not grant them the opportunity to voice further objections. With a grin, he inquired, or perhaps, are you two secretly hoping I might do something for you? So are you hinting at me? As soon as these words left her lips, even she could no longer contain herself. She glared at Wu Shen with wide eyes. Humph, if you want to go. Then go to my sisters, and I truly fear you. Wu Shen merely nodded at the ancestor Wu Dijiang. The latter understood implicitly. The treasures of the Taiyin moon star cannot be taken directly. Thus, during the century Wu Shen spent cultivating, the ancestor Wus merely needed to diligently scrape and absorb. Whether they could digest it was of little importance. What mattered was to absorb it first. Wu Shen then led Shihi and Chang'e into the core area of the laurel tree. Finding a spot beside the ancestor Wu Ximing, he commenced his cultivation, completely ignoring Shihi and Chang'e. The two sisters also found a place to sit and began their own cultivation. Cultivation knows no time. As the years slipped through their fingers, Wu Shen, aided by the system, faced no issues even when practicing conflicting techniques. He even took the time to teach Shihi and Chang'e the moonlight illusion formation. Thus, even without Wu Shen's assistance, the two sisters would be able to leave the Taiyin moon star on their own in no more than 10,000 years. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Wu Shen opened his eyes, the ancestor Wu Xinming and the sisters Shihi and Chang'e had already woken up. Wu Shen glanced at the three women, first grinning at Wu Xinming, congratulating her, before turning to Shihi and Chang'e. Do you still think I am deceiving you? Wu Xinming said nothing, merely nodding silently. However, Shihi and Chang'e bit their lips, speechless, as the goddesses of the Taiyin. The enhancement brought by the Taiyin scriptures exceeded their wildest imaginations. After merely 100,000 years of cultivation, they had already ascended to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, ready to advance to Deluo Golden Immortal at any moment. Even more remarkably, Shihi and Chang'e could now clearly foresee their future paths through the Taiyin scriptures, unlike before when they were completely at a loss regarding how to cultivate or how far they could progress. Moments later, Shihi gracefully bowed, expressing profound gratitude for the guidance. Wu Shen laughed heartily, turning to leave with Wu Xinming. Chang'e made a face at Wu Shen's back, then turned to Shihi with a pout. Sister, why must we thank him? He has always bullied us. Shihi gently shook her head. Sister, though he has been quite fierce, he has not harmed us. Rather, he has been aiding us. Chang'e opened her mouth but ultimately nodded in agreement. In the current primordial chaos, there were no heavenly laws or moral codes. Everything was a matter of the survival of the fittest. Shihi and Chang'e were hardly a match for the 12 ancestor Wus. If Wu Shen truly wished to do something, he could easily be far more excessive. She took her sister's hand and exited the laurel tree, witnessing Wu Shen and the 12 ancestor Wus preparing to depart. Chang'e, initially sulking like a little girl and reluctant to acknowledge Wu Shen, could not help but speak up upon seeing the situation. Where are you all going? Wu Shen turned back to the Zixiao Palace. Chang'e, of course, knew of the Zixiao Palace. She had once wanted to go and listen to the teachings, but was unable to break free. Are you going to listen to the saints expound? Wu Shen rolled his eyes. Hong Jun is not qualified to teach our Wu clan. We are descendants of the Pangu Father God. Pango has long shown us the way. We need no other to dictate our path. Chang'e was left dumbfounded by Wu Shen's arrogant words. How could a Wu be so audacious as to claim that even the saints were unqualified to teach? Yet, upon reflection, after cultivating the Taiyin scriptures that Wu Shen had imparted, she lost interest in the teachings at the Zixiao Palace. She blinked her beautiful eyes. Then what are you going to do at the Zixiao Palace? Wu Shen chuckled. Naturally, we are going to reclaim the treasures left to our clan by the Pangu Father God. Chang'e looked adorably bewildered. Does the Zixiao Palace also possess your clan's treasures? Wu Shun replied with utmost seriousness. The Pangu Father God transformed into all things. All treasures belong to him. If it belongs to the Pangu Father God, then it belongs to our clan. Shi He and Chang'e opened their mouths, utterly unable to refute Wu Shun. Since their birth and transformation, although they had not encountered any beings from the primordial chaos, they had observed the vastness of the primordial earth through the power of the Tying Moon Star. A being like Wu Shun was truly one of a kind. However, after marveling at Wu Shun's audacity, Chang'e felt an inexplicable thrill within her. Her star-like eyes sparkled with a glimmering light, revealing an intriguing sense of excitement. Upon noticing Chang'e's reaction, Wu Shun knew she had been captivated. With a smile, he asked, "Would you like to join us?" Chang'e was taken aback. "We can come along too." She was greatly tempted, yet ultimately shook her head. "We cannot leave the Tying Moon Star. We have not fully comprehended the moonlight illusion formation you taught us." Wu Shun laughed heartily. "I can take you away. All you need to do is use your Tying Divine power to activate the moonlight illusion formation, creating a disguise around yourselves." Chang'e's eyes lit up like stars. She turned to Shihi. "Sister, shall we give it a try?" Shihi, being a homebody, was reluctant to venture out, but she always indulged her sister. After some thought, she nodded in agreement at Wu Shun, then had the ancestor Wu Hutu take the two sisters along, and they departed the Tying Moon Star. It was only after they had distanced themselves from the Tying Moon Star that Chang'e turned back, incredulous, to gaze at the star that had birthed her, nurtured her, yet had confined her so tightly. "We really did escape. Wow. I'm finally out." Wu Shun glanced at the exuberant Chang'e, who seemed on the verge of bouncing up in joy. He initially intended to say something, but at that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has altered the heavenly fate of Shihi and Chang'e. Defense 3000. Reward. Tying Divine Wheel. Wu Shun smiled broadly. Ha, now, Dijun Tai is completely detached from Shihi and Chang'e. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheels were originally a pair, and they were witnesses to the heavenly marriage between Dijun and Shihi. Thus birthed from the Solar Emperor Star and the Tying Moon Star, it could be said that the Sun and Moon Divine Wheels are the treasured testament of the union between the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Empress. Now that the Tying Divine Wheel has come into Wu Shun's possession, the bond between Shihi, Chang'e, and Dijun Tai has been irrevocably severed. Chapter 25. Hong Yun shocked. Did I just give up my opportunity to become a saint? Being her first time leaving the Tying Moon Star, Chang'e was immensely curious about everything she saw. However, she also felt trepidation towards the 12 Ancestor Wus. After all, the malevolent aura surrounding the 12 Ancestor Wus was not something everyone could withstand upon first encounter. Chang'e remained hidden behind Shihi, curiously observing everything around her. As for Shihi, the Tying goddess herself was a homebody. She felt uncomfortable stepping outside. Unbeknownst to her, she unconsciously drew closer to Wu Shun, for he was the only one devoid of malice. By the time Wu Shun realized what was happening, Shihi and Chang'e were nearly pressed against him. Wu Shun chose not to address it, pretending he was unaware. The 12 Ancestor Wus traversed through the chaos, utilizing the chaotic winds and hidden thunder to temper their bodies. Now, each of the 12 Ancestor Wus had reached an average of the third turn of the 9 transformations. Using the chaotic environment to refine their bodies posed no challenges. After all, as long as they felt fatigued, they could retreat to the protection of the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Wu Shun and the 12 Ancestor Wus took turns cultivating, basking in a sense of carefree leisure. Yet this action startled Shihi and Chang'e. Chang'e covered her mouth tightly to stifle a gasp. Can anyone truly cultivate within the chaos beneath a saint? She gazed at Wu Shun and the 12 Ancestor Wus as if they were monsters. Finally, unable to contain herself, she blinked her big eyes at Wu Shun. You can actually cultivate within the chaos? Wu Shun replied nonchalantly. What is so strange about that? Defense is the foundation of everything. As long as we don't die, anything is possible. Just think about it. Once our defense reaches a point where even the heavenly laws cannot touch us, what else do we have to fear? Chang'e's mouth fell open, her expression reflecting the sensation of having just unlocked a new world. She then nudged Shihi's arm. Sister, the Tying scriptures also have sections on body refinement. Should we give it a try? She pondered for a moment and found some merit in Wu Shun's words. Perhaps it was worth a shot. Unbeknownst to her, the lunar goddess had already been influenced by Wu Shun. While cultivating and journeying, in the final year of preaching at the Zixiao Palace, Wu Shun and his companions finally arrived at their destination. From the chaotic void, the Zixiao Palace appeared as a solitary edifice amidst the tumult. Although ancient and enigmatic, it exuded an air of ordinariness. Yet, as Wu Shun and his entourage drew near within a myriad of miles, the scene before them transformed instantaneously. A colossal island, spanning billions of miles, unfurled before their eyes. Undulating mountains, enveloped in celestial mist, were omnipresent, with 3,000 mountain ranges visible and 100,000 miles of rivers, studded with falling stars. Ethereal clouds and auspicious lights, spiritual mists and propitious auras. Mystical creatures and extraordinary flora flourished. The once solitary Zixiao Palace had morphed into a splendid palace stretching for countless miles. Shiha and Changshi gazed on in serene wonder, while the 12 ancestor witches stood in awe. This environment surpassed even the paradises found in the primordial wilderness, truly befitting a sage's abode. Wu Shun's gaze shifted to another location. Upon the giant island of Zixiao Palace, a cliff erupted in a radiant display of purple light. There lay the renowned Funbao Rock, not only adorned with countless treasures, but also a treasure in itself. However, they could not act just yet at Wu Shun, accompanied by the 12 ancestor witches and the sisters Shiha and Changshi. Arrived at Funbao Rock and began their quiet vigil. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Within the inner hall of the Zixiao Palace, a bell tolled. Inside, the heavenly flowers vanished, golden lotuses dissipated, and the sounds of dragons and tigers, winds and tortoises, all fell silent. Hongjun ceased his teachings and cast a cold gaze upon the 3,000 worldly guests before him. He then spoke. The profound methods of the 3 corpses have been thoroughly imparted to you. I shall establish the Shinmen, and there shall be disciples beneath me. His gaze rested upon 6 figures. The 3 pure ones, having been transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, possessed the great merit of opening the heavens and were thus qualified to become my inner disciples. After a brief pause, he continued, Nuwa shall have a significant opportunity in the future and shall also be my inner disciple. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa were overjoyed, promptly bowing to the ground. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Jane and Juenti exchanged glances, lamenting, Master, our brothers hail from the west, which has recently suffered great calamity. Do not forget to accept them as disciples. Hongjun, calculating in his mind, furrowed his brow, unable to discern the nature of this calamity in the west. However, his expression remained unchanged as he nodded. You come from the west, bearing its karmic ties. I can only accept you as registered disciples. Hearing this, Jane and Juenti hastily bowed. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Registered disciples are still disciples, and Hongjun nodded again, presenting the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the 4 swords of extermination to the 3 pure ones. He then produced the red embroidery ball and the map of mountains and rivers for Nuwa. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa were naturally overjoyed. Jane and Juenti looked on eagerly, Master, with the West being so barren and recently afflicted. We humbly request your kindness in bestowing treasures. Juenti began to weep. All the worldly guests around them felt their faces twitch. Indeed, those hailing from the desolate West were not at all dignified. Hongjun shook his head helplessly. Very well, I shall grant you some. He then produced the 12-petal golden lotus, the azure lotus treasure banner, and other treasures for Jane and Juenti. This moment, the other worldly guests all knelt down. Indeed, the one who cries receives candy. Isn't it just kneeling? Isn't it just crying? We can do that too. Thus, 3,000 heads bowed in unison to the ground. Hongjun waved his hand. There is Funbao Cliff behind the palace. You may retrieve treasures there afterward. You may compete, but do not resort to theft. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, none dared to act recklessly. They all raised their heads as Hongjun spoke solemnly. After the next sermon, I shall merge with the Tao and mend the heavenly Tao. After merging, I shall embody the heavenly Tao, which is not Hongjun. Subsequently, a sage shall emerge from my disciples, establishing the status of a sage. The 3,000 worldly guests trembled at this declaration, become a sage. Without allowing anyone to inquire further, Hongjun continued, I possess primordial purple energy. Those who obtain it may become sages. As he spoke, a radiant orb of purple energy materialized between his fingers. After my next sermon, I shall distribute this primordial purple energy. His gaze fell upon the three pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, and Juenti. Without needing to articulate, all the worldly guests understood. It turned out that those 6 positions represented 6 opportunities for sagehood. In that instant, aside from the 6 present, the eyes of all other worldly guests fixated on Hongyun Daoist. Cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. Regret mingled with fear gripped him. He sensed a murderous intent directed at him from within the crowd of worldly guests. Without needing to look, he knew it was Kuanpeng, actually relinquished the position of sage and implicated Kuanpeng in a wonder that great which claimed Kuanpeng sought my life. But why do Jane and Juenti also wish to kill me? I have great to them. Cold sweat poured down Hongyun's face. He desperately wished to find Wu Shan and inquire why Jane and Juenti, along with Dijuan and Tai, wanted him dead. Especially Jane and Juenti, if they became sages. How could he escape? Chapter 26. 3 words to have the 3 pure ones be my bodyguards. While Hongyun Daoist was drenched in cold sweat and overwhelmed with thoughts, the quickest-witted of the worldly guests realized another critical issue. Master, 7 strands of primordial purple energy have been divided into SIX. To whom shall the remaining strand be given? The question came from Kuanpeng, his gaze burning with intensity, hoping to seize that single opportunity. Hongjuan's expression remained indifferent. You will know in due time. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Once Hongjun departed, the gazes of all worldly guests once again fell upon Hongyun Daoist. Having just wiped away some cold sweat, it reappeared anew. Fortunately, Xinyuanzi beside him reacted swiftly. Funbao Rock is filled with abundant treasures. Upon hearing this, all the worldly guests snapped back to their senses. Becoming a sage was an endeavor that might take billions of years. But treasures were right before their eyes. The 3 pure ones, too, had their eyes gleaming. In the next moment, 3,000 rays of rainbow light surged toward Funbao Rock. The 3 pure ones led the charge, followed by Nuwa, with Jane and Juenti slightly behind. After them came Kuanpeng, known for his speed, followed by powerful figures like Dijuan, Tai, and Mingi. Hongyun Daoist and Xinyuanzi deliberately lagged behind, appearing rather inconspicuous among the worldly guests. However, when these 3,000 worldly guests arrived at Funbao Rock in a frenzy, they were all left dumbfounded. Where were the treasures? The entire Funbao Rock was utterly bare. The 12 ancestor witches had transformed into massive forms. Prying the rock from the cliff, Wu Shan sat atop the exquisite reincarnation purple jade lotus platform, surrounded by the magnificent heavenly treasure pagoda. The flags of Yushu, Lihua, Sucai, and Xinyuan floated around him. Shiha and Changshi stood behind Wu Shan, curiously observing the thronging 3,000 worldly guests. Shiha exhibited curiosity tinged with worry, while Changshi displayed excitement alongside her intrigue. Upon catching sight of Wu Shan and the 12 ancestor witches, the 3 pure ones exclaimed in unison. It is you, however. They quickly fell silent. Even Yuanshi's face turned ashen, yet he remained silent. They had faced immense humiliation in their previous encounters. If Wu Shan were to expose their identities, their dignity would be utterly obliterated. Especially after just receiving the news of sagehood and the opportunity to attain it, losing face now could jeopardize their path to becoming sages. With the 3 pure ones falling silent, Nuwa offered a slight smile. Nodding gently at Wu Shan in greeting, then curiously observing the 2 sisters hidden behind him. The lunar goddesses were clearly not of the witch clan, yet they seemed quite close to Wu Shan. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa remained silent, while Jane and Juenti began to shout, You are from the witch clan? How dare you come to the Zishao Palace? Where have you hidden the treasures from Funbao Rock? Truly, he is the most audacious being of the primordial chaos. As soon as Juenti opened his mouth, he hastily attributed the stolen hat to Wu Shan and the 12 ancestor witches. The surrounding throng of 3,000 worldly guests were equally stirred, eager to rush forward and rend Wu Shan and the 12 ancestor witches to pieces. Yet, the heads of the 12 ancestor witches remained unperturbed as they continued to pry at the dividing treasure rock. Wu Shun, however, merely smiled faintly, casting a disdainful glance at Jane and Zhu Ti. Are you deaf? Or perhaps blind? Zhu Ti, incensed, retorted, do you dare to act so brazenly in the Purple Cloud Palace? Wu Shun rolled his eyes. His demeanor calmed. It is you who is truly brazen. Has Hongjun Sage ever decreed that the Witch clan cannot enter the Purple Cloud Palace? Surely, he must have mentioned that the treasures upon this dividing treasure rock belong to the swiftest. I gently tapped my forehead. Have you heard Hongjun Sage speak against me? Have you witnessed him punish me? Zhu Ti was left speechless. The throng of 3,000 worldly guests, who had been on the verge of action, were also rendered mute. Wu Shun's expression was one of mockery. This is the Purple Cloud Palace, the sanctum of the sages. Since the sages have not voiced any objections, how dare you two impoverished souls from the West raise such a clamor? Do you truly dismiss Hongjun Sage so lightly? Wu Shun's words left the 3,000 worldly guests at a loss for words. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth, seething with hatred. How does this rascal know what the master has spoken? Wu Shun leisurely regarded the 3,000 worldly guests, his expression taunting, provoking their ire while leaving them powerless to accede. In truth, Wu Shun was unaware of what Hongjun had said, but he was certain that Hongjun would establish rules. The treasures upon the dividing treasure rock are open to those who act swiftly, but one must not seize another's possessions. Otherwise, should the 3,000 worldly guests engage in conflict within the Purple Cloud Palace, would Hongjun's reputation remain intact? Zhu Ti, fixating on Wu Shun, suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration. My fellow disciples, do not be hasty. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, we must, of course, refrain from offending our master. However, once we step outside the palace, do we not have the means to deal with such a vile rogue? The 3,000 worldly guests were instantly enlightened. Indeed, they could not act within the Purple Cloud Palace, but once they left, the witches would be doomed. The Taoist Hongyun exchanged a glance with the Zenyuanzi, signaling for his assistance. Although Zenyuanzi was initially reluctant to interfere, he recognized that Hongyun sought to glean more truth from Wu Shun, a matter of utmost importance. Thus, he prepared his accompanying treasure, the Earth Book. In secret, should conflict arise, he would shield Wu Shun, as long as they reached the primordial chaos and landed upon the Earth. The Earth membrane summoned by the Earth Book could not be breached by a sage. At that moment, the 12 ancestor witches pried up the dividing treasure rock, and in the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of the rock shrank to the size of a palm. Wu Shun beckoned, claiming the dividing treasure rock into his possession. The surrounding 3,000 worldly guests immediately closed in, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Wu Shun remained unflustered, pointing to the 3 pure ones. You 3 shall fend off anyone attempting to seize my treasures. If anyone dares to come for what is mine, you are to strike them mercilessly. And as for those 2 impoverished souls from the West, regardless of whether they attempt to steal, ensure they are beaten to a pulp. The 3 pure ones were momentarily taken aback. Yuan Shi glared with cold fury. Dio, you think you possess the right to dictate terms to the Pangu 3 pure ones? Wu Shun rolled his eyes. Do not forget, you owe me a debt of causality, and it is a matter of life and death. As he spoke, Wu Shun grinned widely. This is an oath sworn to the heavenly Tao. The faces of the 3 pure ones turned pale. There are 2 types of debts of causality. Point 1 is the kind Jane and Zhu Ti hold against Hongyun, which the heavenly Tao records automatically. Varying in significance, minor debts may not even warrant the heavenly Tao's attention. The other type is the debt owed by the 3 pure ones to Wu Shun, which involves a sworn oath to the heavenly Tao. Such debts, regardless of their magnitude, once violated, invoke immediate retribution from the heavenly tribulation. Should the debt be substantial and violated, even a sage would meet their demise unless one possesses strength surpassing the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, violation leads to certain death. Wu Shun had previously compelled the 3 pure ones to owe him this debt precisely for this moment. He regarded the 3 pure ones with amusement. Do you intend to contravene your own oath to the heavenly Tao? Chapter 27. Commanding the 3 pure ones to rob Jane and Zhu Ti. The countenances of the 3 pure ones darkened. Particularly Yuan Shi, who, in his immense pride, had suffered 2 humiliating defeats at the hands of the 12 ancestor witches. which he regarded as a significant disgrace. Now, destined to become a sage, how could he endure being coerced by a mere golden immortal? This thought twisted his expression further. Yet, he could only endure, unlike during the calamity of the investiture of the gods. He was not yet estranged from Tong Tian due to doctrinal issues. At this moment, he still prioritized brotherhood above all else. Although he had not sworn the oath himself, should he depart now, the burden of the debt would fall upon Tong Tian. Ultimately, Yuan Shi exchanged a knowing glance with Laozi, and upon reaching a silent consensus, he turned to address the other worldly guests. Why apologies, esteemed guests? With that, the three pure ones positioned themselves before Wu Shan. The expressions of the 3,000 worldly guests shifted dramatically. The three pure ones were future sages. Engaging in conflict with them could yield no benefit. Setting aside the fact that the third sermon had yet to conclude, should they harm the three pure ones, how could they face Hongjun afterward? Would they dare inform the sage that his chosen disciples were too feeble and had been vanquished by them? The 3,000 worldly guests contemplated the situation, ultimately turning away. Treasures held great importance, particularly the method of slaying the three corpses by Hongjun, which required treasures for completion. However, given the current predicament, they could either confront the three pure ones or endure the situation. Nevertheless, the 3,000 worldly guests had already developed a deep animosity toward the Witch clan. As Emperor Jun and Tai Yi departed, they cast a lingering glance at Wu Shun, contemplating their future strategies against the Witch clan. Soon, apart from the three pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, Zhuan Ti, Hongyun Daoist, and Zhen Yuanzi, all other worldly guests had vacated the scene. Jane and Zhuan Ti had intended to leave but were intercepted by the 12 ancestor witches. As for Nuwa, Hongyun Daoist, and Zhen Yuanzi, each had their reasons for remaining. Wu Shen laughed heartily. Let us not continue to disturb the tranquility of the sages within the Purple Cloud Palace. He fixed his gaze upon Jane and Zhuan Ti. Please, lead the way. In an instant, they stepped onto the unique great formation of the Purple Cloud Palace, which transported them back to the primordial chaos. Upon their return, Jane and Zhuan Ti immediately summoned the treasures they had recently acquired, the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the azure lotus treasure color banner. Wu Shun smiled at the three pure ones. My friends, unleash your might. Beat these two shameless, impoverished souls from the west to a pulp until they relinquish those two treasures in their possession. In doing so, you shall repay me a debt of causality. Wu Shun was cunningly manipulating the situation, capitalizing on the current unity of the three pure ones, and dividing their individual debts into three separate demands. Regardless of what he requested, the three pure ones would undoubtedly act in unison. Zhuan Ti pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Shun, cursing, "You villain! My fellow disciples have never wronged you. How dare you act in such a manner?" Wu Shun rolled his eyes, ignoring Zhuan Ti's outburst, and simply looked to the three pure ones. The three pure ones had never had any genuine connection with Jane and Zhuan Ti. Their previous displays had already earned them disdain from the three pure ones. Coupled with the weight of the debt, Tong Tian was the first to summon the four swords of extermination. Addressing his two brothers, "Forgive me." Laozi let out a soft sigh as he called forth the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi glared fiercely at Wu Shun before unleashing the Pangu flag against Jane and Zhuan Ti. Jane and Zhuan Ti's hearts were filled with anguish as they could only summon the Merit Golden Lotus and the Azure Lotus Treasure Color banner in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Three pure ones, we bear no enmity or grudge, and we are all of the same sect. How can you act thus against your conscience? The three pure ones' movements faltered for a moment. However, as soon as they hesitated, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. In an instant, the ominous clouds loomed overhead, and from within the blackened layers, an enormous silver eye, large enough to overshadow the entire sky, opened. The eye of heavenly tribulation? Laozi trembled in fear. How could this be? Why is it so sensitive? The three pure ones felt an urgent sense of dread, realizing they could no longer afford to hesitate as they intensified their attacks. Wu Shan, too, was taken aback. He raised his gaze to the eye of heavenly tribulation. Is it truly that sensitive? His mind raced with speculation. Could it be Hongjuan's doing? Is he attempting to seize the calamity faced by the Witch clan? Wu Shan's expression darkened. In the realm beyond the 33 heavens, within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun was projecting the situation in the primordial world before him, observing Wu Shan. Yet, no matter how he calculated, Wu Shan appeared to him as if he were non-existent. Hongjun's demeanor was indifferent. This child was not a Wu, yet his true nature remained unclear. Bound by the Tao, he could not act directly. The only method left was to determine the fate of the Wu clan. Just as Wu Shan had surmised, Hongjun had noticed a change in the heavenly fate of the Wu clan. However, Hongjun had already begun merging with the Tao of Heaven. The third sermon he spoke of was not merely to indicate a post-sermon fusion, but rather that the fusion was complete after the third sermon. This left Hongjun unable to strike directly at the Wu clan. The workings of the Tao of Heaven dictated the relationship of fate and causality. While fate may be reversed, causality cannot contradict itself. Thus, Hongjun could only guide the fate of the Wu clan. He could only act directly if the Wu clan violated the principles of causality. Therefore, Hongjun took an opposing stance, nudging the enmity between the Wu clan and the Sanqing. Jane and Zhuan-Ti was quite simple. The Sanqing, Jane, and Zhuan-Ti were destined to attain sainthood. This fate could not be altered. Once these five achieved sainthood, could the already hated Wu clan escape the fate of destruction? Hongjun cast one last glance at the primordial world before opening his eyes to Wu clan. You cannot evade the fate decreed by the Tao of Heaven. In the primordial realm, Jane and Zhuan-Ti were already struggling against the onslaught of the Sanqing. There was no alternative. The Panga banner was the foremost offensive treasure of the primordial world, unparalleled in offensive power. The Merit Golden Lotus and the Azure Lotus banner could not withstand for long. Moreover, there was Laozi's Taiji diagram and Tongtian's four swords of extermination. To add to this, Jane and Zhuan-Ti were physically weakened due to damage to their Western lineage, preventing them from recovering. Let us surrender our treasures and cease hostilities, Jane ultimately declared, filled with indignation. Reluctantly, he yielded the Merit Golden Lotus and the Azure Lotus banner. Wu Shan accepted the two treasures and waved his hand dismissively. Begone, though not return to the eastern lands. The waters there run deep, and you cannot navigate them. Jane and Zhuan-Ti were enraged, spitting blood, before transforming into two streaks of rainbow light heading westward. Halfway, Zhuan-Ti cried out in anguish, "Senior brother, is it to be like this? The Wu clan dares to insult us so." Jane's face darkened, but he harbored his own schemes. Patience. The Merit Golden Lotus and the Azure Lotus banner were bestowed upon us by our master. They carry causality. The many treasures atop the treasure distribution rock also bear causality. The Wu clan's insatiable greed in acquiring so many treasures will lead to their downfall when the time for causality arrives. Jane smirked, "Junior brother, we shall inevitably become saints. There is no need to rush. We must plan for the ages." Zhuan-Ti's eyes brightened instantly. "Your words ring true, senior brother." Chapter 28. There are many types of saints. Yuan Shi must be a foolish saint. Wu Shan watched as Jane and Zhuan-Ti departed, sneering in disdain. He understood perfectly the thoughts of Jane and Zhuan-Ti. In the primordial realm, one can owe many things, but one must never owe causality. The use of innate treasures comes with causality. While the causality of a single treasure may be minimal, the nearly 10,000 innate treasures atop the treasure distribution rock accumulate significant causality. The Merit Golden Lotus and the Azure Lotus banner, bestowed by Hongjun to Jane and Zhuan-Ti, carry immense causality. Jane and Zhuan-Ti's surrender of their treasures was merely an attempt to turn causality against the Wu clan. However, Wu Shan remained unfazed, even amused. With the capability of the treasure-seeking decision, which forcibly recognizes a master, he harbored no fear of treasure causality. In the instant of forced recognition, the thread of causality would be severed. How could there be any backlash against the Wu clan? Wu Shan chuckled to himself, imagining the expressions they would wear after waiting for countless eons, only to find that causality had no repercussions. Wu Shan redirected his gaze, focusing once more on the Sanqing. Yuan Shi's face was filled with murderous intent. "Wu clan, are you prepared for death?" Wu Shan chuckled lightly. "Yuan Shi, do you believe that simply refraining from seizing treasures equates to not violating causality?" Yuan Shi scoffed. "Is it not so?" He extended two fingers. "Firstly, to prevent you from seizing treasures from the treasure distribution rock. Secondly, to seize the Merit Golden Lotus and the Azure Lotus banner from Jane and Zhuan-Ti. Now, What do you intend to do about the third causality? Yuan Shi's murderous intent surged like a tangible force. One aspect of causality could not prevent the Sanqing from acting. Now armed with precious treasures and having attended Hongjuan's sermons twice, the Sanqing's power had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Even if only two were to act, they were confident they could defeat the 12 Ancestor Wu. Indeed, one could even hold off the 12 Ancestor Wu while the other swiftly eliminated Wu Shan. Compared to the entire Wu clan or the 12 Ancestor Wu, Yuan Shi's greater animosity was directed at Wu Shun. Wu Shun shook his head. Do you believe that the remaining causality can at most deter one of you? Yuan Shi laughed coldly, his face brimming with delight. Is it not so? You may ponder for a century if you wish. The moment you articulate the final causality will mark the end of a life. Wu Shan burst into laughter. With your intellect, I find it hard to believe you are the manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit. Did you not allocate your intelligence to the other two, leaving you so foolish? Without waiting for Yuan Shi to respond, Wu Shan articulated the final causality with a smile. As for my last causality, it is quite simple. You must never use the Pangu banner to attack any member of the Wu clan. Yuan Shi's expression of triumph and joy instantly froze. In the depths of his being, he sensed that this causality had indeed taken form. This implied that the Tao of Heaven had consented. Causality repayment is to be equal. The reason Jane and Zhuanti sought to kill Hongyun was to amplify the causality of their saintly positions to a level they could never repay. The Sanqing owed Wu Shun a life and death causality, and given their destined sainthood, this causality was immense. Moreover, Wu Shun had encased this causality within a treasure. Thus, under the premise of equivalence, Wu Shun's causality would extend throughout the entire Wu clan. The moment Yuan Shi sensed the establishment of causality, his complexion turned ashen once more, rapidly shifting from blue to black, his entire aura distorting. Wu Shan grinned widely. You wish to ponder for a century? Are you not referring to yourself? With your intellect, even a century may not suffice. Yet, our clan, being the direct descendants of Pangu, can deal with you with but a thought. The 12 Ancestor Wu finally burst into hearty laughter. This fool thinks he can trouble Wu Shang. It's laughable. Did he not just declare that this fellow is destined for sainthood? How can such a fool possibly attain it? Truly, is that even feasible? Wu Shang previously mentioned that there are many types of saints. He may simply be a foolish saint. Foolish saint? Ha ha ha, well said. However, I believe he may also be a dull-witted saint. Ha 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 ha. The Wu clan, known for their straightforwardness, naturally mocked the Sanqing with all their might. Ever since Wu Shan emerged from the blood pool, the 12 Ancestor Wu had been subtly influenced by him. Now, each of the 12 Ancestor Wu was undeniably talented. Their words graceful, and when they mocked, they could infuriate their opponents to the point of explosive rage. Yuan Shi roared, resembling a frenzied bull as he charged at Wu Shan. Yet, Laozi restrained him. Second brother, do not act impulsively. Without the Pangu banner, we cannot breach the defenses of the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. We must endure. Endure until the third brother masters the extermination sword array. After the third sermon, we will have ample time to act. The Wu clan, lacking a primordial spirit, is unaware of their folly and the impending consequences they shall face. After hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi let out a furious roar, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, in the end, he refrained from taking action. He understood that without the Pangu banner, and with Tong Tian not having fully mastered the Zhuxian sword formation, once he acted, he might find himself indebted to the other party for 3 more karmic ties. He cast a deep glance at Wu Shan before following Laozi and Tong Tian. Once the Sanqing departed, Nuhua, Hongyun Daoren, and Zenyuanzi were momentarily taken aback. Nuhua and Hongyun Daoren fared somewhat better, having previously witnessed Wu Shan's miraculous abilities. For Zenyuanzi, this was the first time he encountered Wu Shan directly. In the midst of casual conversation, Wu Shan manipulated the future saints as if they were mere puppets. Remarkably, Wu Shan was merely at the golden immortal level. Zenyuanzi couldn't help but place himself in Wu Shan's position, surmising that if he were also just a golden immortal, even with the 12 ancestors of sorcery behind him and possessing countless treasures, along with the 3 karmic ties owed by the Sanqing, he could not possibly surpass Wu Shan. The mere fact that he remained unaffected by the Sanqing's aura had shattered Zenyuanzi's worldview. How could this sorcerer completely disregard the might of the Sanqing? They were the Pangu Sanqing, the future saints. After all, little did he know that Wu Shan was shielded by the system, and as for the aura of the Sanqing, even if Hong Jun himself were to come, it would amount to naught. Niuhua and the other two were too astonished to utter a word. However, Shiha and Changshi wore expressions of utmost admiration. Even Shiha, with her graceful demeanor, could not hide her respect, while Changshi's face was openly adorned with adoration. I in the wilderness. The strong are revered. Wu Shan could toy with the myriad mortals and the Sanqing at will. That is the essence of true strength. Changshi covered her mouth to maintain the modesty befitting the moon goddess. Otherwise, she would have burst forth in excitement. It turned out that following him was such a delightful and exhilarating experience. Thus, she resolved to forgive him for his previous transgressions against her, as long as he allowed her to continue accompanying him to witness such captivating events. Wu Shan remained unaware of the change in mentality of the sisters, merely turning to Niuhua and the others. You three, your presence here cannot be merely to wage war against our clan, can it? No, certainly not. Both Hongyun Daoren and Zenyuanzi fervently shook their heads. Niuhua, however, couldn't help but cast Wu Shan a reproachful look, exclaiming, "My friend is jesting. I merely have some queries I wish to discuss." Chapter 29. Zenyuanzi, your tree is unwell. Wu Shan turned to Hongyun Daoren. Hongyun, do you have something to inquire as well? Hongyun nodded. But as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Although the surroundings appeared desolate, who could ascertain how many divine thoughts were focusing on them? Zenyuanzi, quick-witted, suggested, "If you all do not mind, why not come to my Wuzhuang temple for a discussion?" Wu Shan glanced at the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Dijiang, the ancestor of sorcery, grinned. "Young one, the decision lies with you." The 12 ancestors had long decided. Upon stepping out, they would heed Wu Shan's guidance. The sorcery clan, pragmatic from top to bottom, did not linger around Wu Shan as mere followers, but rather as protective companions. Wu Shan was of paramount importance to the sorcery clan, embodying their hopes for resurgence. With these 3 reasons, that was sufficient. Wu Shan then turned to Niuhua, who smiled gently and bowed gracefully to Zenyuanzi. "I shall impose upon you, senior brother Zenyuanzi." Zenyuanzi hurriedly returned the gesture. "Sister Niuhua is too kind." "No jest, this is a future saint. It is prudent to foster good relations now." Thus, the group embarked towards Zenyuanzi's abode, Wuzhuang Temple. Meanwhile, after a lengthy journey, Dijuan and Tai finally returned to the Sun Emperor Star. Utterly flabbergasted, the entire Sun Emperor Star had been stripped bare. Not a trace of innate spiritual treasures or heavenly materials could be found. Even the sacred soil beneath the Fusang divine tree had been excavated extensively. This sacred soil, aside from nurturing the Fusang tree, held no other purpose. Gazing at the inscriptions on the colossal stone, Dijuan's face contorted with fury. "Damn, this Jane and Juenti are utterly outrageous." With a thunderous roar, Tai ignited a conflagration across the Sun Emperor Star, creating a terrifying spectacle as the entire realm surged restlessly. Dijuan squinted, pondering, although Jane and Juenti are shameless, would they truly leave such evidence as provocation? Tai paused, realizing his elder brother's insight was sound. "I observed that Jane and Juenti, while their methods lack decorum, are certainly not foolish." Dijuan nodded. "You, brother, assist me in deducing the circumstances." The 2 brothers promptly selected a vacant space beneath the Fusang tree and invoked the Hichu and Luo Shu to begin their calculations, which lasted a century. Finally, Dijuan's expression darkened as he set down the Hichu and Luo Shu. "Jane and Juenti, you have gone too far." Tai hastily inquired, "Elder brother, did you discern any concrete evidence?" With a stern expression, Dijuan affirmed, "I saw boundless streams of gung metal energy." Tai's eyes widened. That Juenti is indeed the transformed embodiment of the Western gung metal Bodhi tree. Dijuan snorted coldly, collecting the monumental stone inscribed with messages. "Let us proceed westward." Tai nodded, and the 2 brothers transformed into twin beams of light, racing towards the west. At this moment, Wu Shan and his companions had just arrived at Wuzhuang Temple. Hongjun would not allow the myriad mortals to learn the various divine abilities inscribed in the inner sanctum of the Zixiao Palace until the third lecture concluded. Consequently, those capable of rapid escape techniques in the entire wilderness were few and far between. Moreover, at present, no quasi-saints had emerged, making such journeys a common occurrence. Upon reaching Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi warmly welcomed them. "Esteemed guests, please have a seat. I shall prepare refreshments." With that, he summoned his disciples and turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, Zhen Yuanzi returned with 2 disciples, each bearing large platters. Wu Shan smiled slightly. "The master of Wuzhuang Temple is exceedingly gracious to host us with ginseng fruits." Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. "My friend is aware of ginseng fruits." Changxi, standing behind Wu Shan, softly inquired, "What are ginseng fruits?" Wu Shan replied casually, "Ginseng fruits are among the 10 great spiritual roots, their fruit being renowned alongside Huangzhongli and the Ziwen Panta, known as the 3 divine fruits of the wilderness. This fruit, also referred to as grass-returning elixir, takes 3,000 years to bloom, another 3,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 3,000 to ripen. Only after 10,000 years can 30 fruits be harvested. Its appearance resembles that of a child yet to reach maturity, with complete limbs and features. Hence, it is named ginseng fruit. Merely smelling one grants 360 years of life, while consuming one bestows 47,000 years. The 12 ancestors of sorcery, Shiha, and Changxi all bore expressions of realization. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled wryly, "My friend speaks most accurately. Please, everyone." Zhen Yuanzi presented a total of 18 fruits, enough for all in attendance. Marking a significant expenditure, the 12 ancestors of sorcery finished their fruits. Wu Shan seized the opportunity to trigger 12 prompts, each indicating an increase in the defensive capabilities of the ancestors, thereby granting him chances for a lottery draw. Wu Shan discreetly began to draw, acquiring several items of little use before one particular prize caught his attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a primordial woodpecker. An object resembling a mechanized bird materialized before Wu Shan's eyes. A mechanized bird? Not a real one. Wu Shan was perplexed. "System, could you elucidate what this is?" After the system's explanation, Wu Shan finally grasped the purpose of the primordial woodpecker. This extraordinary innate treasure, upon activation, would exhibit the agility of a true bird but bore no combat capabilities or assistance in battle or cultivation. However, the primordial woodpecker possessed a remarkably unique ability. It countered the 7 injuries and 5 declines insect. The 7 injuries targeted immortals, while the 5 declines targeted innate spiritual roots. This insect, invisible and intangible, could only be countered by the primordial woodpecker. If an immortal were ensnared, they would suffer from the 7 injuries, leading to a chaotic state. If an innate spiritual root were ensnared, it would face the 5 declines, resulting in depletion. Immortals, while fortunate enough to find a way to escape, would be left powerless against the 5 declines insect if an innate spiritual root encountered it. After obtaining the primordial woodpecker, Wu Shan's perspective shifted. He gazed at the ginseng fruit tree that loomed over Wuzhuang Temple. Noting its vibrant appearance, yet perceiving wisps of black mist emanating from its trunk, Wu Shan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Master of Wuzhuang Temple, I fear your ginseng fruit tree is unwell." Hongyun Daoist nearly spat out all the fruit pulp in his mouth. He anxiously glanced at Zhen Yuanzi, well aware that his old friend regarded the ginseng fruit tree as his lifeblood, impervious to any disparaging remarks. Would this lead to a confrontation? However, upon looking at Zhen Yuanzi, he was taken aback. Zhen Yuanzi's face was filled with shock, as if he had been struck by a revelation. The ginseng fruit tree, truly afflicted? Hongyun Daoist was momentarily rendered speechless, watching the bewildered expressions on Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun Daoist. Wu Shan chuckled softly. "It seems they've grown quite a few 7 injuries and 5 declines insects. They're in a serious state." Zhen Yuanzi trembled at this. "Can you see the 7 injuries and 5 declines insects? My friend, could it be that you possess the innate woodpecker?" In truth, Zhen Yuanzi had sensed something amiss with the ginseng fruit tree even before the first sermon of Hong Ming. He had always cherished the ginseng fruit, naturally noticing its changes. Yet, despite observing these alterations, he remained oblivious to their cause. It was only during his first visit to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings that he seized the opportunity to peruse ancient texts. Discovering that the ginseng fruit tree was under the scrutiny of the 7 injuries and 5 declines insects, it wasn't until the second sermon that he found further ancient texts detailing how to combat these insects. He also learned that only those with the innate woodpecker could perceive the formless and intangible 7 injuries and 5 declines insects. However, in the vast expanse of Honghuang, aside from Wu Shan, who possessed the treasure-hunting technique, the innate woodpecker was a rarity, almost impossible to find. Zhen Yuanzi had graciously invited Wu Shan and his companions to Wuzhuang Temple, not only to seek a safe haven for their discussions, but also in the hope that Nuwa might possess knowledge of the innate woodpecker's whereabouts. After all, she was destined to become a saint, perhaps with more information at her disposal. Little did Zhen Yuanzi anticipate that the innate woodpecker was, in fact, in Wu Shan's possession. Wu Shan nodded slightly. Indeed, I have it. With a gesture, the innate woodpecker appeared in his hand. After channeling his spiritual energy, the initially rigid woodpecker sprang to life, chirping animatedly at the ginseng fruit. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment as he swallowed hard. I humbly beseech you to rid my ginseng fruit tree of the 7 injuries and 5 declines insects. I shall be most grateful. Wu Shan smiled knowingly. And how do you intend to repay me? With the earth book in your possession? Or perhaps the ginseng fruit tree itself? Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily at a loss. As an established figure in Honghuang, possessing the earth book and the ginseng fruit was already a considerable boon. However, the earth book was essential for Zhen Yuanzi's existence. While the ginseng fruit depended on Wu Shan's treatment, he couldn't possibly offer the ginseng fruit tree in exchange for its healing. Zhen Yuanzi realized he had little that could genuinely appeal to Wu Shan. After all, this individual had just seized the entirety of Funbao Cliff and outmaneuvered both Jejuan and Zhuanti. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuanzi's mind was quick, and with a determined expression, he bowed to Wu Shan and his entourage. If you can heal my ginseng fruit tree, I vow by the heavenly Tao that I owe you a karmic debt. Wu Shan had been waiting for this declaration. Excellent. After nodding, he wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, the innate woodpecker flew toward the ginseng fruit tree. Without any searching, it immediately honed in on a 7 injuries and 5 declines insect. With a peck, a dark, twisted insect was extracted. The 7 injuries and 5 declines insect was captured by the innate woodpecker. It manifested before them. What a formidable 7 injuries and 5 declines insect, Nuwa remarked, her brows furrowing. This insect is formless and intangible, embodying the essence of the 7 injuries and 5 declines. It is terrifying. Even a saint cannot withstand it, let alone those merely on the brink of enlightenment. Were it not for their scarcity and the fact that we possess means to extricate ourselves once ensnared, it would indeed be a fearsome threat comparable to a heavenly tribulation. The 12 ancestors of sorcery nodded in agreement, acknowledging that no existence below the saintly level could withstand the essence of the 7 injuries and 5 declines. Changshi crossed her arms, a look of disgust on her face at the thought of such a creature crawling on her. Shiha also appeared pale, evidently disturbed by Changshi's words. She shot her sister an annoyed glance. Wu Shan smiled gently. Fear not. I have the innate woodpecker. We need not worry. Immediately, Changshi gazed at Wu Shan with immense admiration, considering him a near-omnipotent figure. Before long, all the 7 injuries and 5 declines insects on the ginseng fruit tree were eradicated. Once the woodpecker found no further targets, it returned to Wu Shan's hand, reverting to its mechanical bird form. Zhen Yuanzi watched the innate woodpecker with envy, relieved he hadn't foolishly attempted to snatch it. Wu Shan, having retrieved the innate woodpecker, raised an eyebrow. Now, shall we discuss the matter at hand? Zhen Yuanzi immediately adopted a serious demeanor, raising the earth book. The earth's membrane enveloped the entire Wuzhuang temple, ensuring their conversation remained private. The earth book symbolized the power of the earth. Even Hongjun could not pierce its secrets unless he were to act shamelessly and attack directly. Hongyun Daoist, unable to contain his anticipation, immediately turned to Wu Shan. My friend, the other day you mentioned that I might attract deadly consequences due to the matter of the saintly position. Wu Shan nodded. Hongyun Daoist appeared bewildered. I can understand why Kuanpeng might harbor animosity towards me, but what of Emperor Jun and Tai? Wu Shan chuckled softly. Emperor Jun and Tai's ambitions are grand. They wished to establish a demon court to unify Honghuang. Niuhua, Hongyun, and Xinyuanzi were all taken aback. Indeed, Emperor Jun and Tai harbored tremendous aspirations. Ancestor Zhu Rong spat in disdain. Them? They think they can unify Honghuang? Our clan will be the first to oppose. Wu Shen smiled slyly and continued. Emperor Jun and Tai seek to gather all demonkind and establish a demon court. At this juncture, Wu Shan turned to Niuhua. Dear Niuhua, your elder brother Fushi has been quite close to Emperor Jun and Tai. Has he not? Niuhua suddenly realized the implications, her expression darkening. She grasped that should Emperor Jun and Tai establish their court, a conflict with the Witch clan would be inevitable. If her brother were to align himself with the demon court, he would be compelled to battle the Witch clan. However, as Niuhua gazed into Wu Shen's eyes, she slowly nodded. I will return and counsel my brother. Indeed, the witch's expression remained unperturbed, showing no concern for the impending conflict between the Witch clan and the demon race. Did he possess absolute confidence in his victory? Why was that? Niuhua found herself increasingly curious about Wu Shan. Unlike Hongyun Daoist, who sought to unravel his fate, Niuhua remained, driven mainly by her intrigue. Wu Shan paid no heed to Niuhua's burning gaze. Instead focusing on Hongyun Daoist, Emperor Jun and Tai wish to recruit Kuanping into the demon court, which naturally means they will seek to eliminate you. Hongyun Daoist's complexion darkened, yet he took a deep breath. And what of Jejuan and Juanti? Wu Shan smirked knowingly. You relinquish the saintly position. Do you grasp the magnitude of the karmic debt involved? If Jejuan and Juanti were to repay their debt, they would need to return half of all they gained from their ascension to sainthood, though you think they would be willing. But how can one escape their karmic debt? Wu Shan extended his hand, lightly tracing a line across Hongyun Daoist's neck. As long as you are dead, the karmic debt need not be repaid. What? Hongyun Daoist exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly. Niuhua and Xinyuanzi also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Yet, I have never truly regretted it. I never imagined. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that this would lead to my own demise? The expression on Hongyun Doran's face shifted unpredictably, and even the aura surrounding him became enigmatic and inscrutable. It is said that the most terrifying individuals are those who, after being excessively kind, undergo a transformation. Hongyun Doran embodies this very notion. According to the celestial order, upon his death, his essence would flee into reincarnation, transforming into Yunzi's. However, Yunzi's character would drastically deviate from that of a benevolent soul, becoming exceedingly slick and cunning. On the surface, it may appear as though he is merely indulging in the vast wilderness. Yet in truth, he trusts no one and forms no deep connections. He shouts slogans that echo through the mountains but accomplishes nothing of substance. Wu Shan raised an eyebrow at so. What? Do you intend to resign yourself to fate and await your demise? Or perhaps, will you self-destruct right here and now? Hongyun Doran was jolted awake by Wu Shan's words. He turned to Wu Shan, asking, then, fellow Daoist, what should I do? Wu Shan let out a cold snort. In our Wu clan, we confront heaven and earth, we recognize our goals and never look back. When Father Pango opened the heavens and the earth, he foresaw his own demise but remained resolute. Wu Shan's gaze swept across the surroundings. We are acutely aware of how the beings of the primordial world perceive our clan. They merely regard us as lacking in essence, ignorant of what is good or bad, and oblivious to heavenly principles. Wu Shan smirked disdainfully. Why not inquire of our ancestral shaman what they have to say? Zhurong laughed heartily. What does heavenly principle amount to, if heavenly principle demands our demise? Shall we comply? Gonggong chuckled softly beside him. Even if death is inevitable, we will spit blood in their faces. The flesh and blood of Father Pango birthed our clan, and we are not meant to bow and scrape before any heavenly principle. The 12 ancestral shamans exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Regardless of how other clans may describe the Wu clan, savage, warlike, and ignorant of heavenly principles, we know ourselves. We merely fixate on our goals and pursue them with single-minded determination. Good, evil, clarity, confusion? Why bother with such distinctions? We shall forge ahead regardless. This is the essence of the Wu clan, bluntly simple. Wu Shan smiled proudly. In the primordial world, one must either advance or retreat. The Wu clan has never ceased its march forward. Be it sages or heavenly principles, whatever stands in our way will be met with our full force. Have we perished? Even in death, we can attest that we have lived. Shiha and Changshi observed the 12 ancestral shamans who were laughing uproariously. Then turned their gaze to Wu Shun. Changshi's eyes sparkled with admiration, while even Shiha focused intently on Wu Shin. In that moment, Wu Shin shone brighter in the sister's eyes than any sage. Inwa took a deep breath and nodded slightly to Wu Shun in acknowledgement. The words of the fellow Taoist opened Inwa's mind. Hongyun Daoran stared at Wu Shun, remaining silent for a long while. Then, he laughed heartily once more, but this time, his laughter was no longer one of despair. What a splendid notion, to die while spitting blood in the faces of others. What a marvelous idea, to die yet still prove that one has lived. Ha ha, splendid indeed. Changshi tugged at Shiha's sleeve. Sister, do you think Hongyun Daoran has been too greatly stimulated and gone mad? Shiha shot a helpless glare at her foolish sister. Hongyun Daoran adjusted his robe and expressed his gratitude. I, Hongyun, swear by the heavenly principle that as long as I, Hongyun, live for a single day, I shall be your ally, a steadfast friend to the Wu clan. Should I violate this oath, may the primordial world not forgive me. Wu Shun smiled indifferently and performed a unique gesture of respect from the Wu clan. You are most courteous. Representing the entire Wu clan, he naturally had to uphold etiquette. Hongyun Daoran laughed heartily and resumed his seat. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi finally spoke. Fellow Taoist, do you have any plans to assist Hongyun Daoran? Wu Shin waved his hand. It is actually quite simple. Before the third sermon, they dare not take action. It is only after the arrival of Jane and Juenti, once they have attained sainthood, that they will intervene. However, they would never dare to act directly, only to employ a different tactic. That is to ensure that Hongyun Daoran finds himself unable to seek help in times of danger. Zhen Yuanzi's expression changed dramatically. They intend to obscure the heavenly secrets, to shroud the battlefield? Wu Shin nodded. Precisely so. Therefore, after the third sermon, you and Hongyun Daoran must not separate. Any actions must be undertaken together, with the strength of both of you. Even if Kuanpeng and Dijuantai were to strike simultaneously, you would assuredly escape. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, finding Hongyun's reasoning sound. Yet, he soon pondered another matter. Then, what about Jane and Juenti? Once they achieve sainthood, if they do not act directly, merely scheme, Hongyun Daoran will be unable to withstand it. Wu Shin shook his head. Do not worry. They do not dare to scheme against you. Even if they truly plotted, it would take a convoluted approach. Hongyun Daoran looked utterly bewildered. Why is that? Wu Shin raised an eyebrow. 7 strands of primordial purple energy. 7 opportunities for sainthood. 6 have already found hosts. What about the last one? Inwa, with her astute mind, grasped the underlying implication of Wu Shun's words. Could it be that the last strand belongs to Brother Hongyun? Wu Shin smiled without a word. Just moments ago, Hongyun Daoran thought he would never again be shocked by anything. Yet now, he was rendered utterly speechless. Is it truly mine? Wu Shin smiled nonchalantly. Although you relinquished the position of sage, you have sat in that seat before. Thus, you have a connection to the primordial purple energy. However, you did not maintain that position. Therefore, you understand what may transpire, do you not? Hongyun Daoran's expression darkened. Inwa sighed softly. Brother Hongyun, you will be hunted by the other 3,000 worldly guests. Kuanpeng may even incite other worldly guests against you. Inwa's 6 companions are disciples of Hongjun, both inner and outer students. None would dare to seize from them. But Hongyun is different. Hua paused, contemplating before shaking her head. If Brother Hongyun possesses the primordial purple energy, Kuanpeng should not incite anyone against him. Therefore, it would be best for Brother Hongyun to find a place to hide. Zhen Yuanzi immediately declared, My 5 Zhuang Temple is the ideal refuge. Wu Shan, however, was the first to object. The 5 Zhuang Temple will not suffice. Everyone knows of the close relationship between you and Hongyun. They will undoubtedly seek you out. Even with the protection of the Earth's maternal membrane, while they may not breach the defenses, they can continually harass Hongyun Daoran. As long as Hongyun Daoran cannot seize the opportunity for sainthood, he will always remain a target. Hongyun opened his mouth. Then, where shall I go? Of course, it must be the territory of our clan. Beneath Mount Buzhou, there exists the consciousness of Father Pangu guarding it. Even a sage would be unable to observe what lies within. Once Hongyun Daoren enters our territory, no one will be able to discover you. Wu Shun's elaborate words aimed to pull Hongyun Daoren and Zhen Yuanzi into the fold of the Wu clan's battle line. As long as Hongyun Daoren remains alive, there will undoubtedly be opportunities for sainthood. Zhen Yuanzi, born alongside the Earth Book, is destined to become the progenitor of Earth immortals. Moreover, one is altruistic, while the other values loyalty and righteousness. Hongyun Daoren's eyes widened. But this may bring trouble to the Wu clan. Wu Shen waved his hand dismissively. The Wu clan has never feared trouble. Hongyun Daoren is no fussy individual either. He smirked and bowed to Wu Shen, then to the 12 ancestral shamans. Then I shall intrude. Wu Shen nodded in satisfaction. Zhen Yuanzi, what about you? Will you join our clan? Zhen Yuanzi hesitated. Perhaps I should not. Without Hongyun Daoren at the Five Zhuang Temple, I believe the other worldly guests will not find me here. Wu Shen waved his hand. You are mistaken. It is precisely because they cannot find Hongyun Daoren that they will certainly target you. Your connection to Hongyun Daoren is well known throughout the primordial world. If they cannot locate Hongyun Daoren, who else will they pursue? As he spoke, Wu Shen pointed toward the ginseng fruit tree. They may indeed find it difficult to breach the Earth's maternal membrane. However, they have the capability to sever the spiritual veins outside the Five Zhuang Temple. At that point, the ginseng fruit tree will surely perish. Zhen Yuanzi's face was filled with shock. That cannot be, Wu Shen laughed heartily. If you believe it impossible, then so be it, as long as we can integrate Hongyun Daoren into the Wu clan. What fear do we have of Zhen Yuanzi not joining us? At this moment, Enhua finally spoke again. Fellow Taoist, you previously mentioned that the three purities would conspire against us. What is the reason for this? Wu Shen glanced at Enhua. This relates to your method of attaining sainthood later on. However, I cannot disclose it now. Revealing it would hinder your path to sainthood. Enhua stands as the sole being among the 6 future sages to have attained sanctity through merit. This signifies that while Enhua may not possess the most formidable combat prowess among the 6, she is undoubtedly someone whom no sage would dare to provoke. Sages do not defy the heavens. To defy the heavens is to forfeit the path to sanctity. With Enhua having achieved sanctity through her merits, she is thus safeguarded by the celestial order. Not only do the other 5 sages refrain from direct confrontation with her, but even Hongjun, after attaining the Tao, would not dare to act against her. However, the scheming nature of sages knows no bounds, spanning across countless eons without difficulty. Laozi, envious of Enhua's merits and fortune, conspired with the 2 saints of the West to plot against her. Consequently, after the calamity of the gods was sealed, Enhua found herself not only betrayed by the demon race, but also nearly severed from the faith of humanity, leaving her to retreat into the solitude of the Hua Emperor Palace. It can be said that apart from her position as a sage, Enhua was left with nothing. Yet, it is evident that such thoughts cannot be uttered by Wu Shen at this moment. This spans across the calamities of the witch and demon, the sealing of the gods, and the minor calamity of the journey to the West, culminating in the new heavenly rules instigated by the Bao Yendeng. Regardless of whether Wu Shen speaks, Enhua's belief is irrelevant. Should he dare to voice these truths, the heavenly tribulation would descend upon him without delay. Wu Shen smiled serenely at Enhua and remarked, If you trust me, dear friend Enhua, after the 3rd sermon by Hongjun, should you find no opportunity for sanctity, come seek me among the witch clan. At that time, you shall glean a glimpse of the future's destiny. Enhua's eyes widened in astonishment. Her unparalleled wisdom and keen intellect allowed her to perceive the underlying implications in Wu Shen's words, stirring a tempest within her tranquil facade. This companion from the witch clan possesses foresight into my future fate? How could he possibly know? Reflecting on Wu Shen's myriad of extraordinary abilities, Enhua regarded him intently. What manner of being is he? Is he truly of the witch clan? After a measured breath, Enhua smiled gracefully. We have known each other for some time, yet I remain unaware of your esteemed name. Upon uttering these words, both Hongyun Daoren and Zhen Yuanzi were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed that throughout this duration, they had neglected to inquire about their companion's name. It was not that Enhua and the others lacked decorum. Rather, Wu Shen had astonished them time and again. leaving them little opportunity to ask. Wu Shan smiled nonchalantly. "Dian, the witch clan. I am known as Wu Sheng," and Hua rose gracefully and offered a bow. "Until we meet again, Wu Sheng." With that, she bowed to Zenyuanzi and Hongyun Daoren before departing with a sense of purpose. Enhua hastened to return and locate her elder brother Fuxi. Firstly, to caution Fuxi against growing too close to Emperor Jun and Tai, and secondly, to deliberate on matters concerning Wu Shun. After Enhua's departure, Wu Shun also took his leave of Hongyun Daoren and Zenyuanzi. Hongyun Daoren intended to visit the witch clan, but there was no rush. Wu Shun, along with the 12 ancestral witches and the sisters Shiha and Changxi, departed from Wuzhuangguan, making their way toward the territory of the witch clan. The passage of several hundred years along this journey is needless to elaborate upon. Wu Shun and the 12 ancestral witches had already gained renown throughout the primordial realm. Future sages would dare to rob them, and in mere 3 sentences, the 3 pure ones would lend their protection. Presently, there was no one foolish enough to provoke this formidable group. Thus, their journey was marked by tranquility. Meanwhile, as Wu Shan and his entourage made their way toward the ancestral land of the witch clan, a fierce battle erupted in the west. The sound of bells resonated thrice in the west. Already depleted due to the excavation of ancestral veins, the ringing of the chaos bell caused a cataclysmic rupture. For nearly a millennium, the preparations made by Jane and Juenti to stabilize the west crumbled into nothingness. Emperor Jun and Tai, do not go too far. Juenti raised the 7 treasures mysterious tree, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings as it deflected the onslaught of the chaos bell. The west lay in ruins. Juenti's eyes burned with fury. "How many times must I say it? The Sun Emperor star is not our doing," Tai responded with a disdainful snort, offering no further words. The chaos bell descended, scattering the light of Juenti's 7 treasures mysterious tree. His assault was not aimed at Jane and Juenti, but rather at the very heart of the West. Jane and Juenti, chosen as future sages by Hongjun himself, while Emperor Jun and Tai may harbor discontent, they dared not resort to lethal force. Yet, refraining from killing does not equate to inaction. Since you two from the West are so shameless as to wreak havoc upon the Sun Emperor's star, then I shall lay waste to your West. The Chaos Bell, a primordial treasure of immense power, would have been capable of safeguarding the West had Jane and Juenti retained the Merit Golden Lotus and the Qinglian treasure flag. However, those 2 treasures had been seized by Wu Shun. The aura of light surrounding Jane enveloped the entirety of the West. Emperor Jun and Tai, do you intend to incite a war between East and West? Unlike his reticent brother, Emperor Jun burst into laughter. Incite a war between East and West? What a joke. Following his laughter, Emperor Jun unleashed the solar essence, igniting a conflagration of immense proportions. You have destroyed my Sun Emperor star. I shall obliterate your West. This is merely a matter of fairness. Chapter 33 Zhu Rong. Extinguish me. The boundless solar flames engulfed the entirety of the West. Emperor Jun summoned the Hichu and Luoshu above his head, forming a primordial formation. The surging flames transformed into an angry sea of fire, pressing down with overwhelming force. The mighty beings across the primordial realm were drawn to the spectacle of battle. Their attention captured as they projected their consciousness to witness the unfolding drama, left utterly astounded. What is happening? Emperor Jun and Tai are actually fighting Jane and Juenti? Ha! You know not? I arrived first and thus possess some knowledge. Oh, pray tell, dear friend. The identities of these consciousness projections remained indistinguishable, even to the sages themselves. Consequently, as they observed the strife in the West, discussions erupted fervently without a hint of trepidation. Emperor Jun and Tai's Sun Emperor star had been thoroughly plundered. Even the sacred Fusang tree had its leaves stripped bare. Emperor Jun, utilizing the Hichu and Luoshu to divine the heavenly secrets, discovered a singular clue. An aura of gung metal. The self-proclaimed knowledgeable consciousness detailed the events with clarity. In an instant, the discourse among the mighty beings exploded. Indeed, the 2 from the West, despite their sage potential, lacked the dignity befitting a sage. Ha! Do you not realize? They have just been robbed by the witch clan. Even the treasures bestowed by Sage Hongjun have been snatched away. Such beings are unworthy of becoming saints. Laughter erupted among the consciousnesses, some reveling in the misfortune while others fanned the flames of discord. All were transient guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, wondering why these two shameless individuals, having usurped their positions, would be deemed worthy of sanctity. At this moment, those who could take advantage of their plight did so with unrestrained glee. Listening to the surrounding consciousness, Jane and Juenti's faces turned ashen, yet they could not utter a word in retort. A cold smile crept onto Emperor Jun's lips as he communicated with Tai through their consciousness. Now is the time to act. With the Chaos Bell and Hichu Luoshu in hand, Emperor Jun and Tai were undoubtedly more formidable than Jane and Juenti. The delay had merely been to attract the attention of various mighty beings. Emperor Jun's ambition was immense. Should they fail to salvage the reputation of the Sun Emperor star, their aspirations would be rendered a mere jest. On the other hand, Jane and Juenti were destined for sanctity. This move by Emperor Jun and Tai served to lay the groundwork for the future. It is not that my brother disrespects future sages, but rather that these two from the West are excessively brazen. Now, having built the momentum, it was time to strike. Tai raised the Chaos Bell, instantaneously suppressing time and space. Jane's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned an endless light to form a protective shield. Juenti wielded the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, unleashing a myriad of brilliant light. However, with just the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, Jane and Juenti could not withstand the overwhelming divine might of the Chaos Bell. The light of protection dwindled, and the brilliance of the mysterious tree diminished. Emperor Jun snorted disdainfully. The inferno cascaded down, enveloping the West in a sea of raging flames. The already shattered West suffered yet another devastating blow. Its final vestiges of vitality extinguished, leaving no possibility for recovery. At the opportune moment, Emperor Jun withdrew the flames, his voice resonating throughout the primordial realm. Jane and Juenti, you have destroyed my Sun Emperor star. Today, my brother shall likewise obliterate your West. Fair and just. This cycle of cause and effect is hereby concluded. Having spoken, Emperor Jun collected the river diagram and Luo Shu, returning to Tai's side. Tai, in turn, shielded himself and his elder brother with the Chaos Bell. The two brothers transformed into a streak of flowing light and returned to the Sun Emperor star. The cunning of Emperor Jun and Tai is profound. Their methods exceptionally astute. Oh, this fellow Taoist? What does this imply? Emperor Jun refrained from destroying the Gongjin Bodhi tree, nor did he disturb the area within 1 billion miles around it. Consequently, although the West lay in ruin, Jane and Juenti still had a path forward. Unless Jane and Juenti intended to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, they would never dare to confront Emperor Jun and Tai head-on. This maneuver not only established Emperor Jun's authority but also secured against future repercussions. The surrounding divine consciousness experienced a sudden enlightenment, collectively acknowledging the prowess of Emperor Jun and Tai. Jane returned to the Gongjin Bodhi tree, his face darkened as he surveyed the desolate expanse of the West. Grief welled up from his heart, and anger simmered at his core. After the onlookers departed, Jane finally erupted, spewing forth a stream of golden blood. Juenti, cradling his head, wept inconsolably. Which clan? Emperor Jun, Tai, I vow that we shall not coexist. Jane's eyes burned with intensity as he silently swore an oath. Juenti, in despair, cried out, Senior brother, what shall we do? Jane, gritting his teeth, reassured him. Do not panic, junior brother. It is our destiny to attain sainthood. When that time comes, we shall exact our revenge. Juenti glanced around, but the West was no more. Jane, displaying his remarkable resolve, stood tall. You and I are the West. As long as we endure, the West shall endure. Juenti wiped away his tears and rose alongside him. Senior brother speaks wisely. I have learned much. After Emperor Jun and Tai wreaked havoc in the West, nearly obliterating the entire region, the ancestral land of the Witch clan was in the midst of organizing the treasures acquired from Wushan. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected altering the destiny of the West. Defense 1000. You may acquire Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea Tree. The Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea Tree, imbued with the essence of the great Tao, could replenish vitality, purify bloodlines, and enhance divine abilities. Wushan leaped up, startling Shi He and Chang Shi, who were assisting him in sorting various treasures. "What are you doing?" Chang Shi asked, bewildered. Wu Shen waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. He intended to plant the Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea tree on Mount Shimi and then harvest some tea leaves. The Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea and Enlightenment Tea were essentially of equal rank, perhaps even two different manifestations of the same spiritual root. Enlightenment tea could aid the drinker in comprehending the great Tao and enhancing their cultivation, even increasing their Tao root. In contrast, Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea could amplify what one already possessed without adding anything new. The Witch clan emerged from the blood of Pangu, yet due to the influence of earthly demonic energy, they became increasingly violent, compounded by the absence of a primordial spirit, which hindered their self-purification. Thus, the Witch clan's fate deteriorated over time, ultimately triggering the entire clan's karmic retribution. After Wu Shen acquired the complete version of the 9 transformations heavenly art, there had been some improvement in this regard. Yet it was insufficient. The Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea was precisely what was needed. It purified and refined the bloodline, representing the strongest spiritual root for the Witch clan. Wu Shen quickly summoned the 12 ancestral witches and presented the brewed spirit tea. "Esteemed ancestral witches, I have obtained a remarkable treasure." The 12 ancestral witches gazed quizzically at the small teacup. "What is this?" Zhu Rong scoffed, showing disinterest. "It's nothing. You can drink it yourself." Zhu Rong was undoubtedly the most straightforward among the 12 ancestral witches. Wu Shen grinned. "Zhu Rong, why not take a sip first?" Zhu Rong, conceding to his request, drank a gulp of the spirit tea. After wiping his mouth, he exclaimed, "I haven't even finished speaking." In the next moment, Zhu Rong's entire countenance shifted dramatically. Wu Shan smiled broadly. "Do you want more?" Zhu Rong lunged towards Wu Shan, pleading, "Come, extinguish this fire within me." Chapter 34, Departure. Embarking on a journey with the sister flowers poof. Zhu Rong's exclamation left the other 11 ancestral witches in stunned silence, while Gong Gong spat out his drink in shock. Had it not been for the spirit tea dissolving into Tao Rhythm Qi, Gong Gong's sip would have been wasted. "Zhu Rong, what madness has taken hold of you?" Gong Gong's words faltered as he stood there in disbelief. The spirit tea consumed by the other ancestral witches began to take effect, as a torrent of pure spirit energy surged within them. The Tao rhythm transformed into delicate golden threads, commencing the purification of the earthly demonic energy within the ancestral witches. In truth, aside from the anomaly that was Wu Shan, the entire witch clan constantly suffered the effects of the earthly demonic energy within their bodies, whether it manifested as an itch akin to ants gnawing at them or pain like blades carving through bone. During battle, these sensations intensified tenfold, leading to emotional instability. This was a significant reason why, despite their formidable physical strength and indomitable will, the witch clan could easily succumb to madness, unlike other races. At this moment, the miraculous effects of the Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea began to cleanse the earthly demonic energy from the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches, purifying their bloodlines and enhancing their divine abilities. This process alleviated their suffering considerably, rendering their bodies pristine and untainted. It could be said that since the 12 ancestral witches took form, they had never experienced such relief. "What is this?" Even the usually reticent Xiaming ancestral witch couldn't help but express astonishment. Wu Shan smiled gently. "This is Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea." He then explained the effects of the spirit tea, which elicited great joy from the 12 ancestral witches. With this Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea, the witch clan's most significant flaw held the promise of swift resolution. Zhu Rong, with fiery eyes, demanded, "How much more do you have?" "Brew it all," Wu Shen shrugged. "I have some, but I cannot give it all." Zhu Rong leapt up, exclaiming, "I've always treated you well. You can't do this to me. Tell me, where do you plan to go treasure hunting next? I'll be sure to charge to the front." The other 11 ancestral witches burst into laughter, filling the cave with a lively atmosphere. Wu Shen helplessly shrugged. The Tao Rhythm Spirit Tea was potent, but only 1 cup could be consumed per year. Exceeding this amount might superficially appear to enhance the effects. Yet the overwhelming purifying power could obliterate one's will. "Zhu Rong, do not forget, our clan lacks a primordial spirit. Once the will of the body fades, it signifies death." The 12 ancestral witches' expressions turned solemn as they began to keenly observe the changes within themselves. Instantly recognizing Wu Shan's words held merit, Zhu Rong patted his head, conceding that they would have to take it slow. Wu Shan smiled gently. There's no rush, esteemed ancestral witches. I have obtained the spirit tea tree, and it has been planted. We have ample time. My plan is for the esteemed ancestral witches to consume it for the first century, followed by the great witches for the next millennium, and then the other clan members will be considered based on the situation. Among the witch clan, those with higher bloodlines were more deeply affected by the earthly demonic energy. Wu Shan's arrangement posed no issues. The Emperor Jiang ancestral witch nodded, very well, everything shall proceed under your guidance. After a pause, he inquired, now, there remain over 3,000 years until Hongjuan's unification. How shall you arrange this time? Wu Shan had already contemplated this. I shall enter seclusion for 2,000 years, i.e. the final millennium. I will venture out to explore. However, this time, the esteemed ancestral witches need not accompany me. Zhu Rong, as expected, was the first to lose patience. Why? You mustn't forget, the three purities are watching you, and so are Emperor Jun and Tai. Even if they were listening to the Tao at that time, their subordinates were still numerous. The Hutu ancestral witch nodded in concern. Going out alone is indeed perilous in the eyes of the 12 ancestral witches. Wu Shan represented the future of the witch clan. However, regardless of how promising the future appeared, it did not change the fact that Wu Shan remained at the golden immortal level, in absolute terms. Wu Shan was the weakest among all the great witches. Yet he remained unfazed, smiling. The esteemed ancestral witches need to familiarize themselves with the new 12 capital heavenly god and demon array. Do not forget that in 2,000 years, the earthly demonic energy within you will be cleansed. The 12 ancestral witches awakened to this realization. The 12 capital heavenly god and demon array possessed boundless power. Yet it required demonic energy to activate it. While the 12 ancestral witches were inherently capable, what would happen once the earthly demonic energy within them was thoroughly eradicated? They must become accustomed to drawing upon the external earthly demonic energy. As for Wu Shan acting alone, that is not entirely absent. There, it refers to Mount Shumi. Wu Shan can open Mount Shumi at any moment, effectively summoning the 12 ancestors of witchcraft along with a significant portion of the witch clan. In truth, they are all following Wu Shan. When danger arises, he can simply open Mount Shumi and call upon them. Thus, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft cease their idle chatter and turn to depart. Only then does Wu Shan resume organizing the treasures acquired from the treasure distribution rock. He casually prepares a cup of Tao Rhythm spiritual tea for Shi He and Chang Shi. For lunar deities like Shi He and Chang Shi, the effects of Tao Rhythm spiritual tea pale in comparison to those of enlightenment tea. Yet, cradling the tea brewed by Wu Shan himself, Chang Shi's eyes sparkled with joy, resembling a crescent moon. After meticulously arranging the nearly 10,000 treasures obtained from the treasure distribution rock, Wu Shan also acquired over 1,000 lottery opportunities. After utilizing them all, he finally managed to gather the appropriate cultivation methods for the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, marking a fruitful harvest. For the next 2,000 years, Wu Shan remained in seclusion, with Shi He and Chang Shi ever by his side. During Wu Shan's moments of rest, the two sisters would engage in discussions about the Tao with him. Occasionally, in moments of inspiration, one would play the qin while the other danced. Wu Shan generously gifted several treasures from the treasure distribution rock to the two sisters. Shi He received the heavenly qin and the dragon's whisper flute, while Chang Shi obtained the 9-color rainbow garment and the ethereal skybinding belt. 2,000 years ago, Wu Shan, utilizing Tao Rhythm spiritual tea, thoroughly expelled the earthly demonic energy from the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Additionally, 30 members of the Great Witch were also completely freed from the earthly demonic energy. On this day, Wu Shan made all necessary preparations and, accompanied by the sisters Shi He and Chang Shi, set forth to embark on a journey. Kwa Fu and De, I leave the ancestral land in your capable hands. Wu Shan instructed before departing. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft were cultivating the 12 capital celestial demon formation within Mount Shumi. Xingtian had ventured out to explore long ago, having made breakthroughs in his heavenly tribulation techniques 500 years prior. Kwa Fu patted his chest, reassuring, rest assured, elder brother, we will safeguard the ancestral land. However, if you have the chance, please inquire with the Pangu Father God about when he might provide me with a complete cultivation method. The matter of Xingtian obtaining the heavenly tribulation techniques had left the other great witches envious. Unfortunately, apart from Xingtian, none of the others could cultivate them. Wu Shen laughed heartily. Very well, whenever the Pangu Father God visits me in a dream, I will certainly ask him. After sharing a laugh, Wu Shen activated the spatial evasion technique derived from the Void Sutra, taking Shihi and Chang Shi with him as they vanished in an instant, traversing billions of miles away. Chapter 35. Our tea tree was here all along. Wu Shen, accompanied by the sisters Shihi and Chang Shi, sped eastward. Having acquired a plethora of treasures, many of which could expedite their journey, they reached the Eastern Sea in a mere 50 years. The Eastern land is vast and boundless, with half of it belonging to the deep sea. Being located to the east of the Eastern land, it is aptly named the Eastern Sea. If one were to measure the entirety of the Eastern land, who would be so idle as to traverse it all? As for the Eastern Sea, even now, no one has fully explored it. Not even the Dragon Clan at the height of its power managed to uncover all the secrets of the Eastern Sea. This is not only due to the immense size of the Eastern Sea, but also because its dangers far exceed those of the mainland. Indeed, they are perilous. It is said that certain areas of the Eastern Sea harbor fissures that lead directly to chaos for various reasons. Consequently, many places within the Eastern Sea are fraught with terrifying abysses. Once one enters, survival becomes a daunting challenge. Wu Shen and the sisters arrived at the edge of the Eastern Sea, where the vast expanse before them stretched for billions of miles, with thousands of waves crashing, the sound echoing relentlessly. Those lacking sufficient power would likely perish from the sheer force of the waves. Following the great calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, the Dragon Clan ceased to govern the waters near the mainland, making the treacherous waves of the Eastern Sea even more daunting. Nowadays, aside from some powerful aquatic beings, or those born on the various celestial islands of the Eastern Sea, few dare to venture here. Chang Shi cast a nervous glance at the surging waters of the Eastern Sea. Are we searching for treasures here? Wu Shen grinned widely and produced a string of beads. As the beads emerged, they radiated a brilliant light, instantly calming the tumultuous waves of the Eastern Sea beneath their glowed. In an instant, the entire sea appeared tranquil, resembling a blue gemstone. The two sisters stared in astonishment. Chang Shi looked at the beads in Wu Shen's hand. What treasure is this? It's incredible. The fearsome reputation of the Eastern Sea had long been known, and Chang Shi had developed an inexplicable sense of awe towards it. Now, witnessing Wu Shen's ability to subdue the waves with the beads, she was left utterly speechless. Wu Shen smiled slightly. These are the sea-stabilizing divine pearls. The sea-stabilizing divine pearls can emit 5-colored rays, bewildering the senses and perceptions of foes. Their power is immense, akin to the strength of the 4 seas. The name sea-stabilizing derives from their ability to quell the waves. However, a complete set of sea-stabilizing divine pearls consists of 36 beads. For reasons unknown, they have become scattered. Hong Jun had only acquired 24 beads in the past, which were later placed in the treasure distribution rock, where Wu Shen obtained them. With only 24 sea-stabilizing divine pearls, they can only be considered an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. To unlock their true potential as an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, one must gather all 36 beads. Wu Shen's purpose in coming to the Eastern Sea was to seek the remaining 12 sea-stabilizing divine pearls. If one were to mention a flaw of the treasure-seeking technique, it would be that it only reveals the location of treasures without indicating what they are. However, if Wu Shen possesses a part of the treasure in hand, he can compensate for this shortcoming. After acquiring the 24 sea-stabilizing divine pearls, Wu Shen discovered this additional function of the treasure-seeking technique. After explaining, Wu Shen raised his gaze towards the depths of the Eastern Sea. In that direction, let us proceed. With that, Wu Shen summoned the 12-grade merit Golden Lotus and leapt onto it. Shihi and Chang Shi followed suit, and the Golden Lotus transformed into a beam of golden light, cutting through the waves. With the sea-stabilizing divine pearls in hand, as long as they do not encounter the legendary, most dangerous fissures connecting to chaos, the 3 of them would face little peril. After progressing for approximately 10 years, they finally beheld a grand island before them. This island spanned 10,000 miles and comprised 3 interconnected smaller islands arranged in a trident shape. The sea-stabilizing divine pearls Wu Shan sought were not located here. But the island radiated a brilliant purple light, teeming with Tao rhythm, unmistakably a celestial paradise. Furthermore, it was rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Wu Shan would not hesitate. Without further ado, he set foot upon the island. "Is the sea-stabilizing divine pearl on this island?" Changshi inquired curiously. Wu Shan shook his head. "The sea-stabilizing divine pearls are not here." Then, breaking into a smile, he added, "But there will certainly be other treasures here." Having accompanied Wu Shan for some time, the two sisters naturally understood his meaning. Shihi, composed, refrained from speaking, her gaze shining subtly. Yet Changshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "There are treasures meant for us here, right?" Her tone indicated that she had completely embraced her identity as a member of the witch clan, deeply influenced by Wu Shan. Wu Shan laughed heartily. Indeed. With that, he dismissed the merit golden lotus, but summoned the heavenly, earthly, and profound yellow elixir tower before entering the island alongside the two sisters. Caution was Wu Shan's greatest virtue. Once they entered the island, with the treasure-seeking technique at hand, Wu Shan could directly pinpoint any hidden treasures and opportunities within. After a short while, having collected 7 or 8 commendable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they encountered a cliff. Atop the cliff stood a colossal tea tree. This tea tree was remarkably peculiar, emitting no trace of spiritual energy. Yet it was entirely enveloped by an endless flow of Tao rhythm. "Is this enlightenment tea?" She exclaimed in astonishment. Even with her typically serene demeanor, she could not help but voice her surprise. Changshi leaped up in excitement. The Tao rhythm spiritual tea was beneficial to both sisters, but more so for social enjoyment. However, enlightenment tea held immeasurable significance for them. After swallowing hard, Changshi finally spoke. "So our family's enlightenment tea was right here all along." She shot an amused sideways glance at her naive sister, realizing that Changshi had been thoroughly influenced by Wu Shan. However, she did not seem to grasp that she, too, shared the same sentiments as Changshi, merely keeping her thoughts to herself. Wu Shan laughed heartily. "Yes, our family's enlightenment tea is indeed here. It is time to relocate it." Wu Shan stepped forward, transformed into a towering golden figure. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, seizing the entire cliff with brute force and tearing it down violently. He then cast the Wu Dao tea into Mount Shumi. Just as Wu Shan regained his usual form, a thunderous roar erupted from another island. Shi turned to the direction of the sound, sensing a confrontation. Changshi, brimming with excitement, suggested they take a look. Wu Shan, too intrigued, nodded in agreement and soared toward the source of the commotion. Soon, the battlefield came into view, at the edge of another island. A colossal sea dragon was relentlessly assaulting 3 young girls, who appeared to be no older than the age of maturity, with the youngest seemingly still in her childhood. Their adversary was a formidable entity, a Tai golden immortal, spanning a distance of nearly 1,000 miles. Wu Shan raised an eyebrow. Although the 3 girls seemed youthful, one was a golden immortal while the other 2 were Shin immortals, in the realm of innate spirits. It is rare for those who have transformed to retain a juvenile form. Such cases typically indicate either a lack of strength or an extraordinary lineage. The former often do not exhibit the innate appearance post-transformation, while the latter possess exceptional talents and unique fates. The 3 girls, however, clearly showcased the standard innate appearance. Though they had yet to fully develop, they undoubtedly possessed the potential for extraordinary beauty. Once they matured, they would surely be unparalleled in grace, especially the eldest among them, who bore a visage that could rival Shi and Changshi. Utilizing his treasure-seeking technique, Wu Shan scrutinized the trio. The violet aura surrounding them was even more intense than when he first encountered Shi and Changshi. The fateful destinies of primordial beings can determine many aspects, yet sometimes these destinies may conflict. As daughters of the moon goddess, Shi and Changshi naturally bore extraordinary fates. However, their original destinies as celestial queens surpassed their innate potential, limiting their maximum strength to that of a great Luo golden immortal, with no chance for further advancement. Now, with Wu Shan altering their fates, their innate talents could finally manifest. The newly emerged trio belonged to a category of exceptionally high fates. Evident in their strength, which far surpassed that of Shi He and Chang Shi. When Wu Shen first met them, Wu Shun had begun to deduce their identities, the Sanshao immortals, among all primordial beings. Besides Enhua and Hutu, only the Sanshao immortals possessed fates more formidable than those of Shi He and Chang Shi before their destinies were altered. Boom! On the coastline, the Sanshao were steadily retreating. Still in their juvenile forms, they were no match for the ferocious sea dragon before them. Had it not been for their proficiency in combined attacks, they would have already been defeated upon engagement. Now, their struggles were in vain. Submit to me, serve me well, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end. The sea dragon cackled, exhaling a frigid mist intended to encase the Sanshao in ice. The dragon species is known for its insatiable desires, with countless hybrid descendants. Among the dragon lineage alone, there are 17 or 18 branches. The sea dragon currently battling the Sanshao was notably vicious and depraved. Upon discovering the Sanshao island, it sought to conquer it. However, the island had always been surrounded by storms imbued with chaotic energy, deterring even a Tai golden immortal like the sea dragon. But recently, the sea dragon observed that the tumultuous waves surrounding the island had calmed, prompting it to seize the opportunity to engage the Sanshao. Yet, the Sanshao were far from its equal. Had it not initially intended to capture them alive, they would have succumbed within 10 exchanges. Seeing her sisters in peril, Changshi gasped, "We must hurry to their aid." Without hesitation, she dashed forward, resembling a beam of moonlight as she descended before the Sanshao. Her 9-colored attire radiating brilliance that deflected the sea dragon's icy assault. Upon witnessing an even more beautiful figure arrive, the sea dragon's eyes gleamed with malevolence. "Ah, splendid! Another beauty to indulge in. Come willingly, and you shall enjoy my favor." Before the sea dragon could finish, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens. Boom! The entire Sanshao island trembled violently as Wu Shun transformed into his true form. Stomping the sea dragon back into the ocean, the sea dragon leaped from the waves, bloodied and furious. "A mere golden immortal dares to strike at me. I shall devour you." It lunged with its massive frame, jaws agape, only to have its teeth shattered by the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. With Wu Shun's current physical defense, even without any action on his part, the sea dragon could not inflict any harm upon him. Nevertheless, Wu Shun, ever cautious, activated the Xian Yuan water control banner after blocking the sea dragon's strike with the pagoda, then seized the sea dragon by the neck. A powerful punch followed, eliciting a thunderous cry from the dragon. "Ah, I will kill you." The sea dragon unleashed a myriad of counterattacks, yet all its abilities, being water-based, were rendered ineffective before the Xian Yuan water control banner. Before even reaching Wu Shun, they dissipated into nothingness. Additionally, the sea dragon's physical strikes could not penetrate the pagoda's defenses. As for the sea dragon itself, its body was woefully inadequate to withstand Wu Shun's might. The second punch landed, leaving the sea dragon writhing in agony, blood staining the vast ocean. "Spare me! Spare me!" The sea dragon, stripped of all fighting spirit, was consumed by despair. Wu Shen paid no heed to its pleas. The third punch struck, resounding with a thunderous crash as the sea dragon's massive head was obliterated. Turning the ocean crimson, Wu Shen extracted the sea dragon's pearl, then returned to his normal form and approached the 5 girls. Shaking his head, he remarked, "I was too hasty this time. My defenses were inadequate. Next time, I shall prepare more thoroughly." She smirked. "You possessed the Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, and that wasn't sufficient?" The youthful Sanshao were left utterly dumbfounded by Zhao's mouth agape in disbelief. You? How could a golden immortal slay a Tai golden immortal?" Wu Shen grinned. "Because my defenses surpass his. In combat, the one with higher defenses is bound to prevail." Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao exchanged bewildered glances with their elder sister. "Sister, is that true?" Yun Xiao opened her mouth, feeling something amiss with Wu Shan's words. Yet, the reality of a golden immortal defeating a Tai golden immortal loomed large, rendering her speechless. Fortunately, Yun Xiao, known for her calm demeanor, quickly regained her composure and bowed gracefully with her 2 sisters. "We thank you for saving our lives." Wu Shen pointed at the Sanshao. "You are Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Qiong Xiao, are you not?" the Sanqiao gasped in unison. Even Yun Xiao, typically composed, could not contain her astonishment. How does the benefactor know our names? Since their transformation on Sanqiao Island, they had never left its confines, much like Shihe and Changxi before them. The storms surrounding the island had both protected and imprisoned them. According to their original destinies, they would only be able to depart after attaining enlightenment and locating the Golden Turtle Island in the east, to quell its turmoil, subsequently drawn by the aura of the saints to seek a master at the Golden Turtle Island. This marked their first encounter with outsiders. Wu Shun, with an enigmatic smile, declared, "The primordial Pango has long entrusted me with a dream. Revealing your circumstances, it is he who has sent me to rescue you." The Sanqiao were momentarily taken aback. The legendary Pango, who opened the heavens, was known to all beings of the primordial world. However, the notion that Pango would send this benefactor to rescue them was beyond comprehension. Qiong Xiao, the youngest and most innocent, widened her eyes in amazement. "Really?" Wu Shen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Otherwise, how would I know your names?" He then turned to the perplexed Yun Xiao. "You were already imbued with spirit during the creation of the world, and later took on a form on Sanqiao Island, watching over your two sisters as they transformed, correct?" Sanqiao, the celestial maidens, were born from the fusion of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth during the primordial creation by Pango. Yun Xiao, the eldest, was the first to take form and possessed spirit even at the dawn of creation. However, to protect her two yet-to-be-formed sisters, she chose to retreat to the tranquil realm of the three immortal islands. Had Yun Xiao been a ruthless being, she could have easily consumed her unformed sisters, and by now, she would have reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Yun Xiao trembled slightly. "You know this too?" Wu Shun smiled, revealing the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. "Behold, this is a treasure of great fortune destined for you, bestowed upon me by the Father God Pangod." Wu Shun was particularly devoted to defensive treasures, but believed that retaining just one or two of the most formidable offensive artifacts sufficed. Moreover, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper held immense significance for the Sanqiao. With the intention to persuade them to join the Witch Clan, Wu Shun was unwilling to part with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Knowing that as long as the Sanqiao joined the Witch Clan, the treasure would remain within its fold, as the Hunyuan Golden Dipper was revealed. It radiated a myriad of golden lights, casting a dazzling glow upon the faces of the Sanqiao, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Yun Xiao was the first to regain her composure, sensing the connection between the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and her own fate, thus no longer doubting Wu Shun's words. Yet, she remained perplexed. "But why would the great Pango do this?" Wu Shen replied with a gentle smile, "Because you are a part of my witch clan." Yun Xiao's exquisitely beautiful face was completely enveloped in confusion. "What?" Wu Shen grinned. "My clan is descended from the bloodline of the Father God Pango, who has always watched over us. If you were not a part of my clan, how could the Father God have sent me a dream, urging me to rescue you?" Yun Xiao scratched her head, realizing the validity of this reasoning. Wu Shen nodded in satisfaction. "Thus, I have come to bring you back. Follow me to the ancestral grounds of the Witch Clan, and no one shall dare to bully you again." Completely swayed by Wu Shen's persuasion, Yun Xiao nodded foolishly. "Oh, all right." Wu Shen smiled gently. "You may return to prepare. We shall depart shortly." After contemplating, Yun Xiao nodded and took her two sisters away. Once the three maidens had left, Changxi, who had been holding her breath, stared with wide eyes. "Is what you said truly the case?" Wu Shun stood tall, of course. Changxi furrowed her delicate brows, sensing something amiss. Wu Shen merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. He understood that the Sanqiao had been captivated primarily by the allure of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Opportunity and fate, two concepts from which no being in the primordial world could escape. For cultivators, especially for beings like Yun Xiao, who had possessed spirit since the dawn of creation, the influence of fate was even more profound. Before long, the Sanqiao returned. In truth, they had little to prepare. "What will happen to this island when we leave?" "It is a paradise, a rare treasure in the vastness of the primordial world." Yun Xiao gazed at Wu Shun, reluctant to part with this place, especially since it contained numerous valuable items. Wu Shun chuckled. "We can simply take it with us." "Take it with us?" The Sanqiao sisters, along with Shi and Changxi, were momentarily stunned. Changxi blinked, surveying their surroundings. How do we take it with us? Wuxian grinned mysteriously. You'll find out if you follow me. With that, he summoned the golden lotus of merit, carrying the 5 maidens far from the 3 immortal islands. Then, under their watchful gaze, Wu Shan summoned the treasure-separating rock. Go! He pointed at the 3 immortal islands, and instantly, the rock submerged into the sea. Moments later, a colossal rumble echoed from beneath the ocean, and the entire 3 immortal islands, along with the surrounding waters, began to rise slowly. What is happening? Qiong Xiao exclaimed, hiding behind her elder sister. Wu Shan's magical power surged. Rise. With a thunderous roar, the 3 immortal islands ascended high into the sky, lifted entirely by the treasure-separating rock, including the spiritual veins beneath. This was the function of the treasure-separating rock. It could transform paradisiacal realms into treasures, allowing them to be taken away without inflicting any damage during the process. Wu Xin effortlessly uprooted the entire 3 immortal islands with the treasure-separating rock, swiftly reducing it in size before storing it away. He turned to the astonished 5 maidens. Once we return to the ancestral grounds, I shall release it for you. The maidens remained silent, utterly stunned. The concept of relocating in such a manner was entirely foreign to them. Could one truly pack up an entire home? Regaining their senses, the 5 sisters immediately cast admiring glances at Wu Shan. Qiong Xiao excitedly gestured, "You are amazing. How did you accomplish this?" Wu Shan laughed heartily. "It's merely a trivial matter." He retrieved the Hunyuan golden dipper once more, projecting a cultivation method upon it with his magical power before handing it to Yun Xiao. "This is the Western Emperor Classic, a technique also entrusted to me by the Father God Pangu for you 3 sisters. Cultivate diligently, and you shall surely achieve great success." Upon receiving the Hunyuan golden dipper and observing the projected technique, Yun Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. This method was perfectly suited for them and was profoundly advanced. Taking a deep breath, she bowed gracefully to Wu Shan. "Thank you, benefactor." Wu Shan chuckled, "Call me brother." After a brief hesitation, Yun Xiao, along with her sisters, simultaneously responded, "We greet you, brother." In that moment, the Sanshao truly became members of the Witch clan. Ding! The system detected the host altering Sanxiao's heavenly fate, increasing defense by 3,000. The host obtained the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi, a 3-foot-long ruler appearing in Wu Shan's hand, shimmering with a purplish-red light, adorned with numerous profound runes, circulating with merit energy. Wu Shan raised an eyebrow. The first innate treasure of merit, aside from the Panga banner, was one of the strongest artifacts in the primordial realm. Due to its nature as a merit treasure, it possessed a unique advantage that even the Pangu banner lacked. No karmic retribution when inflicting harm. In this regard, it was more practical than the Panga banner. Satisfied, Wu Shan stored the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi and once again activated the Golden Lotus of Merit, heading towards the depths of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 38. Even the essence of Gue water is still water. 200 years had passed since Wu Shan's journey to the Eastern Sea. The Sanshao had nearly mastered the Western Emperor Classic. Although this technique was not exclusive to female immortals, it provided significant benefits to female cultivators, especially those like the Sanshao, who were innate spirits. In truth, had the Tian Classic not been more suitable for Shi and Changxi, Wu Shan would have bestowed the Western Emperor Classic upon the sisters from the outset. Over the course of 2 centuries, the Sanshao and Wu Xin grew increasingly familiar with one another, and their relationship with Shi and Changxi flourished. During this time, Wu Xin also accumulated numerous treasures along their journey. Most importantly, they were drawing closer to the final 12 sea stabilizing pearls. One day, the group arrived at a serene expanse of ocean, exceptionally tranquil, not due to the effect of the sea stabilizing pearls in Wu Shan's possession, but because it was inherently so. "We have finally arrived." Wu Shan gazed at the source of the purple light emanating from the depths. "Let us proceed." Wu Shan guided the Golden Lotus of Merit to descend, following the direction of the purple light until they reached the ocean floor. Tens of thousands of miles deep, there, they beheld their target. A colossal dragon, its form entirely composed of distorted waves, resting at the seabed. The 12 sea stabilizing pearls gleamed upon the dragon's forehead. The 5 maidens looked on anxiously at the wave dragon, unable to discern whether it was a living creature or something else entirely. Without hesitation, Wu Shun summoned the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda, then conjured the 5 primal flags. The 5 innate flags formed the primal 5 spirit formation, enveloping them in protection. However, Wu Shun still felt uneasy and summoned several defensive artifacts of various sizes. Thanks to his system, he could seamlessly bond with multiple treasures simultaneously, allowing him to perform such a feat of overwhelming defense. The previously tense 5 maidens were now utterly dumbfounded. They had seen defensive measures before, but never anything on this scale. "Brother, are you sure this is safe?" Bai Xiao asked, glancing nervously at the array of treasures surrounding them. Wu Shun shrugged. "I too believe that this defense might not be entirely sufficient. However, these are the only defensive artifacts of significant caliber that I possess at the moment. In the future, I shall seek to acquire the Taiji diagram, the Chaos Bell, and the Celestial Celebration Cloud." Bai Xiao directly lay upon the Merit Golden Lotus. "Brother, that is not what I meant." Even he, typically serene, could not suppress her annoyance at this moment, covering her face with her hands, unable to bear the sight. Wu Shan's series of maneuvers finally roused the colossal water wave dragon, the Dragon's Eye. Entirely formed of twisted water ripples, opened, a formidable dragon might surged forth, manifesting in tangible form towards Wu Shan and his companions. This dragon might was infused with fury and murderous intent, akin to a razor-sharp sword, viciously charging forward. Yet, before Wu Shan's myriad layers of defenses, it shattered into a million pieces, not even stirring a ripple within the protective barrier. Wu Shan's eyes sparkled with realization. There was hope. Although it was still insufficient, they could withstand the opponent's assault. She twitched her lips, glancing at the nearly solidified barrier outside. This defense, could it be that only a sage could breach it? Failing to penetrate, the water wave dragon let out an even more frenzied roar, then surged towards them. Its enormous maw, unfathomably vast, opened wide, swallowing Wu Shun and his companions whole. In a flash, they found themselves in a realm of pure water, not the deep sea, but a place far more treacherous and enigmatic. She extended her tying divine power, and her expression shifted dramatically. Essence of Gue water. This is the water of laws mastered only by the ancestral dragon of the dragon clan. It could erode and freeze all things. If to validate Shi's words, a thick layer of frost began to form on the myriad layers of defensive barriers, each layer fracturing in turn. The treasures that had been shielded by the defenses automatically flew back into Wu Shan's body, rendered unusable for a short period. She grew anxious. What now? Wu Shan, think of a way to break free. Yet, Wu Shan shook his head. My current magical power is just sufficient to maintain these defenses. If I shift to attack, our defense will falter. She was about to leap up in frustration. Now, the defense is useless. I told you, you expended too much power on defense. She urgently turned to Shihi. Sister, let us attack. Sen Xiao was also sweating profusely, the erosion of the myriad layers of defenses accelerating rapidly. Wu Shan, however, merely smiled subtly. Magical energy flowed, and the primordial 5 flags began to rotate. The originally central apricot yellow flag yielded its place, while the Xian Yuan water controlling flag took the forefront. Outside the crumbling layers of barriers, the boundless essence of Gue water suddenly came to a halt. The erosion ceased. The 5 women gaped in astonishment. Shi rubbed her eyes vigorously. How did you do that? Wu Shan grinned. The essence of Gue water, the water of laws, is indeed formidable, but no matter how powerful, it is still water. When the primordial 5 flags are used independently, their control and attack effects are not particularly strong. Thus, they often serve merely as defensive treasures. However, once the primordial 5 flags converge, forming the primordial 5 spirit formation, not only does their defense multiply immensely, but their attack and control effects are also brought to their zenith. The Xian Yuan water controlling flag can dominate all waters. Even the essence of Gue water can be controlled. The water of laws is merely the water of laws, not true laws. It cannot escape this control. Wu Shan, being a person of utmost caution, would never descend without some preparation. As the rampaging essence of Gue water was suppressed, the entire enigmatic water space began to shatter. Subsequently, a colossal orb materialized before Wu Shun and his companions. This orb measured 1,000 meters in diameter, semi-transparent, resembling both crystal and jade. Within the semi-transparent orb, a dragon lay at rest. Upon seeing the treasure, Wu Shun's eyes lit up, and he flew over, first retracting the other defenses. Then gathering the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, he placed his hand upon the orb. However, before he could use his divine power to claim the orb, a powerful will descended at that very moment. The 5 women vaguely perceived an enormous dragon's primordial spirit manifesting before them, exuding an air of authority, invincibility, and deadly intent. I, the ancestor, have waited for eons, only to encounter such a laughable little creature. Very well, your physical form is commendable, and you possess numerous treasures. Now, all of this belongs to me, the ancestor. Little one, if you wish to blame someone, blame your own greed. If you had fled earlier, I would have had no means to deal with you. The dragon emitted a disdainful growl, then charged towards Wu Shun. Be careful. Amidst the 5 women's screams, a playful smile curled at the corners of Wu Shun's mouth. Chapter 39. A great Luo Jingxian met his end. The 5 women had already realized that the dragon's primordial spirit intended to usurp Wu Shun's body. However, everything transpired too swiftly, and Wu Shun was too close to the dragon for the 5 women to intervene. In the midst of their exclamations, the dragon crashed against the barrier of the Merit Golden Lotus, hitting its head and being sent flying. That moment, Wu Shun once again summoned the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, adjusting the defense to face inward. Thus, the dragon rebounded off the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, ricocheted onto the Merit Golden Lotus, and then back to the pagoda, repeatedly bouncing back and forth. The dragon's primordial spirit could not halt its momentum, nor could it even attempt to resist. Wu Shun grinned. You must be a fragment of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit. With your current strength, do you truly think you can breach the defenses of the Merit Golden Lotus? The 3 lotuses of heaven and earth, the Merit Golden Lotus, the Karma Fire Red Lotus, and the World-Destroying Black Lotus. Each with their unique capabilities. The World-Destroying Black Lotus can absorb and control violent energies, transforming brutality into utility. The Karma Fire Red Lotus can convert karmic ties into karmic fire, excelling in both offense and defense. Being the strongest attacker among the 3, the Merit Golden Lotus not only possesses the strongest defense among the 3, but it is also specifically designed to counter primordial spirit attacks. When it comes to primordial spirit defenses, the Merit Golden Lotus is on par with the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. Even a dragon's primordial spirit, despite being at the great Luo Jingxian level, would find it utterly impossible to breach the defenses of the Merit Golden Lotus. Damn it, who are you? How do you know about the ancestor? Release the ancestor, I command you. The fragment of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit trembled with rage. Wu Shun's treasure-seeking technique allowed him to directly read the condition of treasures upon close inspection. Thus, with just a glance, he recognized the enormous orb as the ancestral dragon pearl and knew that the fragment of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit was concealed within. Wu Shun could easily surmise the fragment's intentions. Therefore, he deliberately set a trap. Among the primordial 3 lotuses, only the world-destroying Black Lotus emerged during the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. The other 2 treasures appeared only after. The fragment of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit would not recognize them and thus fell victim to Wu Shun's scheme. Damn you, you wretched being. Once the ancestor escapes, you are finished. Wu Shun rolled his eyes. With the current strength of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit fragment, escaping was utterly impossible. He regarded the 5 women with a composed expression. Let us cultivate for a moment. With that, he casually enhanced the rebounding damage on the barriers of the Merit Golden Lotus and the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda using the Sun Thorn Divine technique, simultaneously augmenting the damage with the sun's essence fire. The 5 women, bewildered, nodded in confusion, their minds struggling to comprehend. Can defenses be utilized this way? Is this truly effective? A century later, the 5 women would realize. This method indeed proved effective. The fragment of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit was literally bounced to death between the Merit Golden Lotus and the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. As the primordial spirit collapsed. Its final trace of true spirit was shattered by Wu Shan using the Hongming Liang Tian Qi. Thus, a once great ancestor of the dragon clan met his end in the most humiliating manner. Although this was merely a fragment of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit, it still bore the weight of the ancestral dragon. Changshi vigorously slapped her face, realizing that this was the true essence of defense. Yun Xiao gazed at Wu Shan with admiration, bowing deeply. Brother, I am in awe of your actions. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao also appeared as if they had unlocked a new path. Although it took a century, they were, after all, great Luo Jingxian. Yet, their strongest was merely Taiyi Jingxian. Throughout the entire process, they had done nothing but wait in their cultivation. A mere 100 years had passed. One moment their eyes were closed. And the next they opened them, and it was all over. Then the great Luo Jingxian perished. Wu Shan stepped forward to collect the ancestral dragon pearl. In the next moment, the scenery shifted, and they returned to the true depths of the sea. Ever since being engulfed by the water wave dragon, both the environment of the essence of Gue Shui and the later seemingly departed surroundings were all within the space created by the ancestral dragon pearl. Now that the ancestral dragon pearl was under Wu Shan's control, they had truly left that strange space. That moment, the water wave dragon had already dissipated. It was also born under the influence of the ancestral dragon pearl. Wu Shan glanced around and then waved in a certain direction. 12C calming pearls immediately flew into his hand. Wu Shan grinned. The fragments of the ancestral dragon's primordial spirit had been used as bait, hoping someone would come to seek the sea calming pearls. However, possessing strong defenses, he had disappointed them. Wu Shan took out another 24C calming pearls and strung the 36 pearls together. Instantly, a radiance of immeasurable brilliance erupted, and the seawater for hundreds of thousands of miles parted. The 36C calming pearls transformed into 36C calming divinations, each possessing the power of the 4 Cs and astounding defensive capabilities. The combined defense of these 30C calming divinations could rival that of the innate 5 flags innate 5 spirits formation. Wu Shan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this defense was more assured. The 5 women twitched their lips and then covered their faces in unison. Your defense has already reached a level where a great Luo Jingxian could be killed just like that. How much stronger do you wish to be? Although this success came from various factors, it was simply unimaginable. Changshi scratched her face, feeling a strong urge to say something, yet completely unsure of what to say. The 3 Xiao nodded in agreement, believing Changshi's summary to be spot on. However, Wu Shan paid no heed to the 5 women's inner turmoil. He summoned the 36C calming pearls and activated the Lotus of Merit, heading towards the shore. The sea calming pearls had been acquired. It was time to return. With the blessing of the 36C calming pearls, their speed increased remarkably. In just 50 years, they returned to the original location of Sanxian Island. In another 10 years, they would be back on the continent. At this moment, the 3 Xiao felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, once they reached the continent, they would officially step into the Honghuang. Changshi comforted the somewhat anxious 3 Xiao, assuring them there was no need to worry, for with Wu Shan present, there would be no danger. Changshi had now developed a blind admiration for Wu Shan. Yun Xiao nodded, stating that having an elder brother naturally posed no problem. However, they did not wish to become a burden to him. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao nodded vigorously. Changshi smiled playfully, about to speak when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from afar. She looked up in astonishment to see dozens of golden dragons soaring from the sea. Among these golden dragons was a towering figure of the Wu clan. Changshi was taken aback. Was that Xing Tian? How could he be here? Why was he fighting with the dragon clan? Wu Shan, quickly go assist. The dragons are bullying our Wu clan. Changshi had completely identified herself with the Wu clan. Wu Shan laughed heartily, immediately summoning all his defensive treasures before charging towards the dozen golden dragons with great momentum. Chapter 40. Is it just about digging up your ancestral graves? Wu Shan summoned all his defensive treasures, transforming into a colossal sphere 1,000 miles in size, and charged fiercely towards the dozen golden dragons that were locked in battle. Both Xing Tian and the golden dragons were taken aback. What in the world was this, however? Xing Tian merely paused for a moment before recognizing Wu Shun's deliberately ostentatious aura. He let out a boisterous laugh and raised his massive shield, crashing it down onto the head of a golden dragon. Ever since being influenced by Wu Shun, Xing Tian had abandoned his giant axe, relying solely on his shield. Yet this did not mean his combat power had diminished. On the contrary, the 9-turn celestial art had made his already formidable physique even more terrifying. The immense strength behind his shield strike possessed a fearsome attacking power. Moreover, he had also cultivated the transcendence heavenly art, meaning that all attacks directed at him only served to enhance his cultivation. Thus, he grew stronger with each blow. Among the dozen golden dragons besieging Xing Tian, one was a great Luo Jingxian, while the rest were all at the peak of Tai Jingxian. Initially, Xing Tian was at a disadvantage, being only a high-level Tai Jingxian. However, his defensive power was simply too strong, preventing the Dragon Clan from subduing him for the time being. At that moment, as Wu Shun charged in, the Dragon Clan became distracted, and Xing Tian seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful shield strike, severely injuring one golden dragon, which fell with a splash into the sea. On the other side, the great Luo Jingxian golden dragon let out an enraged roar, its 10,000-mile form swelling once more, and it surged towards Wu Shun with overwhelming momentum. The divine dragon's tail swipe was a divine technique passed down from the ancestral dragon, capable of shattering a foe of equal rank. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as the entire surface of the sea was pressed down hundreds of miles. The dozen Tai Jingxian golden dragons screamed in agony, blood gushing from their 5 orifices. Meanwhile, the great Luo Jingxian golden dragon transformed into a shooting star, crashing into the East Sea, its entire tail erupting into a cloud of flesh and blood. Golden dragon blood rained down like a torrential storm, covering the sea surface for miles. The shockwave from the collision reverberated for thousands of miles, killing countless sea creatures in the East Sea. Xing Tian laughed heartily, breaking free from the now ineffective encirclement of golden dragons and flying up to Wu Shun. Ha ha ha, brother. You have come. Let these dragons know the might of our clan. Wu Shun retracted the golden light surrounding the multi-layered barrier and raised an eyebrow. Why are the dragons attacking you? Xing Tian shrugged. I was just borrowing a piece of land from them. They refused, and thus the conflict arose. Wu Shun snorted coldly. The entire Honghuang was formed from the body of the primordial Pangu. How could they refuse the borrowing of land from the Dragon Clan? Beat them! When facing the Dragon Clan, one must be assertive. These creatures do not comprehend reason. Only strength is the language they understand. It was precisely due to this flaw that the Dragon Clan had once been targeted and weakened by the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The current Dragon Clan, while unable to produce any quasi-saint powers, still had numerous great Luo Jingxian. However, by the time of the Fengshen calamity, there were hardly any great Luo Jingxian left in the Dragon Clan. By the time of the journey to the West calamity, apart from the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, there were no more great Luo Jingxian. Some bloodlines of lesser purity even became prey for immortals. Thunder rumbled. The surrounding East Sea, spanning millions of miles, erupted into towering waves. One after another, great Luo Jingxian golden dragons broke through the waves. Among the 36 great Luo Jingxian golden dragons, the leader was someone Wu Shun recognized, Ao Dong, one of the 3,000 red dust guests of the Zixiao Palace and the future father of the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. Originally, he was the only potential quasi-saint power of the Dragon Clan after the great calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix. Unfortunately, during the Wu and Yao War, he perished due to his involvement with the demon court. Wu Sheng. What do you Wu clan mean by this? By now, Wu Shun had gained a bit of renown in the Honghuang. After all, he had plundered the treasures of the Funbao Rock, commanded the Sanqing with just a few words, made Yuan Shi cough up blood, and robbed the future 2 saints of the West. It was virtually impossible not to become famous, at the very least. The 3,000 red dust guests of the Zixiao Palace recognized Wu Shun tilted his head towards Xing Tian, who immediately spoke loudly, Ao Dong. I merely wish to borrow a piece of land for cultivation. Your refusal means you are cutting off my opportunity. If I don't fight you, whom should I fight? Even facing 36 great Luo Jingxian, Xing Tian showed no fear. Even without Wu Shun, he would not show any sign of weakness. It was easy for the Wu clan to perish, but they would never be cowed. Wu Shan snorted, Ao Dong, I only wish to borrow a piece of land from your dragon clan. Is it too much to ask? Ao Dong nearly spat blood in anger. Wu Shan, Xing Tian wishes to enter our dragon tomb. Do you think I would agree? Pooh! The 5 women behind Wu Shan collectively spat out. Initially, they thought the dragon clan was overreacting. After all, it was merely borrowing a piece of land. Even if they refused, they shouldn't pursue a deadly confrontation, right? Now, an elaborate display akin to the formation of 36 celestial beings has been set forth. Such exaggeration is astounding. It has only just come to light that Xing Tian intends to venture into the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb, a hallowed resting place for the members of the Dragon Clan throughout the ages. During the cataclysmic conflict between the dragon and phoenix, all the fallen members of the dragon lineage were interred there. It serves as the ancestral grave of the Dragon Clan. Xing Tian rolls his eyes. What is the fuss about disturbing your ancestors' grave? I am not here to desecrate it. I merely seek to enter for cultivation. I have no interest in the bones within. O Dong, incensed, feels his dragon blood boil, his golden scales bristling in fury. Today, you shall all perish. 30 golden dragons let out a thunderous roar, with thousands of dragons rallying in unison. The vast expanse of the eastern sea erupts into towering waves. We shall form the grand array of 10,000 dragons and reduce them to mere dust. Go insult our ancestors. He must die today. The entire dragon clan roars in unison. The grand array of 10,000 dragons, a formidable formation devised by the ancestral dragon, serves as the ultimate defense and offense for the dragon race. While it is called the 10,000 dragons, it does not necessitate exactly 10,000 dragons. As long as the number exceeds 36, the formation can be established. The more members involved, the greater the array's might. It was through the grand array of 10,000 dragons that the Dragon Clan withstood the joint assault of the Phoenix and Qilin clans in the past. Presently, only 5,000 dragons are present. Once the grand array is unleashed, even a quasi-saint like Ao Dong dares to engage. This is the full might of the Dragon Clan. Ao Dong expends all his strength upon arrival, not solely to eliminate Wu Shan, but also to covet the treasures that Wu Shan possesses. Should he acquire those treasures, the Dragon Clan would have a chance to rise again. Attack? Ao Dong shows no hesitation. As the formation solidifies, a resounding roar echoes, unleashing a torrent of lethal energy toward Wu Shan and his companions. Wu Shan swiftly draws Xing Tian into the protective barrier, exerting every effort to activate successive layers of defense. The first wave of assault shatters thousands of barriers, yet does not completely breach them. Moreover, these shattered barriers are merely the defensive capabilities of ordinary innate spiritual treasures. Wu Shan's strongest protective barrier remains steadfast. Wu Shan, how long do you believe you can endure within the grand array of 10,000 dragons? Our clan's formation is eternal. We could fight for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. We have all the time in the world. Ao Dong's golden form twists and turns, establishing the eye of the grand array. Continuing the assault. The second wave of attack begins to take shape. The second wave also fails to breach Wu Shan's myriad layers of barriers. However, there lie the third and fourth waves behind it. The Dragon Clan may no longer be the sovereign of the primordial world, but they are undoubtedly the rulers of the Eastern Sea. With 100,000 dragons and billions of aquatic beings taking turns, they could exhaust Wu Shan to death. After all, while defense is invincible, magical power is not infinite. At least, this is what Ao Dong believes. Wave after wave of attacks relentlessly bombard Wu Shan without respite. The grand spectacle of the Dragon Clan setting up the grand array of 10,000 dragons inevitably draws the attention of powerful beings from all corners of the primordial world. At this moment, the thoughts of these mighty beings become fervent. It seems that Wu Shan is finally destined to meet his demise. The Dragon Clan has managed to deploy the grand array of 10,000 dragons. The innate 3 races are indeed formidable. Why, esteemed colleagues, shall we place a wager and see when Wu Shan will perish? The thoughts of the 3 pure ones are among them. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi, stationed at Kunlun Mountain, is already brimming with excitement. Eldest brother, let us proceed. I shall personally slay Wu Shan. Laozi furrows his brow. It is not that he harbors no hatred for Wu Shan, But to go directly to the Eastern Sea at this moment would be somewhat disrespectful to the Three Pure Ones. As the Three Pure Ones, being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Wu Shun is indeed a source of humiliation. What purpose is there in the Three Pure Ones rushing to the scene now? Is it to allow the Dragon Clan to grant them the honor of delivering the final blow? That would be utterly disgraceful. Tong Tian clearly shares Laozi's sentiments, shaking his head in disagreement. Such an action would tarnish the dignity of the Three Pure Ones and leave us indebted to the Dragon Clan. Yuan Shi's expression grows cold. Third brother, do you intend to swallow your pride? Tong Tian shakes his head. It is not about swallowing pride, but rather that now is not the appropriate time for us to act. Yuan Shi then looks to Laozi, only to find that Laozi does not support him either. Thus, with a darkened expression, he returns to his seat, planting the seeds of dissatisfaction towards his two brothers for the first time. While the entire primordial world is focused on this battle in the Eastern Sea. Within the myriad barriers, Bai Xiao anxiously clutches the hem of Shihi's garment. Sister, what shall we do now? Should we perhaps persuade Wu Shun? Shihi glances at Wu Shun and shakes her head. He has yet to unleash his full power. Let us observe a while longer. Having been by Wu Shun's side for so long, Shihi is perceptive enough to recognize that Wu Shun is not exerting his full strength. He has not even employed the Sun Thorn divine ability. Indeed, Wu Shun smiles gently as he summons the ancestral Dragon Pearl. A surge of azure energy ascends into the sky, radiating vast dragon might across the Eastern Sea. Enveloping all dragons within .in the next moment, all the dragons within the grand array of 10,000 dragons plummet into the sea, including Ao Dong himself. Those observing this scene are left utterly bewildered. What just happened? The grand array of 10,000 dragons is renowned throughout the primordial world, feared by all powerful beings. How could it be shattered simply by Wu Shun summoning a pearl? What kind of precious artifact is that? The ancestral dragon's might. How is this possible? How could you possess the ancestral dragon pearl? Ao Dong gazes in shock at the colossal pearl hovering above Wu Shun's head. The thoughts of those present suddenly align in realization. In a wonder it so effectively suppresses the Dragon Clan. It is indeed the legendary ancestral dragon pearl, thought to have been lost for eons. How did Wu Shun come across such an opportunity to obtain the ancestral dragon pearl, a treasure so detrimental to the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan, with its strict hierarchy, allows the upper-tier dragons absolute authority over the lives and deaths of the lower-tier dragons. The dragon might was initially intended as a means for the upper-tier dragons to control the lower-tier ones, later evolving to intimidate the aquatic beings. The ancestral dragon pearl contains the essence of the ancestral dragon. With it, any dragon summoned would have to kneel before Wu Shun. The dragon might emanating from the ancestral dragon pearl stunned the 100,000 dragons. Initially, some dragons contemplated resistance, but upon making a move, they were instantly obliterated. Regardless of their strength, after witnessing the demise of several great Luo golden immortal dragons, no dragon dared to resist any longer. Thus, Wu Shun, shielded by thousands of barriers, approached Ao Dong. Shall we continue this fight? Ao Dong prostrated himself before Wu Shun. You win. Puff. Ao Dong, filled with indignation, was instantly struck back by the dragon might. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wu Shun raised an eyebrow. You concede? Very well. Let us be more direct. A glint of cold light flickered in Wu Shun's eyes. Xing Tian, annihilate all the dragons. From this day forth, the Eastern Sea belongs to our clan. Xing Tian immediately complied, raising his shield and preparing to strike. Ao Dong, while spitting blood, cried out in terror. Wu Shun, do you intend to leave no survivors? Wu Shun chuckled coldly. Is it not the Dragon Clan that has always upheld the law of the jungle? Have you forgotten how your clan's elders allied with several great demons to assault our ancestral land? Was it you who forgot, or did you think I would? When the Wu clan first emerged, there were only 12 ancestral witches and a few great witches like Xing Tian. At that time, Wu Shun had not yet emerged from the blood pool. The Dragon Clan united with several great demons to wage war against the ancestral land of the Wu clan, only to be repelled by the 12 ancestral witches. However, the losses were not insignificant. Afterward, as the Wu clan's power grew, they naturally sought revenge against those great demons. Yet, as for the Dragon Clan, while the Wu clan possessed water tribes, They were still ill-equipped to wage war in the Eastern Sea. Moreover, following Wu Shun's emergence, the Wu clan shifted from offense to defense, with nearly all members retreating to the ancestral land to cultivate, temporarily putting aside their vendetta against the Dragon Clan. This explains why Xing Tian sought trouble with the Dragon Clan during his cultivation of the Transcendence technique. The second reason is that the Dragon Tomb is a paradise and burial ground, exceptionally suitable for cultivating the Transcendence technique. Ao Dong spat another mouthful of blood. I concede. The Dragon Clan shall submit to you, becoming a vassal of your Wu clan from henceforth. Ao Dong found himself in an inescapable predicament. The rigid hierarchy had forged the unity and strength of the Dragon Clan since the dawn of time. This hierarchy was inscribed within the very essence and bloodline of the dragons. Following the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the Dragon Clan had long sought the Zulong Pearl. However, the fragments of the ancestral dragon spirit were intent on reviving and possessing a new host. Refusing to select a dragon for this purpose, as it would result in a degradation of its rank. Consequently, the fragments of the ancestral dragon's spirit concealed the Zulong Pearl, inadvertently benefiting Wu Shan. Now that Wu Shan had acquired the Zulong Pearl, the Dragon Clan was left at his mercy. Ao Dong, unwilling to submit, faced the grim prospect of extermination. Iron Kunlun Mountain. The three Pure Ones were left utterly dumbfounded. Laozi's face turned pale with indignation, unable to fathom how Wu Shang had managed to obtain the Zulong Pearl. Tongtian gestured in exasperation towards Yuanshi. Brother, see? It's fortunate we didn't venture out. Otherwise, Wu Shang would likely have unleashed the myriad dragons formation upon us. Yuanshi's expression twisted into a sinister grimace, brimming with malevolence. Yet he ultimately remained silent, his frustration towards Tongtian deepening. Chapter 42. My lord. You must not forsake the Dragon Clan. Over the Eastern Sea, Wu Shen smiled slightly. If that is the case, I can acquiesce. However, should any dragon harbor treachery, I shall annihilate the entire Dragon Clan. Ao Dong gritted his teeth, unable to voice a single dissenting word. Yes, I shall obey my lord's command. He finally conceded. Wu Shan then accepted the Zulong Pearl, proclaiming, Now, you may take your oath. As the dragons might dissipated, the 100,000 dragons gradually regained their composure. Casting wary glances at Wu Shan, fearful of revealing even a trace of resentment, concealing their sorrow and anger deep within. Ao Dong transformed into a formidable man adorned with a high crown, his countenance ashen. Yet he recognized that this was his sole opportunity for survival. Unless a saint emerged at this moment to assist him in reclaiming the Zulong Pearl, he knelt before Wu Shan. Ao Dong led the entire Dragon Clan in an oath to the heavenly principles, declaring their allegiance to their lord Wu Shang. From henceforth, they swore absolute and eternal loyalty. Wu Shan nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected altering the Dragon Clan's heavenly decree. Defense 10,000. Reward. Ancient Dragon Transformation Pool, a treasure of the Dragon Clan. The ancestral dragon was born from the ancient Dragon Transformation Pool. During the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, the pool was destroyed. Without the ancient Dragon Transformation Pool, the Dragon Clan cannot elevate their bloodline rank or practice their innate techniques. This is precisely why Ao Dong sought wisdom in the Purple Cloud Palace, for the Dragon Clan's lineage had been severed. Yet, in truth, Hongjuan's corpse-slaying technique was ill-suited for the Dragon Clan, which led to the clan's gradual decline. Wu Shan smiled slightly, realizing that the system truly understood him. Having just subdued the Dragon Clan, it promptly rewarded him with the ancient Dragon Transformation Pool. At this point, Wu Shan could not possibly expel the Dragon Clan. He gazed at Ao Dong. I know you harbor discontent. Ao Dong, supporting his face, dared not respond. Wu Shan replied with a calm smile, erecting barriers that completely severed spiritual perception. He then informed the 5 women by his side before leading Ao Dong into Mount Shumi. Mount Shumi was a closely guarded secret of the Witch Clan, a place even the sisters Shi and Changshi had never entered, and the 3 heavens were unaware of its existence. However, Wu Shan had no doubt that Ao Dong would not betray him. Upon acquiring the ancient Dragon Transformation Pool, Wu Shan selected a world within the 3,000 worlds, intending for it to be the Dragon Clan's new home. Though referred to as a pool, The ancient dragon transformation pool, once fully unfurled, resembled an infinitely deep sea, with dragon chi rising and dragon roars echoing for millions of miles. Aodong felt a flash before his eyes, fearing that Wu Shan intended to drag him elsewhere for further humiliation. Yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself utterly astonished. The dragon clan would not recognize the ancient dragon transformation pool. It was inscribed within their very essence and bloodline. The ancient dragon transformation pool? Aodong trembled uncontrollably. Wu Shan smiled gently. Do you see clearly now? Is it a mere illusion? Upon hearing this, Aodong immediately cast 2 spiritual seals. Instantly, the dragon chi surrounding him surged as if it were about to boil over. It was undeniably real. The ancient dragon transformation pool of our clan still exists. Before Aodong could finish his sentence, the scene shifted once more, and they returned to the eastern sea. Wu Shan lowered all barriers. Observing, I see your clan remains discontented. The witch clan has never forced the dragons into submission. I shall grant you your freedom. The 100,000 dragons were left bewildered. What was happening? Had Wu Shan lost his mind? Initially shocked by Wu Shan's conquest over the dragon clan, the various powerful beings began to stir with excitement. What was this? Wu Shan intended to return the dragon's freedom. Was this merely a ruse? Or would he truly dare to swear an oath to the heavenly principles? Humph, if he dares, I shall make him swallow his words on the spot. Clearing his throat, Wu Shan proclaimed, I, Wu Shan, in the name of Panga, the Father God, swear an oath to the heavenly principles to release. Stop! Aodong's voice echoed, interrupting Wu Shan's solemn vow. With a fierce cry, he lunged forward and clung to Wu Shan's leg, exclaiming, My lord, how can you abandon the dragon clan? We are devoted to you. Should you forsake us, I shall lead the 100,000 dragons to perish before you. The collective shock resonated, with divine thoughts erupting in disbelief. The 100,000 dragons shared the same sentiment, while the 5 women behind Wu Shan were left speechless. Xingtian's massive shield clattered to the ground. What the hell? Wu Shan had only taken Aodong away for a brief moment. Yet he returned in such a frenzy? Aodong's brother, Aoguang, approached in confusion. Father, what madness has seized you? Before Aoguang could finish his sentence, Aodong delivered a resounding slap, sending Aoguang spinning thrice in place. Impudent! How dare you utter the name of my lord so casually? I have no son like you. Should you continue to disrespect my lord, I shall personally slay you. After berating his son, Aodong resumed his grip on Wu Shan's leg. My lord, the dragon clan has waited for countless eons for your arrival. My birth was destined to serve as your subordinate. You must not abandon me and the 100,000 dragons. After spinning thrice, Aoguang dropped to his knees before Wu Shan, pleading, My lord, you cannot forsake the dragon clan. The dragons possessed remarkable innate talents, capable of transmitting messages through mere physical contact without utilizing their spiritual essence. Moreover, a brief touch could convey limitless information. Aodong's earlier slap had effectively communicated the urgency to Aoguang regarding the significance of the ancient dragon transformation pool. Aoguang understood that the corpse-slaying technique his father had learned from the Purple Cloud Palace would have limited efficacy for the dragon clan. It was not that they could not practice it, but rather that doing so would continuously weaken their innate abilities. Not to mention, even if they managed to cultivate to the quasi-saint realm, they would no longer be dragons. Such a technique was insignificant compared to the ancient dragon transformation pool. As for dignity, without strength, what dignity could one possess? Aoruan was stunned. Has my brother lost his mind? Yet before he could speak, Aoguang, taking advantage of his kneeling position, discreetly nudged him with his foot. In an instant, Aoruan also knelt. In less than 100 breaths, the 100,000 dragons comprehended the truth. The ancient dragon transformation pool? What was there to wait for if not to kneel? My lord, you cannot abandon the dragon clan. All 100,000 dragons knelt in unison, raising their voices in fervent supplication. At that moment, the various powerful beings of the primordial realm were rendered utterly speechless. If Wu Shan had accomplished something significant during that brief moment with Aodong, what was the meaning of the 100,000 dragons acting in such a frenzied manner? Wu Shan raised an eyebrow. Do you dragons truly submit to me? Aodong nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord. If you do not accept our submission today, we shall perish here. The 100,000 dragons echoed in unison, their resolve unwavering. We beseech our lord to take us in. Wu Shun, somewhat begrudgingly, nodded. Very well, given your sincerity, I shall accept you. Aodong quickly led the 100,000 dragons in a bow, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your grace. Far away in the Kunlun Mountains, Yuan Shi was infuriated to the point of spitting blood at this scene. Chapter 43 had previously mentioned the incident regarding the feces swallowing. At that moment, Yuan Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura fluctuated violently, causing his primordial spirit to tremble. Laozi was taken aback and quickly intervened to help Yuan Shi suppress his aura and soothe his spirit. Tong Tian was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Yuan Shi's state of mind. The Sanqing, as embodiments of Pangu's primordial spirit, inherently possessed aspects of Pangu's character. Laozi embodied the principles of non-action and cunning, while Yuan Shi exhibited pride and shrewdness. Tong Tian was characterized by his straightforwardness and forthrightness. Despite having been defeated by Wu Shun twice in succession, he was merely frustrated, contemplating how to enhance his strength and retaliate in the future. In his view, strength was paramount in the primordial realm. If one could not win, then one must grow stronger and strike back later. Thus, he felt only irritation towards Wu Shun, devoid of any resentment. Tong Tian, with his candid nature, found it incomprehensible to grasp Yuan Shi's thoughts. However, upon witnessing Yuan Shi's ashen complexion and fluctuating aura, he swallowed his own words. Meanwhile, as Yuan Shi bled in Kunlun, countless mighty beings in the East Sea were rendered utterly dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan was undoubtedly in turmoil. The Taoist mused, I shall retreat for a moment. The earlier proclamation about Wu Shen daring to swear an oath to swallow feces was met with derision. Begone! I shan't swallow, and what can you do about it? Those who enjoyed swearing oaths involving feces, he thought. Ah, I now understand the truth. The collective consciousness of the East Sea erupted in chaos, as all minds were in disarray. They simply could not remain calm, unable to accept the unfolding events. Even if they were restrained by the ancestral dragon pearl or compelled to swear oaths by the heavenly Tao, what about their integrity? What of their dignity? Aodong was acutely aware of the thoughts of those powerful beings observing the situation. He remained indifferent, chuckling to himself, Do you have the capability to exchange positions with me? If you do not kneel, will you go to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao? The Dragon Clan maintained strict hierarchies and was exceptionally pragmatic. The ancient dragon transformation pool was synonymous with the future of the Dragon Clan. While the ancestral dragon pearl represented their supreme status, Wu Shen directly held sway over both. Why would the Dragon Clan kneel? Aodong indicated that not only should they kneel, but they should also do so in a variety of postures daily. My lord, look at that! Aodong cautiously observed Wu Shun, hoping to discern when he could access the ancient dragon transformation pool. Wu Shen cast a cold glance at him, as if to say, Do you wish to depart early and escape? Aodong turned pale with dread. How could that be? The heart of a small king is transparent to the heavenly Tao. Even if my lord never consents, I shall harbor no grievances, as long as my son and other races can partake. That is sufficient. Aodong realized that he had commenced practicing the corpse-severing technique, causing his Dragon Clan bloodline to dilute. Even if he entered the ancient dragon transformation pool, it would only restore his original bloodline. The prospect of suddenly ascending to the quasi-saint realm seemed improbable. His greatest relief was that he had decided to impart the corpse-severing technique to the Dragon Clan only after 3 lectures. Now, among the entire Dragon Clan, he alone practiced the technique. Consequently, other members of the Dragon Clan could benefit fully from the ancient dragon transformation pool. Furthermore, with access to the ancient dragon transformation pool to absorb ancient dragon chi, the number of truly pure-blooded members in the Dragon Clan could finally increase once more, rather than being limited to a mere 10,000 purebloods out of 100,000. Wu Shun snorted softly. When the time comes, I shall notify you. Aodong nodded repeatedly, affirming, Yes, I shall adhere to my lord's arrangements. In truth, Wu Shun was not concerned about the Dragon Clan entering the ancient dragon transformation pool and subsequently rebelling against him. Whether or not the dragon clan entered the pool was irrelevant. Once they did, they could forever abandon any thoughts of rebellion. The ancient dragon transformation pool was now his, imbued with his will. Once the dragon clan entered, they would never entertain the notion of dissent again. However, Wu Shan currently had no intention of allowing the dragon clan to enter the pool. He would wait until the third lecture by Hong Jun, at which time he would, like the Wu clan, place the true main forces within Mount Shumi, leaving only a facade to maintain appearances. Wu Shan waved his hand. I have a task for you. Seek out all the immortal islands and paradisiacal realms in the East SEA. As he spoke, he casually sketched a map, revealing locations identified through treasure hunting techniques. These treasures and opportunities were rather ordinary, and Wu Shan had no time to collect them individually. Jin Ao Island was the abode of saints. As long as the saints did not emerge, Jin Ao Island would not materialize. Unable to move Jin Ao Island, Wu Shan lost interest in other smaller locations. After all, Penglai Island had already been claimed by the Eastern King. Wu Shan was currently preoccupied with collecting other treasures and opportunities while also focusing on cultivation, leaving him no time to contend with the Eastern King. Thus, he entrusted the East Sea to the Dragon Clan. Ao Dong examined the map and was instantly astonished. Good heavens! My lord is indeed remarkable. How could you be more familiar with the East Sea than I am? I know less than a third of the treasures and opportunities depicted on this map. Ao Dong promptly patted his chest in assurance. My lord need not worry. I guarantee that everything will be presented before you. Whoever dares to take anything for themselves, I shall personally deal with them. Wu Shan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. He then beckoned to Xing Tian. You shall accompany Ao Dong to the Dragon Tomb for cultivation. Remember, do not disturb the remains within the Dragon Tomb. In reality, there were no remains within the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Clan was one of the innate three spirits. After death, their bodies transformed into spiritual energy. Where would the remains come from? Any Dragon Clan members who left remains could not be pure-blooded. The Dragon Tomb served merely as a commemorative site. This time, Ao Dong had no objections whatsoever and even secretly expressed gratitude to Xing Tian. Were it not for him, how would he have had the opportunity to meet his lord? The last time at the treasure distribution cliff? No, Ao Dong absolutely did not attack his lord. He had merely wished to witness his lord's grandeur. My lord, you truly are unparalleled. As Ao Dong gazed at Wu Shan, his admiration grew increasingly fervent, eventually reaching the point of repulsion for Wu Shan. Wu Shan promptly summoned the Golden Lotus of Merit and departed, making his way towards Wui Mountain. Meanwhile, Ao Dong glanced at the 100,000 dragons. I have but 3 requirements: speed, precision, and quantity. As he spoke, Ao Dong raised the map in his hand. Now, go. The 100,000 dragons dispersed in an uproar. If they performed well, perhaps they could access the ancient dragon pool sooner. Ao Dong then turned to Xing Tian. Brother Xing Tian, come. I shall take you to the Dragon Tomb. Do not worry. There is nothing to destroy there. You could demolish the entire Dragon Tomb if you wish. Xing Tian dropped the enormous shield in his hand once more. How on earth did you achieve this? Are these dragons truly foolish? Nevertheless, he had finally located the site for the first tribulation's burial ground. Xing Tian picked up the shield once more, his expression filled with longing and determination. One day, I shall be as formidable as my lord. Chapter 44. Taoist Jin Yuan, you may as well kill me. Xing Tian followed Ao Dong to the Dragon Tomb, while Wu Shan returned to the ancestral land of the Wu clan with the sisters Shihi and Changxi, as well as the San Chao. At the same time that Wu Shan's party arrived at the ancestral land of the Wu clan, a voice of authority resonated throughout the primordial realm. The time for the third lecture has arrived. All of you hasten to the Zixiao Palace. Wu Shan looked up at the sky, where countless streams of light were soaring towards the Zixiao Palace from all corners of the primordial realm. He smiled faintly and turned to face the 5 women. For the next 3,000 years, we shall enter seclusion. This period will be the most tranquil time in the entire primordial realm. After this, everything will change. The 5 women nodded in unison. Once Wu Shan had finished speaking, he released Sanxian Island, placing it within the ancestral land of the Witch Clan. Although the ancestral land was under the protection of the will of Pango, it did not truly qualify as a paradise. Moreover, The witch clan's greatest need for spiritual energy stemmed from the requirements of the blood pool. Currently, the blood pool was sustained by the spiritual energy from Shumi Mountain. Thus, the sufficiency of spiritual energy in the ancestral land held little significance for the witch clan. However, for the 5 women, it was another matter entirely that a paradise such as Sancian Island was the most suitable cultivation ground for them. Wu Shun permitted the 5 women to enter Sancian Island for their training, while he himself proceeded to the blood pool of Shumi Mountain to enter seclusion. 3,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Just as Wu Shun had predicted, these 3 millennia were marked by an extraordinary tranquility throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yet, for those sensitive enough, the air was thick with the foreshadowing of monumental changes. The current calm was merely the final serenity before the impending storm. Beyond the 33 heavens, within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun concluded his final sermon. A cold smile crossed his face as he gazed upon the throng of worldly guests. With the conclusion of the 3rd sermon, I shall merge with the Tao, he proclaimed. With that, a swirl of primordial purple energy materialized in his hand, dividing into 7. The first 6 portions of this primordial energy were infused into the bodies of the 3 pure ones, Niwa, and the duo of Jane and Zhuenti. Instantly, the presence of these 6 was significantly enhanced. While their realms were not directly elevated, any lingering wounds or imbalances from the past were swiftly mended. The 6 seated figures had already attained 6 sacred positions during the 2nd sermon, a fact well known to all present, hence none paid it much mind. All the worldly guests were fixated on the last remnant of primordial purple energy held by Hongjun. Except for a select few, the gazes of the guests burned with an intensity that seemed almost combustible. Hongjun cast the final portion of primordial purple energy into the air, declaring, "Everything now depends on your own fortunes." The energy twirled gracefully in the air before vanishing in a flash, entering the primordial spirit of the Red Cloud Taoist. The Red Cloud Taoist was taken aback, his expression frozen in shock. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he had been rendered completely unresponsive by the joy of attaining a sacred position. Only Zenyuanzi and Yuhua comprehended the true nature of the situation. Indeed, Taoist Wuxing's predictions were accurate. He had foreseen all of this before it transpired. How did Taoist Wuxing possess such foresight? While Red Cloud, Yuhua, and Zenyuanzi were stunned, the other worldly guests were equally captivated. Their eyes ablaze with fervor. The murderous intent of the Kuanpeng could no longer be concealed. Cursed Red Cloud, you have caused our ancestor to lose his sacred position, yet you still possess the chance to attain sanctity. In that moment, Kuanping vowed to eliminate Red Cloud, while the other worldly guests harbored their own thoughts, known only to themselves. Hongjun paid no heed to the musings of the 3,000 worldly guests and spoke coldly. I am about to merge with the Tao. You should all withdraw. Behind Hongjun, the Wheel of Heaven's Tao began to subtly manifest. The overwhelming might of the heavens, even in mere flickers, proved unbearable for the throng of worldly guests. Those who initially wished to remain for the ceremony no longer dared entertain such thoughts. One by one, they rose to bow to Hongjun before departing the Zhixiao Palace. As the last of the 3,000 worldly guests exited the Zhixiao Palace, the palace began to close its doors one by one. The moment the Zhixiao Palace was completely sealed, Hongjun cast his gaze toward the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral land of the Witch Clan. Witch Clan, do you truly believe you can escape the fated decrees of the Tao? Once I merge with the Tao and complete the heavenly order, you shall have no chance of defiance. With that, Hongjun withdrew his gaze, and the Wheel of Heaven's Tao radiated a myriad of colorful lights. Hongjun's form melded entirely into this brilliance. Boom. At that very instant, the Zhixiao Palace was irrevocably shut. Within the primordial realm, the Red Cloud Taoist and Zenyuanzi hastily returned to Wuzhuang Temple. Upon entering, Red Cloud Taoist exhaled deeply, reflecting on how he had previously doubted Taoist Wuxing's words. Now, he realized that Taoist Wuxing's words had indeed foretold the truth. He glanced at Zenyuanzi, and the 2 old friends exchanged a bittersweet smile. Zenyuanzi spoke earnestly, we must devise a plan to secretly visit the Witch Clan. A direct approach would only bring trouble to them. That would be unwise. Red Cloud Taoist nodded, acknowledging the need for a strategy. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, suggesting, Why not let me bestow the primordial purple energy upon you, my friend? Zenuanzi grimaced. How would one extract primordial purple energy? Would you have me kill you? It would be impossible to say that Zenuanzi did not covet the primordial purple energy, but he would never agree to it if it meant the death of his old friend. Their bond was akin to that of Jane and Juenti. They had accompanied each other even before their transformations and often engaged in discussions thereafter, their feelings naturally deepening. Red Cloud Taoist smiled serenely. Indeed, my friend, that is precisely the case. You should take my life. Zenuanzi was taken aback. Are you mad? Do you truly think of me in such a way? Wait, are you suggesting? Red Cloud Taoist grinned widely. Precisely as you surmised, in this vast world, you are the only one I can fully trust. But how many others in this realm would believe such a thing? Zenuanzi stroked his beard and chuckled. They would think that you would turn against me for a mere portion of primordial purple energy. Red Cloud Taoist nodded, and then shook his head with a hint of regret. It is a pity for your Wuzhuang temple. If the ginseng fruit tree were to be transplanted, it would suffer great losses, would it not? Zenuanzi waved his hand dismissively. A mere Wuzhuang temple is hardly worth your safety. Besides, the significant loss from the transplantation of the ginseng fruit tree is due to the emergence of 7 injuries and 5 declines. Before he could finish, Zenuanzi's expression turned peculiar. Red Cloud Taoist was first taken aback. Then his expression brightened. Could it be that Taoist Wuxing had foreseen our actions from the very beginning? The two recalled Wu Shan's playful expression when he departed and his cryptic remarks about the witch clan having suitable places for cultivating ginseng fruit trees. And how the entirety of the 3,000 Li Wanshou mountain was a pity. Red Cloud Taoist and Zenuanzi exchanged glances, and simultaneously, a thought emerged in their minds. Taoist Wuxing is truly remarkable. Red Cloud Taoist shook his head with a light-hearted smile. Now, only the final step remains, and it requires the assistance of a fellow Taoist. He opened his palm, revealing a rather unique leaf, one from a gourd vine. Chapter 45. You covet his treasures from the gourd leaf in Red Cloud Taoist's hand. A clear and gentle voice emerged. Red Cloud Taoist, what brings you to seek me? It was the voice of Nuwa. Due to Wu Shan's revelations, Nuwa had naturally grown closer to Red Cloud Taoist, resulting in a secret means of communication. Red Cloud Taoist chuckled lightly. I humbly request your assistance, Nuwa Taoist. He then proceeded to lay out his plan. Without much hesitation, Nuwa nodded in agreement. I shall set out immediately. Nuwa had just been about to return with her elder brother Fushi when she received Red Cloud Taoist's request, prompting her to change course toward Wuzhuang Temple. Fushi, curious along the way, inquired, is Taoist Wuxing truly so extraordinary? Can he even predict matters concerning the saints? Nuwa looked at her elder brother with a hint of exasperation. Brother, are you referring to what Taoist Wuxing said about the demon clan? Do you not recall what Dijun and Tai conveyed to you during our farewell? Fushi's expression grew serious, recalling how Dijun and Tai had indeed sent him a message, expressing the desire to establish a demon clan and inviting him to join. 18 Nuwa's mention. Fushi's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Nuwa gently shook her head. Brother, what Taoist Wuxing has stated has been corroborated at every turn. The conflict between the witch clan and the demon clan is indeed destined to unfold. I do not wish to be at odds with the witch clan. Will you still insist on pursuing this path? Nuwa and Fushi, strictly speaking, cannot be classified as members of the demon clan. Alternatively, one might articulate it differently. At the inception of the demon clan, the term demon itself embodies a rather ambiguous definition. Many of the demon clan members came to identify as such only after being recruited by Emperor Jun and Tai. This is akin to the dragon clan. Had Wuxin not altered their fate, they too would have eventually been courted by Emperor Jun and Tai, thereby becoming demons for an extended period. However, following the calamity of the Fengshen, the dragon clan experienced a significant decline, ultimately siding with the heavenly court and thus distancing themselves from the classification of demons. In the original Destiny, Nuwa is deemed a member of the demon clan primarily due to her close relationship with Fushi and his affiliation with the demon court, as Nuwa is Fushi's sister. She is consequently regarded as a demon. At this juncture, Nuwa harbors no sense of identity or belonging towards the demon clan. Observing a hint of anger in Nuwa's demeanor, Fushi quickly smiled and reassured her. Sister, do not be vexed. As your elder brother, I shall certainly heed your counsel. It is of no consequence whether we join the demon clan or not. Satisfied, Nuwa nodded in agreement, relieved that her elder brother was still willing to listen to her advice. It is best that we do not oppose the mysterious Wu Shang. It is better for the witch clan to remain non-hostile. The two siblings swiftly made their way to Wuzhuangguan, only to find the entire place engulfed in flames. Hongyun Daoist and Xinyuanzi were locked in a fierce battle amidst the inferno, surrounded by numerous guests from the Purple Cloud Palace. Nuwa communicated through a gourd leaf. Hongyun Daoist, I have arrived. Upon receiving Nuwa's signal, Hongyun Daoist let out a laugh filled with sorrow and indignation, exclaiming, Xinyuanzi, I have misjudged you. Since you desire the primordial purple energy, then take it. Instantly, Hongyun Daoist transformed into a vast expanse of crimson clouds, enveloping the entire Mount Wanshou, which spanned 8,000 li. In the next moment, the mountain erupted in an explosion. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Was Hongyun Daoist truly this fierce? How could he explode so soon after the battle commenced? Ignoring the detonation itself, what of the primordial purple energy? With the explosion of Mount Wanshou, the very landscape trembled, flames soaring into the heavens, and the sound of the blast shattered everything within 100,000 li radius. A tumult of chaotic spiritual energy triggered successive explosions. Though Mount Wanshou was not a paradise, it was nonetheless a site rich in spiritual veins. The explosion affected these veins, causing a surge of spiritual energy that went unnoticed by the guests. Amidst the chaos, a scroll depicting the mountains and rivers swept past the epicenter of the explosion and returned to Nuwa's hand without a trace. Nuwa cast a fleeting glance at the Kuanpeng, who had just sought to engage but regrettably found no opportunity. Intentionally speaking where Kuanpeng could hear, she remarked, Elder brother, it seems there is nothing left to observe here. Shall we return? Fushi understood her implication and responded, It has been long since we visited our old home. Let us return there. It would be a fitting place for you to contemplate the matter of attaining sanctity. Nuwa smiled gently, and together they transformed into two streaks of light. Heading towards Buzhou Mountain, their ancestral home, where they had originally transformed, lay within a certain area of Buzhou Mountain. Unconcerned by the countless guests at Mount Wanshou digging for tin li, Nuwa and Fushi journeyed towards Buzhou Mountain. Before long, they arrived at the territory of the Witch Clan, where Wushan had been waiting for them. Upon hearing of the events at Wuzhuangguan, Wushan had deduced Hongyun and Xinyuanzi's feigned death strategy and suspected they would likely seek Nuwa's assistance. After all, only the map of mountains and rivers could conceal their actions from the scrutiny of the mighty. Upon seeing Wushan, Nuwa greeted him with a charming smile. It appears that Daoist Wushan is well aware of what transpired, so I need not elaborate further. After exchanging pleasantries, Nuwa unfurled the map of mountains and rivers, releasing Hongyun Daoist and Xinyuanzi from its confines. As they emerged, both Daoists burst into hearty laughter and promptly bowed in gratitude, expressing their thanks to Nuwa for her assistance. Nuwa replied with a gentle smile, You two are too courteous. Subsequently, she turned her inquisitive gaze towards Wushan. Daoist Wushan, how did you come to know of these events? It seems you have foreseen everything. With an air of confidence, Wushan replied, It was revealed to me through a dream by the Pangu Father God. Nuwa raised an eyebrow, realizing that Daoist Wushan would not easily divulge his secrets. Nonetheless, she remained unconcerned. This marked the first formal encounter between Fushi and Wushan, who gazed intently at him and inquired, Daoist, how does the Witch Clan intend to coexist with the Demon Clan in the future? Nuwa shot a playful glance at her elder brother, but Wushan seemed unfazed, responding with a serene smile, Daoist Fushi, what you truly wish to inquire about is Emperor Jun, is it not? Are you not drawn to him, seeking to deepen your bond? And do you not often find yourself missing him in his absence? Fushi's expression shifted in surprise. Daoist Wushan knows even this? Hongyun Daoist and Xinyuanzi burst into laughter at the revelation. What a surprise! Fushi Daoist appears to be quite forthright yet possesses such fervor. Nuwa, too, regarded Wushan with astonishment, as even she was unaware of the nature of Fushi's acquaintance with Emperor Jun. Wushan, with a knowing smile, remarked, What you truly desire is not the Demon Clan or even Emperor Jun, but rather that innate spiritual treasure he possesses, the river map and Luo book. You covet his treasures, do you not? Fushi was left in a state of bewilderment. Am I truly coveting his treasures? He gazed at Wuxian, incredulous. Wuxian shrugged. The river map and Luo book hold great potential for you, hence your attraction to them. However, that will be a matter for the distant future. Presently, any encounter with the river map and Luo book would be futile. Realization dawned upon Fushi. So it seems I have been yearning for Emperor Jun's treasures all along. His initial confusion gradually morphed into a sense of calm. He had previously reflected on his unusual enthusiasm towards Emperor Jun, and now understanding it stemmed from his attraction to the river map and Luo book. He felt a newfound composure. With this inner conflict resolved, his desire to join the demon clan diminished further. Wuxian then directed his attention to Hongyun Daoist and Zhen Yuanzi. You two truly possess remarkable tactics. I presume that before the Kuanping and others discover the ruse, Daoist Hongyun has already reaped some benefits. Hongyun Daoist chuckled wryly. Even now, I still find it hard to believe everything that has transpired. Thankfully, with a friend's guidance, I was able to lay my plans in advance. As an amiable figure, Hongyun Daoist was no fool. He recognized that the feigned death strategy could not remain concealed from all guests indefinitely. However, a brief concealment sufficed. Wuxian smiled and led the four of them to a location within the ancestral grounds of the Witch Clan. Daoist Zhen Yuanzi, this is an ideal spot for cultivating ginseng fruit trees. Had Hongyun Daoist and the others previously visited the Witch Clan's ancestral grounds, they would know this area was once home to the Blood Pool, the richest site of spiritual energy in the entire territory. Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed in delight and promptly took out ginseng fruit tree seeds to plant. Wuxian then summoned the innate woodpecker to eliminate the newly sprouted pests and, placing a hand on the trunk of the ginseng fruit tree, channeled a vast amount of spiritual energy extracted from Mount Shumi into it. The ginseng fruit tree, previously appearing sickly due to the transplantation, instantly regained vitality, its branches stretching and leaves flourishing with life. Zhen Yuanzi was nearly awestruck as he witnessed the transformation. Daoist Wuxian, where did you acquire such an abundance of spiritual energy? This is the purest of energies. Even if one were to plant a ginseng fruit tree directly in a paradise, it would take years to absorb such refined energy. Zhen Yuanzi was unaware that the 3,000 worlds of Mount Shumi had developed significantly over the years, influenced by countless innate treasures, alongside the presence of the divine tree of Fusong and the laurel tree, as well as ancient treasures like the dragon transformation pool, which could serve as a spiritual realm in itself. After all, the combined expanse of the 3,000 worlds was equivalent to that of the Eastern lands. Now, with the 3,000 worlds at the service of the Witch Clan, the surplus energy accumulated naturally became substantial. Zhen Yuanzi, overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the rejuvenated ginseng fruit tree, bowed in gratitude to Wuxian. I am deeply thankful for your assistance, Daoist. I had thought it would take a millennium for the ginseng fruit tree to fully recover. Yet now, thanks to your intervention, it has not only saved that time but has also returned to its prime state. Wuxian replied with a serene smile, since both of you have joined my clan, I must not be stingy. With that, he produced the treasure distribution rock, revealing a paradise for their use. Let this paradise be a gift for both of you. Hongyun Daoist and Zhen Yuanzi were left utterly astonished. Zhen Yuanzi, in his excitement, dropped the book he was holding. Beside them, Niuhua and Fushi also wore expressions of bewilderment. They had witnessed treasures being gifted before, but never had they encountered a bestowal of a celestial paradise. Moreover, it was one of the 36 heavenly realms, Jinsheng Huaxian Tian. Niuhua and Fushi exchanged glances, their faces filled with envy. Celestial paradises were already rare to find, and the 36 heavenly realms were even more elusive. Without a fortuitous opportunity, one could never hope to discover them. At present, Niuhua and Fushi resided in a mere spiritual vein. Oh, behold, Jinsheng Huaxian Tian. One could hardly claim indifference. Wuxian cast a knowing glance at Niuhua and Fushi. Dear friends, would you care to visit our clan for a while? Niuhua and Fushi exchanged uncertain glances, pondering whether it might be too intrusive. Fushi hesitated, wishing to maintain politeness. However, Wuxian, sensing their interest, smiled gently. No need for formality. I trust that Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi would not mind. Jinsheng Huaxian Tian is vast, abundant with space and grandeur. Niuhua, puzzled by Wuxian's mention of grandeur, nearly stifled a laugh. She then offered Wu Shan a graceful bow. I am most grateful, dear friend. With the teachings at Zixiao Palace concluded, it was indeed a splendid time to consolidate their gains and enter seclusion for cultivation. If they were to acquire a celestial paradise, it would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. Fuxi also bowed in gratitude. Thank you, dear friend. Wu Shan smiled lightly. No need for courtesy. If you are still not moved by Jinxing Huaxian Tian, then I would be returning empty-handed. Alas, it was regrettable that he had not found the falling treasure of gold in Wui Mountain. After departing from the Eastern Sea, his first destination had indeed been Wui Mountain, seeking the elusive treasure. Unfortunately, the treasure had yet to manifest. Even though Wu Shan had located its position using his treasure-finding technique, he could do little else. Nevertheless, although he did not obtain the treasure, he successfully discovered Jinxing Huaxian Tian. With the resolve to not return empty-handed, he brought Jinxing Huaxian Tian back. Nuhua, Fuxi, Hongyuan, and Xinyuanzi entered Jinxing Huaxian Tian together, commencing their seclusion for cultivation, while Wu Shan also retreated into seclusion. As time flowed like grains of sand, 5 million years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Sun Star, Emperor Jun gazed at the rejuvenated Fusang Divine Tree, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Though it had not yet fully recovered, at least there would be no further issues. Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction. Tai spoke solemnly. Elder brother, what about the West? Emperor Jun's expression darkened. He was well aware of the reconstruction efforts in the West. Yet, he soon sneered coldly that it is difficult for the West to rebuild. Before that, let us fulfill our own path. On that day, our master merely mentioned that there would be 7 saints under his tutelage. But he never stated that there could only be 7 saints in the wilderness. Tai's countenance shifted in shock. What do you mean, elder brother? Emperor Jun raised his head proudly, surveying the wilderness. Tai, we have already severed 2 corpses. Once we unify the wilderness, our path will be complete, and we too shall attain sainthood. Why fear the likes of Jane and Xuanti? The 2 brothers were convinced that Jane and Xuanti were responsible for the calamity that befell the Sun Star. Tai clapped his hands in delight. Let it be as you say, elder brother. Thus, Emperor Jun and Tai bowed towards Zixiao Palace before heading to the wilderness. Utilizing their divine powers, they projected their intention across the entire wilderness. Today, I, Emperor Jun Tai, establish a clan in the wilderness. This clan shall be known as the Yao. All beings born of scales, feathers, beasts, and the essence of plants shall be our Yao clan disciples. Our clan shall be born, and we shall establish the heavenly court. Previously, there had been demons in the wilderness, but they were merely demons, not a demon clan. Now, Emperor Jun and Tai had finally established the demon clan. As the brothers' words echoed, the entire wilderness suddenly transformed, clouds and winds swirling ominously. A formidable celestial might coalesce from the heavens, sweeping across all living beings in the wilderness. Countless newly acknowledged members of the demon clan lifted their heads in unison. Chapter 47. Elder brother is incredibly steady. The establishment of the demon clan was not the crux of the matter, for demons had always existed in the wilderness. The true significance lay in the first generation of the heavenly court. Although, due to various reasons, the second generation of the heavenly court led by the Jade Emperor would refer to the first generation as the demon court, it is undeniable that the demon court was indeed the first generation of the heavenly court. Emperor Jun and Tai's declaration was far from finished. With the emergence of the demon clan, the heavenly court is established. From this day forth, I, Emperor Jun, shall be the sovereign of the heavenly court. Honored as the heavenly emperor, I confer Tai the title of Eastern Sovereign. I shall reside in the heavenly palace, overseeing the celestial realms and surveying the universe. With a resounding boom, as the declaration concluded, a tremendous sound echoed from the 9th heaven. A cascade of golden clouds descended from the heavens, transforming into a magnificent palace complex. Ethereal mist swirled, and the celestial palaces rose high, grand, and expansive. Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, sharing a satisfied smile, before soaring into the palace and taking their seats at the exalted positions of Heavenly Emperor and Eastern Sovereign. In the next instant, boundless golden clouds reappeared, raining down a shower of merit. The establishment of the heavenly court marked the beginning of the stabilization of the 3 realms in the wilderness. Moreover, The heavenly court's governance of the wilderness was crucial for the heavenly path to overshadow the earthly and human paths. Thus, the descending merit was abundant. With this great merit, Emperor Jun and Tai severed another corpse, finally becoming among the first in the wilderness to attain the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm in the following 100,000 years. Emperor Jun and Tai began a fervent recruitment of warriors. They first invited Kuanpeng to join, appointing him as the demon master. Subsequently, they recruited 10 quasi-saint demon gods, including Jiaming and Ingzhao, establishing them as the 10 great marshals of the heavenly court. Later, they conferred titles upon 365 great Luo Jingxian demon kings to oversee the constellations. Thus, the wilderness finally experienced the rise and fall of day and night. At this juncture, Emperor Jun and Tai felt that the time was ripe. Consequently, millions of demon soldiers commenced the unification campaign across the wilderness. In that moment, the demon clan reigned supreme in the wilderness. Under Mount Buzhou, in the ancestral land of the witch clan, Quafu brought the latest news from the outside world to Wushan. Those demon fellows have annihilated 2 disobedient clans and seized 8 million territories. Lately, the number of demons causing trouble in our domain has increased. Elder brother, when shall we teach these demons a lesson? After speaking, Quafu looked at Wu Shan with eager anticipation, and the other witches cast similar hopeful glances. With the 12 ancestors of the witch still cultivating on Mount Sumeru and Xingtian having vanished to bury himself. All affairs of the witch clan were now overseen by Wu Shen. Wu Shen rolled his eyes. Tio, what stage have you all cultivated your 9 transformations of the heavenly art? I have reiterated this numerous times. All the great witches must reach the 5th transformation, and all witches must reach the 3rd transformation. Otherwise, remain in the ancestral land. Quafu and the great witches all turned to 2 of their number. Among the 10,000 great witches left in the ancestral land, these 2 had yet to cultivate the 9 transformations of the heavenly art to the 5th transformation. The 2 great witches broke into a cold sweat. It is not our fault. We have only existed for less than 3,000 years. Dei cautiously stepped forward, a fawning expression on his face. Elder brother, is it really appropriate for you to always pull the newcomers like this? Wu Shen shot Dei a glare. Tio, what layer have you cultivated your 3-fixed sun shooting technique? Dei immediately fell silent. The 3-fixed sun shooting technique was a method passed down through a dream from Pangu, capable of achieving enlightenment through archery, comprising 12 layers. Dei was currently only on the 3rd layer. Quafu, unwilling to give up, pleaded, Elder brother, if we could just— Wu Shen lifted his eyelids. Tio, what layer have you cultivated the Great Sun Burning Heaven Sutra? The Great Sun Burning Heaven Sutra was a technique specifically designed to absorb the essence of solar fire. After acquiring it, Wu Shen promptly gifted it to Quafu. With this technique, he need not fear that this fool would be burned to death by the Golden Crow. Although, at present, it seemed that Emperor Jun might have no sons. Wu Shen had always been cautious and was naturally prepared for any eventuality. Wu Shen glanced at the gathered witches. You may disperse. We shall speak again when you reach my requirements. With that, Wu Shan turned to leave. Quafu sighed. Elder brother is just too cautious. Dei echoed the sentiment with a sigh. Indeed, elder brother treats us well, but he is just too cautious. The witches nodded in unison. Voicing in unison, elder brother is indeed too cautious. The multitude of shamans remained oblivious. Wu Shan's caution was not directed towards the demon clan, nor even towards the sanctified beings of the 3 pure ones or the Western 2 saints, who were fated to become saints and adversaries alike. His true apprehension lay with the heavenly Tao. Since the inception of the cosmos, the heavenly Tao was born, ushering in calamities such as the fierce beast tribulation, the dragon and phoenix tribulation, and the Tao and demon tribulation, extending all the way to the present strife between the witch and the undead races. The myriad beings that emerged from the primordial chaos bore little connection to the heavenly Tao. They were all birthed under the grace of Pango. The heavenly Tao had no dominion over them. Thus, the heavenly Tao sought the annihilation of these races. The reason humanity ascended to be the sole protagonists of heaven and earth was due to the fact that they were crafted by Enhua, who herself was governed by the heavenly Tao. Consequently, humanity naturally fell under its jurisdiction. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was resolute in its desire for the demise of the witch and demon races. Presently, as the demon clan swept through the primordial chaos. The notion of engaging them in battle was not out of inability, but rather the peril of collateral damage. Who could ascertain how many of their kind might be inadvertently slain? These were all karmic repercussions, and Wu Xun had no desire to leap into the trap set by the heavenly Tao. He preferred to wait until the demon clan had wreaked sufficient havoc throughout the primordial chaos, at which point the karmic burden would rest solely upon them. The witch race could then intervene with certainty. Wu Xun cast a glance beyond the ancestral land. After all, the demon clan had yet to encroach upon it, so there was no need to panic. Thus, another millennium passed. At long last, Enhua emerged from her seclusion. In truth, she had severed the three corpses long before the arrival of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Yet she had remained in contemplation of her own opportunities. Upon seeing Enhua's emergence, Wu Xun smiled with composure. Enhua, my friend, you have emerged. Have you discerned the opportunity to attain sanctification? Enhua shot him a sidelong glance. Her eyes filled with reproach. Friend, you have put me through much hardship. I have calculated for 100,000 years, only to ascertain that my opportunity for sanctification lies with you. Why did you not mention this sooner? Do you intend to delay my sanctification or prevent it altogether? Having grown familiar with Wu Xun, Enhua jested without hesitation. Wu Xun shrugged. If I were to state it plainly, consider the immense karmic debt you owe me. I have no desire to become the next Hong Yun. Enhua straightened her waist. Do you truly believe me so despicable? Noticing her genuine irritation, Wu Xun chuckled and waved his hand. My friend, do not take offense. I was merely jesting. With that, he produced the 9 heavens spirit soil. Upon seeing it, Enhua was momentarily taken aback, then recalled where she had encountered it before, attached to the root of the gourd vine Wu Xun had gifted her. She had been astonished back then. Friend, did you already know this item was my opportunity when Hong Jun first imparted the Tao? Wu Xun laughed heartily. Thus, I aided you in keeping it safe. Lest you find yourself unable to locate it now, Enhua expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I am most thankful, dear friend. However, a hint of confusion crossed her features. But how exactly should I proceed? Chapter 48. Enhua creates humanity. Hong Jun declines. Enhua gazed at Wu Xun, her eyes brimming with affection. She was not naive. If Wu Xun intervened excessively in her opportunity for sanctification, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, she was willing. Shiha and Changshi stood nearby, their faces alight with anticipation. Wu Xun, just tell Sister Enhua. Aren't you supposed to know everything? Having spent countless days together within the witch clan, Enhua had formed a sisterly bond with Shiha and Changshi. Wu Xun shrugged. It's quite simple. Enhua, my friend, what is your forte? Without hesitation, Enhua replied, creation. She abhorred bloodshed and conflict, and even her own cultivation had been somewhat neglected. Were it not for Wu Xun providing her with various heavenly materials and treasures, and guiding her in the profound practice of true ascension, she would not have reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Wu Xun spread his hands. Thus, your opportunity lies in creation. Consider what is most lacking in the primordial chaos. Talent. If you were to create an entirely new race based on the innate form of Pangu, what might be the outcome? Enhua was taken aback, while Shiha and Changshi gaped in astonishment. Even after following Wu Xun for so many years, they still found themselves frequently surprised by his words and actions. Create a race? How did this idea come about? Since the dawn of creation, through the trials of fierce beasts, dragons and phoenixes, and the trials of Tao and demons, every being in the primordial chaos emerged under the grace of the great Pangu. Emperor Jun's ambitions were no different. He merely sought to establish a clan name and forcibly represent countless demons. Enhua blinked, glancing at the 9 heavens spirit soil in her hands, then back at Wu Xun. Create a race? Based on Panga's innate form? Regardless of what the primordial beings are, once they possess strength, they will inevitably transform their appearance to resemble Pangu. This form is the innate aspect, as all beings were birthed under Panga's grace. Thus yearning for his innate form, Wu Xun nodded in affirmation. Precisely, Enhua's eyes sparkled with multicolored light. She took a deep breath. I understand now. I shall traverse the primordial chaos in search of opportunities. Wu Xun rolled his eyes. Is it truly necessary to traverse the primordial chaos? Given the current turmoil caused by the demon clan, wouldn't you be driven to distraction? He gestured towards Mount Bujo. Enwa understood immediately. Mount Bujo, the pillar of heaven, offers a panoramic view of the primordial chaos. With a radiant smile, she asked, "Friend, may I have your company?" Wu Shen grinned. "If you are untroubled, why should I be?" Changshi's eyes gleamed. "I want to go." Enwa chuckled lightly. "Then let us all go together." Thus, the four of them began their ascent of Mount Bujo, encircling its base and taking in the sights of the primordial chaos. After an entire millennium, they finally reached the mountainside, arriving before a unique pool. This was no ordinary pool. It was formed entirely from liquefied spiritual energy, exuding an exceptionally dense primordial spiritual essence. Upon witnessing this pool, Enwa experienced a profound revelation. She took the 9 heaven spirit soil, dipped it into the pool's waters, and began to mold and shape figures. While she claimed to be emulating Panga's innate form, Enwa frequently glanced at Wu Shun as she crafted the first figurine, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Upon completing the first clay figure, it bore a striking resemblance to Wu Shun's usual appearance. Enwa paused for a moment before starting on the second. This time, she fashioned it in her own likeness, not her true form of a snake-tailed woman, but rather as a humanoid figure embodying her innate celestial essence. Once the second figure was complete, she placed it alongside the first. Changshi giggled. "They look quite well matched." Shiha smiled gently, nodding in agreement. The three women had long since become as close as sisters, unreserved in their interactions. Enwa laughed, continuing to mold figures. In due course, she crafted a total of 20 clay figures, both male and female. Growing weary, she contemplated before breaking into a smile. She retrieved the gourd vine that Wu Shun had gifted her long ago. Casting him a playful glare, "Friend, you truly foresee everything with that." She used the spiritual spring to catalyze the 9 heavens spirit soil. Upon contact with the spiritual spring, the soil expanded exponentially, teeming with vitality. Enwa then dipped the gourd vine into the already blended spiritual spring water, and with a flourish, dozens of clay figures emerged. Enwa nodded in satisfaction, continuing to wield the gourd vine. Eventually, when the total number of clay figures reached 36,000, she paused. Looking at the 36,000 figures, the first pair stood at the forefront. Rising to her feet, Enwa directed a sweet smile at Wu Shun, then bowed to the heavens in reverence to the heavenly Tao, followed by a bow towards Mount Bujo to honor Pangu. Only then did she exhale deeply, her voice resonating throughout the primordial chaos. "Today, I, Enwa, having comprehended the Tao of creation, shall give birth to a race upon Mount Bujo, naming them humanity." Having spoken, she forced a drop of her heart's blood from her fingertips. The blood bifurcated, dispersing into 36,000 clay figures. However, just halfway through its journey, it seemed to encounter some resistance, coming to a standstill. Nuwa hastily channeled her magical powers, yet there was no discernible movement. The more she exerted her force, the greater the obstruction became. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Wu Shan's eyes. Having already cultivated the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of heaven, he sensed the presence of the heavenly Tao within the subtle aura. Yet, the heavenly Tao would not impede the emergence of humanity. Thus, only one possibility remained. Hongjun. Ha! The influence I wield over Nuwa's creation of humanity is far too significant. If successful, the merits and fortunes of humanity will undoubtedly become intertwined with those of the witch tribe. This is not what Hongjun wishes to witness. After all, Hongjun harbors grand ambitions. How could he allow the witch tribe to defy the heavens? Wu Shen let out a cold snort, biting his finger to similarly extract a drop of his heart's blood. He blended his blood with Nuwa's, and in an instant, radiant colors burst forth. The entire spiritual spring erupted into a boiling frenzy, with boundless celestial spiritual energy surging forth. The witch tribe is descended from the bloodline of Pangu. Wu Shun, having reached the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of heaven, possesses an unparalleled purity of the Pangu bloodline, unmatched by any other in the primordial realm. Hongjun dares to obstruct Nuwa, only able to act stealthily, afraid to exert force. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would be the first to exact retribution upon him. Once Wu Shan's heart's blood mingled with Nuwa's, the barriers set by Hong Jun dissipated like mist. The heart's blood divided into 36,000 portions, each descending into the clay figures, which then transformed to their proper size, opening their eyes simultaneously. The clay bodies faded away, replaced by flesh and blood. Humanity was finally brought into existence. The 36,000 humans bowed down to Wu Shan and Nuwa, paying homage to the Holy Father and Holy Mother. Nuwa joyfully nodded, having no objections to being called Holy Mother. You, born with innate spiritual intelligence, shall henceforth be known as humanity. The 36,000 humans responded in unison. We shall henceforth be called humanity. As the words fell, a thunderous roar echoed through the void. Boundless merits began to descend. Chapter 49. Merits cannot be seized in this manner. Even the heavenly Tao trembles. The sacred merit of creation, immeasurable and infinite, began to rain down. However, this merit divided into 3 parts. The smallest portion first fell upon the gourd vine in Nuwa's hand, which, under the baptism of merit, transformed into a postnatal treasure, the whip of creation. Of the remaining 9 parts of merit, an astonishing 60% descended upon Wu Shan, while only 30% went to Nuwa. The impact of Wu Shan on Nuwa's creation was overwhelmingly significant. Ultimately, due to Hongjuan's underhanded schemes, Wu Shan was compelled to intervene, resulting in the perception that Wu Shan bore greater credit for the creation of humanity in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Nuwa, however, felt no discontent regarding this. Yet, Wu Shan understood that with merely 30% of the merits, Nuwa would undoubtedly be unable to attain sanctity. So this was Hongjuan's intention. If I do not intervene, Nuwa will fail to create humanity. If I do intervene, Nuwa will be unable to achieve sanctity. Moreover, the witch tribe lacks primordial spirits. Even if all merits were to fall upon me, they would merely transform into the fortune of the witch tribe, never allowing me to achieve sanctity. What a cunning calculation! A flicker of coldness passed through Wu Shan's eyes. Nuwa sensed something amiss. Though unaware of Hongjuan's methods, she recognized, with the aid of the merits, that she could not attain sanctity with merely 30%. With a slight furrow of her brow, she offered Wu Shan a serene smile. My friend, do not concern yourself. It is merely a matter of insufficient opportunity. Wu Shan snorted coldly. Today, you shall undoubtedly become a saint. No one can obstruct this. He grasped Nuwa's hand and turned to the figure resembling him by 7 or 8 parts. You shall henceforth be named Yu Chao, the progenitor of humanity. He beckoned the figure closer. I shall teach you something. Yu Chao immediately approached, and upon hearing Wu Shan's instructions regarding the construction of dwellings, he quickly ran aside to build the first true house of the primordial realm. Wu Shan smiled with satisfaction. From this day forth, it shall be called a house, a place for humanity to reside. Boom! The once dissipating merit clouds returned. Though the merit for constructing a dwelling was not as great as that for creating humanity, it was certainly significant. A house signifies stability, and stability implies development. This is a matter of great importance for the advancement of humanity. A vast quantity of merit descended, with 70% falling upon Wu Shan, 20% upon Yu Chao, and 10% upon Nuwa. After all, Nuwa, as the Holy Mother alongside Wu Shan, would receive a share of any merit or fortune accrued by humanity, even if she did nothing. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongjuan's eyes quivered slightly, then settled into calmness. What does it matter if I gain an additional portion of merit? Nuwa cannot become a saint. Nuwa had 2 opportunities to attain sanctity. If she could not succeed this time, then the witch tribe would be utterly incapable of defying the heavens through her. Should Nuwa become a saint now, she could reverse the fate of humanity. And under Wu Shan's guidance, humanity's fortune had already become deeply entwined with that of the witch tribe. Furthermore, given the relationship between Nuwa and Wu Shan, she would effectively safeguard the fortune of the witch tribe as well. Hongjuan's desire to see the witch tribe and the demon race perish together would be rendered impossible. Thus, Hongjun could not allow Nuwa to achieve sanctity this time. With a cold laugh, Hongjun cast a disdainful glance at the primordial realm. Wuxing, though I cannot see through your origins, you cannot defy the heavens and alter fate. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, Wu Shan also let out a cold laugh. Hongjun, you cannot prevent Nuwa from becoming a saint today. He then looked toward the figure resembling Nuwa. Come here. You shall be named Z. I shall teach you something. Under Wu Shen's guidance, Z quickly comprehended the lesson. In but a moment, the first true garment of the primordial realm was born. Boom! More merit flowed in Da. Wu Shen did not pause but pointed to the third person. You shall be named Swearin. I shall teach you the art of fire. A rare but simple innovation ensued. And soon Swearin had ignited the first mundane flame of the primordial realm. More merit indeed followed. At this moment, Nuwa was utterly bewildered. Can merit truly be accumulated in this manner? My friend, what else is there that you do not know? Meanwhile, as Nuwa declared the creation of humanity, all the great powers of the primordial realm, who had been observing, found themselves at a loss for thought. Why heavens! This is merit. You are stealing merit. Dijuan was so envious that he nearly bulged his eyes out. I have labored for tens of thousands of years to establish the demon race, yet the merit I have obtained pales in comparison to what Wuxing has garnered in such a short time. Nevertheless, merit was still insufficient. Wu Shen called forth the fourth individual. You shall be named Songjia. I shall teach you something. The merit of writing descended. You shall be named Kai Luan. I shall teach you something. The merit of papermaking fell. You shall be named Wanyan. I shall teach you something. The merit of calendars descended. You shall be named Shushu. I shall teach you something. The merit of numeracy fell. You shall be named Zhongshi. I shall teach you something. The merit of timekeeping descended one after another. 18 merits cascaded down, driving the entire primordial realm into a frenzy. Even the heavenly Tao seemed astonished. Initially, once the merits were fully bestowed, the golden clouds would disperse. Yet now, after the merits had been conferred, the golden clouds stubbornly remained. It appeared that the heavenly Tao was eager to witness what further wonders Wu Shen might conjure. One merit after another fell, and even if Nuwa received only 1/10 of each, the sheer volume was overwhelming. With 18 merits descending, it was evident that Nuwa's previous 3/10 of merit had not diminished much at all. Even without the merits from creating humanity, the subsequent 18 merits were far from negligible. Ultimately, Nuwa achieved sanctity. Golden wheels illuminated the universe, purple air flowed from the east, and a magnificent heavenly might surged forth. 9 colors swirled in harmony as Nuwa cast a deeply affectionate glance at Wu Shen. Without uttering a word, as she brushed past him, a fragrant imprint lingered upon his lips. Thereafter, Nuwa returned to the true realm of Xin Tian. For the tribulations she faced in achieving sanctity had been numerous, necessitating a period of time to assimilate her newfound power. Wu Shen glanced beyond the 33 heavens, a playful smile gracing his lips. Hongjun, how thoroughly you have been humiliated this time. He beckoned humanity to follow him. Come with me, he said, taking the hands of Shiha and Changshi as they made their way to the ancestral land of the witch tribe. The humans swiftly followed their holy father. Meanwhile, within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun spat out a mouthful of golden blood, unsure whether it was from anger or pressure from the heavenly Tao. After all, having conferred 20 consecutive merits, even the heavenly Tao trembled. Surely, even the heavenly Tao requires time to regain its strength. Who could withstand the burden of 20 consecutive merits? Hongjun trembled uncontrollably, the backlash of the heavenly Tao rendering him unable to maintain his composure. After all, had Nuwa not achieved sanctification, Hongjuan's previous schemes would have remained concealed. Yet now, with Nuwa's ascension, his clandestine machinations were laid bare. The heavenly Tao, devoid of mercy, retaliated instantaneously. Were it not for Hongjuan's considerable abilities, he would have been utterly annihilated by now. Struggling to suppress the backlash, he dared not entertain any further thoughts and retreated into the wheel of the heavenly Tao for cultivation. Wuxing, await your reckoning. The witch and demon clans are destined to face calamity. The more you defy the heavens now, the heavier the backlash will be when the time comes. Sooner or later, you shall pay the price. Chapter 50. I have lost my mind. What immense fortune has befallen me? Wuxing descended from Mount Zhouwu, and his mind was soon inundated with system notifications. Ding, detection of an increase in Emperor Zhang's defensive capabilities. Defense 1, awarded 1 lottery chance. Ding, a vast amount of merit has been absorbed by Wu Shen. However, as a member of the Witch Clan, Wuxian possessed no primordial spirit and was unable to absorb this merit for himself. Furthermore, apart from the merit specifically intended for creating beings, the remaining merits lacked any directional purpose. Thus, although Wuxian absorbed a tremendous amount of merit, he could not elevate his own strength in the slightest. He remained merely a tiny golden immortal. Nevertheless, the abundance of merit could not be entirely without effect. It thoroughly refined Wuxian's physical body, akin to a ritual of merit, and the remaining merit flowed into the entire witch clan, enhancing the defenses of all its members. Wuxian received notifications in the tens of millions. Yet, even so, the merit had not been exhausted and continued to flow into Mount Shumi. Consequently, in the blood pool, newly reborn witches lined up to emerge, while in the ancient dragon transformation pool, newly formed dragons soared outward. The 9 phoenixes, tasked with guarding the blood pool, looked on in shock. Ao Guang, who had stealthily entered Mount Shumi 100,000 years prior to oversee the ancient dragon transformation pool, fainted from sheer astonishment. Such sudden happiness was overwhelming for everyone. Wuxian, however, remained entirely unfazed. After bringing the human race to the ancestral land of the witch clan, he designated a lush area by the ancestral site for their sustenance. Here, you shall thrive. You must cherish and love the witch clan. Do you understand? The human race knelt in gratitude, thanking the Holy Mother for granting them a place to flourish. He then instructed the gathered witches. The human race regards me as their holy father. You must not bully them. Do you comprehend? The witches readily pledged their allegiance, assuring him there would be no transgressions. The witch clan collectively practiced the 9 transformations of heaven, with the ethereal tea enhancing their bloodlines and purging the earth's demonic aura. They no longer exhibited the same bloodthirsty tendencies they once had, though their temperamental nature remained unchanged. While they would not alter their proclivity for violence when unable to find an enemy, they would no longer turn against each other. Quafu thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, brother, these are your creations. Should anyone dare to bully them, we shall eliminate them. The gathered witches echoed their agreement. Praising Quafu's words, Wuxian smiled slightly, then shifted his focus to the system. Commenced the lottery. Glancing at the millions of lottery chances, Wuxian anticipated a lively sequence ahead. Indeed, as the first million lottery draws concluded, he found some useful items, though none were particularly remarkable. However, the newly reborn human race received some excellent rewards, significantly bolstering their growth and development. Naturally, Wuxian's own witch clan could not be left behind, as he still had a plethora of heavenly treasures. After another million draws, ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the indestructible scripture. Following the 3rd million draws, ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Tao scripture. Wuxian raised an eyebrow, seemingly aware that there was still merit to be claimed. However, there was no rush, for the news of his overwhelming acquisition of merit had stunned the entirety of the primordial realm. The greatly affected Dijuan and Tai even paused their campaign for dominion over the primordial realm. With the demon race subdued, tranquility enveloped the entire realm. On another front, Nuwa's sanctification proved to be a considerable stimulus for the remaining future saints who had received the primordial purple energy. Furthermore, with the birth of the human race, the 3 pure ones and the duo of Jane and Juanti sensed their own opportunities for sanctification arising. Thus, a tranquil century passed in the blink of an eye. The newly formed human race, which had begun with merely 36,000 individuals, expanded to over 3 million. After all, under the protection of the witch clan and with the demon race temporarily pacified. The human race, as a primordial Tao body endowed with intelligence, naturally flourished rapidly. Wuxian calculated the passage of time and deemed it about time. He summoned the ancestors of the human race, Yu Chao, Zi, Swerin, and Songjia. Today, I have called you here to impart a method of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in joy. Although the human race was a primordial Tao body, without cultivation, they could not attain formidable strength. The cultivation methods of the witch clan were certainly beyond their reach, and the demon race's methods were even less accessible. The human race had long been without a systematic cultivation method, relying solely on trial and error. After a century, despite being surrounded by countless heavenly treasures and spiritual springs, only Yu Chao had reached the celestial immortal realm. Now, upon learning that the Holy Father intended to impart a method, each one of them was moved to tears. Wu Shun began his teachings, taking 30 years to convey the Tao scripture to the human race. Once the transmission was complete, he cast a contemplative glance toward Kunlun Mountain and smiled faintly. Yu Chao, the human race now possesses a method of cultivation, as well as written language and paper. I shall establish a new school called Taoism, dedicated to enlightening the human race. The Tao scripture shall serve as its foundation, guiding the human race and fostering their development. Yu Chao immediately led the human race in a grand ceremony, reverently acknowledging the decree of the Holy Father. As the words fell, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, followed by an overwhelming influx of merit. A boundless sea of golden clouds descended, bringing with it billions of merits. Yet, as before, Wu Shun was unable to absorb the merit. Thus, he utilized it for the refinement of his body and treasures, casting the remainder into Mount Shumi. Any remaining merit transformed into the fortunes of both the witch and human races. Suddenly, an ocean of merit surged forth, startling all corners of the primordial realm. Upon closer inspection, they realized, what the hell, it's whooshing again. Is this guy the favored child of the heavenly Tao? Why does all the merit seem to be his? At Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi witnessed Wu Shen amassing an immense amount of merit. His expression darkening dramatically. Calm down, brother. Our opportunity for sanctification has manifested, in a century's time. We have deduced the path to the human race's emergence. Now, we merely need to find an opportunity to engage with them. What use is Wu Sheng's excessive merit? He belongs to the witch clan and possesses no primordial spirit. He cannot achieve sanctification. Until he sanctifies, he will forever remain an insignificant insect. Yuan Shi waved his hand dismissively, reprimanding Tong Tian for his impatience. However, his admonishment was abruptly cut short. The profound Tao rhythm that had lingered about him vanished entirely. Tong Tian, who had initially felt displeased by Yuan Shi's reprimand, was taken aback and spoke in astonishment. Elder brother, what has happened to your opportunity for sanctification? Where has it gone? Yuan Shi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily calculated. It was not merely a trivial matter. Upon further scrutiny, he discovered that his opportunity for sanctification had vanished. Yuan Shi rose abruptly, his demeanor no longer embodying the tranquility and detachment he had previously maintained. Where has my opportunity for sanctification gone? Such a monumental opportunity has simply disappeared. Who is responsible? Who could it be? Chapter 51. Tai weeps. Where has my wife gone? At this moment, Yuan Shi cast aside all notions of tranquility, composure, and dignity. The grudge against the Tao was one that would incite a fierce struggle for survival. Yet the question remained, how could such a grand opportunity simply vanish? Tong Tian cautiously addressed Yuan Shi, who appeared on the verge of an explosive outburst. Elder brother, perhaps we should join forces to deduce the situation? Now was also the time for Tong Tian and Yuan Shi to seek their own opportunities for sanctification. Assisting Yuan Shi in deciphering the heavenly mysteries could jeopardize their own pursuits. Nevertheless, bound by brotherly affection, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian began their calculations without hesitation. The three pure ones collaborated, and even amidst the chaotic heavenly mysteries, a glimmer of insight emerged. The ultimate answer pointed directly to the human race. Yet, this conclusion yielded no further revelations. Elder brother, perhaps we should visit the human race to investigate. In the end, Tong Tian devised a plan. Laozi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Consequently, the three pure ones promptly made their way to the territory of the human race. To avoid provoking the witch clan, they proceeded with utmost discretion. Before long, they arrived at the periphery of a human tribe. Influenced by the witch clan, the human race had expanded from their ancestral lands in the form of tribes. Upon reaching the tribe, the three pure ones were astonished to discover that, aside from those occupied with labor and very young children, all other members of the tribe, regardless of age or gender, were engaged in meditation and cultivation. Furthermore, there was a terrestrial immortal among the humans who was imparting teachings to the other tribesmen. Intrigued, Tong Tian suggested they listen in. Yuan Shi scoffed dismissively, remarking that a mere terrestrial immortal could hardly possess any substantial teachings worthy of the three pure ones' attention. Do not waste time, third brother. Quickly assist your elder brother in identifying the issue. However, before Yuan Shi could finish his sentence, the words of the terrestrial immortal reached their ears. The Tao is vast and ungraspable. Akin to the source of all things, it dulls the sharp, resolves the discord, harmonizes the light, and mingles with the dust. Laozi immediately spat out his drink, while Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were left utterly bewildered. Tong Tian nearly leapt up, exclaiming, could this be, the Tao Te Ching of elder brother? Yuan Shi cast a cold glance at the terrestrial immortal, indignant. How dare you steal the teachings of the three pure ones? He was about to take action to punish this audacious human, but just as he lifted his hand, the latter part of the terrestrial immortal's discourse floated over. The valley spirit never dies. It is called the mysterious female. The gateway of the mysterious female is called the root of heaven and earth. Yuan Shi found his hand frozen mid-air, unable to descend. Laozi, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and trembling with shock. The reason he had yet to ascertain his opportunity for sanctification was precisely because he had not completed the Tao Te Ching. Yet, the last few sentences uttered by the terrestrial immortal contained the very essence he had been contemplating. Even if the human race were capable of stealing the Tao Te Ching, they could only replicate the finished product. How could they pilfer content that even Laozi had yet to fully grasp? Tong Tian glanced at Laozi and Yuan Shi, suggesting, "Shall we listen further?" The three pure ones concealed themselves nearby, attentively listening to the teachings of a terrestrial immortal. If this were to be made public, it would surely cause uproarious laughter throughout the entirety of Hongwang. Initially, Yuan Shi's expression was dark, but as he continued to listen, he could no longer maintain his frown. His astonishment rendered his face numb. It was simply impossible to remain displeased. The Tao Sutra was remarkably more refined and perfect than the Tao Te Ching, and it was entirely tailored to the human race. It could almost be described as custom-made for them. During this process, Laozi gradually comprehended the true nature of his original opportunity for sanctification, to bestow the teachings and establish a doctrine, thereby enlightening the human race. However, it became evident that the human race hardly required his instruction. The Tao Sutra far surpassed the Tao Te Ching, and the transmission of Taoism had advanced to a level far beyond the golden elixir path. How could one navigate such a predicament? Laozi's expression fluctuated between various emotions. Murderous intent, regret, and fury danced upon his countenance. At that moment, a sudden, melodious sound resonated from the direction of Buzhou Mountain, breaking the tension. I, Niuhua, hereby join the Witch Clan and shall forever be a member of the Witch Clan. I, Fushi, hereby join the Witch Clan and shall forever be a member of the Witch Clan. I, Shiha, hereby join the Witch Clan and shall forever be a member of the Witch Clan. I, Changshi, hereby join the Witch Clan and shall forever be a member of the Witch Clan. The four declarations once again sent shockwaves throughout Hongwang. Fushi, Shiha, and Changshi were one matter, but Niuhua, after Hongjun, the second sage to attain sanctification, why had she suddenly chosen to join the Witch Clan? What could possibly be the reason for this? Even though the human race was created by her and the Witch Clan, and despite any karmic ties she may owe to them, she was still a sage who achieved sanctification through merit. How could she simply join the Witch Clan? What implications did this hold for the other races? The three pure ones stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, while in the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Tai wore expressions of bewilderment as well. Before the two brothers could recover from the shock of Niuhua's allegiance to the Witch Clan, a wave of realization suddenly washed over them, a profound sense of losing an immensely significant opportunity. In that instant, the brothers felt as though they had been rendered airless. Cold sweat broke out upon their brows. The Witch Clan may belong to the Witch Clan, and while we cannot prevent Niuhua from joining them, we must clarify the implications of this unprecedented turn of events. Emperor Jun summoned forth the He Tu and Luo Shu, and with Tai's assistance, they finally discerned a general outline of the situation. What the hell? Shiha and Changshi were originally meant to be wed to us. But now that celestial marriage is lost, in truth, the celestial marriage was severed when Shiha and Changshi followed Wu Shen away from the Tine Moon Star. However, due to the involvement of Wu Shen, the heavenly secrets remained concealed. Yet now, with Shiha and Changshi openly declaring their allegiance to the Witch Clan, It served as a revelation, granting Emperor Jun and Tai the awareness of their lost opportunity. Emperor Jun was overcome with grief. Wu Shun, you scoundrel! You have stolen my wife. What did celestial marriage signify? It meant the acquisition of merit. It was entirely possible that by obtaining the merit of celestial marriage, one could achieve sanctification, and now, all of that was gone. Wu Shun, I will not rest until I see you dead. Tai's face turned a shade of green with fury. Brother, how can we simply stand by and allow Wu Shun to insult us thus? Emperor Jun's gaze turned icy, and after a moment's contemplation, he declared, We have endured long enough. It is time for the Honghuang to remember the sensation of being under our dominion. Tai hesitated momentarily. But brother, Nuwa the sage has only just joined the witch clan. Emperor Jun laughed heartily. Sages should not act without cause. As long as we do not directly offend Sage Nuwa, even a sage cannot take action against us. As long as we do not annihilate the witch clan, it matters not. Tai's eyes lit up with excitement. What a splendid plan. I shall personally lead the charge. This time, we will leave the witch clan with but a single witch remaining. Then, it shall not be considered an annihilation. Amidst Tai's boisterous laughter, countless celestial soldiers surged forth towards Buzhou Mountain, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 52. Changshi. I must pluck every feather from that bird. Emperor Jun and Tai had long harbored intentions to strike against the witch clan. However, first and foremost, the witch clan had remained ensconced in their ancestral lands under Wu Shun's suppression, denying the demon race any opportunity. Secondly, Emperor Jun and Tai believed it prudent to first consolidate the strength of the demon race. As for the strength of the demon race, it comprised those willing to join. Those unwilling were merely adversaries to the heavenly court's governance of Honghuang. Damn it! Now, the demon race's power had grown sufficiently robust, and they had just uncovered Wu Shun's severing of their celestial marriage opportunity. This profound enmity propelled Emperor Jun and Tai into action. The Grand Army mobilized, with the Eastern Emperor Tai at the helm. The Demon Master Kuanpeng, the 10 great demon generals, and millions of celestial soldiers advanced in a sweeping force towards the ancestral lands of the witch clan. Such a display of might inevitably roused the attention of the witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches emerged from their retreats, while the 100,000 witch clan members remaining in their ancestral lands prepared for battle. Simultaneously, the Dragon Clan, led by Ao Dong and 100,000 dragons, arrived ahead of the witch clan. Emperor Jiang gazed towards the heavens with a cold smile. These demon folk could have arrived sooner but deliberately slowed their pace. Trying to intimidate us? Zhu Rong spat derisively. That Eastern Emperor Tai better not try to claim any glory. I want to see what that bird is truly capable of. Gong Gong rolled his eyes. If he dares not use that chaotic bell, you could easily defeat him. But with the chaotic bell in hand, he would undoubtedly vanquish you instead. Upon hearing the words of Gong Gong, Zhu Rong raised an eyebrow, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The Wu clan lacked primordial spirits and thus was not adept at utilizing treasures, possessing little knowledge of their capabilities. However, following the emergence of Wu Shun, the Wu clan gradually began to comprehend the powers of various renowned artifacts. The Chaos Bell, one of the 3 innate supreme treasures, boasted formidable defensive capabilities, second only to the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth. Unlike the pagoda, which focused solely on defense, the Chaos Bell was also capable of delivering devastating attacks. Were Tai not to wield the Chaos Bell, he would undoubtedly fall short against Zhu Rong, who had mastered the Sun True Scripture. The method of corpse severing passed down by Hong Jun emphasized the elevation of realms rather than combat prowess, which elucidates why all practitioners inheriting his legacy held treasures in such high esteem. It was commonplace for those of lower realms to vanquish their higher counterparts if they possessed powerful artifacts. The Wu clan, however, thrived on battle. All their cultivation was measured by combat strength. The current realm of the 12 ancestor Wu barely equaled that of a quasi-saint of the corpse category. Yet in terms of battle capability, they could easily use their fists to send any quasi-saint who dared to forego treasures flying. Yet, presently, the Wu clan, apart from Wu Shun, who enjoyed the benefit of systematic assistance and could freely utilize various treasures, struggled to wield artifacts effectively. Including the ancestor Wu, who could not sustain the use of treasures for extended periods nor unleash their full potential. This situation would only change upon achieving the sixth transformation of the Nine Turns' heavenly skill to perfection. Di Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Rong. Your task is to confront those demon leaders, do not allow them to harm the children below. Should you act recklessly, you shall be barred from this battle. Zhu Rong immediately fell silent, deterred from any further folly. If the other wuss were to engage, he would merely watch from behind, unable to contain his frustration. Standing beside Wu Shan, Nuwa furrowed her brow. The audacity of the demon race was astonishing. As the second saint of the Hong Huang, she had just proclaimed her allegiance to the Wu clan when the demons launched their attack. Was this not a slap in her face? Could the dignity of a saint be so easily trampled by these demons? Wu Shan, however, smiled indifferently. Do not intervene. Simply protect the human race. They are not yet ready to join the fray. Nuwa understood his intent. The conflict between the Wu and the demon race was part of the celestial order's workings, a fact that rendered her unable to intervene, thus explaining the demon's audacity. Nuwa glanced at the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform in her hand. This artifact was transformed from a half-matured lotus seed of the Chaos Qing, an unparalleled treasure of the celestial order. Its rank surpassed that of the three innate lotuses, equivalent to the already differentiated treasures of the creation Qinglian. The reincarnation purple jade lotus platform was also obtained by Wu Shun from the fragmented treasure rock. While its defensive prowess was remarkable, its usage conditions were exceedingly particular. Only saints who had attained merit could wield it. This meant that only Nuwa could make use of the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. After her ascension through merit, Wu Shun had bestowed this treasure upon her, alongside the Hengming Holy Sword, which similarly was a unique artifact of the celestial order, usable only by those who had attained merit. Be cautious, fellow Taoist, Nuwa remarked with a gentle nod. Chang Shi playfully shook her fist and laughed. Sister Nuwa, rest assured, we shall pluck every feather from that Tai Yi. Nuwa chuckled softly and turned towards the territory of the human race, summoning the reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. The 24th rank purple jade lotus blossomed, enveloping the entirety of the human race in protection. Only then did Chang Shi turn her gaze towards the approaching demon army, snorting in displeasure. We have been living quite well alongside the Wu. What business does a bird from the Sun Emperor's star have in disrupting us? This Tai Yi is truly insufferable. Among the demon army, Tai Yi exuded a commanding presence, surveying the Hong Huang with disdain. He intentionally slowed the army's advance, aiming to exert pressure upon the Wu clan. Yet, regardless of the pace, the moment would inevitably arrive. The heavenly army finally reached the ancestral land of the Wu clan. Tai Yi waved his hand, and billions of demons swiftly arranged themselves into an elaborate formation. I am the heavens. Di Jun smiled proudly, initiating the great array of celestial stars to support the heavenly army. Wu Shang, come forth and speak. Tai Yi bellowed in fury, his solar true fire transforming into a raging sea of flames, casting the entire nine heavens in crimson. Wu Shan soared into the sky, regarding Tai Yi with a slight smile. Speak your mind. If you have something to say, then say it. Chang Shi was the first to burst into laughter, clapping her hands and giggling. Well said, she, biting her lip, pulled her impulsive sister back. Sister, let Wu Shang handle everything. Tai Yi turned his gaze towards Chang Shi. He had encountered the sisters before, but during previous meetings, they had concealed their appearances with lunar divine power, rendering them unrecognizable. Now, the sisters unveiled their true forms, radiating peerless beauty. Tai Yi realized that Chang Shi was meant to be his destined bride. The thought of such an extraordinary woman slipping through his fingers ignited a fury within him that could scorch the heavens. Wu Shang, you defy the heavens. What punishment do you deserve? Wu Shan raised an eyebrow. Defy the heavens? Pray, enlighten me, ha. You have come here for the matter of the heavenly marriage, have you not? Truly direct, these demons. Tai Yi's eyes burned red. The lunar goddesses, Shi He and Chang Shi, were destined to be my and my elder brother's heavenly brides. How dare you snatch them away? Such a defiance of heaven. What punishment do you deserve? The demon race possessed no concept of shame when it came to the idea of having their spouse stolen. This declaration, the Wu clan, Dragon Clan, and Demon Race were all taken aback. What? Dijun Taiyi's heavenly brides have been taken. Chapter 53. Shameless Taiyi, do you dare to steal the possessions of Pangu, the Father God? The mighty beings observing this great battle from various factions in Honghuang collectively gasped. The three pure ones, who were covertly watching the spectacle, nearly plummeted from the heavens. With the current state of enlightenment in Honghuang being so obscure, the beings of the realm had yet to recognize any wrongdoing in Taiyi's claim of having his bride stolen. What astonished them was another matter entirely. What? The Wu clan has secretly become this formidable. They can even seize heavenly marriages. The demon race and heavenly court have mobilized millions, only to come for brides? Before Wu Shun could respond, Changshi had already exploded with rage. She flew to Wu Shun's side, glaring fiercely at Taiyi. How dare you speak? Who has made a heavenly marriage with you? Do you have no shame? Your appearance is a disgrace, and your thoughts are vile. Changshi's sudden outburst stunned all beings who had yet to recover from the previous revelation. What? Where did the lunar goddess learn to speak so boldly? He blushed with embarrassment, rushing to cover her shameful sister's mouth. She then turned her gaze towards Taiyi. Eastern Emperor, your heavenly court has unjustly waged war against our Wu clan. If you wish to come, then come. The Wu clan fears not. But for the esteemed Eastern Emperor to launch a war under the pretense of women, is that not shameful? Though he appeared gentle and spoke less than Changshi, her demeanor was one of quiet strength. Taiyi's words had indeed provoked her ire. She gazed coldly at Tai Ydam's sisters are members of the Wu clan, now and forever, and shall never have any ties with you. I implore you, Eastern Emperor, and your brother, to act wisely. With her resolute declaration, Changshi nodded vigorously. You shall pay for your insults against my sisters. We will pluck every feather from your wretched form. As the words of the two sisters faded, a resounding boom reverberated through the ancient starry sky. Despite it being broad daylight, the lunar orb unexpectedly materialized, illuminating the primordial expanse with its silvery glow. The divine power of the moon blossomed like an unfurling flower, displacing the energies of the celestial bodies. The countenance of Dijuan, lord of the heavenly court, shifted dramatically, but he barely had time to react before a significant portion of the celestial star array was compromised. This array, centered around the Sun Emperor star and the lunar orb, supplemented by 365 ancient stars, was a formidable formation embodying unparalleled offensive, defensive, and supportive capabilities, a quintessential killing formation of the heavenly court. At that moment, the celestial star array collapsed, unleashing a backlash of immense stellar energy that caused half of the 365 celestial officials to lose consciousness. The rebound transformed into a cascade of radiant starlight that descended from the ancient cosmos, wreaking havoc among the myriad demon tribes who were in the midst of arranging their formations. They had been relishing the enhancement provided by the celestial star array, but now that boon had turned into a bane. The more powerful demons trembled but managed to hold their ground, while those of lesser strength plummeted to the earth like raindrops, in the blink of an eye. The ground was strewn with the fallen. All beings of the primordial wilderness gazed upwards in bewilderment at the lunar orb, its cold light ethereal and otherworldly. The moonlight conveyed a singular message. The lunar orb had severed its ties with the celestial star array, becoming an independent entity. This detachment would not disrupt the cyclical dance of the sun and moon across the heavens, yet any aspirations the demon court had of harnessing the power of the lunar orb to re-establish the celestial star array were mere folly, unless they possessed the capability to annihilate the lunar orb and forge a new one. Should that occur, they would ascend to sanctity, but would they dare defy the heavenly mandate and destroy the source of the lunar divine power? Dijuan turned pale with dread, his gaze falling upon Taiyi of the Unzao mountain. Brother, must you speak so carelessly? Taiyi, regretting his own words, wished he could slap himself 180 times. How could I have been so foolish? The three pure ones, concealed nearby, exchanged glances, with Yuanshi letting out a sigh. I have never seen someone render themselves useless with a single utterance. The myriad powers of the primordial world were equally taken aback. The war had yet to commence, yet due to a single misstep in words, millions of demons had already perished and their most potent tactic had been rendered ineffective. This was simply too outrageous. After a brief moment of shock, the great beings of the primordial realm erupted into fervor. Come, let us place a wager and see who prevails, the demon race or the shaman clan. Are there any gamblers among us? Even if the demons face a setback now, their numbers are overwhelmingly superior. How could they possibly lose? Indeed, if the demons were to lose under such circumstances, I shall eat excrement on the spot. Curse it. Chiquan Taoist, how disgusting. You always resort to such vows. Throughout the primordial realm, anyone who could perceive the Unzao mountain engaged in animated discussions. Wu Shun, having savored the farce, remained silent, exuding an air of authority as he embraced Shi He and Chang Shi, then spat contemptuously at Tai. The entire primordial world fell momentarily silent before erupting into laughter that shook the 9 heavens. This was the epitome of a slap in the face. Dijuan and Tai had mobilized countless troops in their quest to seize a wife. Only for the very woman they sought to snub them and express her anger and defiance in the most direct manner possible. Wu Shun, the central figure, made it clear. This woman is mine, and I have no desire to converse with you. Tai's fury ignited. The solar essence within him nearly extinguished as murderous intent radiated from his eyes. He resolved to cease any further dialogue, summoning the Chaos Bell with merciless intent to strike at Wu Shun. The clash resounded as Wu Shun deftly defended with the heavenly, earthly, and profound yellow Linglong Pagoda. Before Tai could mount another assault, Di Jiang had already surged beside Wu Shun, unleashing a fist that tore through layers of spatial brilliance, sending the Chaos Bell reeling and subsequently enveloping Tai. With a cold snort, Tai activated the bell, its chime suppressing all spatial dimensions and nullifying Di Jiang's offensive. Arrogant fool. Do you think this is still the past? I spared you back then merely due to time constraints. Do you truly believe you are still my equal? Tai's greatest regret now was not having eliminated the 12 ancestors of sorcery, particularly Wu Shun, as Di Jiang shielded Wu Shun. The latter swiftly began conjuring layers of defense, the heavenly, earthly, and profound yellow Linglong Pagoda, 36 sea calming pearls, the primordial 5 banners defense array, and the merit golden lotus. In an instant, numerous barriers were erected. Upon witnessing the Chaos Bell hurtling towards Di Jiang, he proactively soared to intercept. The sound of the bell rang twice as Wu Shun successfully countered the Chaos Bell's assault, overlaying it with a barrier infused with the Solar Thorn Divine technique, rebounding 50% of the bell's attack. This level of rebound would not harm Tai, who wielded the Chaos Bell, yet it nearly induced him to vomit blood in irritation. Wu Shun pointed at the Chaos Bell, proclaiming it as the transformed weapon of the Pangu Father God. A treasure belonging to the Shaman clan, Di Jiang roared in fury, revealing his true form that spanned millions of zhong. Shameless Tai! How dare you pilfer the possessions of the Pangu Father God? Chapter 54. Numbers allow for impunity. Tai's face contorted with rage. The Chaos Bell is a treasure born alongside me. How dare you claim it as yours? Tai unleashed his divine power, the Chaos Bell emanating a brilliance that suppressed both space and time. Heaven-defying scoundrel, perish! The Chaos Bell descended with overwhelming force, reducing space to dust and shattering time into ash. The 9 heavens trembled, and the earth quaked. The Sun Emperor star descended with the palpable essence of the sun. Under the brilliance of the solar essence, Tai transformed into a colossal 3-legged golden crow. In a fit of rage, Tai unleashed his most potent strike. Wu Shun, unperturbed, advanced with thousands of barriers shielding him. The terrifying impact crashed against Wu Shun's defenses, layer upon layer disintegrating. Yet, as the old barriers shattered, new ones rapidly regenerated. Every treasure Wu Shun wielded had been refined through merit, granting them the ability to recover swiftly. While only a few treasures had their power enhanced, all possessed the capability of rapid restoration. Typically, once a defensive treasure was breached, it would require a considerable recovery period to be reused. If the treasure itself was damaged, the restoration would demand significant time and spiritual energy. However, after merit refinement, all of Wu Shun's defensive treasures had their recovery times reduced by 100-fold. Consequently, many treasures could be reused within a matter of breaths after being broken. Wu Shun's arsenal of defensive treasures was abundant, allowing for continuous rotation. Moreover, He had infused every layer of defense with the Solar Thorn Divine technique, ensuring each barrier would rebound any attack once. Tai was effectively sustaining his own assault while attempting to break through Wu Shan's defenses. While Wu Shan lacked the power to slay Tai, the latter would find it impossible to inflict harm upon him. Tai's offensive momentum faltered, forcing the Chaos Bell to halt. Di Jiang erupted from behind Wu Shan, transforming millions of spatial dimensions into celestial bodies that rained down violently. Tai was compelled to shift from offense to defense. As Wu Shan and Di Jiang engaged Tai in battle, an all-out war commenced. Millions of demons ensnared the shaman and dragon clans within their web of destruction, although tens of millions of heavenly soldiers had perished before the fighting even began. These were merely the weakest of members. Furthermore, the demon race was birthing millions of new kin daily. A loss of 10 million was scarcely considered a setback. Dijuan, fueled by determination, mobilized millions more troops. Led by the now vacant star officials, the shaman clan must be eradicated, for even with the presence of the Saint Nuwa, they must be crushed to the point of no resurgence, on the side of the shaman and dragon clans. Upon witnessing the oncoming tide of demons, they were far from courteous. Eo Dong bellowed, "First, dragon clan, heed my command." The 10,000 dragon formation, 100,000 dragons unleashed a thunderous roar, activating the foundational formation of their existence. On the shaman side, Xing Tian raised his massive shield, positioning himself to engage in battle. The fierce battle between the two sides had escalated to a white-hot intensity from the very outset. Each member of the witch clan was imbued with an indomitable resilience, their bodies as tough as bronze and iron. A mere life or death strike from the ordinary demon tribes was utterly insignificant to the witches. However, the counterattacks launched by the witch clan were not something the average demon could withstand. Typically, the demons would need to muster 100-fold in numbers to inflict even a single wound upon a witch. The individual defensive capabilities of the dragon clan naturally fell short against the witches, yet their grand dragon formation was an all-encompassing array, possessing nearly every conceivable function. Thus, the dragon clan employed this formation to safeguard the witch territory, preventing any incursions from the demon tribes. The injured witches would retreat to their realm, swiftly receiving treatment, and before long, they would emerge revitalized and ready to fight once more. This spectacle left the 10 demon generals, who commanded the battlefield, in a state of exasperation, yet they found themselves momentarily at a loss. The demon master Kuanping observed the battlefield with a cold gaze, his eyes glinting with a forbidding light as he discerned a flaw. In a flash, he darted towards it. Kuanping excelled in speed. With a single flap of his wings, he could traverse vast distances in an instant. He had reached the point of vulnerability, far swifter than any witch or dragon could react. Thud! Kuanping collided with a layer of resilient membrane, and despite his status as a quasi-saint, he was unable to breach this seemingly delicate barrier. Taken aback, Kuanping pondered. The Earth's membrane? Zenyuanzai? Upon raising his gaze, he found Zenyuanzai and Hongyun Daoran standing before him. "Hongyun, you truly did not perish." Hongyun Daoran let out a cold snort. "Kuanping, did you not wish to slay this humble Taoist? Come forth." Enraged, Kuanping lashed out with his claws, unleashing 10 menacing slashes directed at Hongyun Daoran. Zenyuanzai interposed with a ground script, while Hongyun Daoran brandished a purplish-red gourd, one of the innate gourds. Wu Shan was always generous to his allies and had a penchant for defensive treasures. Thus he bestowed the purplish-red gourd upon Hongyun Daoran. Ultimately, this gourd fulfilled its destined purpose, being refined into the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. As the Scatter Soul Gourd was invoked, countless red sands and toxic mists surged forth, enveloping Kuanping. Observing the battlefield, various formidable beings of the wilderness collectively exclaimed, "I knew Hongyun Daoran and Zenyuanzai were feigning death back in the day. What a clever ruse!" To conceal their power, Zenyuanzai even set fire to his own sanctum. Such ruthlessness, he even abandoned his ginseng fruit tree. Could the ginseng fruit not be transported to the witch clan? Nonsense. Once the innate spiritual roots are transplanted, they are doomed to perish. Then pray tell, what is that tree to the east of the witch territory? Amidst the discussions of the great powers, the battlefield fell into a stalemate. The demon tribe, despite its overwhelming numbers, could only muster a limited force at any given time. Were they to deploy the celestial star formation, they could concentrate the might of countless demons, but for now, it was unfeasible. However, the demon General Baze was unperturbed, as reinforcements for the demon tribe had arrived. Another vast army, led by 180 star officers, surged forth. Baze cast a derisive glance at Xing Tian, smirking, "The heavenly court has plenty of soldiers." Xing Tian spat disdainfully, "You demons, aside from your numbers, what else do you possess?" Baze laughed heartily. "Having numbers means we can act with impunity. You have but 200,000, I shall see how long you can hold out." Although the demon tribe required 100-fold in numbers to contend with a single witch, to slay one would demand several hundred times that. Yet, the demon tribe had never been concerned with sheer numbers. With 100,000 witches, the losses were minimal, yet as the battle raged on, over 1,000 of their kin had perished or sustained grave injuries, rendering them unable to fight. The dragon clan had suffered even greater losses, with nearly 10,000 dragons having fallen. Baze snorted, "When the heavenly court marches forth, not a blade of grass survives." Xing Tian sneered, spitting once more, and with 3 forceful strikes of his heavy shield, an eerie horn sounded from deep within the ancestral lands of the witch clan. From a profound and unfathomable cavern, throngs of witches and dragons poured forth. The triumphant expression on Baze's face instantly froze. Xing Tian let out a sinister laugh. "Beasts, you were correct. Having numbers does allow for unrestrained actions." Chapter 55. The deceptive scheme of Yuanshi. Capturing people from deep within the witch clan's caverns emerged millions of witches and dragons. These were, of course, the witches and dragons from Mount Sumeru, who had stealthily exited prior to the battle, hiding within the true ascension of the great profound heaven. Each cave dwelling was vast enough to conceal millions, surpassing mere numbers. Even combined, the witches and dragons could not compete with the demon tribe, which gave birth to millions of offspring daily without jest. However, in terms of combat prowess, the combined forces of the witches and dragons were not inferior to the demons. The vast merits amassed by Wu Shen ultimately flowed into Mount Sumeru, significantly enhancing the development of the 3,000 worlds. Not only did the witch and dragon clans seize the opportunity to bolster their numbers, but they also collectively increased their strength. Xing Tian raised a middle finger at Baze, and beside him, millions of witches followed suit, all having learned this from Wu Shan. Xing Tian spat, "You wish to compare numbers? Do you truly believe we fear you, beasts? Kill!" Xing Tian brandished his massive shield and charged towards Baze. The adept in close combat, Ying Zhao, rushed forward to intercept, for Baze was not skilled in melee, bang peefed. The close combat expert, a quasi-saint, Ying Zhao, was utterly shattered by Xing Tian, who was merely at the mid-level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Ying Zhao, horrified, attempted to escape with his primordial spirit, yet an arrow struck him down mercilessly. D stood upon the earth, towering as high as 10,000 feet, wielding a longbow that radiated a light bright enough to make even the Sun Emperor's star flicker. Baze's complexion paled, and just as he was about to speak, a horrific scream pierced the AI art in shock. He turned to discover the 9-headed serpent, Xiang Lu, towering 10,000 feet tall and stretching 1,000 feet long, tearing the 10th general, Shang Yang, to pieces. Fortunately, as a bird, Shang Yang was exceedingly swift, and his primordial spirit managed to escape just in time, preserving his life. Baze was struck with alarm. Not good. These witches were merely concealing their strength. "We have been deceived. Retreat. Fall back immediately and reorganize our formations." Xing Tian laughed heartily. "Only now do you realize? Too late." Taoist Aodong. The Dragon King Aodong let out a resounding dragon roar, Grand Dragon Formation. 100,000 dragons soared from the millions of their kin, their disguises shedding one by one, revealing their golden scales. 100,000 golden dragons, the true Grand Dragon Formation, could only unleash its full power with pure-blood golden dragons. The 3 pure ones, hidden nearby, nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. 100,000 golden dragons. Since the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, the number of pure-blood golden dragons has never exceeded 1,000. How can this be possible? Without the ancient dragon transformation pool, where did the Dragon clan acquire so many pure-blood golden dragons? Yuanshi was in an extreme state of shock, unwilling to believe his own eyes. Tong Tian was equally at a loss for words. The Dragon Clan must have recovered their ancient dragon transformation pool, right? I shake my head. Impossible. Previously, Daoist Jijian mentioned that he obtained fragments of the ancient dragon transformation pool, which proves that it was shattered during the dragon and phoenix calamity. Tong Tian threw up his hands. Then how do you explain the 100,000 golden dragons? Neither Laozi nor Yuanshi could provide an explanation. The various powers observing the battlefield were equally perplexed. Some had survived since the dragon and phoenix calamity, and they fervently asserted that they had witnessed the ancient dragon transformation pool being destroyed. The 100,000 golden dragons established the true grand dragon formation, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Aodong chuckled coldly. Those who dare to offend the great lord shall meet their demise. Gazing at the 100,000 golden dragons beside him, Aodong trembled with excitement. Without the great lord, how could the dragon clan achieve such glory? The great lord not only restored the ancient dragon transformation pool for the dragon clan, but also did not forget us when bestowing merits. Now, the dragon clan boasts 500,000 pureblood golden dragons and 1 billion dragon descendants, all gifts from the great lord. Roaring, Aodong unleashed a lengthy dragon cry. Within the grand dragon formation of the 100,000 golden dragons, boundless light erupted, striking down countless demon tribes to the ground in their bid to maximize their numerical advantage. The demons had completely disorganized their formation. Now, retreating was no longer an option. Under the bombardment of the grand dragon formation, billions of demon tribes were reduced to ashes, their primordial spirits unable to escape. Baze's complexion turned pale. Retreat. Abandon the front lines. Reorganize our strategy. The demon race swiftly retreated, with the entire billion-strong front line completely abandoned. Xing Tian remained steadfast in Wu Shun's instructions. He must not pursue too deeply. After all, it was the demon race that was anxious, so Xing Tian refrained from chasing and instead commanded all the shaman to turn around and eliminate the front line that the demons had forsaken. Meanwhile, Yuanshi, who had been hidden nearby, could no longer sit idly by. If this continued, the demon race might not secure victory. Tong Tian glanced at Yuanshi, inquiring how his second brother intended to proceed. This was a conflict between the demon race and the shaman race. Did Yuanshi truly intend to intervene? Yuanshi did not respond to Tong Tian but instead turned to Laozi. Eldest brother, I have a plan that can aid you in regaining your opportunity for sanctification. Laozi's eyes brightened. What is your plan, second brother? Yuanshi whispered into Laozi's ear. Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Laozi's expression, which had darkened after losing his opportunity for sanctification, brightened once more. Once Yuanshi finished speaking, he clapped his hands and smiled. Good. Let us proceed to the heavenly court. Tong Tian, bewildered, interjected, Second brother, what is your plan? Do enlighten me. Yuanshi merely huffed lightly. You will understand once we arrive. Thus, the three pure ones promptly made their way to the heavenly court. Upon hearing that the three pure ones had come to visit, Dijun immediately came out to greet them. 3 Esteemed brothers, what brings you to the heavenly court at this time? Yuanshi smiled with pride. To assist the demon race. Dijun's brow twitched in surprise. Yuanshi had a well-known disdain for the demon race, as evidenced by his previous confrontation with Kuanpeng at Zhixiao Palace, which Kuanpeng still bore a grudge for. How could such a Yuanshi come to aid the demon race? Had he taken leave of his senses? Noticing the look of doubt on Dijun's face, Yuanshi felt a surge of dissatisfaction. However, the grand scheme took precedence, so he suppressed his feelings of disdain and smiled slightly. The conflict between the demon race and the shaman race cannot be resolved in a moment. We must strive for eternity. My junior sister Nuwa, in a moment of confusion, allied with the shaman race to guard their fortunes. If the demon race were to fight the shaman race now, even if they emerged victorious, it would severely deplete their vitality. Dijun had been pondering this matter since the arrival of the three pure ones. The demon race was not yet a united front. If they suffered significant losses, it would be unwise. Yuanshi, do you have a brilliant plan? Yuanshi nodded. This plan must involve the human race. Dijun furrowed his brow. The human race? What relevance does that have to our race? Yuanshi replied solemnly. The human race is favored by the heavenly Tao, the innate Tao body. Just look at how much fortune the shaman race has gained since they began nurturing the human race. The human race is a great force. If the demon race wishes to defeat the shaman race, they must, like the shaman race, acquire the fortune of the human race. Jun's frown deepened. The human race was created by the sage Nuwa and the shaman race is Wusheng. How could they possibly turn to our side? Yuan Shi sneered, they will not. But you can make them. Jun, being a wise individual, quickly grasped Yuan Shi's intention. The human race has a short lifespan. As long as a batch is secretly captured and nurtured for a few generations, in just a millennium, these humans will belong to the demon race. Chapter 56. The Three Pure Ones in Conflict, Different Paths. No collaboration. Wait a moment. Second brother, are you planning to scheme against the human race? At this point, Tong Tian finally caught on. As one destined for sanctification, he had witnessed the birth of the human race and, through the subtle guidance of the heavenly Tao, understood that the human race was his opportunity for sanctification. The Three Pure Ones, along with the unobtrusive Jane and Zhuanti, were already aware of many things concerning the human race. In the future, the human race would be favored by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao governs the great powers of the wilderness, the earthly Tao maintains the balance of the wilderness, and the human Tao serves as the variable. And the variable means that the human race will not be as unified as the current races. Regardless of whether it is the shaman or dragon race, they may appear united externally, but internally, they are extremely cohesive. The demon race may seem chaotic, but it is merely a result of Jun and Tai Yi forcefully mixing the various races together, labeling them as the demon race. In contrast, the internal tribes of the demon race are quite united. However, the human race is different. As a variable of the wilderness, the human race is destined to fragment and even become adversarial. Only those destined for sanctification, such as the Three Pure Ones, Jane and Zhuanti, can comprehend this. Moreover, they must not speak of it, but the inability to speak does not preclude them from scheming. Tong Tian stared at Yuan Shi and asked again, Second brother, are you truly scheming against the human race? Yuan Shi arrogantly huffed. Why should the mere human race be off limits for scheming? Tong Tian opened his mouth but found himself unable to refute Yuan Shi in front of Jun. 1. Because the secrets of the heavens cannot be leaked. 2. Due to the bond of brotherhood. Yet at this moment, Yuan Shi appeared exceedingly unfamiliar to Tong Tian. He turned to Laozi, eldest brother, do you also concur with second brother's idea? That is a race created by our junior sister Nuwa. Tong Tian could only hint at Laozi in this manner, as this pertained to principles, to Nuwa, and to brotherly affection. However, aside from Tong Tian, who truly cared about brotherly affection, Laozi remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting nothing but indifference. The human race is merely inferior. There is no need to concern ourselves with Nuwa, as long as the human race exists. It holds no influence over her. Do you truly believe that junior sister Nuwa has any expectations for the human race? Tong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Ultimately, he nodded and turned to leave. He was never one to linger unnecessarily. However, just as he turned, Yuan Shi's cold voice called out from behind, Stop! Where do you think you are going? Tong Tian turned around, his gaze turning icy. Second brother, I do not wish to partake in your and eldest brother's scheme. Farewell. Laozi's expression darkened. Third brother, do you not wish to assist me? Tong Tian shook his head. For other matters, I will naturally aid eldest brother and second brother. But when it comes to scheming against the human race, I must decline. In truth, Tong Tian harbored no sympathetic feelings for the human race. As one of the Three Pure Ones, he inherited the forthright and straightforward nature of Pangu. After establishing his own teachings in the future, he would embrace all without discrimination. He held no concept of bias against any race. Laozi, being non-action-oriented, thus acted without restraint, as long as there were benefits. He would have no qualms. Yuan Shi, with his pride, viewed all beings as mere pawns before him. Yet Tong Tian, in his belief, had no intention of scheming against the human race, seeing it as a degradation of their status. However, being the third among the Three Pure Ones, he felt it prudent to remain silent in front of Jun. Thus, he resolved to turn a blind eye to the matter. Yet, it seemed that Laozi and Yuan Shi did not share this sentiment. Yuan Shi's anger intensified. Tong Tian, do not forget that this matter concerns eldest brother's opportunity for sanctification. These two statements, Yuan Shi transmitted into Tong Tian's mind with divine thought. Tong Tian shook his head. Responding with divine thought, we have no enmity with the shaman race, and junior sister Nuwa maintains a good relationship with us. Simply speak to junior sister Nuwa about it. The human race, being a variable, cannot possibly remain loyal to the shaman race. However, as one of the three pure ones, to scheme against the human race would only undermine our status. Tong Tian's words, while not spoken aloud, provoked an outburst of anger from Laozi and Yuan Shi. You, Tong Tian, consider yourself noble and above reproach. You believe that you are above status, and in truth, your connection to the opportunity for sanctification is merely superficial. The emergence of the human race impacts the sanctification opportunities of the three pure ones, Jane and Zhuanti. But the consequences are vastly different. If the human race encounters problems, eldest brother will surely be unable to attain sanctification, while Yuan Shi's opportunity will diminish to less than 50%. As for Tong Tian, as long as he does not act foolishly, achieving sanctification is not an issue. As for Jane and Zhuanti, they are even less concerned. Thus, in the eyes of Laozi and Yuan Shi, Tong Tian's stance seemed as if he were merely speaking without understanding the gravity of the situation. Yuan Shi's eyes blazed with fury. Tong Tian, if you dare to leave, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Tong Tian's eyes widened in shock. He surveyed Yuan Shi from head to toe, unable to believe that these words came from his second brother. Tong Tian laughed to the heavens, and a thought echoed in Laozi and Yuan Shi's minds. Different paths, no collaboration. He turned to leave. Yuan Shi abruptly raised his hand as if to strike out. But ultimately, he restrained himself. After Tong Tian departed, Yuan Shi turned to Dijun, a flicker of something dark lingering in his gaze. Heavenly Emperor, what do you think? Dijun had been watching the spectacle unfold. With his wisdom, he could discern what had transpired. However, Dijun was entirely unconcerned, even quite pleased. If Laozi were to achieve sanctification through his hand, it would leave him with a significant karmic debt. Thus, Dijun smiled slightly. Brother Yuan Shi, your plan is truly remarkable. This emperor wholeheartedly supports it. With that, he waved his hand, summoning a subordinate from outside the hall to relay a message to the Eastern Emperor to return to the army. He then turned to Laozi and Yuan Shi with a smile. Esteemed brothers, why not stay as guests in the heavenly court for a while? Laozi Yuan Shi now relies on the celestial court for assistance, hoping to reclaim the opportunity to attain sanctification. Naturally, it would be unwise to decline. Thus, with a smile that hardly reached his eyes, he acquiesced. While Yuan Shi was strategizing concerning the human race beneath Mount Buzhou, the ancestral land of the Witch clan, the demonic army of the celestial court was once again being reorganized. This time, they dared not advance recklessly, but instead formed an intricate net of heavenly and earthly formations, engaging in a war of attrition with the Witch and Dragon clans. Even Bai Zhe, renowned for his wisdom throughout the primordial realm and known as the Demon Sage, found himself at a loss for effective strategies. He gritted his teeth as he observed the incessantly moving Witch clan. Their defensive capabilities were remarkably formidable. Even the most ordinary Witch could withstand the relentless bombardment of hundreds of demonic entities of the same rank. Even when injured, they could safely retreat under the protection of the Grand Dragon formation to receive treatment. This resulted in an astonishing casualty ratio of 1,000 to 1 in favor of the Celestial Court. How could they possibly win? Bai Zhe could only look towards Tai, hoping for a breakthrough from the Eastern Emperor. The Eastern Emperor's Chaos Bell was invincible in the primordial realm. Surely, it would pose no problem. Boom! With great anticipation, Bai Zhe turned his gaze towards Tai, only to be utterly shocked. Tai was being subdued and rubbed against by Dijiang and Wuxian. Chapter 57. Did the Great Panga leave some treasure for the Witch clan? Biffed. Bai Zhe could hardly believe his eyes. How could the Eastern Emperor, wielding the Chaos Bell, be overwhelmed by two witches? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Zhe resolved to rush to Tai's aid. However, before he could rally his troops, Xing Tian approached once more. Beast, were you not quite arrogant moments ago? Come, continue to fight. Bai Zhe, consumed by rage, unleashed a powerful attack towards Xing Tian. Countless beams of light bombarded him, yet they could not breach his defenses. Xing Tian alone could withstand the assaults of 3 demon generals, denying Bai Zhe and his compatriots the chance to support Tai Yi. Boom, boom, boom. Another flurry of attacks ensued, with billions of spatial fragments raining down upon the Chaos Bell. The bell resounded loudly, suppressing the space and blocking all attacks. T long last. Tai Yi seized an opportunity. A vast expanse of solar essence cascaded from the heavens, targeting Dijiang. Ignorant fool, perish, bolstered by the solar essence. Tai Yi's power reached an apex. The Chaos Bell expanded to an immense size, its toll reverberating throughout the primordial realm as it surged towards Dijiang. Even if Wuxin could shield himself with the celestial and earthly Linglong Pagoda, the residual force would inevitably strike the Witch and Dragon clans. This killing move had been prepared by Tai Yi at great cost, enduring several hours of assault from Wuxin and Dijiang. Now, it was time for the Witch clan to pay the price. Tai Yi's true form as the Golden Crow radiated brilliant golden light, akin to a second sun within the primordial realm. Wuxin, with a sly smile, soared upwards, charging toward the towering inferno of solar essence. Tai Yi laughed heartily. Fool, do you think you can withstand the solar essence of the entire Sun Emperor star? Even if the celestial and earthly Linglong Pagoda can protect you, the Witch clan is destined for defeat. Indeed, the celestial and earthly Linglong Pagoda possessed unrivaled defenses, but protecting oneself is a different concept from shielding the entire Witch clan. Wuxin was merely a Tai Yi golden immortal, even at full strength. He could not use the pagoda to safeguard the entire battlefield. Moreover, Wuxin was not attempting to block the Chaos Bell, but rather the solar essence, which was even more futile. Tai Yi laughed uproariously, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Wuxin, without hesitation, charged toward the colossal pillar of solar essence, surrounded by a crimson glow. Thousands of innate spiritual treasures formed countless nodes, and a vortex-like formation unfurled. This which is truly oblivious. He is courting death. He seeks to sever the solar essence, thereby rendering Tai Yi's attack ineffective. The Witch clan lacks a primordial spirit, so do they truly possess no intelligence. Such fanciful notions are audacious indeed. All the mighty beings of the primordial realm regarded Wuxin as mad. Then, the pillar of solar essence struck Wuxin. The vortex-like formation instantly expanded to billions of miles, completely engulfing all the solar essence. What the hell? The entire primordial realm was astounded. In that moment, thousands of divine thoughts shattered in fear. Tai Yi's laughter abruptly ceased. The demonic army, prepared for battle, was left in utter disarray, some vomiting from fright, others rendered immobile, only to be further intimidated by the witches nearby. Woo-woo. The colossal formation surrounding Wuxin began to spin at an astonishing speed, emitting a piercing shriek. Amidst the cacophony, the innate 5 spirits formation shifted from defense to offense, transforming the flame light banner into the formation's core. Then, an endless stream of solar essence transformed into a torrential rain of fire, bombarding the demonic army. Meanwhile, the Chaos Bell, now devoid of boundless magical support, was successfully blocked by Dijiang. Tai Yi's meticulously prepared killing move ultimately turned against him, wreaking havoc upon the demonic army. The relentless rain of solar essence tore the demonic army's celestial net formation to shreds. Countless demonic entities perished beneath the fiery deluge, unable to even escape with their primordial spirits. In an instant, the balance of the battlefield shifted from a stalemate to a complete tilt. Tai Yi's eyes widened in fury as he raised the Chaos Bell to resist the unending firestorm. But it was too late. More and more demonic entities fell, and the 10 great demon generals succumbed as well. Kuan-peng, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee. Yet, just as he did, the ancestral witch Zhurong charged at him, cleaving one of his eyes with a single stroke. In this fiery storm, Zhurong truly thrived, moving with the fluidity of a fish in water. Kuan-peng let out a wretched scream and fled into the distance. Tai Yi barely managed to stabilize the situation, unleashing a furious roar. Wuxin, it was you who went to the Sun Emperor star and disguised yourself as a Westerner. Wuxin raised an eyebrow. Is that so? On what grounds? Because you have 3 legs? He cast a sidelong glance at Tai Yi's 3-legged golden crow form and rolled his eyes. Tai Yi's magical power surged wildly as he finally managed to block the remaining firestorm. However, At this point, the demonic army had dwindled to less than 50% of its original strength. That last barrage of fire had decimated nearly 40% of the demons. Wuxian laughed heartily. Tai, I never expected you to be so ruthless against your own demons. Biffed. Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain his true form, he transformed back into his human shape. The killing move he had prepared with all his might had unintentionally resulted in the death of 40% of his own forces. This nearly drove the proud Tai to the brink of insanity. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Wuxian with trembling rage. The Yangyin killing formation is unique to the Sun Emperor Star. If you have never been to the Sun Emperor Star, how could you have stolen it? The Yangyin killing formation, the protective formation of the Sun Emperor Star, holds absolute control over the solar essence. This explains why the vast expanse of solar essence was controlled by Wuxian earlier. It was not because Wuxian's power surpassed Tai's, but rather because the Yangyin killing formation wielded absolute control over the solar essence. Wuxian sneered. Unique to the Sun Emperor Star? So, do you possess it? Can you utilize it? Piffed. Tai spat another mouthful of blood. He could not wield the Yangyin killing formation. The Yangyin killing formation embodies the principles of the heavens. Only a sage can learn it. Since the inception of Dijun Tai, he had studied the Yangyin killing formation for countless eons. However, apart from learning how to control the Yangyin killing formation on the Sun Emperor Star, he had no further insights. Tai could never have anticipated that Wuxian would master the Yangyin killing formation. Had he known this, he would never have dared to provoke the solar essence on the Sun Emperor Star. Wuxian smiled slightly. It seems you cannot. So on what grounds do you accuse me of stealing? On what grounds do you assert that I have been to the Sun Emperor Star? The Sun Emperor Star is the transformation of Panga's left eye, and our clan is descended from Panga's bloodline. Is it not reasonable for Panga to pass down the Yangyin killing formation to me? All the mighty beings of the primordial realm were left in a state of bewilderment. The notion that the great Panga bestowed the Yangyin killing formation upon the Witch clan sounded somewhat plausible. Yet, when Pangu opened the heavens and subsequently perished, the Witch clan was still in its primordial form. Hiss! Could it be that the great Pangu left some treasure for the Witch clan? Chapter 58. The battle concludes. Tai spits blood in anger. Wuxian's audacious claims not only left the mighty beings of the primordial realm dumbfounded, but even Tai found himself somewhat bewildered. Could it be that what this witch spoke was true? Otherwise, how could one explain his mastery of the Yangyin killing formation? Surely, he could not be a sage? However, Tai currently finds himself devoid of the luxury to ponder this matter further. The demon clan has suffered defeat this time. The demon master Kuanpeng has had one of his eyes slashed blind by Zhu Rong's blade and has lost a third of a wing. It will take him several millennia to recover. 2 of the 10 great demon leaders have perished, while 4 have been captured. The remaining 4 are barely safeguarded by Tai, yet 2 of them are gravely injured. The resources required for their healing are incalculable. Out of the vast army of countless demons, only 40% remain, and nearly all are wounded. Even though these celestial soldiers of the demon clan are fearless, their morale has utterly collapsed. At this moment, the messenger dispatched by Emperor Jun has just arrived. The beautifully crafted words intended for a retreat can no longer be uttered. Gritting his teeth, Tai declares a withdrawal. To remain would mean certain death for all, unless the heavenly court sends forth another immense army, which would lead to an internal upheaval within the heavenly court itself. Wuxian chuckles heartily, pointing at the captured demon leaders, Jimeng, Zhou, Fei Dan, and Ci Tai. Tai, you may leave, but you must exchange a primordial spiritual treasure for their release. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to roast them for a feast. You have 3 days to consider. Otherwise, I will invite all the notable figures in Honghuang for a barbecue. Tai's face instantly turns a shade of purple, and with a furious shout, he exclaims, "This is infuriating." A mouthful of blood spurts forth, and he is rendered unconscious by Wu Shun's provocation. Wu Shun rolls his eyes. Unconscious? Even so, the ransom must be paid. I know you can hear me, bird of the heavenly court. Do not forget the ransom. You have only 3 days. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun's face is ashen. He now regrets his decision to send a messenger for the retreat. Had he simply transmitted a thought to Tai, there would have been no issue at all. Regret is futile now. He trembles with rage, yet feels utterly powerless. Beside him, Yuan Shi speaks calmly, "Your Majesty, a moment's impatience can disrupt grand plans." Emperor Jun takes a deep breath. "One day, I shall annihilate the entire Wu clan." The demon army retreats, arriving with great majesty and departing in utter disarray. The heavenly court has squandered the reputation it had painstakingly built while unifying Hongwang. Before they can eliminate the Wu clan, do not expect this blemish to be erased. Meanwhile, on the Wu and Dragon clan side, Wu Shun waves his hand. With Di Zhang's assistance, his voice resonates across a vast expanse. Clansmen, begin to rejoice. In the next instant, cheers erupt from the Wu, Dragon, and human clans, soaring up to the heavens. The mighty beings of Hongwang, who had been closely monitoring the battle, disperse in astonishment. The Wu clan, once obscure since the initial appearance of Wu Shun over 1,000,000 years ago, had faded into obscurity. Were it not for Wu Shun's series of audacious maneuvers beginning with the acquisition of the treasure rock, the Wu clan would have been forgotten by the myriad beings of Hongwang. However, this battle has showcased the formidable strength of the Wu clan. With their robust physiques, unparalleled defenses, and mastery of battle formations, they, alongside the Dragon clan, numbering merely 20 million, have repelled 2 waves of the heavenly court's billions of celestial soldiers. Their reputation skyrockets with this single-battled Wu Shun, utilizing his Tai Golden immortal strength. Ingeniously turns Dong Huang Tai's lethal attack against the Demon Clan, an act that astonishes all of Hongwang. It is certain that for the coming millennia, this battle will remain a hot topic. Wu Shun observes the Wu and Dragon clans tidying up the battlefield, yet his gaze shifts towards the human clan. It is time to strategize for the human clan. Chang Shi, who has been by Wu Shun's side, blinks, strategizing for the human clan? Why? Wu Shun replies with a serene smile. It is not our strategy, but rather that of the demon clan. Shi furrows her brows. Why would the demon clan strategize against the human clan? Wu Shun directs his gaze towards the approaching Yuhua and smiles, because the human clan represents an unpredictable variable, destined for internal division. A divided human clan is the best target for the demon clan. As a sage, Yuhua understands this well. She had previously wished to hint at Wu Shun, but was constrained by the heavenly secrets that could not be spoken by her lips. Now hearing Wu Shun articulate it, she finally smiles faintly indeed. Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch, huffs in discontent. Are we not good enough to the human clan? Why would they betray us? Wu Shun waves his hand. Zhu Rong, this is not betrayal. You must understand. Since their inception, the human clan has been a mixture of several races. Thus, their division is inevitable. The ancestral witches have long since purged the malevolent aura of the earth and refined the 9 turns celestial art, no longer embodying the brutality of their original fate. After hearing Wu Shun's explanation, Zhu Rong nods. Then what do you propose we do? Wu Shun smiles slightly. Having variables is a good thing. We do not need to take any special actions. We shall continue as we have been. Those humans willing to align with us will certainly form the majority. As for the rest, let the demon clan deal with them at their own pace. The ancestral witches nod in agreement and return to Mount Shumi to continue their cultivation, delegating all matters of the Wu clan to Wu Shun, as a sage. Yuhua cannot engage in many affairs. She beams at Wu Shun. After this battle, you shall be renowned, dear friend. Be cautious during your travels in Hongwang. Wu Shun pats his chest reassuringly. Rest assured, aside from treasure hunting, I shall remain indoors. The sisters Shi He and Chang Shi, along with the great witches Xing Tian and Kuafu, reveal expressions of anticipated understanding. Of course, Big Brother has always been the cautious type, exceptionally so. Yuhua chuckles lightly. Then I shall not worry. I have begun to feel ostracized in Hongwang. I shall venture to the 33 heavens in search of opportunities to establish a Taoist venue. The emergence of a sage necessitates a journey to the 33 heavens to seek opportunities for establishing a Taoist venue. Once the venue is established, should a teaching arise, it could connect with the blessed lands of the cave heavens, coexisting in both the 33 heavens and Hongwang. This is precisely the endeavor that the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West will undertake in the future. However, Yuhua treads the path of creation and does not require a teaching. she can directly establish a Taoist venue in the 33 heavens. Wu Shun waves his hand. There is no need to search. You may go directly to Taisu Heaven. Nuwa smiles. I had a feeling you would know this. I shall heed your advice and proceed to Taisu Heaven to establish the venue. With that, she gazes at Wu Shun with deep affection before turning to leave, whispering softly in his ear, Dear friend, I shall await you in Taisu Heaven. Nuwa has shifted her allegiance to the Witch Clan, thereby severing her ties with the Demon Clan in the cosmic design. The direct creation of the summoning banner is, however, an unattainable endeavor. Yet, the invasion by the Demon Clan presents Nuwa with a fortuitous opportunity. At this juncture, the 6 paths of reincarnation have yet to be established, and the souls of the fallen on the battlefield are being siphoned off by various factions. Nuwa captures the souls of the slain demons and, supplemented by countless drops of their essence, successfully forges the summoning banner. Zenuzi stands astounded, exclaiming, Friend, did you possess foreknowledge of the demon's impending assault? Although the conflict between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan has persisted for quite some time, it is implausible that it would provide sufficient time to craft a primordial spiritual treasure. The only explanation lies in Wu Shun's foresight, skillfully timing the crafting of the summoning banner to coincide with the demon invasion, allowing it to be completed just as the necessary demon essence and souls were required for its consecration. Wu Shun smiles faintly. Is it truly so difficult to anticipate? Hongyun Daoren and Zenuzi are left speechless. In that moment, they finally grasp the intricacies of Wu Shun's prior maneuvers, why he compelled them to formally declare their allegiance to the Witch Clan, and why he deliberately allowed Nuwa to disrupt the surroundings of the ancestral land of the Witch Clan. Safeguarded by the will of Pango, Wu Shun needed the demons to invade. Hongyun Daoren and Zenuzi bow to Wu Shun in admiration. I am in awe. Wu Shun smiles gently. Shall we proceed? Hongyun Daoren's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. Of course. Wu Shun retrieves the summoning banner. 3 days hence, when the demons deliver the ransom, we shall set forth. Hongyun Daoren nods and retires to rest with Zenuzi. 3 days later, Emperor Jun dispatches Bays. The Witch Clan has captured 4 demon commanders, 27 Deluo Golden Immortals, and over 1 million celestial soldiers. Regardless of Emperor Jun's willingness, they are obliged to pay the ransom. Paying the ransom merely entails a loss of face, but it at least stabilizes the internal affairs of the heavenly court. Failing to pay would not only result in embarrassment but could also incite internal strife. Bays brings several hundred primordial spiritual treasures along with countless celestial materials and earthly treasures. Upon seeing that all the primordial treasures are of inferior quality, Wu Shun emits a dissatisfied grunt. The heavenly court shows no sincerity. How dare they attempt to deceive me with such trifles? Bays' expression darkens. Trifles? These are indeed primordial spiritual treasures. The vastness of the primordial world hosts an abundance of treasures, yet 90% are of low to mid-tier quality. Conversely, the majority of high-tier treasures have already fallen into Wu Shun's possession. He once raided the entire Splitting Treasure Rock, where all the treasures were collected by Hong Jun, who, being near the threshold of sainthood, naturally regarded low to mid-tier treasures with disdain. Bays' face grows grim. Wu Shun, what do you desire? Wu Shun smiles faintly. I have formed a camaraderie with Jaimin and the others. If the heavenly court wishes to reclaim them, they must increase the price. Bays twitches his lips. Camaraderie? If you truly have such rapport, what ransom do you seek? Bays contemplates. How much more do you wish to add? Wu Shun smirks playfully. It is not a matter of how much I wish to add, but rather how much the heavenly court is willing to pay for Jaimin and his companions. Wu Shun's voice resonates across the expanse, reaching the ears of all demon captives. It becomes evident that in Emperor Jun Tai's eyes, these captives are worth little more than scraps. Wu Shun speaks. He casually seizes a low-tier primordial spiritual treasure and strikes it against his chest with great force. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounds as the low-tier treasure shatters upon impact, transforming into myriad bolts of lightning that soar into the heavens. Wu Shun discards the remnants of the treasure onto the ground, disdainfully gazing at the utterly stunned Bays. Is this all you offer? Do you truly have the audacity to present such refuse as ransom? It appears that in Emperor Jun Tai's estimation, Jaimin and his companions are worth little more than this detritus. Kwafu, ever the instigator. bursts into laughter. Is this truly it? The demon clan is so miserly towards their own kind. Dei, always in sync with Kwafu, chimes in loudly. Not be so harsh, Kwafu. Perhaps the demon clan is impoverished. Hence their offering of such trash. Kwafu rolls his eyes. Emperor Juntai and his ilk claim they seek to unify the primordial realm. Is this the level of their offerings? Bah! The surrounding witches erupt into laughter. Bei's expression darkens. This Wu Shang is attempting to sow discord between Jaimin and His Majesty the Emperor. Just as he prepares to speak up, Wu Shang anticipates him and strides over to Jaimin. Lifting the restrictions placed upon him, I set you free. With a wave of his hand, the witches surround and liberate the captives from their restraints. Wu Shang smiles, mischievously. I release you not out of gratitude for the rubbish brought by Emperor Jun, but rather because you owe our clan a debt of karma. Bei's expression shifts dramatically. Should Jaimin and the others acquiesce, it would spell disaster. Jaimin, do not agree. However, Jaimin simply casts a cold glance at Bei's before nodding towards Wu Shang. Very well, we owe you a debt of karma. Chapter 60. The summoning banner emerges, agitating the old back of Kuanpeng. Jaimin, with his straightforward disposition, promptly leads all the captives to swear an oath in the name of the heavenly Tao. Wu Shen laughs heartily, gesturing courteously. Please, proceed. Jaimin nods and departs with all the captives. Bei hastily pursues him. Jaimin, you have fallen into Wu Shang's trap. He seeks to sow discord between you and His Majesty. Jaimin speaks in a hushed tone. Bei, I previously oversaw the heavenly court's treasury. Bei's subsequent words are lodged in his throat. Jaimin had indeed managed the heavenly court's treasury for a time, and he was more aware than Emperor Jun of the actual quantity of primordial treasures and celestial materials. Thus, upon witnessing the ransom presented by Bei, he was instantly incensed. We have fought valiantly for the heavenly court, and this time, especially for the heavenly wedding that you, Emperor Jun, have had stolen from you. Yet the ransom you bring contains not even a single mid-tier treasure. Jaimin fixes his gaze upon Bei. Do you have anything further to say? Bei opens his mouth but finds himself at a loss for words. He had felt the chill in his heart upon seeing the ransom, but he ultimately concocted various justifications for himself. However, such justifications could only serve as self-deception. Bei is left speechless. Jaimin returns to the heavenly court with the captives. We have brought shame upon the dignity of the heavenly court. We beseech your majesty to punish us. Emperor Jun glares coldly at Jaimin, his voice icy as he speaks. Jaimin, I ask you, why did you swear to owe Wu Shang a debt of karma? Are you not aware that the witch clan is our sworn enemy? Jaimin simply reiterates his previous statement. We have brought shame upon the dignity of the heavenly court. We beseech your majesty to punish us. The gravity of Emperor Jun's authority is such that he is now openly challenged by his subordinate. Thud. Emperor Jun strikes Jaimin, sending him crashing against a pillar in the heavenly court's grand hall. Spitting out a mouthful of demon blood. You wish for me to punish you? Very well, as you wish. I shall cast you and all your ilk into the dungeons. Bei, alarmed, rushes forward. Your majesty, this is unwise. This is merely Wu Shang's scheme to incite discord. Emperor Jun lets out a furious snort, silencing Bei's subsequent words. Who dares to plead for Jaimin? Cast them all into the dungeons in the grand hall. No demon dares to utter a word. Emperor Jun, born as the demon sovereign, is exceedingly domineering. He believes that Jaimin and his companions, upon being captured, should have self-detonated to preserve their integrity. Only in such a way could the dignity of the heavenly court be upheld. Instead, Jaimin and the others not only refrained from self-detonation but also required him to pay a ransom, culminating in the absurdity of owing a debt of karma to Wu Shang. This, to him, is an act of betrayal. Were it not for Jaimin's previous significant contributions, he would have executed him on the spot. Jaimin and his group are confined to the dungeons. The other demons, cowed by Emperor Jun's authority, keep their true feelings concealed within. Yuan Shi, observing from a high position, chuckles coldly to himself. Humph! A group of woolly beasts, wet from birth. Even if they hold power for a moment, what can they achieve? Utterly laughable. Once the opportunity for sainthood returns, I shall sever ties with Emperor Jun early on. Emperor Jun, unaware of Yuan Shi's intentions to dismantle the bridge once crossed, assigns Baze a new task. Baze, I entrust you with a significant mission. Seek to win over a faction of humanity and draw them to the heavenly court. Baze opened his mouth, not even wishing to inquire further about the reasons. He merely bowed his head to receive the decree. Subsequently, Baze exited the heavenly court. In the ancestral ground of the witch clan, Wu Shun, having concluded the matter of the captured demon clan, summoned Hong Yun Daoren, Jin Yuanzi, Xing Tian, Da Yi, and Xiang Lu. They were to set out to eliminate Kuan Pong. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian and the three witches' eyes brightened with excitement. Xing Tian clapped his heavy shield, exclaiming, "Brother, now that you mention this, I am no longer weary." Thus, without delay, the group immediately made their way toward the northern underworld sea, first arriving at the eastern sea before turning northward. They journeyed swiftly, employing various evasion techniques and divine powers. Reaching the northern underworld sea after a decade, Wu Shun gazed upon the vast expanse of the northern underworld sea, a serene smile gracing his lips. He summoned the demon summoning banner, which unfurled, casting a shadow over the sky, enveloping the entire northern underworld in black and white energies. Kuan Pong, come forth! Wu Shun called thrice, and the northern underworld sea erupted with thunderous roars. Waves rising to heights of 100, 1,000, 10,000, and even 100,000 zhang. Finally, a colossal fish leaped from the northern underworld sea, transforming into Kuan Pong. Confused, Kuan Pong stared at Wu Shun and his company. Ever since sustaining injuries, he had retreated to the northern underworld, for it was here that he could recover most swiftly. On that day, he had been quietly concealed at the sea's bottom, absorbing the powers of the northern underworld to heal his wounds. However, an indistinct yet irresistible force surged from his heart, causing Kuan Pong to move toward the surface before he could comprehend it. His gaze fell upon the demon summoning banner in Wu Shun's hand, and he bellowed, "Wu Shun, what have you done?" Wu Shun, disregarding Kuan Peng's words, waved his hand, and Xing Tian was the first to charge forth. Hong Yun Daoren summoned the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, enveloping Kuan Pong in a dense red mist of poison. Zhen Yuanzi invoked the power of the earth, stirring the entire northern underworld sea. Xiang Lu revealed his true form, a towering figure of 100,000 zhang, fiercely spewing venom in an attempt to deliver a significant blow to Kuan Pong. Yet, amidst all the assaults, the first to arrive was De Yi's arrow. Since cultivating the shooting sun technique, De Yi's arrows had grown increasingly swift and potent. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 100 arrows, which struck Kuan Pong, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As Kuan Pong prepared to retreat back into the sea, De Yi's strike caused him to stagger, interrupting his escape. Then, Xing Tian, wielding his giant shield, collided with him, propelling him above the sea's surface. The red mist of Hong Yun Daoren soon followed, enveloping Kuan Pong entirely. With a furious roar, Kuan Pong rolled on the ground, transforming into a great bird, ready to take flight. Outnumbered by Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, Xing Tian, and Da Yi, he questioned how he could possibly contend against them, especially while still injured. Wu Shang, Hong Yun, wait. Once my injuries are healed, I shall surely exact vengeance upon you all. Zhen Yuanzi, Xing Tian, Da Yi, none of you shall escape. Kuan Pong shrieked defiantly. Even wounded, my speed surpasses all in the primordial realm. You think you can catch me? A foolish dream. Wu Shun, observing Kuan Pong spread his wings, remained unfazed as he summoned the demon summoning banner once more. Kuan Pong, come here. As Kuan Pong ascended, he suddenly plummeted back to the sea, unable to react in time. The unexpected change of direction caused him to injure his waist. Xing Tian erupted into laughter, leaping into the air with his 100,000 zhang form, crashing down with his shield. The combined force of their shields caused the northern underworld sea to erupt in waves reaching millions of zhang. Xing Tian had sent Kuan Pong crashing into the depths of the sea. Chapter 61. The fallen Kuan Pong is a good Kuan Pong. Kuan Pong had never anticipated the emergence of such a peculiar treasure as the demon summoning banner. The banner possessed no inherent offensive power. It merely summoned demons. Moreover, the more one enjoyed the fortune of the demon clan, the more pronounced its effects became. As a demon master, Kuan Peng had enjoyed ample fortune from the demon clan, thus falling under the banner's control. After being struck into the depths of the sea by Xing Tian, Kuan Peng spewed forth a torrent of demonic blood, staining half of the northern underworld sea crimson. I shall fight you to the death. Kuan Peng transformed once more into a gigantic fish, whipping his tail and sending Xing Tian flying before charging toward Wu Shan. Although he did not fully comprehend the nature of the demon summoning banner, he recognized that his current predicament stemmed from it. Yet Wu Shan, ever cautious, had already activated all defenses even before the battle commenced, merely concealing them. As Kuan Peng charged, Wu Shan withdrew the shielding, causing Kuan Peng's expression to turn ashen. This was far more formidable than the barriers he faced against Dong Huang. What is this witch up to? Kuan Peng pondered, crashing into Wu Shan's multitude of barriers. Sustaining severe injuries, the impact shattered half of his bones. The solar thorns covering the barriers rebounded half the force back onto Kuan Peng, while the true solar flames ignited, causing him immense suffering. Before he could extinguish the flames, the red mist from Hong Yun Dao Ren's gourd and De Yi's arrows descended upon him once more. With a thunderous crash, Kuan Peng was left battered and bloodied. The red mist of the scatter soul gourd infiltrated his body. I concede. I concede, Wu Shang. Spare me, and I shall submit to you. Kuan Peng, terrified, did not wish for death. Yet, if the battle continued, his demise was inevitable. Even wounded, Kuan Peng would not typically be so feeble. However, having lost his courage and failed to seize the initiative, combined with the disruption caused by the demon summoning banner, he found himself overwhelmed and unable to reclaim the upper hand. Wu Shan scoffed, Kuan Peng. It was Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti who usurped your sacred position at the Zixiao Palace. You dare not confront them, yet you blame Hong Yun Dao Ren for your misfortunes? Such shamelessness is unworthy of the witch clan. Upon hearing Kuan Peng's desire to submit, Hong Yun Dao Ren experienced a fleeting moment of worry. After all, Kuan Peng was a formidable being, and if Wu Shan were to agree, Hong Yun would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, upon hearing Wu Shan's words, Hong Yun Dao Ren burst into laughter, revealing a treasure from his sleeve. Wu Shan's 3 treasures Rui. Zhan Yuanzi immediately summoned the Qing Ping sword, also borrowed from Wu Shan. Realizing the situation, Kuan Peng understood that Wu Shan would not let him off easily. He transformed once again into a giant bird, radiating countless beams of light as his feathers bristled. This was his ultimate life-saving move, using all his feathers as weapons. Although employing this technique would cause his realm to regress, at that moment, he could not afford to hesitate. Kuan Peng did not expect to kill Wu Shan and his companions. He only needed to delay them momentarily. However, as he exerted his strength, he suddenly faltered, his energy completely dissipated. There was no longer any strength to execute his feather technique. He turned to Xiang Lu, who grinned widely. How does my poison taste? Kuan Peng spat out a mouthful of black blood, shock etched on his face. Impossible. I am immune to all poisons. How could you possibly affect me? Kuan Peng had observed Xiang Lu spewing poison but had relied on the protective powers of the northern underworld. Even the most venomous of demons could not harm him in the slightest, so he had dismissed it entirely. Xiang Lu chuckled. The poison scripture taught to me by our father Pango is indeed formidable. Even a quasi-saint can be poisoned. Do you think I owe you an explanation? You shall perish in your ignorance. Kuan Peng, enraged, spat another mouthful of blood, despair enveloping him as he gazed at Wu Shan. Wu Shang, what must I do for you to spare me? Wu Shan grinned. You improve, and I shall let you go. Kuan Peng, bewildered, asked, Improve? How do I improve? Wu Shan waved his hand, and the Hongming Liang Tianqi appeared in his grasp. Transforming into an immense measuring rod, a fallen Kuan Peng is a good Kuan Peng. With a single strike, the rod cleaved through the air, reversing the flow of countless stars. The rod severed the threads of causality. Boom! Kuan Peng's massive form was cleaved in two, a gaping wound carved through him. His last connection to the fortune of the heavenly court was severed. Thus, he was left with no hope for retaliation. In the next instant, the 3 treasures Rui, Qing Ping's sword, De Yi's arrows, and Xing Tian's shield all fell upon Kuan Peng simultaneously. The sound of thunder echoed as the sea erupted. The The sea of the northern abyss surged with towering waves reaching thousands of feet. The Kuanping was subdued within the depths of the northern abyss, its primordial spirit unable to escape in time. Ensnared by the soul-reaping gourd of Taoist Hongyun in a mere 49 days, the essence of Kuanping's spirit would be utterly dissipated. Taoist Hongyun exhaled a long, murky breath, laughing heartily. "What a relief!" he exclaimed, a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him. Ever since he learned that his destined fate was to be slain by Kuanping, he had been suppressing a pent-up frustration. Had he continued to bottle it up, he would have surely succumbed to madness. But now, with Kuanping's demise, the weight of resentment lifted from his heart. Yet, after his laughter subsided, a frown creased his brow as he approached Wu Shun. "My friend, although Kuanping is dead, if not handled properly, it may lead to endless repercussions. Though Kuanping is vanquished, its corpse may remain uncorrupted for eons. Shrouded in vengeful energy, should the right opportunity arise, that corpse could very well turn to malice." Wu Shun smiled slightly. "This is a simple matter," he called upon Xing Tian. "Xing Tian, the corpse of Kuanping can serve as your new burial ground." Xing Tian was momentarily taken aback, then elated. "Brother, you are right. This is indeed an excellent burial site. I shall remain here." With that, Xing Tian joyfully set about preparing Kuanping's remains for its third celestial tribulation burial. Wu Shun then summoned Yi. "The breastbone of Kuanping is incredibly sturdy. You may take a few pieces to forge arrows." He clapped his hands in realization. "Of course. How did I not think of that? My brother is truly thoughtful." He too eagerly went to collect bones. Meanwhile, Xiang Lu looked at Wu Shun with longing. "Brother, the flesh of Kuanping can assist me in cultivating the poison scripture." Wu Shun smacked Xiang Lu's head playfully. "If you crave it, just say so." "You think I am unaware of the nature of the poison scripture?" Xiang Lu chuckled sheepishly. "Brother, I merely wish to taste a morsel." Wu Shun rolled his eyes. "Discuss it with Xing Tian." Xiang Lu immediately cheered and ran off to Xing Tian. Finally, Wu Shun turned to the astonished Taoist Hongyun. "What do you think of this arrangement?" Taoist Hongyun twitched his lips, sincerely expressing his thoughts. "Heh." With Wu Shun's arrangement, Kuanping's corpse would have no chance to turn to malice, let alone be buried. Xing Tian's celestial tribulation required a perilous location for the burial. Once interred, it would consume resentment, murder, death, poison, hardship, and decline to fuel the tribulation's power. Upon successfully navigating the tribulation, all of Kuanping's vengeful energy would be entirely expended. Moreover, when he extracted bones, the last remnants of Kuanping's essence would also be drawn out. Coupled with Xiang Lu indulging in a feast, a substantial amount of Kuanping's blood energy would be consumed. By the time Xing Tian emerged from his tribulation, Kuanping's corpse would be reduced to mere ashes. With no hope of any transformation, Taoist Hongyun glanced at Kuanping's remains, then covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight of such a splendid scene. Once Yi had collected the usable bones and Xiang Lu was called back by Wu Shun. They began their return journey, leaving only Xing Tian behind to undertake the burial tribulation. Unbeknownst to the heavenly court's Emperor Jun, all that transpired in the northern abyss had been shrouded. Before acting, Wu Shun had instructed Jin Yuanzi to envelop the entire northern abyss with the Earth's membrane. Though the membrane could not provide defensive capabilities over the sea, it was sufficient to obscure all that occurred within the northern abyss. Halfway through their journey, Wu Shun suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and immediately activated the treasure-seeking technique. Deep within the eastern sea, a glimmer of purple light shone brilliantly, evidently signaling the imminent emergence of a great treasure. Wu Shun smiled and pointed towards the purple light. "There lies our clan's treasure." Di understood immediately. "Let us retrieve our clan's treasure. The gifts left to us by our ancestral father Pangu must all be reclaimed by us." The descendants. Xiang Lu nodded vigorously, agreeing with Yi. Taoist Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi sighed in unison. Looking at Wu Shun, "Friend, is this truly wise?" However, when the moment to depart arrived, the two outpaced Wu Shun. Plunging into the depths of the eastern sea, Taoist Hongyun's expression shifted. "Friend, it seems we are not alone." As the first red cloud to take form in the heavens, Taoist Hongyun's spiritual perception was vast, allowing him to sense that they were not the only ones drawn to the treasure's emergence. Two other parties were also converging. One of these groups was solitary and feeble, easily dismissed. The other, however, was numerous. Taoist Hongyun relayed his observations to Wu Shun, who pondered briefly before uttering two words: accelerate. Taoist Hongyun and Zhang Yuanzi nodded, channeling their powers into the golden lotus of virtue beneath their feet. The lotus transformed into a beam of golden light, racing towards the source of the purple light at an ever-increasing speed. With the assistance of Taoist Hongyun and Zhang Yuanzi in sharing the burden of their energies, Wu Shun was able to devote some attention to summoning all his defensive treasures. The golden lotus ultimately morphed into a colossal golden mountain, charging forth with unstoppable momentum. At last, the purple light was within reach. Wu Shun then noticed that thousands of celestial beings were also advancing towards the purple light, all clad in similar attire, clearly from the same faction. These beings intentionally spread out in a scattered formation, evidently attempting to obstruct other competitors. Wu Shun sneered, "Make way. Do not block the path." The speed of the golden lotus only intensified as it thundered ahead. The thousands of celestial beings, alerted by the commotion behind them, turned to see the source of the disturbance and were instantly struck dumb. What on earth is that? A flying golden mountain. And how is it moving so fast? The more astute celestial beings swiftly dispersed. But several were caught off guard, only to be crushed into a mist of blood. Wu Shun guided the golden lotus through the wall of celestial beings, swiftly reaching the location of the purple light. There, in the sea, a spiritual spring gushed forth, surrounded by countless runes that shielded a celestial being attempting to breach its defenses. Within the spring lay a dazzling treasure, shaped like a round copper coin with wings on either side, inscribed with heavenly path runes. Each time the Tao rhythm flowed, the sound of countless coins clattering to the ground resonated. Wu Shun narrowed his eyes. An exceptional innate spiritual treasure. The falling treasure coin? Capable of subduing all innate treasures beneath it. Its power is formidable, making it the bane of non-weapon treasures, and nearly all defensive treasures are rendered ineffective against it. Hence, I must obtain the falling treasure coin. Regrettably, he had been unable to find it during his first visit to Wui Mountain, only to discover that it was emerging in the Eastern Sea. However, this was not entirely surprising. Xiao Shang and Qiao Bao had merely cultivated at Wui Mountain, not implying that the falling treasure coin had originated there. A gleam of determination flickered in Wu Shun's eyes. That treasure must be secured. Taoist Hongyun and the others, rarely hearing Wu Shun speak with such gravity, nodded in agreement. He wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of arrows towards the celestial being by the spiritual spring, who wielded a dragon-headed staff. With a single motion, he deflected all of Di's attacks. "How dare you? Do you not know that I am the chosen male immortal, Dong Wang Gong, appointed by the Tao ancestor?" The celestial being bellowed, his arrogance palpable as he gazed down upon Di. "Dare to ambush me? Do you seek death?" Dong Wang Gong haughtily scoffed, but as he finally recognized the approaching assailants, he gasped in shocked, "Wu Shun?" The name of Wu Shun reverberated through the realms, causing even the mightiest to tremble at the mention of him. Regardless of their disdainful words, every formidable being in the wilderness acknowledged one truth. Wu Shun was ferocious, and one had to tread carefully in his presence. "Dare you ambush me, Wu Shun?" Though startled, Dong Wang Gong's confidence returned as he noted that Wu Shun was accompanied by only 5 others while he commanded 5,000 subordinates. "Perfect. I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate you and claim your treasures." Greed flared in Dong Wang Gong's eyes. Zhang Yuanzi recognized that look all too well and could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Friend, be cautious. This Dong Wang Gong is eyeing your treasures." Wu Shun swiftly produced 3 treasures, including the Rui and the Qingping sword, alongside a dozen other formidable offensive innate spiritual artifacts. He handed them over to Zhang Yuanzi and Taoist Hongyun, urging them not to hold back, to strike with all their might. The two understood Wu Shun's need for time and exchanged knowing smiles before launching their attacks. In a contest for treasures, it was all about who had the stronger fists, who struck harder, without any hesitation or unnecessary words. Just fight. Upon witnessing the assault from Taoist Hongyun and Zhang Yuanzi, Dong Wang Gong's fury ignited. "Zhang Yuanzi, Hongyun, you are utterly ungrateful. Do not blame me for being merciless." With a commanding voice, he ordered the formation of a battle array. Kill, at his command. 5,000 immortals from Penglai Island promptly began to organize themselves. Wu Shan paid no heed to this, charging directly toward the spirit spring. He summoned the Hongming Liangtian ruler, shattering the spring's defenses with a single blow, and seized the falling treasure money. Chapter 63. The Collapse of Dongwangong. Why is this happening? The moment Wu Shun grasped the falling treasure money, an incredibly brilliant light erupted from it. Within this radiance, the Tao rhythm transformed into countless heavenly Tao runes, sweeping across millions of miles. All the treasures wielded by the immortals caught in this luminescence fell to the ground, with none escaping if they were not weapons. Naturally, Wu Shun, holding the falling treasure money, could not avoid this fate either. All his defensive treasures were knocked from him by the force of the falling treasure money's explosion. Dongwangong seemed to have anticipated such an occurrence. As Daoist Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi lost all their treasures, a gap opened up. Dongwangong deceived Jin Yuanzi and swiftly approached Wu Shan. Ha ha ha, Wu Shun, do you think I refrained from taking treasures for no reason? The moment you appeared, I recognized you. Dongwangong wielded the dragon head staff, a weapon entirely unaffected by the falling treasure money's power. Amid his laughter, the dragon head staff descended upon Wu Shun's head, summoning countless stars to flicker as a golden dragon emerged, roaring with fury as it lunged at Wu Shen. That moment, Wu Shen found himself devoid of any defensive treasures. Wu Shun, your time of death has come. I shall see how a mere Tai golden immortal like you can withstand my strike. Wu Shen raised an eyebrow. A playful smirk gracing his lips, he activated several hundred defensive divine arts, including the Xianhuang armor technique, the indestructible diamond technique, the everlasting technique, the unbreakable thought technique, the Xian turtle guarding essence technique, and the solar thorn divine technique. With a resounding crash, Dongwangong's dragon head staff struck heavily upon Wu Shen's crown. Golden light erupted, and the sound reverberated across 80 million miles of ocean, countless void fissures exploding from the point of impact. Dongwangong's laughter echoed throughout the primordial realm. Ha ha ha, Wu Shun, today your life shall be claimed by me, Dongwangong. Without any defensive treasures, how can a mere Tai golden immortal like you hope to withstand my full-force strike? Dongwangong's thoughts raced with anticipation at the thought of Wu Shun's myriad treasures. Humph. Although this is merely a trap I set up temporarily, your Wu tribe lacks a primordial spirit and cannot discern profit from harm. Thus, you are left with no other path but death. The treasures on the falling treasure rock shall belong to me. Meanwhile, Daoist Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi suddenly realized that this was indeed a trap set by Dongwangong. Perhaps he had not initially intended such a scheme, but upon discovering that Wu Shun was also arriving at the site of the falling treasure money, he devised this plan. How could one chosen by Hongjun as the foremost male immortal lack cunning? The two immortals' expressions shifted dramatically. After evading the brunt of the impact, they rushed toward Wu Shun's direction, only to find themselves surrounded by the immortals of Penglai Island, desperately resisting. Even if Daoist Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi joined forces, they could not instantaneously break through the formation set by these immortals. The two were consumed with urgency, their eyes reddening. They exchanged a glance, preparing to unleash their full power, but were intercepted by Dai and Shangliu. Do not rush. With such minimal offensive power, how can you hope to breach my brother's defenses? Dai cast a disdainful glance at the guffawing Dongwangong. This fellow must be the fool my brother spoke of. He grinned and said, just watch, my fellow Taoists. Daoist Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi were momentarily taken aback, unable to inquire further when the numerous void fissures began to settle. Wu Shun grasped the dragon head staff. His aura calm and unscathed, Dongwangong's laughter abruptly ceased. What? This is impossible. How can a mere Tai golden immortal withstand my attack? Wu Shun rolled his eyes, exerting force to snatch the dragon head staff from Dongwangong's grasp. Enraged, Dongwangong realized that the dragon head staff was a gift from Hongjun, a symbol of his stature as the foremost male immortal. He immediately initiated a technique to reclaim it. However, just as the staff trembled, Wu Shun summoned a green wooden jewel above his head. The jewel emitted a flash of light, debilitating the dragon head staff's ability to resist, causing it to obediently fall into Wu Shun's hands. Dongwangong was taken aback. The ancestral dragon pearl? So you used it to block my attack. While the great powers of the primordial realm were aware of Wu Shun's possession of the ancestral dragon pearl, the specific capabilities of the pearl remained a secret of the dragon clan. Thus, among the myriad beings of the primordial realm, few knew of its ability to command all dragons, not limited to true dragons, but extending to any treasure imbued with dragon essence. Wu Shun had initially refrained from using the ancestral dragon pearl, thus avoiding the effects of the falling treasure money. Now, having summoned it, he swiftly subdued the dragon head staff. Wu Shun smiled slightly as he activated the treasure-seeking technique, forcibly acknowledging the staff as his own, then swung it toward Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong's face turned ashen with rage. Before my very eyes, you dare seize my treasure and then strike back at me? This infuriates me. As his 3 corpses erupted in fury and his 5 energies surged, he raised his hands to summon another immortal sword. Slash! The immortal sword transformed into a beam of celestial light, aimed directly at Wu Shun's vital points. Dong Wanggong had underestimated the ancestral dragon pearl's capacity to counter his dragon head staff. This was an oversight on his part, yet he was confident that this sword would be unassailable. The immortal sword he summoned was his true life treasure, obtained long before he ventured to the Zixiao Palace to receive teachings, painstakingly refined over countless years with his primordial spirit. Although it was merely of mid-tier quality, its might was extraordinary. Dong Wanggong had always regarded it as a trump card, especially after acquiring the dragon head staff, rarely revealing it. Now, he suddenly unleashed it to eliminate Wu Shun in a single stroke. This sword of mine can even slay quasi-saints. Without treasures like the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, what qualifications do you have to withstand it? The celestial light flashed, and before Wu Shun could react to defend with the dragon head staff, the sword had already struck his chest. Clang! The immortal sword collided with Wu Shun, shattering into fragments of golden light. However, Wu Shun merely stepped back 3 paces, having withstood the attack. Then, with a casual motion, he seized the immortal sword. The sword transformed into celestial light, darting in Wu Shun's grasp, yet it could not escape. Having cultivated the 9 transformations of heaven to the 6th transformation, his strength was such that no mere sword could hope to break free. Before Dong Wanggong's astonished gaze, Wu Shun gripped the immortal sword and forcefully bent it. Crack! Dong Wanggong's life treasure was shattered in Wu Shun's hands. The destruction of his prized possession caused a backlash, and Dong Wanggong spat a mouthful of blood, his entire aura waning. How is this possible? You are merely a tiny golden immortal. How could you withstand my sword? Dong Wanggong's face paled as he stared at Wu Shun. Bewilderment and disbelief etched across his features. A tiny golden immortal could actually withstand the assault of a quasi-saint with pure physical defense? Was there any reason left in this world? Could life still continue? Chapter 64. Tong Tian. Did the Father Pango truly send you a dream? Wu Shun cast a disdainful glance at the utterly bewildered and disheartened Dong Wanggong. His physical defenses alone were now comparable to a mid-tier innate spiritual treasure. Furthermore, he possessed hundreds of defensive supernatural abilities. Even without employing any defensive artifacts, his defenses were not something that could be easily breached. The reason he preferred to utilize defensive artifacts was due to his cautious nature. Firstly, out of caution. Secondly, out of caution. And thirdly, indeed, out of caution. Wu Shun was an exceptionally prudent sorcerer. Dong Wanggong's confidence had been utterly shattered, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. With a clenched jaw, he let out a piercing whistle and transformed into a beam of rainbow light, fleeing towards Penglai Island. Upon witnessing Dong Wanggong's retreat, the immortals of Penglai Island had no intention of remaining. Promptly employing their evasion techniques to escape swiftly die in the sky, De patted the equally dumbfounded Hong Yundao ran on the shoulder, saying, "My friend, the elder brother is quite steady. He never engages in ventures without assurance." Hong Yundao Ran twitched his lips, replying, "Indeed, he is remarkably steady." The 2 sorcerers and 2 immortals landed beside Wu Shun. "Oh, my friend, it is fortunate you remain unharmed. I never expected Dong Wanggong to design a trap utilizing that artifact." At this moment, Hong Yundao Ran finally exhaled in relief. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement, considering that Dong Wanggong must have grasped the characteristics of that artifact ahead of time. However, How did he come to know the traits of a treasure that had yet to be born? Wu Shen first retrieved all the previously fallen artifacts before taking a glance at the Luobao Jianqian. A playful smile gracing his lips. Dong Wanggong is, after all, the chosen leader of the male immortals. By Hong Jun, Hong Yun Daoran, and Zhen Yuanzi were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously displayed expressions of shock. Hong Jun! They scarcely dared to utter the name, only conveying it through their lips. Wu Shen smirked dismissively. What else could it be? If Dong Wanggong truly discovered it on his own, he would have obtained the Luobao Jinqian long ago. Holding it in his own hands would surely be more advantageous. Hong Yun Daoran and Zhen Yuanzi opened their mouths, ultimately nodding in agreement. Wu Shen's analysis was both logical and reasonable. Hong Yun Daoran took a deep breath, inquiring, "Then, what do you intend to do next?" Wu Shen let out a cold laugh. "Of course, I shall pay a visit." No sooner had he spoken than the sea beneath them erupted. Ao Dong arrived with 100,000 golden dragons. When Wu Shen noticed someone competing with him for the Luobao Jianqian, he had already alerted Ao Dong. Yet all of this transpired too swiftly. Had Dong Wanggong prepared his formation and engaged openly, Wu Shen would have to await the arrival of the dragon tribe's support to repel his opponent. However, Dong Wanggong opted for underhanded tactics, only to be swiftly defeated as a result. Consequently, by the time the dragon tribe arrived, the battle had already concluded. "Forgive us, my lord. We have arrived late," Ao Dong exclaimed upon realizing the battle was over. Wu Shen waved his hand. "Your timing is quite fortuitous. It is merely that Dong Wanggong is not accustomed to taking hits and fled too swiftly. Nevertheless, there is no need to rush. There will still be opportunities for battle." Ao Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does my lord mean?" Wu Shen turned his gaze toward Penglai Island. Penglai Island must harbor numerous treasures and heavenly materials. Correct? Ao Dong immediately understood, responding, "Indeed. They are all left behind by the great Pangu. The shameless Dong Wanggong has occupied them for far too long. It is time they are returned. Not only should they be returned, but interest must also be paid." Hong Yun Daoran and Zhen Yuanzi cast admiring glances at Ao Dong. My friend, you truly deserve the title of the foremost dragon under the banner of Wu Sheng Daoyu. You have grasped the true essence of Wu Sheng Daoyu's teachings. Wu Shen handed the dragon head staff to Ao Dong, instructing, "You lead the army there first. Remember, Dong Wanggong holds a certain status. Do not belittle the occasion." Ao Dong grinned widely, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. "Rest assured, my lord. I shall ensure Dong Wanggong receives due respect. If he desires no respect, I shall grant it to him regardless." With a resounding dragon roar, Ao Dong and the 100,000 golden dragons echoed in unison, charging toward Penglai Island. Wu Shen and his companions, however, remained behind, as there were still matters to attend to. Wu Shen once again summoned all his defensive artifacts before casting his gaze toward a certain spot. "Come forth, or do you intend to ambush me while my attention wanes?" The seemingly empty sea suddenly split open, and Tong Tian emerged, wearing a peculiar expression. "My friend, do you truly believe my methods can breach your defenses? I have never seen such formidable defenses as yours. Not only do you possess innate strength, but you also bear so many defensive artifacts. How am I to contend with this?" Tong Tian pondered his own sword array of extermination, not to mention that he had yet to fully master it. Even if he did, he had no confidence it would breach all of Wu Shen's defenses. Wu Shen merely smiled noncommittally. Previously, Hong Yun Daoran had sensed two factions advancing toward the Luobao Jinqian. One of them was singular, indeed, that was Tong Tian. After the fallout with Laozi and Yuanshi in the heavenly court, Tong Tian had been wandering the vast wilderness, eventually sensing his opportunity in the East Sea. However, fortune had yet to reveal itself, and he stumbled upon the conflict between Wu Shen and Dong Wanggong. Tong Tian gazed intently at Wu Shen, astonished. He had never imagined defenses could be employed in such a manner. Though he did not fully comprehend, he was profoundly shaken. Wu Shen regarded the solitary Tong Tian with a hint of amusement. "Tong Tian, have you had a falling out with Laozi and Yuanshi?" Tong Tian's expression stiffened as he abruptly raised his head, fixing a penetrating gaze on Wu Shen. "How do you know?" Wu Shen replied casually. "Pangu's father god conveyed it to me in a dream." Cough, cough, cough. Tong Tian nearly choked on his own saliva. My friend, if you do not wish to speak, I do not insist. However, there is no need to be so dismissive. Panga's father god sent you a dream? Do you truly believe that is plausible? Wu Shen rolled his eyes. Yes, it's so inconceivable that you would not understand. When you first took shape, if I had told you that you would come to oppose Laozi and Yuanshi, would you have believed it then? Tong Tian was left momentarily speechless. Goodness, Wu Shang's words hold considerable merit. I have no retort. Gritting his teeth, Tong Tian declared, if you reveal the reason behind my conflict with them, I shall believe you. Wu Shen chuckled softly. Yuanshi intends to scheme against humanity, while Laozi, seeking his own path to sanctification, would certainly acquiesce. Yet, do you suppose they would so brazenly tarnish the names of Pangu and the three pure ones? With each of Wu Shan's words, Tong Tian's expression morphed into one of increasing shock. By the time the last statement was uttered, Tong Tian was utterly flabbergasted. Is it truly Panga's father god who sent you a dream? Wu Shen shrugged. Of course. Tong Tian swallowed hard. Did the Panga father god tell you what my path to sanctification is? Hong Jun, having merged with the Tao, was expected to complete the cycle of 50. Yet, the heavenly order remained at 49. What could be the reason for this? Tong Tian, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzai were all momentarily shaken, as if they had grasped something profound. For Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzai, it was merely a fleeting insight. Their fortunes lying elsewhere. However, Tong Tian fell into deep contemplation, the primordial purple energy within his primordial spirit swirling restlessly. Wu Shan smiled faintly, unhurried, and continued his meditation nearby. Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzai, Da Yi, and Xiang Lu each found their own quiet places to cultivate. 500 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Tong Tian's aura transformed from obscure to radiant. The Tao rhythm surged forth from his being in waves, akin to a spiritual spring nourishing all things. As if celestial melodies enlightened all spirits, Tong Tian opened his eyes, stars flickering within them, with primordial energy rising from his head to 30,000 miles. When he spoke, the heavens showered with golden flowers, and the seas surged with golden lotuses. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Today, I have attained the Tao. With a single step, he stood amidst the vast wilderness, his presence akin to the cosmos unfolding. I am Pango, the upper Qing of the three purities. Tong Tian, today, I become a sage and shall establish a sect named Jia, to advocate for the living, to enlighten the masses, and to seize that thread of vitality. I shall use the Zhuxian sword array as the treasure of my sect. Jia sect, established. As the sage emerged, golden clouds of merit stretched for countless miles, showering golden rain. 70% transformed into the sage's Tao fruit, falling into Tong Tian's sea of consciousness. The long-hidden merits of creation within his consciousness sprang to life, ultimately manifesting as a golden wheel spinning behind his head. 20% merged into the Zhuxian four swords, the treasured blades resonating with joy, transforming into colossal swords that echoed 9 times with a thunderous sound. Shaking the universe, it declared to the entire wilderness, a sage has emerged. The Jia sect has been established. The entire wilderness trembled in response. In the heavenly court, Laozi Yuanshi's expression darkened ominously. His gaze fell upon Tong Tian, devoid of any brotherly affection. Tong Tian, you traitor, you have actually sided with Wu Shang. Just wait. One day, you will regret this. Laozi stood beside Yuanshi, his eyes devoid of jealousy, yet cold indifference was the only hue reflected in his gaze. From that moment onward, the wilderness would no longer harbor the three purities. In the East Sea, boundless merit remained, with but a final fraction left. After a brief rotation, it ultimately settled upon Wu Shan. Naturally, it then fell into Mount Shumi. Tong Tian cast a meaningful glance at Wu Shan, harboring no jealousy toward that portion of merit. Instead, he bowed in thanks. Thank you, fellow Taoist. As the words left his lips, Tong Tian gazed into the depths of the East Sea. You should be arriving soon. Suddenly, the vast ocean erupted, and a colossal entity resembling both a giant tortoise and an island surfaced from the East Sea. The island shimmered with myriad auspicious colors, swirling purple mist, while golden light transformed into rainbows surrounding it. Tong Tian laughed heartily. This shall be my Taoist sanctuary, named Jin Ao, a sage like Tong Tian, establishing a sect in the wilderness. Must not only create a dedicated sanctuary in the 33 heavens, but also a place for teaching and preaching within the wilderness itself. Jin Ao Island served as this sanctuary. Tong Tian was highly satisfied with Jin Ao Island. Turning to Wu Shan, he proposed, "Fellow Taoist, why not come to my sanctuary for a discussion?" Wu Shan shook his head. "No, I must visit Penglai Island. As for the karmic debt you owe me, half of the heavenly materials and treasures from Jin Ao Island will suffice." The golden wheel behind the sage's head flickered momentarily. Tong Tian opened his mouth, then laughed heartily. "I shall not give with that." He transformed into a beam of rainbow light and returned to Jin Ao Island. Wu Shan smirked playfully, summoning the golden lotus of merit as he headed toward Penglai Island. He gritted his teeth, visibly displeased. "Brother, this Tong Tian is truly excessive. He actually burned the bridge after crossing it. Now that he has become a sage, he refuses to pay. He only owes half, not the entirety." Xiang Lu nodded vigorously, indicating that had it not been for his elder brother's hesitation, he would have already retaliated. Hong Yun laughed heartily. "My two fellow Taoists, you are mistaken. Tong Tian is simply unwilling to default, which is why he did not offer anything." Di and Xiang Lu appeared perplexed. Their 9 transformations of heaven cultivation was far from sufficient. Although their strength had increased, their primordial spirits had not been adequately repaired, rendering them incapable of comprehending such grand karmic matters. Zhen Yuanzai explained with a smile, had Tong Tian agreed earlier, it would have signified his desire to sever ties with Wu Shang. In future encounters, whether as friends or foes, would remain uncertain. Hong Yun continued, "However, since Tong Tian offered nothing, this karmic debt persists. This indicates Tong Tian's intention to maintain a friendly relationship with Wu Shang." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun looked at Wu Shan with admiration. "Fellow Taoist, your methods are truly remarkable. Had you said nothing earlier, it is likely that Tong Tian would not have made such a decision. Yet, your perfectly timed words have completely won over a sage. I can only express my admiration." Taking a deep breath, Hong Yun stepped forward. "Fellow Taoist, allow me to activate the golden lotus." Wu Shan smiled nonchalantly and yielded his position. Hong Yun summoned his magical power, exponentially increasing the speed of the golden lotus as they sped toward Penglai Island. Chapter 66. We regard you as our mortal enemy, yet you see us as a treasure trove? When Wu Shan and the others arrived at Penglai Island, Ao Dong was leading the dragon tribe and countless water beings in a fierce assault on the island's protective formation. However, it was evident that Ao Dong was deliberately holding back, as the Grand Dragon formation displayed only 100 golden dragons, with the remaining positions filled by millions of water beings. The countless dragons and innumerable water entities took turns in battle. This siege had lasted for 500 years. With sufficient numbers and stamina, the water beings relentlessly attacked, while the immortals of Penglai Island, having lost the initiative, could only struggle to hold on, unable to find suitable targets for aid. The only ones who could potentially challenge the dragon tribe were the demon clan, but they had just suffered a great loss at the hands of the Wu clan in Buzhou Mountain. How could they possibly rush out to take another beating for the Eastern King? Holding the dragon head staff, Ao Dong meticulously commanded the battle. Upon seeing Wu Shan's arrival, he immediately approached and bowed respectfully. "My lord, shall we commence?" Wu Shan nodded. Ao Dong instantly perked up. Had it not been for waiting for Wu Shan, he would have already launched an attack on Penglai Island. With Wu Shan finally present, Ao Dong received the command, raised the dragon head staff, and launched a full-scale assault. The millions of water beings retreated, while 100,000 golden dragons soared forward, unleashing the true Grand Dragon formation to bombard Penglai Island's protective array. After just a few strikes, the protective formation shattered into crystalline fragments. In the next moment, the millions of water beings let out piercing cries, conjuring waves reaching hundreds of thousands of feet as they charged toward Penglai Island. Boom! All the immortals on Penglai Island soared into the air, forming a grand formation with 100,000 immortals to block the onslaught of the millions of water beings. With a flash of their formation, countless water beings perished. Ao Dong glanced at the grand formation established by the immortals of Penglai Island, instantly filled with rage. "Shameless Eastern King, you dare to steal our clan's formation. Ao Dong swung his dragon head staff, hurling it into the Grand Dragon formation. Wu Shan observed the array set up by the Eastern King with a calm smile. So it is the Grand Immortal formation. During the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity, Hong Jun, sensing the power of the Dragon Tribe's Grand Formation, had improved it, transforming it into the Grand Immortal formation. Little did he expect that the Eastern King had also adopted it. However, the true fate of the Grand Immortal formation was to be developed and magnified in the hands of the Jie sect, ultimately becoming one of the 4 great killing formations of the wilderness under the continuous refinements of Tong Tian after attaining sagehood. But for now, the Eastern King's Grand Immortal formation was solely reliant on sheer numbers, outnumbering the Dragon Tribe tenfold, which allowed it to withstand the Grand Dragon formation. The Golden Dragons of Mount Shumi numbered over 100,000. But that was a trump card not to be recklessly used. For Ao Dong to break through the Grand Immortal formation, which was sustained by the spiritual energy provided by Penglai Island and comprised of 100,000 immortals, was no small feat. Ao Dong cursed in anger, yet found himself at a loss for a solution. After all, he certainly could not send his own kin to charge in and self-destruct Wu Shan. Observing from behind, smiled faintly. Ao Dong, shift from offense to defense. Do not let the Eastern King escape. Ao Dong, unsure of Wu Shan's intentions, complied immediately. Wu Shan then turned to Hong Yun and Xinyuanzai. Fellow Taoists, do you still remember how we breached the treasure vault to seize the golden coins? How did we get in back then? Hong Yun, Dao Ren, and Xinyuanzi were also deep in thought, pondering how to break the formation. At that moment, upon hearing Wu Shan's words, they were left utterly astonished. Ah? Is it possible to do it this way? Hong Yun, Dao Ren was rendered speechless. He understood Wu Shan's intention to directly control the Merit Golden Lotus to charge forward. However, if the Wanshan Great Formation could truly be broken by a mere collision, it would be quite a farce, wouldn't it? Wu Shan smiled with arrogance, declaring, "If I say it can be done, then it shall be done." His confidence struck a chord with the 2 immortals. Hong Yun Dao Ren laughed heartily, saying, "Then this humble Taoist shall assist my friend." Consequently, Hong Yun, Dao Ren, and Xinyuanzi together urged the Merit Golden Lotus, instantly accelerating its speed to the limit. Wu Shan summoned all his defensive treasures, forming nearly 100,000 layers of barriers, overlapping to create a colossal mountain towering 1,000,000 zhang high, crashing towards the Wanshan Great Formation. Upon seeing Wu Shan, Dong Wanggong was filled with rage. "Wu Shan, I shall fight you with all I have." The Wanshan Great Formation gathered immense power, launching an assault towards Wu Shan. He scoffed coldly, plunging headlong into the formation. The Sun Thorn Divine ability enveloped the 100,000 barriers, each layer shielding against the incoming attacks. With every impact on a barrier, 50% of the attacking force was dissipated, causing the counterattacks to scatter wildly, leaving the immortals within the Wanshan formation in utter disarray. Their souls shattered and their lives extinguished. The more they attacked, the fiercer the rebounds became. Meanwhile, Wu Shan's golden mountain formed by the 100,000 barriers remained remarkably resilient, even after losing tens of thousands of layers. Boom! The entire Wanshan Great Formation was completely breached by Wu Shan. He then adjusted his direction and charged in once more, fully engaging them. The immortals within the Wanshan Formation, fueled by desperation, summoned their treasures without hesitation, regardless of whether they were innate spiritual treasures or acquired ones. Every last one was unleashed. For those lacking sufficient power, they resorted to directly detonating their shields. The Wanshan Great Formation shifted from an offensive to a binding strategy. Attempting to ensnare Wu Shan completely, Dong Wanggong's eyes bulged with fury. Wu Shan, today you must die. The speed of the Merit Golden Lotus slowed under such relentless assault, eventually coming to a complete halt. Hong Yun Dao Ren's expression shifted. Just as he was about to inquire if Wu Shan had a plan, Wu Shan had already produced a treasure. The artifact was activated, transforming into myriad golden lights, each one striking down a treasure. These treasures, though unharmed, instantly lost their efficacy, entering a temporary dormancy. The falling treasure money countered all non-weapon treasures of the Hong Huang, with the exception of the 3 supreme innate treasures. Every treasure struck down by the falling treasure money landed precisely on the Merit Golden Lotus, all of which Wu Shan collected. Dong Wanggong was left in shock. Hong Yun Dao Ren was astonished. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback. Even the great powers of Hong Huang observing the battlefield were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you here to fight or to steal treasures? The immortals within the Wanshan formation were utterly devastated. We regard you as a mortal enemy, yet you treat us as a treasure trove. Is this even possible? Dong Wanggong was infuriated, resorting to using weapon-type treasures. However, in the Hong Huang, non-weapon treasures vastly outnumbered weapon ones, especially among innate treasures where 70% were non-weapon types. Though the acquired treasures had a higher proportion of weapon types, Wu Shun's maneuver had directly rendered half of the Wanshan formation's treasures useless. With the remaining treasures, how could they possibly hinder the Merit Golden Lotus? Hong Yun Dao Ren and Jin Yuanzi once again urged the Merit Golden Lotus, finally breaking free from the Wanshan Great Formation. Wu Shun's 100,000 layers of barriers had dwindled to just under 30,000 yet. After escaping the formation, in merely 100 breaths, Wu Shun summoned another 100,000 layers of barriers. The treasures refined through countless merits restored with astonishing speed. Enough to startle even a sage. Ift, Dong Wanggong and the immortals of the Wanshan formation simultaneously spat out blood. All their previous attacks had been in vain. Chapter 67. The Change of Ownership of Penglai Island. Gratitude from the Dragon Clan to the great Lord Wu Shun leisurely reactivated all his defensive treasures, and the shimmering barrier mountain reappeared outside Penglai Island. This blow was even more devastating than Wu Shun's initial breach of the Wanshan Great Formation. Dong Wanggong, disheveled and bloodied, had attempted to personally intercept Wu Shun during the earlier impact, resulting in a head full of wounds. Wu Shang, do you intend to annihilate my Penglai Island? Wu Shun replied coldly with a smile. You sought to kill me first, so now I shall return the favor. The difference lies in your failure and my impending success. Dong Wanggong gritted his teeth. You must understand that I am the male immortal chosen by Hongjun Daozu. Wu Shun snorted. Just because Hongjun appointed you as the male immortal does not mean you are immune to death. You, a so-called male immortal, failed to kill me, a Tai golden immortal, even through a sneak attack. A waste like you is better off dead. The 10,000 dragons and countless water beings erupted in laughter, all echoing their approval of the great lord's words. Dong Wanggong trembled with rage, yet found himself utterly unable to refute. The dragon-headed staff that represented his status was now in Ao Dong's possession, and his life-bound celestial sword had been shattered by Wu Shun. Dong Wanggong's lips quivered. I refuse to accept this. I am the male immortal chosen by Hongjun Daozu. I have yet to dominate the Hong Huang. How can I perish here? In a fit of desperation, Dong Wanggong tore off his already tattered Taoist robe. All in today. Even if it costs me every last one of my soldiers, I shall make them understand the spirit of Penglai Island. Wu Shun sneered. I came solely to kill Dong Wanggong. As for the others, as long as they do not obstruct me, I shall not harm them. The male immortals of Penglai Island were all taken aback, then turned to look at Dong Wanggong. Always one to value face and status, Dong Wanggong had rigidly enforced the rules of Penglai Island. Anyone who betrayed him would surely face death and soul destruction. Realizing that all the immortals were gazing at him, Dong Wanggong instinctively shouted, Who dares to betray me? I am the male immortal designated by Hongjun Daozu. Those who betray me shall face death. Wu Shun revealed a satisfied smile that, this fool is truly compliant. Was Hongjun out of his mind when he chose you as the male immortal? Indeed, Dong Wanggong's words caused the expressions of the surrounding Penglai Island immortals to shift dramatically. Most of the Penglai Island immortals were scattered immortals who had joined purely based on Dong Wanggong's status as the male immortal. Their initial desire was merely to survive. However, upon joining, they found Dong Wanggong's actions starkly different from his initial promises. Yet, having already committed, they could not easily retract their allegiance. But now, with Penglai Island in a precarious situation, Dong Wanggong continued to flaunt his authority. The male immortals exchanged glances and immediately dispersed. Wu Shun had already secretly instructed the dragon and water clans not to impede these scattered immortals. Thus, as the scattered immortals burst through the first layer of encirclement, they found no attack awaited them, prompting them to flee without a glance back, transforming into myriad rainbow lights as they swiftly departed. In less than 100 breaths, There was not a single immortal left beside Dong Wanggong. Wu Shan clapped his hands. Ao Dong laughed heartily, brandishing the dragon-headed staff and charging towards Dong Wanggong. During the incident with the falling treasure money, Dong Wanggong had already suffered injuries from the destruction of his life-bound celestial sword, and after being depleted by Ao Dong for 500 years, he had no opportunity for recovery. Following Wu Shan's earlier impact, his injuries had only worsened, having affected his very essence. Under such circumstances, he was no match for Ao Dong. Wu Shan, I will curse you. I will curse your witch clan. Dong Wanggong's final desperate scream was abruptly silenced as Ao Dong crushed his skull with a single blow. Simultaneously, he opened his jaws, devouring Dong Wanggong's primordial spirit. Consuming the enemy's primordial spirit to strengthen oneself was one of the 3 trump cards of the Dragon Clan, developed during their conflicts with the Phoenix and Qilin clans. After swallowing Dong Wanggong's primordial spirit, Ao Dong laughed heartily in satisfaction before flying back to Wu Shan's side. Great Lord, shall we begin to gather the treasures of Penglai Island now? Wu Shan nodded. Collect all the treasures and heavenly materials from Penglai Island. Afterward, this island shall belong to your dragon clan. Ao Dong was overjoyed. Thank you, Great Lord, for your generous bestowal. Although Wu Shan confiscated the treasures and rare materials from Penglai Island, the true significance of the island lies in its very essence. As one of the renowned paradises of the East Sea, Ao Dong has harbored envy for quite some time. Despite the Dragon Clan now possessing the ancient transformation dragon pool, the true ascension to the supreme celestial realm, and the myriad hidden realms of Mount Meru, these secret locations cannot be displayed openly. The Dragon Clan must find a suitable place for their kin and the countless aquatic creatures under their command. Among the finest paradises in the East Sea, Jin Ao Island serves as the sanctum of the sages, while Sancian Island has already been relocated back to the ancestral land of the Wu clan by Wu Shan. Ultimately, however, Penglai Island had been occupied by the Eastern King before the Dragon Clan could submit to Wu Shan. Now, Penglai Island finally belongs to the Dragon Clan. Ao Dong grinned widely and proclaimed, My sons, the Great Lord has bestowed upon us Penglai Island. Go forth and retrieve all the treasures and rare materials that rightfully belong to our Great Lord. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the 100,000 dragons and billions of aquatic beings, resembling a colossal tsunami as they surged towards Penglai Island. Within merely 3 days, they thoroughly ransacked the island, guided by Wu Shan's treasure-finding techniques, even unearthing the hidden treasury of the Eastern King. Consequently, Wu Shan acquired several defensive innate treasures. The battle for Penglai Island finally came to a close, with Wu Shan entrusting the aftermath to Ao Dong before departing the East Sea, heading towards the ancestral land of the Wu clan. This conflict at Penglai Island significantly elevated Wu Shan's notoriety, while also drawing the attention of powerful beings throughout the primordial world towards his formidable defensive capabilities. It dawned upon the great powers of the primordial world that such defensive strength could yield such effects. Previously, all celestial beings had sought only to strike swiftly and decisively to vanquish their foes, rarely paying heed to defensive treasures, which they regarded as inconsequential. As for defensive techniques, aside from innate racial talents, who would bother to cultivate such arts? Now, the entire primordial realm was abruptly startled, realizing that enhanced defenses could indeed be employed in such a manner. Consequently, various powerful beings began to retrieve their neglected defensive treasures, recultivating them. The ultimate outcomes, however, remained shrouded in the future's uncertainty. Perhaps this wave of renewed interest in defense was also influenced by the tranquility of the celestial court, ushering in a full millennium of peace across the primordial realm, as if all beings had finally coexisted in harmony. Yet, beneath this surface calm, true turmoil was already brewing. Chapter 68. The human race shall never bow to the human teachings. Those who do are no longer human in the celestial court. Baizé was reporting recent developments to Emperor Junior Majesty. The Western human race has now grown to a population of 1 billion. The teachings of Laozi have been disseminated for 3 centuries, and results are expected imminently. Baizé recalled how he had once received the Emperor's decree to infiltrate the human tribes, bestowing them with various advantages to ensure their allegiance to the celestial court. Once this faction of humanity flourished, Laozi was to impart his teachings as agreed. Although it wasn't until 3 centuries ago that the Western human race achieved a foundation sufficient for accepting such teachings, it was nonetheless adequate. Baize paused momentarily, discreetly assessing the emperor's expression, and upon detecting no signs of discontent, he continued, "Moreover, the Western realm has begun to regain some vitality. The Western human race can now venture beyond their barriers without immediate peril." Emperor Jun grunted in acknowledgement. "It appears that your proposed barriers have had some merit. Baize, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter of your previous waste of celestial court resources. Back during the battle beneath Mount Buzhou, Wu Shen's singular move with the Yang Yin killing formation had turned the tide against the demon race. Although Tai remained perplexed as to how Wu Shan had mastered that formation, both he and Emperor Jun were certain that it was Wu Shan who had caused calamity to the Sun Emperor star. Thus, under the auspices of Yuan Shi, the second matter involved Emperor Jun and Tai traveling westward to clarify past events, asserting that the Wu clan had orchestrated the entrapment, and that the Celestial Court and the West should set aside old grievances to confront a common enemy. To demonstrate sincerity, the Celestial Court relinquished the humans they had acquired to the West, thereby restoring vitality to that realm. This was why the faction of humanity under the demons was referred to as the Western human race. However, due to the dire conditions in the West, where even demons struggled to survive, the losses among the Western human race were staggering. In the initial 5 millennia, the population saw little to no growth. Finally, Baize proposed the establishment of a protective grand formation to ensure that the Western human race could develop a sufficient population, thus harnessing their burgeoning fortunes to alleviate the harsh conditions of the West. Emperor Jun had never regarded the Western human race with much importance and was initially reluctant to expend resources from the Celestial Court. However, upon realizing that the lack of development among the Western humans would prevent any potential emergence of saints from their side, he ultimately acquiesced. Yet, in granting this concession, he compelled Baize to swear an oath. Should this plan falter, Baize would face dire consequences. Now that the Western human race had prospered, it validated Baize's foresight. Nevertheless, to Emperor Jun, this seemed merely a matter of course, devoid of any praise or consolation. As he displayed a rather unsavory demeanor, Baize, feeling a deep sense of trepidation, expressed his gratitude, but internally felt a chill. Alas, ever since our first defeat against the Wu clan, His Majesty no longer views us as subordinates, but as mere pawns. Regaining his composure, Baize reported the third matter. Lastly, the grand formation of the heavenly stars has been fully restored, but the issue of the singular sun's brevity remains unresolved. Before Baize could finish, he felt Emperor Jun's piercing gaze upon him, prompting him to cease further comments. The grand formation of the heavenly stars was the Celestial Court's ultimate weapon. After the absence of the lunar moon star, Emperor Jun had exhausted every effort to repair it. Ultimately, with the aid of Laozi and Yuan Shi, the formation was restored and enhanced, enabling the new formation to function even in the absence of the lunar moon star. However, this new formation bore a flaw. Should it operate for too long, the solar essence would ignite uncontrollably, and if not halted, it would incinerate all demons within the formation. This flaw remained a closely guarded secret, known only to Baize, who oversaw various affairs. Clearly, Emperor Jun forbade Baize from disclosing this information. With a grunt, Emperor Jun remarked, "Since all matters proceed smoothly, it is time to initiate the next phase of our plan. Baize, inform Ji Ming and the others that I am granting them an opportunity for redemption. Kuanpeng has lingered in the Northern Sea for 10 millennia. It is time for his return. Have Ji Ming and the others bring Kuanping back." A flicker of intrigue danced in Baize's eyes. Ji Ming and his companions, once captives, had languished in the celestial prison for 10 millennia, enduring daily torment from countless blades. Anyone daring to plead for their clemency was also cast into the prison. Now, it seemed Emperor Jun had finally recalled Ji Ming. Kuanpeng, as a celestial beast of the Celestial Court, had remained absent for 10 millennia, clearly indicating a desire to avoid returning, which infuriated Emperor Jun. Yet, as the Celestial Emperor, how could he personally extend the call? It was only natural to send his subordinates. However, Kuanpeng was a formidable force, second only to Emperor Jun and Tai in strength. Ordinary subordinates would be powerless against him. Thus, Emperor Jun finally considered those who had been imprisoned for a decade. Ji Ming, Zhou Ying, Fei Dan, and Ci Tai had long been erased from Emperor Jun's mind after their capture. Having failed to self-destruct in loyalty and instead opting to owe the Wu clan a debt of karma for their own survival was a capital offense. Their very survival until now was an act of mercy. Now, they would be put to use. Emperor Jun fixed a cold gaze upon Bai Zhe, instructing him to convey that success was the only acceptable outcome. Should they fail again, he would not show mercy. Bai Zhe bowed his head in utmost reverence. Understood. In the West, the teachings of Laozi had been disseminated for 3 centuries and were finally reaching fruition. A cloud of merit appeared above Laozi's head, gradually transforming into a golden rain of virtue that cascaded down. Laozi felt a stirring in his heart, slowly rising to his feet, his figure illuminating the primordial realm. Today, I, Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and Laozi have comprehended the mysteries of the universe. With humanity at its core, I establish the teachings for humanity. Tio enlighten the human race. May the incense of devotion never cease. The teachings for humanity are established. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating across the heavens with 9 resounding booms. The myriad beings of the primordial wilderness instinctively raised their gazes towards the direction of Laozi. Under the overwhelming and unparalleled sanctity of his presence, all beings bowed in trepidation, save for the Wu clan, the Dragon clan, and the humans sheltered by the Wu clan. The progenitor of humanity cast his eyes westward. Gritting his teeth in fury, "Hmph, how dare the Westerners presume to be human? What kind of human teaching is this? The human race shall never bow to such a doctrine. Those who do are no longer human." Several ancestors, including those clad in black robes and the Swearin, spat disdainfully towards the west. Consequently, one by one, the members of the human race rose in unison, millions of descendants collectively expressing their contempt for the Western teachings. The human race shall never bow to such teachings. Those who do are no longer human. In the West, Laozi sensed the intertwining of his fate with that of the human race, filling his heart with joy. Indeed, the method of the primordial beginning was effective. By leveraging the Western humans, he could seize their fortune. Thus, the fortune of the human race would become his own. However, just as Laozi reveled in his triumph, he suddenly realized that the fortune of the entire orthodox human race in the East had severed its connection with the human teaching in an instant. The human race shall never bow to such teachings. Those who do are no longer human. The vow of the millions of orthodox humans echoed in Laozi's ears, causing his expression to darken immediately. Chapter 69. Laozi wept. This merit cannot be taken back. The path to sanctification is a process that determines the height one can achieve thereafter. If this process is disrupted, even if one ultimately attains sanctification, their power will remain significantly diminished. Restoring that power would be an arduous task. Laozi initially sought to exploit the situation, intending to represent the entire human race through the Westerners. He believed this would pose no issues, but to his dismay, the Orthodox humans swiftly expelled the Westerners from their lineage. Moreover, they collectively vowed with all their strength to never bow to the human teaching. In that moment, the newly established human teaching began to tremble. Its fortune fracturing. It was akin to severing the very roots of Laozi. Enraged, he directed his gaze towards the Orthodox humans. The power of Taijing transformed into a tempest of thunder, descending upon them. How dare you show disrespect to the saint? Disrespect towards the saint is tantamount to disrespect towards the heavenly Tao. You must be dealt with. The Taijing divine thunder enveloped the entire human race, descending mercilessly. Laozi moderated the intensity. This strike of Taijing divine thunder would not slay those of true immortal status and above, but those beneath it would surely perish. His eyes were cold and devoid of compassion. The path he cultivated was inherently ruthless. Were it not for the matter of fortune, he would have annihilated the orthodox humans without hesitation. How dare these mere humans show disrespect towards him? A few deaths may serve to rectify this. The thunder roared like a net, descending upon the human race. Yet, before the Taijing divine thunder could strike, a map of mountains and rivers unfurled, shielding all members of the human race within its embrace. Subsequently, a beam of purple light emerged, transforming into a 24-petal purple jade reincarnation lotus platform. Nuwa sat gracefully atop the lotus. Her gaze icy. Tai Jing, has my human race offended you in any way to warrant such fury? Do you truly intend to annihilate them? Laozi's expression darkened. The human race's disrespect towards me is a disrespect towards the heavenly Tao. They must be punished. Nuwa furrowed her brow, giving a light huff. The human race disrespects you, Tai Jing? How come I have not noticed this? Laozi could not voice his thoughts, for to do so would be to undermine his own position. Instead, he merely scoffed. What I say is true. Nuwa smirked. What I say is false. Boom. The thoughts of the two saints clashed in the air, producing a resounding cacophony. The very fabric of space began to shatter under their confrontation. Fracturing into countless rifts, the powerful beings of the primordial wilderness hastened to observe. A conflict among saints? How thrilling! Silence reigned as they eagerly watched. Though they observed through divine consciousness, even saints could not discern who was who. Yet, as saints communicated with the heavenly Tao, there might be other means to ascertain the truth. Thus, the onlookers remained tight-lipped at that moment. A voice resonated throughout the primordial wilderness. Another one seeking to act on behalf of the heavenly Tao? The last one who attempted such a feat was brought to tears. Wu Shun, utilizing the powers of the Red Cloud Taoist and Xinyuanzi, amplified his voice across the entire primordial wilderness. Soon after, a golden mountain rose from the ancestral land of the Wu clan. This golden mountain was none other than Wu Shun himself, upholding countless barriers. The mountain approached Nuwa, who chuckled lightly. My friend, your defenses have multiplied. Wu Shun shook his head. Not much, not much. Merely 130,000 layers. The observing divine consciousness erupted in laughter. You already possess 130,000 layers of defenses, and you still consider it not much? How many layers do you intend to stack? Laozi cast a glance at the defenses surrounding Wu Shun, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. Overall, the situation seemed manageable. However, the defenses provided by treasures such as the heavenly and earthly Xinyuan Tower, the primordial five flags, and the merit golden lotus collectively formed a barrier that even saints would find difficult to breach. With a cold snort, Laozi addressed Wu Shun. Wu Shun, what is the meaning of this? Wu Shun grinned broadly. What do you mean by not caring about face? You pilfer the fortune of the human race and, upon discovering it is unattainable, seek to kill them instead. Wu Shun scoffed. You have established a human teaching? No, no, no. What you have established is not a human teaching. Perhaps you should rename it thieving teaching? Laozi's expression darkened. I have attained sanctification. I represent the face of the heavenly Dio, though you dare show me disrespect? Wu Shun laughed heartily, his voice resonating throughout the primordial wilderness. The heavenly Tao regards all beings as mere fodder. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, saints and ants are one and the same. You claim to represent the face of the heavenly Tao. Ha! Just based on you. A thief who attains sanctification by stealing the fortunes of the human race. How dare you assert such a claim? Wu Shun pointed skyward. If the heavenly Tao were to truly acknowledge that this little thief represents its face, what would that make the heavenly Tao? A grand thief? Boom. The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the primordial wilderness. The human teaching, just established by Laozi, began to fracture and disintegrate. The merits that had already fused into Laozi's being were being drawn away piece by piece. Laozi stood there, utterly bewildered. How could Wu Shun compel the heavenly Tao to retract merit? How is this possible? The onlookers were equally stunned, nearly collapsing at the revelation. What, could it be that Wu Shun is the son of the heavenly Tao? How could his mere words prompt the heavenly Tao to start reclaiming merit? Merit granted can still be taken back? As the heavenly Tao presided, such merits were not meant to be retracted. Even Nuwa was taken aback. She cast a glance at Wu Shun, completely perplexed by how he had accomplished this. Wu Shun maintained a calm demeanor, though internally, he too was somewhat astonished. Yet, he quickly grasped the situation. The opportunity for Laozi's sanctification lay in his ability to teach. If Laozi merely sought to attain sanctification through the Westerners, there would be no issue. However, Laozi intended to pilfer the entire fortune of the human race through the Westerners, which was indeed opportunistic. If the orthodox humans of the East had remained indifferent, it would not matter. The heavenly Tao could turn a blind eye, yet the orthodox humans had always harbored disdain for the traitorous Westerners and held the Holy Father and Holy Mother in the highest regard. Now, learning that the enemy of the Holy Father sought to use their own betrayers to usurp their fortune and then turn against the Holy Father was utterly unacceptable in the eyes of the orthodox humans. Everything belonging to the human race was a gift from the Holy Father and Holy Mother. All ancestors were simultaneously the direct disciples of both Wu Shun and Yuhua. Thus, the situation arose where the progenitor led the charge, expelling the Westerners from the ranks of the entire orthodox human race, vowing not to bow to the human teaching. Laozi established the human teaching, yet the human race refused to acknowledge it. Should the heavenly Tao continue to grant merit under such circumstances, it would lose all face. Consequently, it began to retract merit on the spot. Had it not been for the presence of Pangu's three pure spirits, which contained a portion of Pangu's grand merit from the creation of the heavens, the heavenly Tao would have directly struck Laozi down. Now, merely retracting merit was a concession, leaving Laozi a glimmer of hope. Laozi felt on the verge of tears. Have I not merely sought an opportunity? How could Wuxing's words prompt the heavenly Tao to take it so seriously? Am I truly the saint, or is Wuxing the saint? Chapter 70. Guiding and Assisting. Now that I have established the Western teaching, what shall we establish? Though Laozi was filled with sorrow, he recognized that the heavenly Tao had left him a thread of hope. The urgent matter at hand was to resolve the present predicament. True to his reputation as the former leader of the Three Pure Ones, Laozi quickly devised a plan. Gritting his teeth, he spoke once more. I, Pangu's Three Pure Ones, Taijing Laozi, have comprehended the mysteries. I shall enlighten the Western human race, ensuring the flame of incense remains unextinguished. Thus, I establish the Western teaching. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating through the heavens. The revered virtues, once dissipated, regained their composure. The fortunes that had been lost returned anew. Ultimately, Laozi achieved sanctification. However, this time, amidst the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness, only the weak, devoid of cultivation and protection, remained unbowed. The rest, without exception, failed to pay their respects. The mortals were one matter. Yet, the celestial beings felt an absurdity rising within their hearts. It dawned on them that a sage is not always so solemn after all. The process of achieving sagehood could even be interrupted midway, only to shift allegiances. The gathered divine thoughts observed in collective silence, not out of fear of the sage's authority, but out of trepidation that speaking would unleash uncontrollable laughter at this utterly unserious process of sanctification. Laozi, however, remained unfazed. The heavens, in their essence, are characterized by supreme tranquility and non-action, thus allowing for boundless action. Everything is ultimately subordinate to the final outcome. As long as one achieves sagehood, all else can be negotiated. Laozi felt the fruits of sagehood stabilize within him, allowing him to exhale in relief. He immediately turned his gaze towards Wu Shun. Wu Shun, your schemes have once again faltered. Wu Shun chuckled softly. Heh, I have established a Western teaching. What might the outcome be at the hands of the guiding figures? I find myself quite curious in the ancient site of Mount Sumeru in the west. After Wu Shun had excavated the ancestral veins, the guiding figures became aware of the circumstances. They relocated their domain here, utilizing the auspicious Bodhi tree of metal to safeguard the West, channeling the light of the West to restore its vitality. In truth, had it not been for their intrinsic ties to the West, they would have long departed. Although the Western human race had emerged, and the Western world began its gradual recovery, even the guiding figures remained uncertain of when full restoration would occur. This uncertainty directly impeded their opportunities for sanctification. The moment Laozi attained sanctity, the guiding figure opened his eyes, bewildered. Senior brother, what is happening? I sensed just now that our chance for sanctification was utterly lost. The guiding figure's expression darkened considerably. I feel the same. The other figure displayed signs of panic. How can this be? Why have our opportunities for sanctification vanished? Everything they had undertaken was for the sake of achieving sagehood. Otherwise, why endure such hardship in the West? The vast expanse of the primordial East could easily provide refuge. After enduring years of struggle in the West, how could their chance for sanctification simply evaporate? The guiding figure's face turned ashen. "Junior brother, let us deduce the matter together." Immediately, they combined their efforts in divination, being destined to attain sagehood and intricately connected to the West. Drawing upon the heavenly secrets that leaked during Laozi's sanctification, they finally discerned the truth. The establishment of a Western teaching was originally meant to be their opportunity for sanctification. To elevate the Western teachings and flourish the West was their predestined fate. Now, however, Laozi had founded the Western teaching upon the foundation of the Western human race, thereby severing their inherent opportunities. For the entirety of the West, apart from the human race, no other beings existed. When Emperor Jun and Tai had acted, they had eradicated the few beings present in the West. With the ancestral veins excavated, the West had lost the potential for natural births of life. Initially, when the demon race sent the Western human race to the West, the guiding figures had felt quite pleased, thus setting aside their conflicts with Emperor Jun and Tai. Yet, Laozi's actions now ignited entirely different thoughts within the guiding figures. The once sallow complexion of the guiding figure turned pitch dark, even taking on a tinge of murky green. It became clear why Emperor Jun and Tai sought to reconcile with them. Laozi had his own opportunities for sanctification usurped by the witch race, and thus plotted to seize theirs. How despicable! The guiding figure gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. "Senior brother, let us seek Tao ancestor Hong Jun and lodge a complaint against Laozi." The guiding figure was not foolish enough to suggest a direct confrontation with Laozi. That would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, to endure this injustice without recourse was equally untenable. While they could temporarily set aside grievances, the opportunity for sanctification could not be neglected. The guiding figure's expression mirrored his inner turmoil. He was rather tempted by the suggestion of the guiding figure, but ultimately shook his head. "Junior brother, our ancestral veins lie in ruins in the West, allowing us to obscure the heavenly secrets. Laozi cannot perceive the events here. However, if we leave this place, the already sanctified Laozi will immediately sense our intent to oppose him." The guiding figure's fury momentarily subsided, recognizing the truth in his words. Merely departing was not the issue. The real concern lay in what would happen once they left. Seeking redress at the Zhixiao Palace would undoubtedly alert Laozi to their intentions. Moreover, whether the figure at Zhixiao Palace would intervene remained uncertain. The three pure ones were inner disciples, while the guiding figures were merely registered disciples. The guiding figure, both furious and anxious, implored, "Senior brother, what shall we do? How can we address our lost opportunities for sanctification?" After a brief silence, the guiding figure suddenly smiled with enlightenment. "Do not fret, junior brother. In this recent divination, I have gleaned a glimpse of an alternative, heavenly secret. Our opportunities have not yet been extinguished." The guiding figure rejoiced. "Senior brother, please enlighten me." The guiding figure chuckled coldly. Although Laozi has seized the opportunity of the Western teachings, he is indifferent to the life and death of the Western human race. The demon race merely views the Western human race as pawns, and therein lies our opportunity. The guiding figure's eyes sparkled with infinite brilliance, as the light of righteousness formed a misty aura around him. Finally, he uttered 8 words. "Rescue the suffering, alleviate the peril." The guiding figure shuddered, feeling the primordial purple energy within him tremble. He reflected deeply for a moment, and after some time, clasped his hands together. "What you say is true, senior brother. I understand now." With that, the guiding figure's anger dissipated entirely. The guiding figure nodded in satisfaction as the two of them sealed the entire ancestral ruins, rendering them impervious to opportunities while they remained trapped within. At the very moment the guiding figures reached this epiphany, Wu Shun, still confronting Laozi before Mount Buzhou, suddenly received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has altered the sanctification opportunities of the guiding figures. Defense 1000. Received 1 lottery chance. Ding! Detected that the host has altered Laozi's sanctification opportunities. Defense 1000. Received 1 lottery chance. Ding! Detected that the host has altered the fate of the Western teachings. Defense 1000. Received 1 lottery chance. Chapter 71. Acquired 3 powerful divine abilities, mocking Laozi's shamelessness. Having gained 3 lottery chances, Wuxian promptly made use of them. System: initiate 3 lottery draws. Based on past experiences, opportunities gained from significant events were often more likely to yield valuable rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Corruption of the Primordial Spirit Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chaos Transformation Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mockery Technique. Wu Shan raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. System, please provide an explanation. This marked the first instance he had drawn 3 divine abilities consecutively, and intriguingly, none seemed to resemble defensive techniques. Corruption of the Primordial Spirit Technique. Envelopes the user, causing any enemy that makes contact to suffer continuous erosion of their primordial spirit, ultimately resulting in diminished attack, defense, and speed across the board. Chaos Transformation Technique. Capable of simulating any divine ability, treasure, or method, with power contingent upon the host's own strength. This technique can be combined with the Thorny Technique. Mockery Technique. Utilizes language and actions to mock the enemy, compelling them to launch mindless attacks. When Mockery takes effect, the enemy's attack power increases by 100 while their defense decreases by 100. A smile involuntarily crept onto Wu Shan's lips. These 3 divine abilities were indeed impressive, living up to the expectations of rewards from a significant event. Wu Shan, what are you laughing at? Just then, Lao Zi's sharp voice rang out, having caught sight of the smile on Wu Shan's face, immediately seizing the opportunity to strike. Now that I have attained sagehood, if I cannot make all of the primordial wilderness witness my authority, how can I establish my dominance? Wu Shan raised an eyebrow, subtly activating the mockery technique. What am I laughing at? Naturally, I am laughing at the ridiculous. Lao Zi's expression darkened. He had resolved never to be provoked by Wu Shan again. Yet a single utterance from Wu Shan ignited his suppressed fury. Observing Lao Zi's countenance, Wu Shan recognized that the mockery technique had begun to take effect. With a calm smile, he remarked, "Here stands a sage who only attained his status through shamelessness. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call you the Great Shameless Sage." In an instant, Lao Zi's eyes blazed crimson, filled with murderous intent as he pressed towards Wu Shan. "Wu Shang, do you comprehend the consequences of insulting a sage?" Nuwa, propping up the aura of the sage, shielded Wu Shan from Lao Zi's oppressive might. She remained oblivious to Wu Shan's intentions, yet chose to support him wholeheartedly. Wu Shan flashed a grin at Lao Zi. Unaware of the impending confrontation, as his words escaped his lips, he had already invoked the erasure of the Yuan spirit technique and the chaotic transformation of the spirit technique. That moment, Lao Zi's path of ruthlessness and his heart of non-action were cast aside. "Wu Shang, I shall ensure your demise." Lao Zi summoned a Tai Chi diagram above his head, where the yin and yang fishes spiraled endlessly. A golden bridge surged forth from the diagram, thundering towards Wu Shan. This Tai Chi diagram, a congenital treasure, wielded the might of a sage. Any being beneath that status would be reduced to ashes upon contact. The golden bridge descended with a resounding crash, prompting Nuwa to prepare to defend Wu Shan. However, a voice resonated in her mind, urging her to wait. Taken aback, Nuwa complied with Wu Shan's request. The golden bridge finally struck down, dismantling the myriad barriers surrounding Wu Shan in an instant. In a mere heartbeat. Aside from the mystical tower of heaven and earth, the 5 flags of primordiality, and the golden lotus of merit, all other defenses collapsed into ruin. A thunderous impact reverberated as the golden bridge was halted before the mystical tower, sending shockwaves that resonated throughout the vast wilderness. In that moment, a tempest of thunder erupted from the mystical tower, crashing towards Lao Zi with overwhelming force. Lao Zi's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily stunned by the effects of the mocking technique. Yuqing Divine Thunder, a signature move of the primordial, he thought. How could this be possible? Spinning the Tai Chi diagram above him, he managed to deflect the onslaught of Yuqing Divine Thunder. The thunder erupted in a dazzling display, cascading waves towards the west, which remained in a state of utter frailty. Should this wave of Yuqing Divine Thunder strike, it would render the past 5 millennia of development for the Western human race utterly futile. Lao Zi's current foundation for achieving sagehood was intricately tied to the Western human race. Enraged, Lao Zi unleashed the Tai Chi diagram, enveloping the entirety of the West, blocking all Yuqing Divine Thunder. The Tai Chi diagram possessed the capacity to suppress the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire before its might. Even the Yuqing divine thunder could not assert its power. Could this truly be the essence of Yuqing from the primordial? Its potency is astonishing. What is happening? Laozi gazed at Wu Shun with a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. Wu Shun expelled a breath of stagnant energy, fully aware of the Tai Chi diagram's might. Hence, he had not relied on other treasures for defense from the outset. None of the myriad barriers had encompassed the Sun Thorn technique or the erasure of the Yuan Spirit technique. Only when the Golden Bridge collided with the Mystical Tower did Wu Shun overlay these two techniques. The Mocking technique could amplify the target's attack power by 100-fold. Yet, with the Mystical Tower in play, alongside the Sun Thorn technique and the erasure of the Yuan Spirit technique, the enhanced strength of Laozi was effectively neutralized. Then, utilizing the chaotic transformation of the Spirit technique, Wu Shun simulated the Yuqing Divine Thunder with the portion of power he had rebounded. This reflected back portion precisely equated to 50% of all attacks. After accounting for the additions and subtractions, Laozi's previous defense had essentially represented his full-on strike. Had it merely been the Yuqing Divine Thunder, Laozi would have presumed that Wu Shun had surreptitiously learned it. After all, among the ancestral witches, there were those skilled in thunder techniques, with Wu Shun having acquired all the treasures from the split treasure cliff. One could barely comprehend him learning the Yuqing Divine Thunder. Yet, the power of the reflected Yuqing Divine Thunder equaled his full-strength strike, casting Laozi into a state of bewilderment. Could it genuinely be that the primordial is acting from the shadows? How could this be? Why would he do such a thing? Despite successfully fending off Laozi's assault, Wu Shun felt his internal energy boiling, the agony coursing through his flesh, and his consciousness shaken. Were it not for the protective system and Nuwa alleviating the sage's pressure, he would undoubtedly have succumbed. Wu Shun shook his numbed hands, marveling at the sheer might of a sage. Even with the unparalleled defense of the Mystical Tower, the power of a sage's strike was sufficient to obliterate him across the vast expanse. After 3 breaths, Wu Shun's formidable body had regained much of its strength. He grinned widely. "Did you not wish for me to comprehend the cost of insulting you? Where is it?" Laozi's eyes rekindled with murderous intent. "Wu Shang, are you truly unafraid of death?" Wu Shun laughed heartily. "I fear death, but I do not fear you," said descendant of the Pangu, undertaking righteous deeds. "How could I cower before one who relies on thievery, deceit, and shamelessness to attain sagehood?" Once more, Laozi fell under the influence of the mocking technique, his blood surging with fury as he invoked the Tai Chi diagram. "Today, I shall ensure your demise." Chapter 72. The Primordial. Burdened by a great calamity, I sense someone is plotting against me. Under normal circumstances, as a sage, Laozi would not be susceptible to the mocking technique repeatedly. However, the enmity between him and Wu Shun was profound and inexhaustible. His hatred for Wu Shun was akin to the vast Eastern Sea, impossible to cleanse. Even without the mocking technique, a few words could drive Laozi to madness, let alone its presence. Once more, he invoked the Tai Chi diagram, which radiated boundless black and white light, enveloping the entire wilderness. A colossal yin-yang fish spun gracefully across the skies, while a golden bridge, larger than the entire west, emerged from the Tai Chi diagram, hurtling towards Wu Shun. This time, he aimed not only to eliminate Wu Shun, but to obliterate the ancestral lands of the witch clan beneath him. On Golden Ao Island, Tong Tian suddenly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he tore through space, arriving before Mount Buzhou. "Stop, Ta Ching," Tong Tian bellowed, intending to assist Wu Shun in defense. However, Tong Tian was not adept at defense. His movements lagged just a moment too late. Wu Shun, however, was a step ahead of Tong Tian. With a grin, he turned to Nuwa, swiftly transferring control of the Mystical Tower to her. Nuwa, understanding his intent, unleashed a radiant brilliance from her eyes. Under the impetus of sage power, the Mystical Tower of Heaven and Earth finally revealed its unparalleled defensive capabilities. Once activated, it stood invincible. Meanwhile, as Nuwa empowered the Mystical Tower, Wu Shun simultaneously invoked the Sun Thorn technique, the erasure of the Yuan Spirit technique. and the chaotic transformation of the spirit technique. A cacophony of crashes echoed as the golden bridge collided with the mystical tower, ripples cascading across its surface. Nuwa's complexion paled slightly. Laozi had just attained sagehood and wielded such formidable strength. How had Wu Shun's ally managed to withstand it previously? Yet, her astonishment was only beginning, almost causing her to drop the mystical tower in shock as a white treasure flag suddenly appeared atop its barrier. With a vigorous shake, a transcendent sword energy surged forth towards Laozi. The Panga flag? At that moment, the entire wilderness quivered in disbelief. Tong Tian, too, was taken aback, plummeting from the clouds. Upon landing, he vigorously slapped his own head, exclaiming, "What the heck? Why is the primordial aiding Wu Shun? Am I hallucinating? Or has the primordial lost his mind?" The events of Wu Shun causing the primordial to spit blood were still fresh in the minds of the powerful beings present. How could the primordial now rush to assist Wu Shun? Meanwhile, Laozi wore a look of shock. He had never anticipated the emergence of the Pengu flag in this place. The earlier Yuqing Divine Thunder could be rationalized as Wu Shun's surreptitious learning, followed by Nuwa's covert assistance. However, the Panga flag was beyond explanation. Primordial, how dare you? Laozi's eyes bulged with fury as he withdrew the Tai Chi diagram to shield himself. Yet, this strike was effectively the full force of his own attack. How could it be so easily repelled? Moreover, the defensive power was merely one aspect of the Tai Chi diagram. It was not its primary strength. The sword light pierced through the defenses of the Tai Chi diagram. In the final moment, Laozi exposed his vital chest, yet his right arm could not evade the onslaught, severed by the sword's aura. Holy blood gushed forth, staining half of the Western world in crimson. This sacred blood instantaneously birthed billions of beings in the West, revitalizing a land that was already on the brink of desolation with a surge of life force. Laozi's severed arm fell in the west, instantly transforming into a colossal mountain range that divided the entire region from north to south. Verdant flora flourished upon the mountains, and all spirits were resurrected, with spiritual energy surging forth, teeming with vitality. Initially anticipating that the aftermath of this attack would severely cripple the West, the onlooking Jane and Zhuenti, poised to strike, were taken aback that it turned out that the holy blood bore such an effect. Zhuenti resumed his seat, a compassionate expression on his face, yet his tone was laced with mockery. Laozi's senior brother, truly a figure of immense toil and merit. Jane chuckled lightly, then radiated a brilliant aura. Junior brother, do not squander the sacrifice of our esteemed senior brother. Zhuenti nodded in agreement, and together with Jane, they harnessed the power of Laozi's sacred blood and divine form to begin reconstituting the ancestral veins of the West. Ah, Wuxing, Inhua, Yuanshi, the true essence shall return. Severely wounded, Laozi, with disheveled hair and a semblance of madness, enveloped himself in the Taiji diagram and fled to the 33 heavens. There, he would establish his own sanctuary, the place where he could most swiftly recuperate. As for everything else, it would have to wait until his wounds healed. Wu Shen cast a glance at the revitalized West and shook his head. Laozi is indeed worthy of being the leader of the Western teachings. For the sake of the West, he sacrificed himself so. This should merit some merit, shouldn't it? Just as Tong Tian took flight again, he heard Wu Shun's words and let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Friend, spare us the ridicule of Laozi. If such actions could yield merit, then merit itself would be too. Before Tong Tian could finish, a thunderous roar echoed across the western horizon, followed by a cascade of merit golden clouds emerging from the west and pursuing the 33 heavens. With a thud, Tong Tian trembled and fell once more, this time crashing into the ancestral land of the Witch clan, creating a vast lake spanning thousands of miles. Meanwhile, the thoughts of various deities silently retreated. In the next instant, the entire primordial realm erupted in a frenzied discussion. Laozi achieved sanctification twice. The first time, mere words from Wuxing nearly brought about his downfall. Despite unleashing his full might, he not only failed to vanquish Wuxing but nearly met his own demise. Confronting Wuxing, not only did Inhua steadfastly stand by his side, but Tong Tian also rushed to his aid, and even Yuanshi lay in ambush nearby. What on earth did Laozi do to be so targeted? In the end, Wuxing even magnanimously sought merit from the heavenly Tao for Laozi. Who, in truth, is the saint here, Wuxing or Laozi? Across the primordial lands, discussions spiraled into near madness. It was exhilarating, utterly exhilarating, in the heavenly court. Emperor Jun and Tai were equally bewildered. Coupled with the lingering psychological shadow, Tai turned to Emperor Jun. Brother, is Laozi Yuanshi truly reliable? Emperor Jun's gaze drifted to a certain part of the heavenly court. Not long ago, Yuanshi had entered a state of closed-door cultivation, declaring he would not emerge until he attained sanctification. Emperor Jun had personally witnessed Yuanshi enter. But now, doubts began to creep in. That secluded place might not even harbor Yuanshi. Gritting his teeth, Emperor Jun concluded that they could not be relied upon either. Tai, the plan for the slaughtering which sword must commence preparations at once. Tai nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Within the heavenly court's closed-off area, Yuanshi, engrossed in seizing his chance for sanctification, suddenly shivered. His brow furrowed in confusion. Strange, is someone plotting against me? Why does it feel as if the heavenly Tao is trembling? Nevertheless, he decided to set aside all distractions. The opportunity for sanctification lay before him. I shall surely become a saint. Chapter 73. The three Shaos refused to join the intercepting sect. We wish to follow our eldest brother in cultivation. Yuanshi, now wholly absorbed in the pursuit of sanctification, cast aside all other matters, blissfully unaware that outside, he bore an immense burden of blame. Before Mount Buzhou, in front of the ancestral land of the Witch clan,